Hokage I can only use Xianju, Chapter 1 to 20. Chapter 1 Limited Ninjutsu System. Fire Country. Konoha Ninja Village. I'm exhausted. With a strong gasp, Feng Yao, who had exhausted chakra, collapsed on the ground exhausted, sweat soaked his back. Feng Yao was just practicing E-level ninjutsu clone. This is for in response to the graduation examination of Konoha Ninja Academy. He can now divide into 3 clones. Feng Yao is not a person in the Naruto world. He accidentally crossed over from the Earth. On Earth, he is just an ordinary office worker in his 20s. He grew up living in China since he was a child, and it was difficult for him to integrate into the Naruto world. Fortunately, he traveled through it at a young age, and others could not see his flaws. As a traveler, he is a die-hard fan of the anime Naruto, and he is familiar with various main plots, but he is different from other travelers. He didn't cross into the Maelstrom, Hyuga, Uchiha, or any of the great clans in the Thousand Hands, which is also very depressed for Feng Yao. After all, in the world of Naruto, writing round eyes, white eyes, and sealing techniques all need to be mastered by such big clans as Uchiha and Hyuga. Even the amount of chakra is closely related to your origin. For example, the chakra amount of the Whirlpool family is naturally more than others. I was just born into a very ordinary family. My father was a chunin, and my mother was an ordinary person, with neither a strong line of blood, nor a terrific shaman, etc. A long passerby face, such a result is obviously a cannon fodder in the future. Although Feng Yao, who is a traveler, knows many secrets in Hokage, if he is not strong enough to expose these secrets, I am afraid that he will be silenced the next day. This is the sadness of the weak. Which man does not have a dream? Feng Yao naturally wants to be famous in the ninja world when he comes to this world, but it is already very difficult for him to practice a few E-level ninjutsu. What about punching Uchiha and kicking Otsutsuki? Fortunately, diligence can make up for one's selfishness. Feng Yao is one of the hardest working people in the ninja school. After all, if he is really a mess in this world, how can he be so embarrassed to say that he has passed through? Clone. Break free. Substitute. Alteration. This is all the ninjutsu that Feng Yao has mastered at present. Yes, there are only a few of them. When I watched the anime before, I felt that it was just a few handprints and then released it when I shouted ninjutsu. But the reality is cruel. Ninjutsu is very difficult to learn. One is to refine chakra. The second is the ratio of the ninjutsu seal and the mobilized chakra. Feng Yao is 12 years old this year, but he has only mastered so many E-level ninjutsu, but he has already mastered the basic knowledge of the academy. Not to mention the strong ninjutsu, at least there is no problem in graduating. Silently thinking that after graduation, he must find a teacher to learn more advanced ninjutsu. He turned over and got up and walked towards the ninja academy. Naruto, stop me you little bastard. Ha ha ha, you are so annoying. To actually do such a damning thing. Several figures quickly flew over the house and kept moving, and disappeared from sight after a while. Feng Yao looked at Naruto in the distance, the protagonist of Hokage. He understands that the current Naruto just wants to attract everyone's attention, and only after he travels to Hokage can he really feel the indifference of everyone in the village to Naruto. To be honest, even his parents in this world advised him to stay away from Naruto, saying that he was a demon fox, and almost didn't give Feng Yaojun a laugh. He who had seen Hokage scoffed at this idea. The 4 generations sacrificed their lives to save just a bunch of ungrateful and ridiculous people. He has a good relationship with Naruto and has always been close to Naruto on purpose. After all, if I really don't get along well in the future, I still have such a thigh to hold. Hey, Naruto. Wow, Iruka-sensei. Looking at Naruto, who was seen by Iruka teacher through the cloak's invisibility, Feng Yao walked up to say hello. Iruka-sensei, what are you doing, Naruto? This. Naruto, who looked at Feng Yao, was overjoyed. Just as he was about to say hello, he saw Iruka's already blue face. The words choked back again. Feng Yao looked at the statue of Hokage in the village. The graffiti on it is Naruto's masterpiece. This also corresponds to the beginning of Naruto's legendary life, but his arrival will make Naruto change the world a little, perhaps a speck of dust or a storm. Now it's class time. Go back to class for me, so do you, Feng Yao. So Feng Yao and Naruto returned to the class of the Ninja Academy. Because they knew the script in advance, Feng Yao had mastered the avatar technique for this graduation exam. During this period of time, I also deliberately focused on practicing. It is appropriate to be promoted to ninja and get a forehead guard. Feng Yao glanced around, and the class was full of people who would be famous in the ninja world in the future. For example, Uchiha Sasuke, Shikamaru, Haruno Sakura, etc. If you don't work hard enough, you will be easily defeated by these people, and you are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Naruto, do you know that you have not passed your graduation twice? Now is not the time to be joking, you idiot. Naruto turned his head away dismissively, looking like a dead pig not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Even Feng Yao couldn't help laughing when he looked at Naruto at the moment. Who would have thought that this guy who doesn't even know how to clone himself now would be someone who could subvert the entire world of ninjas in the future? Everyone, listen, today's transformation test. Those who have passed the test will also come to me. Hey. Naruto will blame you for this guy. What's the matter with me? Everyone made a voice of refusal. Feng Yao touched his nose. He was very good at the transformation technique. Right now, there are very few people in this class who can better master basic ninjutsu than him. He put his head in his hands, leaned his chair on the stool and watched the person in front of him take the test. The first Haruno Sakura. Naruto's eyes seemed to be attracted as he watched a pink-haired girl step forward. This girl was Haruno Sakura, who had mixed reviews in Hokage. Behind the cute appearance hides a violent heart, or Naruto is too young, isn't Hinata fragrant? While Feng Yao was kneading his aching arm due to the training just now, while waiting for Iruka to call him, suddenly there was an ethereal voice in his head. Ding! The system has successfully bound it. Congratulations to the host on whether the Binding Ninjutsu Limited system is now activated. What? System? True or false? I have been in the Naruto world for 12 years and finally waited for my spring. I thought I was an ordinary salted fish. Afraid of death, he even hugged the protagonist's thigh, and finally waited for his golden finger. Feng Yao's excited fingernails were deeply immersed in the flesh, and he silently responded in his heart. Activate. Congratulations to the successful activation of the host. Please allow me to explain the power of this system. This system allows the host to randomly master a genre or level of ninjutsu in the ninja world. For example, the host can directly master all A-level ninjutsu. When the system draws A-level ninjutsu, the host can only use A-level ninjutsu to fight with people and complete tasks, and cannot use any other ninjutsu magic or illusion. After each extraction, it will be replaced once every 6 months. Since the host has just been activated and it has been automatically extracted, now the host can master all the fairy jutsus that appear in the ninja world, and can only use the ninjutsu or any ninjutsu or taijutsu host except the fairy jutsu will not be able to cast. Really? I can master all celestial arts. Wait, but I don't have chakra. Hearing Feng Yao here is extremely excited. He who could only learn E-rank ninjutsu suddenly can master all the magic in Hokage. It's like a poor ghost who lived on the street yesterday suddenly hit 100 million. But when he calmed down, he suddenly thought of the settings in Hokage. The release of fairy spells requires the use of fairy spells and chakras to enter the fairy mode. The fairy spells chakras absorb natural energy on the basis of body energy and spiritual energy and fully integrate it to be able to form. And entering the immortal mode requires a huge amount of chakra, and going to the 3 holy places to practice. If you want to grasp the natural energy now with your own chakra, it is simply impossible, and it will become a part of nature for nothing. There are very few people who can enter the fairy mode in Naruto, and even Jiraiya is not a complete fairy mode. It can be seen that the difficulty of mastering the fairy mode. As a powerful system, if you want to make the host stronger, you can't give too much help. You have mastered all the fairy techniques, but the host needs to find a way for chakra and fairy mode, and the 3 Holy Land systems will be in the inform the location in the task given to the host afterward. You idiot, there is no immortal magic chakra unleashing a fart magic. What is the use of mastering it? I am not enough to see chakra, and if you think you want to enter the 3 holy places, you will enter. You should be you home. You get 9 yuan for free shipping on this system. Don't you think it's too embarrassing for other systems? Warning the host that if he insults the system, he will be wiped out. Cough. I'm joking, there can't be another way. This is my first time binding the system, so I don't have a newcomer gift package. No, but I will arrange tasks for the host to improve the host's strength, including improving the host's chakra. It's barely okay. Wait. I can't use any ninjutsu except shanjutsu now, so what about the few ninjutsu I learned? Whether there is a problem with the host's memory, of course it cannot be used. Hearing this, Feng Yao was as uncomfortable as eating a prickly booger. Isn't it eldest brother? A mortal jutsu can't be used ninjutsu, so I'm not allowed to use it. It's the first time I heard that the binding system can still lose its strength. What's the matter? Well, considering the host's poor talent, aptitude, and strength, this system will help once again, giving the host the first quest, task goal, steal the Book of Seals, within a 1-month period. Reward. The host increases tenfold. Chakra volume. Slogan. Young teenagers, let's go the way the protagonist has walked. Looking at the quests and rewards Feng Yaoqi gnashed by this system, this is not as happy as obliteration. Steal the sealed book. What is the sealed book? It was a forbidden book that was personally sealed by a generation of Shima, and it was strictly guarded. In fact, Naruto had the acquiescence of 3 generations to get the Book of Seals in the early stage. Otherwise, how could a Naruto have the ability to do things that even Joe Ninja might not be able to do, and now he even has a few basic ninjutsu skills. Cannot use, once again weakened his strength. And the reward that this gives looks rich is not the case, because the amount of chakra in Feng Yao's body is very small. Even if it is increased tenfold, it should only be able to reach a normal level. I am afraid it is not more than half of Naruto's. Then what if this task cannot be completed? The task cannot be completed directly obliterated. Feng Yao silently scolded the system for a few more words, and then saw that Naruto was on the stage next. Seeing Naruto, Feng Yao suddenly had an idea. Maybe stealing the Book of Seals does not need to be stolen by himself. Next, Naruto. No problem, transform into seduction art. I saw Naruto transformed into a big beauty with blonde hair and double ponytails, and Iruka on the opposite side had a nosebleed. This is a ninjutsu that even Naruto and Otsutsuki can't resist. Feng Yao looked at Naruto's seduction technique, but silently thought to himself if he had time to learn seduction techniques like Naruto. Body. Host, please stop your obscene thoughts immediately. Shut up and cheat the system. I'm purely thinking about improving my strength. Don't you know that this ninjutsu can even defeat Naruto? The host cannot use it even if it learns. That's right. Just when Feng Yao was still arguing with the system, Iruka had already taught Naruto a lesson, and the next one he called was himself. There are countless horses racing in Feng Yao's heart. Originally, he was able to capture the transformation technique, but now he has been tricked by the system. Feng Yao, you come to demonstrate the art of transformation. Naruto, you can learn Feng Yao for me. Actually. Feng Yao felt that he had never moved so slowly before. It suddenly occurred to me that in 2 days' time, the graduation exam was going to examine the avatar technique, and I wouldn't even be able to graduate. Could it be that my dignified transmigrator couldn't even pass the genin exam in the end? Chapter 2_2 Crane Tales. What's the matter, Feng Yao? Iruka reminded Feng Yao without moving for a long time. There was no other way but to bite the bullet. Feng Yao stood in the middle of the classroom and tried to make a seal. But I found that no matter what I did, as long as I wanted to use a certain ninjutsu, the chakra in my body could not be successfully refined and mixed. After 5 minutes of embarrassing attempts, the arena was dead silent. This system says that only fairy spells can be used. Your uncle, I have lost all my old face. Neighbors are also talking. What's wrong with Feng Yao? I remember he mastered the transformation technique very well. Maybe I'm being lazy these days. Feng Yao, you are giving me good lessons these days. Otherwise, let your parents come to see me. Looking at the furious Aruka, Feng Yao couldn't say anything, so he could only nod his head, but on the other hand, he wanted to complete the task and improve his own strength. As for whether he was tolerant or not, it didn't matter to him. Strength was the root of everything. Many upper ninjas are even inferior to some lower ninjas. The so-called level is just an appearance. Feng Yao comforted himself like this. After class, Feng Yao, who felt physically and mentally exhausted, was just about to leave when Naruto on the side came to him, squinting his eyes and biting him. Feng Yao, what happened to you today? You should be able to handle that kind of ninjutsu easily, don't lose to me. Seeing Naruto's serious face, Feng Yao smiled. This was Naruto's way of caring about him, but Naruto didn't want to say it directly. Looking at the few people in this world who care about him, Feng Yao still has a hint of warmth in his heart, and he put one hand on Naruto's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't lose to you. After he finished speaking, he picked up his bag and pulled Naruto out. Along the way, Naruto kept telling his pranks, until he was taken away by Mr. Iruka to clean up the Naruto statue, and Feng Yao returned home. His parents had already ready meals are waiting for you. Feng Yao is back, hurry up and sit down. Okay, mother. Feng Yao, his father and mother in this world, has never had any deep feelings for him, and he misses his parents even more when he is in a foreign land. However, the parents here also have the kind of nurturing grace for him. Feng Yao intends that if he really can't go back to Earth or he can only be an ordinary person in the future, he will give an Angxin the care of their second old man. But now that the system is in place, the situation is different. He quickly pulled out the rice from his bowl. Mother, I'm done eating, I'll go out later and leave the door for me. You can come back early, you have to take the test tomorrow. Feng Yao first went to his room and took out a ceramic pig from the cabinet, and then smashed it to the ground. After the ceramic pig shattered, there were various banknotes and a lot of coins, which he had saved for more than 10 years. Money, a total of more than 1,200 taels. This is a huge amount of money for students. He can't use any ninjutsu now, and coupled with the tasks issued by the cheating system, he must arm himself with money now. Picking up Qian Feng Yao, he walked towards the store selling ninja tools. When he came to Feng Yao outside, he took a breath of the cold air at night, lamenting the impermanence of life. Yesterday, he was a trainee who could use 4 or 5 ninjutsu. Today, he has become an ordinary person who only knows how to punch and kick, but with the system, his upper limit is definitely many times higher than his previous self. The door of the store. Open the curtains. Welcome, hey, why are you, whined kid. Although the outside of this store looks unremarkable, the interior decoration is still very good. There are 3 counters in 3 directions in the store, which display kunai, shuriken, darts, 3 section sticks, silver needles and small backpack protective gear, etc. There are many large-scale ninja tools on the wall, such as the Wind Demon Shuriken, the Lock Sickle, the Scythe, etc. What I need now are some small ninja tools that are easy to carry. 2 big ninja tools will affect my speed, and my own money isn't enough either. Uncle Yoshida, I want to buy some protective gear and shuriken darts and... You want to buy these yourself. You haven't graduated yet. It's a little dangerous to use them. Seeing that the boss didn't seem to want to sell it to him, Feng Yao hurriedly spoke. That's right, it's not that after the graduation exam is over, if you become a genin, you have to perform tasks. I thought about preparing in advance to prevent problems before they happen. PFF, you kid, you have already started to prepare for genin to carry out the mission. You are very confident in yourself, have courage. Uncle Yoshida will bring it to you. Hee hee, yes, yes. It's a piece of shit. I can't even use ninjutsu to save my life now. There's no hope for the exam. Let's find a way to steal the sealed book. After a while, the kung fu boss has already got all the ninja tools Feng Yao needs. After Feng Yao counted it, he confirmed that it was correct, and entrusted his savings of more than 10 years. It was empty, but he was fully armed. On the way home, I suddenly heard the noise in Yil Ramen. Feng Yao laughed unconsciously. It was Naruto who was talking to Iruka. The stubborn Naruto asked Iruka to protect his forehead. Iruka-sensei, lend me the forehead guard to wear. That's not good. This is only available to you if you graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a ninja who can be your own. Humph, cheapskate. Unlike Iruka, Feng Yao knew that Naruto was doomed to fail the assessment tomorrow. After all, Naruto has 9 tails sealed in his body, making chakra raging in his body, and Naruto has been unable to successfully gather chakra together. Tomorrow's exam Feng Yao also intends to directly miss the exam. After all, he can't succeed if he goes up, so why lose face twice in vain? Naruto, Iruka-sensei. Hey, Feng Yao, why are you here to eat ramen? Naruto was the first to say hello to Feng Yao. For Naruto, Feng Yao was his precious friend in childhood, and he was one of the few people in the village who treated him gently. Iruka also greeted Feng Yao when he saw Feng Yao. Go back to rest early. Tomorrow's graduation exam will be 100 times more mental. Ah, I don't want to go back, and there's no one at home. Naruto hugged his hair in distress. Iruka, who had heard the previous sentence, was just about to give Naruto a shudder, but he was stunned when he heard the back. The eyes softened. Iruka was an important guide in Naruto's life. Like his father, he strictly demanded Naruto and also protected him. Fortunately, there are these people, otherwise Naruto would have been blackened long ago. Then Naruto, do you want to go back with me? I have a companion on the way. If you say that, Feng Yao, there's nothing you can do. Let's go. Feng Yao Naruto bid farewell to Iruka, and the two walked on the streets of Konoha. Shadows shrouded half of the streets. Suddenly the sound of the system came. New quest starts. Quest, 2 Crane Tails. You can complete the quest by obtaining the achievement title of Crane Tail in tomorrow's ninja graduation exam. Reward, get a lower level potion to improve physical fitness. Slogan, how can you not experience the ups and downs of life? Experience the state of mind of the protagonist, to be trampled by, and then become stronger. Your uncle, you obviously want to make me lose face, right? I experience the state of mind of a hammer, and the tail of the crane is actually an achievement title. You didn't make it up on the spot, right? Please be respectful of the host. This system has always been fair and strict. The tasks are randomly selected according to the current situation of the host. If it is not completed, you can say it directly. The system does not mind changing the host. That's better. I don't mind. In fact, this title is not so difficult to accept. Naruto on the side saw that Feng Yao's face suddenly turned bad, as if he was suddenly slapped. Feng Yao, what's wrong with you these days? I feel a big change. It's alright, it's just that someone accidentally tricked me. It's not a big problem. Seeing Naruto so concerned about himself and telling the truth, Feng Yao actually felt a little guilty, because he himself approached Naruto with a certain purpose. This is a bit cruel to Naruto. People are selfish, and Feng Yao is the same. After the system is in place, Feng Yao's vision is not satisfied with Konoha Ninja Village. Naruto, if one day what I'm going to do may hurt Konoha or you promise me that you will never let me go with all your strength. Naruto stopped and looked at Feng Yao suspiciously. Now he didn't understand why the other party would say such a thing, but he still responded to himself with a thumbs up on his right hand. If you do that, then I, the man who can surpass all Hokage in the future, will beat you to the ground and bring you back. Haha, what a charming sentence. Actually I'm joking, let's go back. After Feng Yao finished speaking, he left Naruto and walked in the other direction, disappearing into the dark night. The next day, in the ninja school. The ninjutsu for this graduation assessment is the avatar technique. Those who are named will go to the next classroom to take the test. On the podium, Iruka held the roster and said to the students in front of him. Everyone heard that some people were happy and some were sad, and the candidates entered the classroom next to them one after another. Almost everyone came out with a forehead guard symbolizing Konoha. This is a proof that the ninja can stand alone. It is a pity that Naruto failed. He looked lonely in the classroom. Next, Feng Yao. Coming to the classroom next to him, Feng Yao looked at the two Chunin, Iruka and Mizuki, who were in charge of the assessment. Mizuki was the first villain in Naruto. He was cruel and jealous, and he was also the book that induced Naruto to steal the seal. The culprit. Please start, classmate Feng Yao. Okay, Mizuki-sensei. After finishing speaking, Feng Yao began to seal, but in fact it was just a pretense. After trying many times, he knew that he could not use any ninjutsu. After several failures, Iruka stopped him. Stop Feng Yao, you fail. If you can't even do the most basic avatar, it's impossible for you to graduate, and then let your parents come to see me. Iruka's voice revealed a strong disappointment. Feng Yao was a student he was very optimistic about before, but he didn't expect to be so neglected in practice during this time. Mizuki on the side also acquiesced. Feng Yao could only respond with a wry smile, but this time it really became the tail of the crane. Not even a clone was worse than the current Naruto, but he glanced at Mizuki before leaving. Back in the classroom, watching the students excitedly discussing the future with each other, he did it alone and leaned against Naruto. Hey, isn't that right, that Feng Yao didn't pass the exam either. Two cranes are sitting together at the back, haha. President Feng Yao and that. Together, sure enough, that guy will only bring bad luck to people. Naruto also looked at Feng Yao's empty forehead, knowing that the other party did not pass the graduation exam, just wanted to speak. The voices of the people around him seemed to block his throat, and he couldn't make any sound. He lowered his head silently, but Feng Yao's voice came from his ears. Come on Naruto, the road ahead will be very exciting. The laughter next to him became louder. Two people who didn't even pass the graduation exam would have a future. Naruto opened his mouth in surprise. His eyes met Feng Yao. The person beside him couldn't see Feng Yao's eyes, but Naruto could see. There was only calm in those eyes, and there was even a deep smile at the corner of his mouth. He also encouraged Naruto. Feng Yao didn't say much, patted Naruto on the back, turned around and left. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. 2 crane tails, reward the lower level medicine, whether to use it now. Use it. As a violent energy was injected into his body, Feng Yao felt that his bones and muscles were constantly shaking. With a few muffled sounds from his body, the strengthening finally came to an end. At this moment, he only felt that his mind and body seemed to be light. The body is also stronger. I don't know if it is an illusion. Feng Yao feels like he has grown a little taller. Well done, worthy of being my child. From now on, we will be ninjas on our own. The outside of the school was crowded with all kinds of people. Parents were praising their children. Only Naruto was still sitting on the familiar swing. And Feng Yao also came to his father's side. His parents still attached great importance to the graduation assessment. I heard that there are only 2 unqualified children, and he is one of them. HMPH, it's normal to be unqualified to mix with that demon fox. Hey, don't talk nonsense here. Feng Yao, what's the matter with you? What's on your mind recently? I think your training is usually pretty good. Feng Yao's father frowned when he saw that his son was not qualified, and sighed inwardly. I'm sorry, father. Feng Yao seriously apologized to the father of this world, not only for his failure to pass the exam, but also for what he has to do next. The father was stunned when he looked at Feng Yao. His son matured much earlier than his peers. Feng Yao never had such an expression in his memory. He patted Feng Yao on the shoulder. Forget it, try your best next time, father believes in you. The swing next to it is empty at the moment, and Naruto has left. At this time, he will meet Mizuki and steal the Book of Seals under the guidance of Mizuki. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to steal the Book of Seals by himself. But not necessarily if the book is taken out by Naruto. Father, I have something to leave you. Take care. After finishing speaking, Feng Yao left with a few jumps. Now he is going to follow Mizuki and Naruto. Chapter 3 Sealed Book. Feng Yao, who came to the corner, monitored Mizuki who was sitting with Naruto on the roof. Mizuki was playing the image of a good teacher. Using and inducing Naruto's desire to graduate, he logically told Naruto the secret of the Book of Seals, but Mizuki said that he could graduate after learning the contents of the Book of Seals, and did not say what the Book of Seals was. Naruto was very happy when he heard the news. At this moment, he felt that Mizuki was a good teacher who really cared about him. However, Naruto was not planning to steal the Book of Seals, but went around to a street, stopped in front of a house, and Feng Yao, who was following behind him, was silent because this was his home. He could probably guess the reason why Naruto came here. Naruto knew that ninjutsu, which can be graduated after learning it, wanted to invite him who failed to graduate with him. Excuse me, is Feng Yao at home? Who? It's your child. He's not at home, so you shouldn't look for him in the future. He didn't graduate this time, so he always played with you and delayed his cultivation. It was Feng Yao's mother who opened the door to receive her. She frowned instinctively when she saw Naruto. She also reminded her children several times not to have too much contact with Naruto. It's a pity that Feng Yao didn't listen. She reminded Naruto this time because she knew that Feng Yao did not pass the graduation exam and was in a bad mood. Hearing this sentence, Naruto's eyes dimmed obviously, and then he cheered up. Then don't bother, Auntie, please wait for Feng Yao to tell him that I have very important news to tell him when he comes back. After bowing, turned around and left, Feng Yao glanced at his mother silently, and continued to follow behind Naruto. Night fell soon, and Naruto was quietly approaching the residence of the 3 generations of Hokage. At this moment, Feng Yao deliberately widened the distance between Naruto and Naruto, because he knew that Mizuki was also following Naruto at this time. Get too close and he will be spotted by Mizuki. Sure enough, when Naruto climbed in from the window, Mizuki also appeared on the roofs of the houses less than 2 distances away, silently monitoring the opposite house. With a seductive technique, Feng Yao knew that the invincible 3 generations of Hokage had fallen. After waiting for half a cup of tea, Naruto climbed out of the window with the sealed book and disappeared into the night. Mizuki also showed a sinister smile that symbolized the villain next to him, and then he went to prepare to notify Iruka. Feng Yao continued to follow while Mizuki left. He wanted to take this opportunity to get the Book of Seals. After Naruto came to the forest, he stopped, then opened the scroll and looked at the ninjutsu inside. It was also here that Naruto learned his first powerful ninjutsu multi-shadow clone. Feng Yao was hiding in the tree to prepare. He took out a large amount of silver needles, and took out a small tube of transparent liquid from another pocket, and put the silver needles into the tube in batches to soak. Of course, this is not poison. It's a strong anesthetic, which can make people lose the ability to move for a short time. Feng Yao didn't want to hurt Naruto, and used a silver needle that wouldn't cause much damage. Then he put on a mask to cover up his identity, and bought it anyway. Same with Kakashi. Naruto was already practicing ninjutsu, and Feng Yao was waiting for the opportunity. When Naruto practiced many times and slumped on the ground, Feng Yao knew that the opportunity was coming. He grabbed the silver needle with both hands and aimed it at the back of Naruto and threw it out with all his strength. Having used the lower-level potion, his accuracy on the target and the strength of the flying needle have improved a lot, and Naruto was the first to notice it. He slapped the ground with both hands, and quickly got up and rolled a few times, causing the silver needles to fail quite a bit, but 2 of them did not stab his shoulders and waist. The strong anesthesia caused him to stand staggered. Who are you and why do you want to? Naruto loudly questioned the masked man in front of him. He didn't even realize that the opposite was his best friend. And Feng Yao came slowly like him, Naruto, who didn't know what the other party meant, because he was afraid of falling to the ground, the anesthetic made him unable to move gradually. He instinctively wanted to escape, grabbed the ground with both hands and dragged himself the body, but he passed out in a few steps, and he only heard the last sentence in the blur. Sorry, Naruto. Feng Yao dragged Naruto under the tree, and took the Book of Seals, which recorded the taboo ninjutsu that other ninja villages were eager to obtain. But Feng Yao was holding it in his hand at the moment, but he didn't feel anything. Instead, he was worried about the next step. First, because of the system, he couldn't practice these ninjutsu at all, and there was no brick to use with this scroll on his back. The second is that because he has done these things today, he will definitely not be able to stay in Konoha, not to mention that he cannot get along with Naruto with a normal mentality. The most important thing is that everything that is happening here is actually under the supervision of the 3 generations of Hokage. And the 3 generations will definitely not tolerate this kind of behavior of their own. Open the Book of Seals. It records the multiple shadow clones, reincarnation, Baman Dunjia, the 4 powerful ninjutsus of mutual detonation charms. These ninjutsus either require a powerful chakra to be released, or the caster needs to pay a huge price to use them, so they are sealed up. It is worth mentioning that most of them it is a ninjutsu invented by the 2nd generation. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of stealing the Book of Seals, and rewarding the host with 10 times the amount of chakra. Please make persistent efforts. Feng Yao felt that a large amount of chakra was pouring out of his body, and this feeling shocked him. Although his current chakra volume is not comparable to Naruto, ghosts and sharks, but it is also much higher than the ordinary Chunin. If it is compared with Kakashi, it will be better than the Chunin. He turned his head to look at Naruto, then looked at the Book of Seals, and suddenly sat down and began to read the book. Host, you are too happy, so your memory is lost. Even if you have learned these ninjutsu, you can't use them unless the system randomly selects such ninjutsu. I know, don't ask more about this. By the way, I have completed the task now, so there will be no problem if this sealed book is left. Feng Yao quickly flipped the scroll and asked, since he has completed the task, he is naturally not interested in this Book of Seals, and if he really takes the Book of Seals, he will not be able to leave Ninja Village. I am afraid that the situation of Naruto and his parents in the village will decline rapidly, and even Naruto will be attacked by some people. Non-vegetation, ruthless practice makes perfect. If it can cause them less trouble, Feng Yao would rather leave the sealed book. Please let the host feel free to do this. Well, then, stay. Taking a deep look at Naruto, who had already fallen asleep, Feng Yao had already memorized half of the Book of Seals. The effect of the potion was amazing. If it was the previous self, it would never have been possible to memorize so many complex ninjutsu in a short period of time. But the potion has improved his learning and memory, as if he has now changed from a scumbag to a scholar, and half a cup of tea has passed. Naruto, where are you? Hurry up and answer me. This was Iruka's voice. Feng Yao quickly cleaned up the scene, pulled out the silver needle, and found that Naruto actually groaned. Such a strong anesthetic. Naruto was almost awake in such a short time. It was the 9 tails strength. Feng Yao thought in his heart, then closed the sealed book, stuffed it into Naruto's arms, and hid in a tree not far away. After Iruka came over, he also saw Naruto sitting under the tree, and he roared as he walked over. Bastard, finally let me find you. After walking in, he found that Naruto had fainted at the moment. He hurriedly ran in front of Naruto to check his situation. Although he was very angry with Naruto's actions, he would also be very angry if Naruto was in danger. Worry. After making sure that he just fainted, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then frowned deeply, thinking about who did this poisonous hand, and why. There were no obvious wounds, and the sealed book was not taken away. Just when Iruka was about to wake up Naruto, a few piercing sounds came, and the speed was too fast. Iruka could only use the back of his body to protect Naruto. Puff, a few kunai stabbed deeply into Iruka's back. The blood instantly stained his back armor, he uttered a cry, and blood left on the corner of his mouth, dripping on Naruto's face, giving Naruto signs that he was about to wake up. Iruka turned his head with difficulty, and saw Mizuki, who had just attacked him with a huge cross-dart shuriken. His eyes were full of shock, and Mizuki was no longer pretending to be a person and showing his true colors. "I didn't expect you to find this place, Iruka." "For, what do you want to do?" "What else can be done, of course, is to get the sealed book." Mizuki scoffed at Iruka's question. He looked at Iruka with a look of extreme disgust, and seemed to disdain talking to him. When he turned his eyes to Naruto, he found that Naruto was in a fainted state at the moment, which also aroused his doubts. Could it be that he fainted while practicing ninjutsu? But as long as the sealed book is there, it will be fine. "So you just stunned Naruto, and it was you who let Naruto steal the Book of Seals, didn't you?" While talking, Iruka pulled out kunai from his back, and blood burst out from the wound. He talked to Mizuki and tried to delay as much as possible to wait for the support of other Konoha ninjas. Now that he is injured and Naruto is in a coma, he is definitely not Mizuki's opponent. "Don't think about procrastinating, Iruka, let me get you on your way quickly." After speaking, he took off the big cross-dart shuriken on his back and prepared to give Iruka a fatal blow. He took off the shuriken and swung it quickly in his right hand, increasing its power. The speed of the shuriken's rotation made the surrounding leaves rustle. "Aim at Iruka's heart and throw it out." This time, Iruka was ready to pick up Naruto next to him and hide to the right. Although he avoided the fatal wound, he was still cut on his left foot by the shuriken and fell to the ground again, but this time Naruto in his arms woke up. "Hey, what's the matter? Where's the masked man? Wow. Iruka-sensei, you left a lot of blood behind." Feng Yao, who was on the side, was relieved to see that Naruto had woken up. If Naruto was really in danger, then he would also help. It was not that he cared about Naruto very much, but that he wanted to be worthy of it. In the heart. If the swords face each other in the future, then he has already paid off his kindness in Konoha. Of course there is nothing to worry about. Seeing Naruto sober, Feng Yao was ready to leave. In fact, everything here is also being monitored by the 3 generations of Hokage. If he slows down, he may not be able to leave. He attacked the 9-tailed Manzuli and peeked at the Book of Seals. There is no good in staying. Fruit to eat. The host triggers the task, defeats Shuimu, and the reward, the opportunity and location of entering the Shibone Forest Holy Land. The slogan, "The first step to become stronger has begun, so don't hurry to grasp it vigorously." The opportunity of the Wet Bone Forest. This point is very exciting to Feng Yao. It is the most mysterious place in the 3 holy places. If you want to use immortality, you must enter the 3 holy places to practice and learn to control natural energy. Feng Yao is having a headache about how to enter the 3 holy places to practice in the next step. He really fell asleep and came to the pillow, but it is not easy to defeat Mizuki. Ninja tools come to fight Mizuki. And Mizuki is a Chunin. It is still very difficult for Feng Yao to defeat Mizuki in his current state, and there is one thing that he is absolutely inferior to Mizuki: he needs to think about tactics. "Naruto, run away with the Book of Seals. Mizuki took advantage of you, go." Naruto was stunned when he heard it. He stayed where he was and didn't know what to do. Next, Mizuki fired a gun and told Naruto that Naruto was a demon fox, which made Naruto's heart suffer a strong blow. It also made Naruto know the reason why he was hated by the villagers. Mizuki threw out the second cross-dart shuriken while Naruto was absent-minded, and Iruka pulled up the dazed Naruto again to escape. Seeing that the 2 big shurikens in Mizuki's hand have been thrown out, Feng Yao is not hesitant. Time is equally precious to him. He first mixed some of his remaining silver needles in the shuriken and aimed at Mizuki and threw it away. But I didn't expect that Shuimu seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and his legs slammed on the tree trunk, dodging all the attacks, and fell to the ground. I just heard Iruka say that Naruto was knocked out, and I knew there were other people here. Seeing how young you are, who are you? Shuimu said playfully to Feng Yao, who was standing on the tree. He seemed to be chatting, but his hand touched the kunai in his pocket. Feng Yao noticed his movement and immediately threw a kunai to interrupt. And rushed towards Mizuki. Looking at the flying kunai, Mizuki was about to dodge the counterattack sideways, but saw the detonating talisman tied to the kunai, and hurriedly retreated. However, the kunai stuck on the ground did not explode, and Mizuki realized that it was just a fake detonating talisman. And Feng Yao has taken the opportunity to get closer to him. You bastard, dare to fool me with a fake one. Mizuki was angry, but Feng Yao didn't reply. His voice was easily recognized by Iruka and Naruto. Mizuki pulled out his kunai and prepared to fight. Feng Yao was close to Mizuki's body. Attack the legs. The boy's stature was not tall at first. After squatting down, Xianju had to lower his body to fight Feng Yao, and he fell behind for a while, but he fought for a few rounds. Mizuki discovered the opponent's weakness. Mizuki found that although the opponent seemed smart and acted decisively, when he was fighting against him, Kobo didn't dare to attack his fatal place. He seemed to be nervous, but after a little thought, he understood the reason. A child who has never experienced a life and death struggle. Yes, although Feng Yao has been a human being in 2 lifetimes, he was born in a peaceful era and he has never killed a chicken. He still darts from a distance or usually practice with his own darts. Not the ninjas who have been on the battlefield and killed people. This is the point where he is not comparable to Mizuki at all. He does not dare to fight for life and death, and he puts forth the courage to put the life and death of the enemy and his own life and death aside. Even holding kunai's hand is a little unstable. Trembling, Feng Yao could only hold on to his own kunai. Mizuki showed a treacherous smile and suddenly changed his moves to fight for his life, completely giving up the defense and attacking Feng Yao's left arm. After hesitating, Mizuki opened his arm and kicked it out. A mouthful of blood flowed out of the black mask. Feng Yao curled up on the ground, his muscles trembling due to the severe pain, and the shoulder injury made him unable to hold kunai steadily. HMPH. Kid, you probably haven't killed anyone yet. An indecisive person like you can't be a ninja. Pay the price for your stupidity. After he finished speaking, he rushed up and was about to give Feng Yao a knife. Suddenly, he seemed to have stepped on something, piercing his own foot, and a sharp pain came from the sole of his foot. Mizuki jumped back and pulled something from his feet. Ah, damn it, caltrop, when is it? Feng Yao got up while vomiting blood. Chunon's Mizuki was still very difficult to deal with. To be honest, even if he could use ninjutsu now, he would not be Mizuki's opponent if he dared to kill. These caltrops were scattered on the ground when he was just kicked out. He once again took out a few kunai and shuriken and threw them at Mizuki. Mizuki backed away again and again, although the caltrops pierced into the soles of his feet and affected his own health. Speed. But Feng Yao's kick just now was not light, and the accuracy of kunai's strength was greatly reduced. Boy, you are dead, how dare you treat me like this? After speaking, he used the substitute technique to exchange the position of the tree that he had prepared in advance. Feng Yao's kunwu was stuck on the root of the tree, while Mizuki jumped into the air and approached Feng Yao to attack from the air. Feng Yao waved the kunwu to the side. Back. After a few back and forth, Mizuki caught the opportunity again. With a blow, Feng Yao struggled a few times but couldn't get up, and Mizuki turned his eyes to Iruka. When I kill this kid first, it will be your turn. Naruto was standing in front of Iruka to protect him at the moment. Naruto recognized that the masked boy was the one who attacked him before, so he didn't go up to help him. Mizuki held Kuwu and slowly walked towards Feng Yao. Suddenly his head started to feel dizzy, and he couldn't even keep his figure. He quickly shook his head, trying to wake up. How could this be? This is anesthesia. How do you do it? Feng Yao watched Xianju, who was shaking constantly on the opposite side, untied his shirt, and there were a few small silver needles, which were the last few left in Feng Yao. He pinned the needles to his clothes with the needles facing out. In this way, Mizuki will be stabbed by silver needles when Mizuki and himself are close to melee. The first kick did not kick the silver needle, and the second kick hit the silver needle for anesthesia prepared by Feng Yao. "You guy, you're really asshole." Mizuki was also decisive. Kulu directly plunged into his thigh, letting the pain keep him awake. Now he doesn't want to kill Feng Yao anymore. He turned his head and said to Naruto savagely, "Naruto, give me the sealed book immediately, or I will kill Iruka." "Sorry, cough. If I can't beat you, I'm very disadvantaged." Feng Yao got up again, and deliberately lowered his voice during the conversation. The hoarse voice could not hide the pain in his body. To be honest, Shuimu would definitely smash Feng Yao into pieces if the conditions allowed. But he not only injured his leg, but also because the anesthesia had to rely on pain to keep his mind clear. He just wanted to get the sealed book and run away, but he didn't expect this person to be madly pestering him, and he didn't know what to do. "What the hell are you trying to do? Not to mention that you are also seriously injured now. Do you really dare to kill me?" "I really don't dare to do it myself, so I can only..." Before Mizuki could hear what he said, Feng Yao threw a shuriken over. Mizuki's speed was very slow now. The anesthesia and leg injury made him need a lot of perseverance to move, but Feng Yao's kunai was obviously slower. But it fell to the bottom of Mizuki's feet. Shuimu Pucci smiled just as he was about to sneer when he saw the detonating talisman at the end of the shuriken. The burning sound could confirm that this time it was true. He understood. Feng Yao knew from the very beginning that he did not dare to kill with his own hands. So in the battle just now, he first confirmed his movement speed with a fake detonating talisman, then used anesthesia and caltrops to greatly reduce his mobility, and then waited for him to finish using the substitute technique to hit the final blow. Now he has no ability to avoid the scope of this detonating charm. Fuck! With a loud bang, Mizuki's body was submerged in the explosion. The power of the detonating talisman was comparable to that of advanced fire ninjutsu, and the price was also very expensive. This detonating talisman cost a full 600 taels, accounting for other half of the ninja. Fortunately, he succeeded. Shuimu turned into coke and fell to the ground. He didn't know if he was dead. Although Feng Yao did it himself, this scene was still a little uncomfortable for Feng Yao, but he had to get used to it. There will be many fights. Feng Yao dragged the injured body, took a last look at Naruto and Konoha and walked away into the depths of the forest. The masked man's eyes made Naruto seem to have discovered something and was just about to stop it. "Forget it, Naruto, stop chasing. We are here waiting for support. Report the situation to Hokage-sama, and this masked boy's methods are extremely insidious, don't be impulsive." Oh, okay, Iruka-sensei. Naruto just helped Iruka to meet other ninjas in Konoha on the way back, and told Mizuki's conspiracy. Everyone saw that the Book of Seals was still in the face. After that, I reported all the situation in front of the 3 generations of Hokage. Since the sealed book is all right, no one is allowed to mention it again in the future. "But, Hokage-sama," the masked Iruka said. The 3rd Hokage stopped him from continuing to speak with his eyes, and dismissed the crowd. Naruto also went back to rest. The 3rd Hokage left Iruka. He took a breath of dry smoke and said meaningfully, "That masked sneak attack on Naruto and defeated Mizuki was your student Feng Yao." "What? This? How is this possible? That child is not like this. I don't know what his purpose is. It is very likely that a spy set up in other villages deliberately approached Naruto, the 9-tailed man, to steal information, but the truth of this matter is still too cruel for Naruto. After all, this child is Naruto's only friend. Don't tell him about it. List Feng Yao is missing." "I know, I will go and tell Feng Yao's parents about this." At this moment, Iruka seemed to have lost his strength. His trusted friend wanted to steal the sealed book, but the proud student was actually an undercover agent from another village. He wanted to approach Naruto. The 3rd generation also sighed silently, and took out a document that had been written with Feng Yao's personal information on it. Feng Yao peeked at the Book of Seals, and had been in contact with Naruto for so long, there must be a plan. As Hokage guarding the village, Feng Yao's behavior has created a threat to the village. Name: Feng Yao. Date of birth, April 21st. Birthplace, Konoha Ninja Village. Nationality, Country of Fire. Occupation, D-Class Rebel. Weight, 45 kilograms. Height, 1.58 meters. Personality, resolute and decisive, calm, cunning like a rabbit. Ninjutsu, suspected unable to use ninjutsu. Weapons used, silver needle, kunai, caltrop, dart. Note, suspected as a latent spy in another country, secretly spying on the secrets of the nine-tailed Manzuli, and peeking at the Book of Seals. This small piece of information shows Fengyao's various physical data, as well as the ninjutsu and props he is good at using. Then a person appeared in the shadow behind the three generations, with a white mask with an animal face on his head. Wearing black shorts and white protective clothing, and carrying a ninja sword behind him. Bring this person back. If you resist, you can deal with it secretly. Be careful of people from other villages. Yes, Hokage-sama. Chapter 4_Anbu Chase. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and killing Shuimu, and rewarding the opportunity and orientation of the Shibone Forest. Congratulations, you are a young man, and you have taken a big step towards becoming stronger. I almost died because of this mission. Where is the location of the Wetbone Forest? What does chance mean? The location of the Wetbone Forest is located in the north, near the seaside of the land, and it takes about 2 months to reach the host at the current speed. The chances that the Wetbone Forest will give the host a chance to test, if the host can slug the slug. If the immortals agree, they can practice immortality there. Quote. How come it's so far? I'm broke now, should I beg for food? That's out of the scope of this system. Hearing the system's reply, Fengyao seemed to feel that the injury on his shoulder was even more painful. But even if you are injured now, you have to run as hard as you can. The entire country of fire can be said to be within the scope of Konoha Ninja Village. As long as you stay here for a day, it is very dangerous. Looking for a town with medical facilities, I did not carry gauze or medical drugs with me, so I could only wrap it up with clothes. It was really helpless to not buy gauze and medicines. It was impossible for him to cover everything, and he was going to leave after stealing the sealed book. The system suddenly issued a task. Dad's system, if I die in Konoha, you have to pay all the responsibility, you have to feel guilty for the rest of your life, so can you conjure up some medicine? This system must solemnly remind me that my name is a limited ninjutsu system. If you die, I will find another host. Please don't worry, and I can't make medical supplies. Now Fengyao doesn't even have the strength to refute. He has been running for 2 hours and is exhausted. I am afraid that he will soon lose too much blood and go into shock. Although I don't know if Konoha sent someone to hunt him down, but he didn't arrive. A safe place is always at ease. Climbing up the hillside, Fengyao finally saw a prosperous town in front of him. The country of fire is the most prosperous country among the 5 countries because of its mild climate and abundant arable land. Can find a town with medical facilities. He didn't rush into the city, but found a small stream, squatted down to wash his face and some blood on his body, and took off only a white shirt. The backpack was all wrapped up, and he dug a hole to hide it with kunwu, and after cleaning up the traces he left behind, he walked towards the town. The streets of the town are very lively. The owners of several restaurants are standing on the streets to attract customers, and there are beautiful geishas who are lovingly hugging the passing pedestrians, but Fengyao has no interest in these now. Bypassing after the lively neighborhood, I finally found an unremarkable medical clinic. After opening the door, he smelled a strong medicinal odor. An old man in his 50s was reading a book wearing presbyopic glasses. When he heard the doorbell, he put down the newspaper and saw that it was a teenage boy dressed in modest clothes, so he stood up again. Newspaper? Asked casually. What's wrong? Have you prescribed medicine before? This kind of hospital is basically an ordinary doctor, who usually helps people in towns to take a look at a small cold or something. Hello Grandpa, I have a stab wound and I want some clean gauze and painkillers. Stab wound? Are you a ninja or a samurai? You're only 12 or 13 years old, right? Hearing that he was injured by a knife, the old man finally put down the newspaper and looked at Feng Yao. None of them. I accidentally injured myself. I was afraid that my family would scold me, so I found a hospital to deal with it. Sit down and let me see. Feng Yao was sitting on the chair. The old man unbuttoned his clothes and looked at the wound on his arm. Although the wound was not long, it was deep, and he could see some bones. The old man frowned and took out the sewing needles and anesthetics from the back cabinet, and a clean gauze. Then help Feng Yao untie his clothes. You're lucky, old man. I will also do the delicate work of suturing wounds, and I will give you anesthesia first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. To avoid the pursuit of Anbu, Konoha dispatched 3 Anbu members to chase the host, and the host needs to persist under the pursuit of the 3 Anbu for 1 day to complete the task. Reward. Directly transfer the host to the wet bone forest and give away a chance to draw a lottery. Quote. Slogan. Boy, you have successfully attracted the attention of the 3 generations of Hokage. Slip away from Anbu's eyelids and slap him in the face. Hold on for 1 day. You really look down on me. Anbu's pursuit speed will probably take less than 2 hours. You let me spend a day with the 3 Konoha elite ninjas. How do you spend it? With other mahjong. Quote. Please calm down, the host. The tasks are issued according to the host's current need to improve strength and the situation they are facing. The host urgently needs to go to the Shizuku forest to study. This task is tailor-made, but Konoha's Anbu is comparable to the Shuimu you encountered. It is difficult to deal with. Please be extra careful with the host. As long as you are caught, the mission will be considered a failure, and it will be directly obliterated. Quote. The system's voice was still not mixed with any emotion, and Feng Yao snorted back. If I get caught, even if I don't obliterate it, I'm still dead. Does it make any difference? Yes, this system is also a person who wants to be embarrassed. If you are not good enough, then I must clear the door. Quote. After knowing the news, Feng Yao stopped the old man who was about to take anesthesia. According to Anbu's investigative ability, he should be able to track him down soon. If he was given anesthesia, it would affect his ability to move. The old man looked puzzled. Grandpa, you don't need to give me anesthesia. I'm allergic to anesthesia, so you can just start it. You actually have this kind of physique, then there's nothing you can do, just bear with yourself. After saying that, he started directly. Feng Yao groaned as soon as he sewed a stitch. It hurts more than he thought. His face twitched. The old man glanced at him and handed him a wooden stick. It is used to prevent biting your tongue during surgery. Feng Yao hurriedly took it, and he bit it when he opened his mouth. The wooden stick creaked, as if it would be bitten off if it couldn't hold it at any time. The old man's suturing technique is okay, the movement is very fast, and the whole process is completed in less than half an hour. Feng Yao spat out the wood, and there were already 2 rows of deep tooth marks on the wood. His head and back were all soaked with sweat, and he had 12 stitches stitched together. He almost fainted from the pain. He breathed a sigh of relief, retracted his arms, and planned to leave here. The old man stopped him suddenly. I haven't given the money yet, a total of 1,020 taels. What? Why is it so expensive? 1,000 taels is for the operation fee, and 20 taels is for you bit my stick, so I have to buy a new one. In fact, let alone 1,000 taels, Feng Yao didn't even have a fraction on his body. He had already finished in Konoha, otherwise he wouldn't be able to beat Shuimu. Cough. Sir, can you take credit? What did you say? Brat, you don't have money for any medical treatment. Don't think about leaving, let your parents pay for it. When the old man heard that he had no money, he blew his beard and stared. It is necessary to detain people, and the wind is bright and the wisdom is born. Hey, Grandpa, you don't know, my mother is suffering from lung cancer, and my father is drinking and beating people all day long. In order to treat my mother's illness, I can only go out to work to earn money. This month's money has been sent home to my mother for treatment. I really can't take it out. Grandpa, do you think this will work? I will write you an IOU, which will be calculated at 10% interest every month. You can give me a period of grace, and I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. Quote. A performance with a burst of acting skills, the pain of life in his eyes and the 2 tears forced out of the corners of his eyes made the old man's attitude a lot easier. It's not just that the parents are here on Earth. Parents. Boy, I think you are quite polite to the old man. Once you trust you, come over and write an IOU. Okay. Feng Yao followed the old man in a frenzy. How could he look like he was just distraught? After writing the IOU, Feng Yao walked out of the hospital and walked towards the north. After walking for about a few hundred meters, he suddenly thought of something, so he buried something in a small alley and went back the same way. At the same time, by the stream outside the town, 3 ninjas with animal masks on their heads found the kunai and the backpack hidden by Feng Yao. These people are Konoha's assassination special forces, Anbu ninjas. He should have briefly dealt with the wound here. The time for burying this thing should not exceed an hour. At this moment, Bakung is in the city. Sneak in quietly. It's inconvenient to do it during the day. Find his position first. If he has an injury, he will definitely find a doctor in the city, start with all the medical clinics, and leave 1 person outside the city to prevent him from running out. The 3 Anbu personnel analyzed Feng Yao's current situation and the next action plan with 1 sentence and 1 sentence, and then scattered into the city. It had only been an hour. Not long after, an Anbu member found the pharmacy where Feng Yao was treating his wounds, and the old man was still sitting in a chair reading a book. Has anyone been here just now, probably in their teens, and injured? The old man looked up and looked like the Anbu member opposite. Although he wore a mask and could not see his face, the old man was also well informed and knew that this was the ninja of Konoha Anbu. Immediately asked solemnly. What's your business with him? Hee, that's what happened. I can't tell you what happened. I hope you can tell me where he went. Although the Anbu ninja was polite, there was already a threat in his tone. The old man raised his head and stared at him, his turbid eyes and the mask looked at each other. After a few minutes, he retracted his gaze. Go north. No way, the old man is just an ordinary doctor, although he doesn't know what happened, but he didn't tell Feng Yao where he left at the first time. Thank you. After that, the Anbu staff turned around and left. At the same time, they also notified another companion to increase the search in the north, but the 2 searched all the stores in the north, but they didn't even see a single person. Damn, did the old man lie to me? The Anbu staff who inquired about the news scolded. Not necessarily, maybe this kid is in a better place to hide. Didn't we bring his belongings in Konoha? Take them out, I'll summon a ninja dog to try. After he finished speaking, he bit his finger, made a mark and slapped it into the ground. With a burst of white mist, a brown ninja dog appeared. The other took out a piece of clothing. The ninja sniffed the clothes that Feng Yao had worn before, barked twice and walked through the street. 2 Anbu personnel followed in secret. After a cup of tea, he came to a small alley, and the ninja dog pulled out a bloody clothes in a corner, which was the clothes Feng Yao used to bandage his left arm buried here. The 2 Anbu couldn't help holding their foreheads, both of them had a headache. It seemed that Feng Yao had indeed walked northward at first, but he should be gone now, and he also left his clothes as a shield. It's true that Feng Yao was like walking north after he came out, but he suddenly thought that if someone found this hospital, the direction of his escape would be exposed, so he walked back halfway and went back. He also learned ninja tracking, knowing that ninja dogs are one of the longest used means of tracking. So there is also a piece of clothing buried nearby. Confused. At this time, 6 hours have passed. HMPH, as long as he doesn't leave the city, he must be somewhere. You and I go out to search separately, and bring a ninja dog to search one area at a time. I don't believe he can grow wings. So I found a bundle of white cloth strips in the noodle shop in the east, a left sock in the bathhouse in the west, and a right sock in the alley in the north. In the northwest. Fuck, This bastard, we've been following the ninja dog for a long time, except for the socks, which are cloth strips. Is this guy naked? The other person is also a little tired. They have searched most of the places, and the ninja dogs are tired, but they still found nothing. Sato, do you think he has left the city? Impossible, there is Tanaka guarding outside. He is a reconnaissance ninja. This guy will never slip away under Tanaka's nose. It's almost night, take a break and look for it. 14 hours have passed, and there are still 10 hours left in the day. So where is Feng Yao? He is actually still in the north. He first put a lot of his own clothes in the south, and northwest, and then went back to the north to find a toilet to hide in, because the ninja dog has a very smart nose. Needs to be masked with stronger flavors. And the toilet is the best option. In order to be more secure, he even made some on oneself system. How long until 24 hours? I'm almost smoked to death. The host can hold on for 8 hours. Damn, today's humiliation in the cesspool will be repaid 100-fold in the future. While talking, his stomach growled. He hadn't eaten for almost a day. He had prepared some dry food, but it was all placed by the stream. I can't go out to get it now. I can only stay here hungry. Host, to be honest, it's actually here. You can, if you don't mind. Get away from me. He didn't expect that the system was still skinned. Anyway, after only 8 hours, he could directly teleport away, and he was really out of danger. The two Anbu ninjas on the other side finally found the clue. I think we may have relied too much on ninja dogs before. What do you mean, Xianju? I was thinking when I was just taking a break. If I were him, what would I do if I knew that the other side would send out a ninja dog? You mean he masked his smell and put some clothes outside to confuse us? Yes, if that's the case, it can explain why the ninja dog has been unable to find him. Where do you think the smell is the strongest in the city and it's easy to cover up the smell? You mean he's in the toilet? That's right Tilda, this guy is more cunning than we thought, but that's the end of his cleverness. We'll search separately. At this moment, 22 hours have passed. After more than an hour, one of the Anbu ninjas, Xianju, finally approached the toilet where Feng Yao was. He was just about to go in and search, when a stick appeared at the door and wanted to sneak up on him. Take the pain away. Feng Yao has finally found you. Go back with us to see Sandemu, or I will execute you on the spot. The moonlight stroke Feng Yao came out. His clothes had been tattered by his death, and in his right hand he held the faucet pipe removed from the toilet as a weapon. It's not like going back as to die, then it's better to execute it on the spot. How about we make a deal? I'll tell you the ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seals. How about you let me go? HMPH, you underestimate the will we carry, little brat. You are the one who must be purged who threatens the village. Feng Yao directly took out the Book of Seals as bait to delay the time, but unfortunately these ninjas were sincere in Konoha and Naruto's own strategy and did not succeed. Oh, I was delusional. Anyway, I was once a member of the village today. Let's fight a fair fight. If I'm injured, you and I will each take 10 steps back and launch an attack. What do you think? What tricks do you want to do? I won't back down, just listen to me and catch it. Although I don't know what Feng Yao wants to do, Xianju, as an elite of Anbu, will not easily fall for it. It's a pity, you still don't do it. Feng Yao suddenly shouted violently, and Xianju was shocked. The information also stated that Feng Yao might be a spy from another village, so it might be reinforcements from the enemy, and quickly turned his head to look. Result: of course nothing. Feng Yao took advantage of this short gap to turn his head and ran away. Xianju immediately noticed that he had been deceived and immediately threw kunai out of his hand, and was evaded by Feng Yao embarrassedly. HMPH, what a cunning fellow. Feng Yao roars in his body while running wildly. Dog system, I'm about to hang up. How long is it? 15 minutes. The system still answered unhurriedly. Feng Yao didn't have time to scold now. His life was just in these 15 minutes. He ran all the way, and was about to reach the north gate of the town, Feng Yao suddenly shouted. Help! Kill someone! Other countries sent ninjas to infiltrate the country of fire, come here soon. What? What's going on? The guards of the town became flustered when they heard it. They cast their eyes and found a young man with a disheveled clothes and a faint smell on his body running towards them. The ninja is indeed behind, but it is a little hard to see in the dark. Feng Yao rushed over and hugged a soldier's thigh directly, wiping his nose and tears. It seemed that it was a miserable one. What's the situation? Who is going to kill you? Who is chasing you? He is a ninja from the land of wind. He lurked in the land of fire and wanted to steal the sealed book. He disguised as Konoha Anbu and was discovered by me to kill me. My companion is already dead. Feng Yao didn't blush when he lied, and a series of smooth words made the soldiers believe it by 5 or 6 points. First, he protected Feng Yao behind him. After Xianju arrived, he stopped when he saw the soldiers protecting Feng Yao. I'm an Anbu member of Konoha Ninja Village. I'm on a secret mission, get out of the way immediately. What evidence do you have? Xianju was stunned by these words. Isn't his clothes and mask proof? And Feng Yao, who was behind, continued to run out of the city while Xianju was stopped, and Xianju was in a hurry. They rushed towards the soldiers who were defending the city. These soldiers saw that Xianju directly acted and really thought that the other party was a ninja from another country, so they blocked it, but how could Xianju be the opponent of the Anbu elite, and they all fell down in a few rounds. At this moment, Feng Yao had run out of the city, and he looked back at the other party, making sure that the other party couldn't catch up with him for a while, showing a winner's smile. Haha, the system still has a few minutes. 2 done, Earth Dragon Bomb. Just after asking, before I heard the answer, I felt a few strong winds coming from the side. This is a ninjutsu that uses chakra to condense into an earth dragon and spit out earth bullets to attack. It was obviously mud that hit him, but Feng Yao felt as if he was hit by an iron ball and was directly knocked out. After rolling for a few laps, he stopped. The one who used ninjutsu to attack him was the one who had been lurking outside the city. The last Anbu ninja. You're very capable, but now go to hell. Saying that, he pulled out the ninja sword behind him and slashed towards Feng Yao. Feng Yao shouted in his heart. Dead system, time is up. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, dodging Anbu's pursuit for a day, and getting a reward. Teleport directly to the Shirkbone Forest, whether to use it now. Of course. Hurry up. A talisman like a psychic appeared under Feng Yao's body. Just as the knife was about to fall on his head, he disappeared into the white smoke with a bang. The knife also hit the ground, and the Anbu ninja widened. Eyes! He didn't see the opposite not just now, but it slipped away under his nose. What's the matter? Did you kill him, Tanaka? Where's the body? No, he suddenly disappeared just now, and I don't know what happened. It seems that he was rescued. Did he get rescued? HMPH, it was indeed a spy sent by another country to Konoha, but unfortunately he was not able to kill him. Let's go back and apologize like Hokage-sama. Xianju was very dissatisfied when he heard it. It was a shame that his 3 Anbu members could chase a kid who was not even a shinobi. After the round with another Anbu member, the 3 rushed back to Konoha, but what these 3 did not know was that they would regret not being able to kill Feng Yao today. Inside the Konoha ninja village. Why, 3 generations of grandfathers, why are you in no hurry when Feng Yao disappears? Teacher Uruka is also, why do you treat Feng Yao like this? Naruto, this matter is very complicated. Feng Yao can be said to have left by himself, you'd better forget him. Naruto clenched his fists, and he had already put on a forehead guard symbolizing Konoha ninja on his forehead, but he was not happy at all, because when he was going to find Feng Yao, he was told that Feng Yao was missing, and everyone seemed to be missing. Deliberately choosing to forget Feng Yao, as if this person never existed, made Naruto unacceptable. When he was about to continue talking. Hokage-sama, we are back. Naruto, please leave first, and go to the post-graduation class placement. Don't think about Feng Yao, he won't be coming back. Naruto slammed the door straight away, and the 3 Anbu ninjas who were in charge of chasing Feng Yao came back. I'm sorry, Naruto-sama, the mission failed and Feng Yao was rescued. I don't know which country's ninja shot, but I can confirm the identity of Feng Yao's spies. I think Feng Yao's parents are also very suspicious. Oh, I didn't expect that even you guys couldn't kill him. That's all. Feng Yao's parents should just be used by ordinary people, collect his information and record it in the handbook carried by the Anbu members. Humans appear as ninjas of enemy nations. Comply. Chapter 5 _ Wet Forest. On the mountain on the border of TNG, a person suddenly fell from the sky, and even hit 2 or 3 branches before falling to the ground. Although it was buffered a little, it can be seen that the injury was not serious. This mountain has always been called the Evil Mountain by nearby people. Some people say that the woods inside are made of white bones. Some people say that this mountain will move. There are different opinions. Many people never come out after entering it. No one dared to come. Quote. The system. Am I here yet? That's right, it was Feng Yao who escaped from the dead just now. I don't know if the system trapped him. He was on the ground when he was teleported, but the landing point after teleportation actually landed on a tree. After so long to escape, plus he didn't eat. Feng Yao was already at the end of his force. He couldn't even grasp the tree trunk, and he fell down and hit several thick branches. It is estimated that his ribs were broken. Host, we have now reached the Wetbone Forest. But now Feng Yao has no strength. After learning the news that he is safe, his head became more and more blurred, and he finally fell into a coma and passed out. After about 2 or 3 hours, a slug with blue stripes on its body actually emerged from the ground. It slowly climbed to Feng Yao's side and looked carefully. How did this human get in? It looks badly injured, but don't die with me. Someone else will come in then. Saying that, it moved its body and climbed onto Feng Yao's body, and then a gentle energy appeared from the little slug's body and injected it into the other party's body. Feng Yao's exhaustion and injuries are quickly recovering. Feng Yao had a dream, a very long dream, that after he became the strongest in the ninja world, he found the earth, returned to China, and lived happily with his parents. Wow, phew, did I faint? Feng Yao woke up from the dream, and there seemed to be tears in the corners of his eyes. He looked around and was surprised to find that his injuries and fatigue had disappeared, but it brought huge side effects. That's right, he is hungry. Before I was fleeing, my spirit collapsed and I had no time to take care of it. Now, after a good night's sleep, my injury has healed, and now my stomach is like thunder, reminding myself that it is time to eat. Yes, the host passed out for 8 hours, and a slug healed you. After Feng Yao heard it, he looked around and saw that there were no slugs, but he couldn't control it so much now, he had to fill his stomach first. He got up from the ground and walked to the depths of the woods. On the way, he saw something edible, regardless of whether it was clean or not, and shoved it directly into his mouth. Vegetable leaves, lettuce, lily. This human is really, I saved him and even robbed me of food. At this moment, Feng Yao still doesn't know that he has been quietly criticized by the slug fairy, and he is still feasting on it, while looking for the footprints of the slug fairy. System, I have another chance to draw a lottery after completing my mission. What can I win? While chewing the food in his mouth, Feng Yao asked in his heart. To be honest, the system limited the settings of ninjutsu, so he shouldn't draw ninjutsu or the like for himself. The comparison system can be directly put into your own hands. The lottery system allows the host to obtain abilities or props from other worlds, which may be a super kill or a toothbrush. The system's dispassionate words continued to be conveyed to Feng Yao, and he choked on his angry mouth. The lottery has always been the self of the African Emirates, and playing the game lottery in Huaxia has always been a guarantee. In the lottery draw in Hokage, the system gave immortality, and the result was completely unusable. The system gave the drawing tasks, all kinds of wonderful, leapfrog challenges. Feng Yao has been afraid of the draw. I feel like I don't need to smoke, you probably give me a toothbrush. Feng Yao said angrily. Okay, then give the host a toothbrush. Don't, I'm joking, smoke, must smoke. Feng Yao's face changes faster than turning over a book. Although he doesn't know what he can smoke, people always have dreams. Otherwise, what is the difference with salted fish? Okay, start extracting rewards from myriad realms for the host. Feng Yao swallowed nervously, and within 2 minutes he heard the sound of the system coming. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th form of the Navy, whether to study. 6th Naval Style. This is a physical technique, can I use it after learning it? After seeing the system's pitiful urination, now Feng Yao is afraid. The spear, lanyard, shaving, paper painting, moon step, and iron block are collectively called the 6 styles in one piece, and they are also physical skills, which are physical skills that exceed the limits of human physical ability. Quote. Please rest assured, host, this system is limited to ninjutsu and taijutsu in Naruto world. The taijutsu drawn in the lottery is not in this world, so it can be used. Hearing this, Feng Yao breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. Learn, why not learn? A large amount of knowledge poured into his mind, which made him have some headaches, but after a short time, Feng Yao found that he had learned the 6 naval styles and could use them freely. Crap system, give this to me sooner, why am I being beaten so badly? If the host can't even deal with the previous situation, then the host can only be a mediocre person. Even if a mediocre person is assisted by this system, it is impossible to become a child of destiny beyond this world. Hearing this, Feng Yao was silent. Indeed, his own strength is not even a fart in front of the protagonists who can be called open in the later stage. If he does not grow up as soon as possible, he can only watch their backs. Moonstep. Feng Yao instantly exploded with leg strength and moved at high speed. This was a physical technique that could increase the movement speed and change the trajectory when falling in the air. With it, Feng Yao searched for the location of the wet bone forest on the mountain. Just after running for about half an hour, at the half-waist of the mountain, Feng Yao found a bamboo forest. No, it should be said to be a bone forest. Except for a few scattered bamboos, there were huge bones standing on the ground. There are many animal bones. A huge bone monument reads, Wet Bone Forest. The bones here are pure white and can be said to be very clean, but Feng Yao still shudders when he sees it. He walked in, but there were no slugs in the wet bone forest, he asked curiously. System, didn't you just see where the slug that healed me went? It's integrated into the ground, so I don't know. Silently complaining about the irresponsible system, Feng Yao can only think of a way. Senior Slug, I am the ninja Feng Yao from Konoha. I know that you saved me. Can you come out and let me personally thank you for your life-saving grace? The voice echoed in the forest, but no one answered. Feng Yao could only sit on the spot and continue to study the 6 naval styles while waiting. It's been a long time. Since you're all right, leave quickly. This is not the place you should be, so don't talk nonsense when you go out. A voice came from all directions. The voice sounded very gentle, but it was an expulsion order. All wipe, didn't the system say that I have a chance? People are going to chase people out, you can't rely on it to the end. The host is calm, and the chance must be won by yourself. This medical technique is given to you, and it is up to you to fight for it yourself. There was suddenly something heavy in Feng Yao's arms. He took it out and read, The Great Book of Oriental Medicine. This made Feng Yao's face full of confusion. What do you mean? Slug Immortal is good at medical ninjutsu and recovery. This great book of medicine is the crystallization of thousands of years in China, and it has an unimaginable allure for those who understand medical treatment. When I heard Feng Yao, I understood that the slug fairy never appeared in Hokage at all, and there was very little understanding of it, but the ability of the slug among the 3 psychic beasts was indeed mainly medical. Lord Slug, I know that you have always been proficient in medical techniques. I have a medical book here. It is the crystallization of a powerful country that has been condensed for thousands of years. I would like to make a deal with you. After saying this, The ground ahead suddenly kept squirming, and finally a slug the size of an adult appeared. Medical books that have been passed down for thousands of years. I remember that there are no countries in the world that have been passed down for thousands of years. Seeing that people had come out, Feng Yao smiled slightly. Coming out meant hope, and he handed over the book. Lord Slug can tell at a glance. The slug took the book with its soft and sticky body, and read a few pages in a tentative manner. Hey, can you do this without medical ninjutsu? It's still possible. Does this herb exist in this world? Seeing that Slug Immortal seemed to be fascinated by the Oriental medicine classic, Feng Yao coughed lightly, and then grabbed it back from Slug's hand in a hurry, which was quite laborious. Show me it. Lord Slug, this book was originally intended for you, but I have a small request. I hope to learn the Shibone Forest Immortal technique and become an immortal. Feng Yao dangled the book in front of the slug and then made his request maliciously. The slug was stunned when he heard it. Feng Yao frowned. Why, can't you? Then this book can only. Hey, it's not impossible, but it's very dangerous to learn immortality. Your chakra is obviously not enough, and it will be directly assimilated by nature. Hearing that Feng Yao petrified here, yes, he did improve his chakra with the help of the system, but it is true that the chakra still does not even have half of Naruto's, and now he can't withstand the impact of natural energy, just in when he was in a dilemma. Congratulations to the host for triggering the time-limited reward quest, and giving the host a reward in advance. Triple chakra, task requirements, learn the fairy mode within a week. Slogan. As someone who can fight against the protagonist, how can you be underestimated by a slug? There is such a good thing. Are you still the system I know? Shouldn't it be replaced? When the host is questioned, it is equivalent to questioning the system. Please complete the task as soon as possible. After talking about the surge in chakra in Feng Yao's body, the minimum requirements for cultivating the immortal mode have been reached in a blink of an eye. Faced with questioning eyes. Ahem, in fact, I just hid my strength, and now is my real chakra volume. I think it should meet the requirements of cultivating the immortal mode. Well, that's true, but I have to remind you that cultivating the immortal mode is very dangerous. Do you really want to do this? Well, I'm sure, please Sir Slug. As he said that, he handed over the book first, and the slug saw that Feng Yao was so sensible and took it directly, and led Feng Yao into the wet bone forest, talking while walking. Since you want to learn to practice immortal mode, do you know what immortal art is? Feng Yao listened to the slugs asking Feng Yao's fluent question and answer. The so-called immortality is to absorb natural energy and create immortal chakra in a certain proportion, which can greatly improve your ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion, right? Yes. The best way for newbies who want to feel the natural energy of my shitbone forest is to maintain absolute silence in a certain environment, stop their own activities and reconcile with nature. I will take you to my shibone forest's holy land, where the natural energy is most abundant. Quote. After walking with the slug for about half a cup of tea, I finally came to a round building made of various bones, which was a little cautious from the outside. Here are the bones of some powerful psychic beasts that I built after I defeated them. I can prevent all interference from foreign objects in it, and neither light nor sound can be transmitted in, so that you can feel the natural energy. Thank you Slug-sama, can I try it now? Feng Yao can't wait now. On the one hand, he really wants to master the immortal mode, and on the other hand, he doesn't have much time. After getting Slug's permission, Feng Yao entered the house. After entering the inside and closing the door, Feng Yao's first feeling is silence, absolute silence. In this confined space where you can't see your fingers, you can clearly feel the flow of blood, the beating of your heart, and the sound of exhalation in the dark. Will be infinitely magnified. Feng Yao first crawled and sat down. At this moment, his hands were faintly sweating. In this completely silent room, it was a great psychological torture. He tried to feel it. But within a few minutes he was so agitated by his strong heartbeat and breathing that he even wanted to take out his heart and twist his throat so that they wouldn't make any noise. Just when Feng Yao was about to collapse, the door opened. Light came in. Who, Lord Slug. At this time, Feng Yao's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and the whole person was as if he had just been fished out of the water. Oh, come out first, this kind of thing doesn't happen overnight. The slug helped Feng Yao out. To be honest, Feng Yao's own temperament was very good, and his mental ability was definitely first class. It can be seen from his previous battles that he was able to deal with it calmly, but in this room, it will collapse in a short time, and it is even worse for ordinary people or those in a bad mood. In addition to the ingenious setting of the house itself, in fact, it has also added techniques that are easy to make people anxious. Only in this situation can maintain the peace of mind, the mental stability can feel the natural energy in the wet bone forest. This is the cultivation method of the Shibone Forest Immortal Mode. Feng Yao was helped out and sat down and asked the slug fairy next to him. Lord Slug, how long have I been in there just now? When he was in the house, Feng Yao couldn't even tell the difference directly, and couldn't feel any flow of time, so he didn't know how long he had been there. About 10 minutes, which is good and even more than I expected. It seems you have more talent than I thought. Only 10 minutes. How do I feel that after a century? How long does it take to feel the natural energy? In my reckoning, you're going to be in the house for a day while you stay awake. Hearing this news, Feng Yao stood up directly and rushed into the house without looking back. What are you kidding me for a day? I only have a week in total, and now I only insist on 10 minutes. If you don't try your best, you will lose your life. The slug watched Feng Yao's figure rush into the house, and after 10 minutes, he entered and pulled Feng Yao out. How, isn't it? It took a long time. Feng Yao is still the same embarrassed look just now. About 10 seconds more. So Feng Yao rested for a few minutes and got in again. Just like that, over and over again. Come on, you can last for 20 minutes. The slug said to Feng Yao, whose eyes were bloodshot, while biting the vegetable leaf. It's been almost an hour now. Have you practiced the immortal mode before? The slug kept mucus in its mouth and asked Feng Yao, who was resting on the ground. Are you transformed from a psychic beast? It only took 2 days to spend 3 hours in the bone house. The slug complained while dragging Feng Yao out. This has greatly exceeded the slug immortal's expectations. It is already evening. Feng Yao's spirit is very tired at the moment. He has been practicing for a long time in the past 2 days. He only slept for an hour at night, and even the dark circles under his eyes are suffocated. Why are you fighting so hard? If you don't practice well, you won't die. Only if you practice like this will you really die. Slug handed over a handful of vegetable leaves, and Feng Yao responded silently in his heart. If he didn't practice well, he would really die. It is impossible to complete it in a week at your own pace. Damn, the system, I knew you didn't have a good heart. Thinking about harming Lao Su all day long. I said you were so good. You suddenly gave me a chakra boost. I don't care, give me an extension of time. The host seems to be talking in a dream again. The tasks of this system have always been the same. If the host can't complete it, I can only do things according to the rules. I know, don't you just kill it. You can't have something fresh. So Feng Yao could only ask the slug immortal for help. Lord Slug, I don't have much time. Ask me if there is any shortcut that can let me go or speed up my practice. The slug frowned upon hearing this. To be honest, it originally just wanted Feng Yao to give it a try and let the other party retreat, but seeing that Feng Yao was so talented and so hardworking, it really wanted to put Lin Xian with wet bones. The technique was passed on to him. I don't want to let the other party take shortcuts, because the danger is great. You'd better take it slowly. If you take shortcuts, your danger is 10 times greater than now. With your talent, you may be able to master the fairy mode in less than a month, so why rush for a while? Slug persuaded earnestly. Feng Yao smiled bitterly. He knew that the other party was for his own good, but he really had difficulties. Lord Slug, please, I must speed up my cultivation. I don't know how to describe it to you. In short, this is life-threatening. Quote. Is it really that serious? Then just wait. The slug pondered for a while and seemed to have made a decision. Suddenly, the entire wet bone forest did not. It should be said that the entire mountain began to shake violently. Countless gravel and soil fell. A slug that seemed to be magnified countless times climbed out of the mountain. To be more precise, the whole mountain is built on this slug, and this super large slug is the body of the slug fairy. The other ones, including Tsunade and Sakura, were only partial clones of the slug fairy. Feng Yao could really feel the power of the fairy, and the natural energy in his gestures could actually drag the mountain up. Feng Yao, come here and come to my head. The slug fairy spoke again, and the slug fairy of the body made people feel that they were irresistible, and Feng Yao obediently ran to the front. The slug immortal suddenly spit out a mouthful of mucus on the ground, but it doesn't look corrosive. This is the mucus in my body. Unlike ordinary mucus, they are all part of my body that is responsible for absorbing and condensing natural energy. After you apply it on your body, you can feel and gather natural energy to try to control it. Quote. Slime, is that so? Thank you Slug-sama. To be honest, Feng Yao is still a little bit conflicted about this slime, but for the mission, in order to turn on the fairy mode, he worked hard. After Feng Yao collected the mucus, he immediately flew back to the bone house, but this time the slug fairy sent a clone to follow along. In order to prevent Feng Yao from being assimilated by natural energy, it will absorb natural energy when necessary. After trying to apply the mucus for the first time, Feng Yao felt that there was indeed a strong external energy around the body, and it was integrated into his body under the guidance. Feng Yao quickly urged his own spiritual energy and physical energy to cooperate to merge this energy. The natural energy of the outside world, but it was swept away as soon as it came down, and the whole body was flooded with a large amount of natural energy. The eyes became smaller, 2 flesh balls drilled out of the head, and the body seemed to shrink a little, and a slug on the side jumped onto his body and wriggled to absorb the natural energy in Feng Yao's body. Feng Yao gradually returned to normal again, touched the skin that had been sucked red by the slug fairy, and suddenly thought of something. Lord Slug, I will absorb the natural energy first, and then you can absorb a part of it. Don't absorb it all, let me try to fuse the rest of the natural energy. Well this method is also feasible for you, try it. One person and one slug stayed in this dark room for 3 days and 3 nights. Except for occasionally going out to rest and eat, he didn't even rest. I feel like I'm on the verge of success, and the fusion of natural energy was just a little off. Well, I didn't expect you to master it in such a short period of time. It would be great if the Lord I contracted with could be as talented as you. Oh, what's wrong with her? The first time she entered the bone house, she was agitated and went berserk within a minute. She broke my bone house and ran out. Slug Immortal said that the 8 achievements are Tsunade. Although Tsunade is a medical ninja, she is an unscrupulous woman in character and has a hot temper. It is undoubtedly a huge torture for her to stay in this quiet environment. It's no wonder that she didn't practice the immortal mode of Shibone Forest. On the 6th day of entering the bone house for cultivation, a vague and powerful aura came from the bone house. With a bang, the door burst open, and a figure smashed the huge bones erected in the distance with a fist. A boy with white hair, light blue eyeshadow in the corners of his eyes, and cherry red eyes stood on the boulder. It is Feng Yao who enters the fairy mode. His immortal mode changed his appearance greatly, his eyes, eyeshadow and even his hair turned white. After entering the immortal mode, Feng Yao only felt that his whole body was full of power and had nowhere to vent, so he ran out and released it. Looking at the blow in front of Feng Yao was very satisfied. What have you done? Won't you open the door properly, my bone house? Feng Yao instantly collapsed when he heard the mighty momentum just now. Cough cough. Don't be angry, Slug-sama, don't be angry, I'll fix it for you. Isn't it too exciting just now? After listening to the apology, the slug fairy's face improved a lot, but it was not really angry, and it was very happy to see that Feng Yao could master the fairy mode of Shibone Forest. Feng Yao sat on the ground and patiently felt his ability in immortal mode. In this state, he was extremely mentally strong, and it could be said that complicated matters or extreme situations would not make him feel anxious. At the same time, the natural energy in the immortal state improves his physical activity, as well as agility and defense, and he can also use the natural energy to improve his perception range. Now he can perceive the body of the slug immortal under his feet, but he was completely unable to do it before. The most important thing is the process of condensing natural energy. The immortal mode of Miaomu Mountain will stand still for a period of time to condense natural energy, while the immortal mode of Shibone Forest will take longer to condense, according to the slug immortal. Will shorten this time. But the advantage is that it lasts for a long time. Miao Mushin's immortal mode can last for about 5 minutes. Naruto relies on shadow clones to condense chakra and the battery life is not bad, but his immortal mode can last at least 20 minutes. At this point, the continuous combat capability of the Shibone Forest immortal mode can be said to be far ahead. And I can finally feel the power of the system once. When I use chakra, the chakra will change in nature according to the magic that I want to use. Now I have mastered and used all the magic that has appeared in Hokage. He opened the seal with both hands. Immortal Fa Yin Escape Thunder School. This is one of the yin and yang escape techniques in Hokage. With the blessing of the fairy chakra, it can exert more terrifying power, and both hands can release black lightning to attack the enemy. The black lightning smashed the few giant bones around, and even the slug immortal behind couldn't help but secretly sighed at the power of this magic. After trying one trick, Feng Yao was not satisfied, and he still wanted to try other immortal arts. Immortal White Magic. Feng Yao's stomach bulged, and an illusory long dragon spewed out of his mouth. A bead was held in the dragon's claws. The dragon ball emitted strong light and burst. This technique could deprive others of their 5 senses and damage others' hearing and vision through vibration. As soon as he used it up, Feng Yao found out that he was being used by his own magic. Blind. Fortunately, the cornea was only slightly injured, and the slug fairy can help him heal. While disabling the immortal mode, he sat down obediently and let the slug immortal treat him while cursing inwardly. Your system is still 9 yuan and 9 free shipping. Immortal arts are indistinguishable from me. This is what the host's stupidity has to do with this system. This kind of magic requires the interpreter to have certain conditions, and this system only allows you to use all magic, and will not help you reduce side effects. Feng Yao was speechless. He was really overjoyed just now. This fairy art used the snake's cornea to cover the strong light when he was using it. And how can I have the cornea of a snake? Then you didn't remind me sooner. I thought the host realized that. Sorry, I still overestimated your IQ. The system's rude tone made Feng Yao's anger not light. Fortunately, he succeeded, and he finally had the means and strength to save his life in this ninja world. Chapter 6_2 Tasks Conquer and Never Cut. In the next period of time, Feng Yao spent a relatively comfortable time in the Shibone Forest, complaining about the system every day and continuing to familiarize himself with the use of the immortal mode. You can also listen to the slug fairy talking about the various insights of the Great Book of Oriental Medicine. He also established a certain friendship with the slug fairy. Originally, the slug wanted to make a blood contract with Feng Yao. However, Feng Yao politely rejected it. Even if he has a pit system, he can't use psychics at all even if he has made a contract. Host, I seem to have heard you insulting the system just now. Cough, how come? I'm complimenting you. The system was silent for a while, and Feng Yao suddenly had an ominous premonition. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Revenge Konoha, it takes half a year. Task requirements. As Konoha rebel, you need to retaliate against Konoha within the specified time, and reward according to the degree of damage to Konoha. Slogan. If you have revenge, you will be repaid. Go and become an avenger, boy. You're crazy, avenging your personal revenge. You just came up with this mission. This slogan is obviously aimed at me, and you even attacked Konoha. Do you think I'm pain? I just ignore you. Feng Yao is also hard-hearted this time, and he is bound to fight to the end with this pitiful system. He is also an immortal now, so how can a man live in a melancholy manner for a long time? Congratulations to the host for triggering the task again. Forming a force, task requirements. A powerful traverser not only needs personal strength, but also needs to have his own subordinates. Please gather 3 masters with strength at Shengnan or above for your own use. Time for half a year task reward. Zuyuan. Slogan. Start your own legend in this mighty world, boy. Quote. System bro, I'm wrong, can't I? Please host as soon as possible to complete the task, otherwise it will be directly obliterated. The voice of the system has returned to its former ruthlessness. Feng Yao is really dumb eating Wonglian, and he can't tell the pain. Now he continues to complain, for fear that the system will give him another task, and he has to gather the strength of the ninja himself. Go to the major ninja villages to dig people. I said the system, I can understand your task, but the reward is too casual. Anyway, I have to win over 3 Xianju, so you can give me something to break the Yandan. The host will be the commander of a party in the future. If it is too ugly, it will be laughed at by others. This Yan Dan is a necessity. I feel like you are insulting me, but I have no proof. When the two were chatting with each other, the slug fairy came over to deliver food to him. He saw the slug fairy suddenly had a bold idea. He walked over and held the small slug fairy in his hand. Lord Slug, I want to ask you one thing. What's the matter? Did you get hurt again while practicing immortality? Cough, let's not mention this matter for the time being. I want to form a faction myself, and I want to invite you to be the first to join. Feng Yao said in a serious tone, the slug immortal definitely surpassed the existence of Shengnan in terms of strength, and has lived for thousands of years not only with strong strength, but also with rich experience. Hey, join your force. But why not just make a blood contract with me, so that I can also help you when you need it? Ah, this is actually a bit complicated. I can't sign a contract, and I want you to be named after joining my force. You don't need to do anything. That's right, you really are the strangest ninja I've ever seen. If that's the case, then I agree. Yes, the first Jonin got it, so it doesn't seem to be very difficult at first glance. But you have to think about where the next 2 Johns go, and as for revenge on Konoha, you have to take a long-term plan, because Feng Yao and I don't want to be too extreme. My parents live in Konoha. System, how much damage is this first mission passable? At least 10%. This data is still acceptable. After all, he was chased and killed by the 3 Anbu people for a day, so a little revenge is not too much. Feng Yao thought about the time spent in the Naruto world now, and suddenly thought that there was a place where he might be able to gather 2 other ninjas with strength. But it is still far away from here, and I need to leave as soon as possible. The next day, Feng Yao said goodbye to the slug fairy who had lived with him for more than a week. Then I started to hurry in the state of the immortal mode, and it was very fast to cooperate with the moon step. On the way, I passed the country of Tien. This is a small country bordering Konoha. Originally, there were no ninjas, but later, Orochimaru bribed the daimyo of Tianjiguo to establish Yinan village here, which became the base of Orochimaru. Originally, Feng Yao also thought about whether he could take Orochimaru as his subordinate, but after thinking about it carefully, it's okay, Orochimaru is too dangerous. Now he not only has 5 people under his command, but also masters the taboo ninjutsu of reincarnation from the dirty earth, and he is a ninja comparable to the shadow level. The minute was made into a specimen by Orochimaru. After a few days, Feng Yao came to a small road and hid quietly first. This is the only way to go to the country of waves. What Feng Yao is looking for this time is Wuyin Village's traitorous ninja Peach Land Sabuzai. This person is definitely at the level of Shengnan in terms of strength. With the addition of a water without moonbai, Bai can not only make a seal with one hand, but also the owner of the Shuiji boundary. No matter how much he doesn't kill Zhang, he may not even be able to beat him. From the time point of view, I should have come early. At this moment, Kakashi's team and Zaibusion have not met. Feng Yao could only rest on the tree for a while. The mission this time is to kill the bridge builder Dasna. I heard that he hired Konoha's ninja to protect him. Well, what kind of ninja can that poor country hire? The two ninjas who spoke were wearing forehead guards that symbolize the ninjas of the village of Hokage, and they looked gloomy with masks on their heads. This should be the two Chunin of the first wave of assassination Kakashi squad, known as Ghost Brothers. They arrived at the ambush one step ahead of schedule and are preparing to wait for the rabbit. You two, could you please do me a favor? Who? The two Hokage village ninjas hurriedly took up a fighting stance when they heard someone nearby, and one of them threw a kunai at the place where the sound came from. But it was obviously ineffective. Feng Yao used the moon step to dodge and fell directly in front of the two of them. The two Ghost Brothers are good at combined assassination. They were not surprised when they saw Feng Yao being close to him. They pulled the chain ninja on their arms and planned to kill Feng Yao directly. And Feng Yao was not in a hurry, and softly spit out two words from his mouth. Iron block. This is a defensive technique in the 6 forms. Drumming strength into a lean body can make his body as hard as steel, and the chains can't help him at all. After opening the iron block, he directly grabbed the iron chain all over his body and pulled it hard, and the two of them were suddenly unable to stabilize their bodies, and they just wanted to break free. But how could Feng Yao do what they wished, and threw the two of them out one by one and hit the big tree next to them? He walked slowly to the two of them. Don't get excited, I just have something to ask you guys. Water escape mist shadow technique. The Ghost Brother saw that the other party was not something he could deal with, and immediately used the technique of fog and shadow to retreat. However, looking at the thick fog in front of Feng Yao, it seemed that he was not affected by the thick fog at all, so he rushed directly into the fog and kicked the two brothers to the ground one by one. Because Feng Yao's perception ability has been greatly improved after cultivating the fairy mode in Shibone Forest, even if the fairy mode is not turned on, the position of the Ghost Brother can be locked in the fog. He picked up a mist ninja in one hand. I want to ask you one thing, and the answer is that you can live. You are the ninja that Konoha is responsible for protecting Dasna. I didn't expect Dasna to hire a ninja of your level, but I won't tell you anything. While struggling, the mist ninja looked at Feng Yao with a malicious look in his eyes. Well, then you're going to die. After speaking, he cut one of them in half directly. Lanjiao is also one of the 6-foot skills, but it does not damage the enemy by kicking. Instead, it attacks the enemy with a vacuum slash created by high-speed kicks. This is Feng Yao's first time to kill someone who has experienced life and death several times, but he is no longer the weak man who would tremble when he takes Kuwu. He must be ruthless in dealing with such desperados, so as to make them feel afraid. You don't kill me, I said. What do you want to know? The other one seemed to be terrified when he saw the tragic death of his companion, as if he was willing to explain everything. It'd be better if I did this earlier. I want to know where the peach land is not cut. You are his subordinates, right? Yes, he can be reached by the middle road a few kilometers north, and I can take you there, as long as you don't kill me. Feng Yao looked at the north. Like Bei, you don't have to take me there, because I don't believe you. After speaking, without waiting for the other party's reaction, he directly cut open the other party's chest with another kick and sent the brother to the road. Although the man's eyes seemed to be panicky, he looked at his companion's body several times while speaking, and there were some small movements behind him. You don't keep credit. The man kept spitting blood in his mouth, and after a few seconds he swallowed, and Feng Yao walked over and turned his body over. He was holding a detonating talisman in his backhand, and he should have wanted to die together when Feng Yao was distracted, but he didn't expect Feng Yao to act directly after hearing the news, and he didn't have time to drive. How does the host feel about killing the first time? The world of ninjas is really cruel. As long as it is determined to be the enemy, I will fight with the determination to die, but this is also the case with me now. It's best for the host to think so. If you are relentless and don't dare to kill, then you will not be able to complete the next task of this system. You're too embarrassed to say that Wei Wei is a stupid task, so you can't be professional. After speaking, he cleaned up the scene, took away all the equipment of the two, and disposed of the two's corpses in a hasty manner before looking for them and not cutting them. At the same time, Kakashi's team was also coming here, but the ghost brothers have been killed, so Naruto and the others will not meet. Feng Yao came to a wooden house that looked like a spinning top. This was the base of Zaibujian. The news that the ghost brother told him was actually correct. Dealing with Zaibujian could not be as casual as that of the ghost brother. So Feng Yao first turned on the fairy mode not far from the house, and the white hair and blue eye shadow appeared again. In the fairy mode, the sense of wind and glory is even stronger than before, and he can even detect the specific number of people in the house. He first quietly climbed the roof of the house to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. If you don't kill Mr. It seems that the client of this mission needs to take precautions. That Cardo heard that he often hires Renren to do things, but after finishing it, he secretly started to deal with Renren. Humph, who does he think I am? This uncle, but the dignified Misty Ghost won't cut the peach land again. If he dares to play tricks with me, I will directly break his dog's head. The voice was a conversation between Zaibujian and Shiro. This time their client was Cardo, one of the world's richest men, but unfortunately it was Kakashi's team. The assassination mission of Zaibujian still failed. As rebels, they were drifting around, and Feng Yao wanted to take these two for his own use. Just as he was about to enter, a chill suddenly appeared from behind, and a tall beheading knife with two people fell on the place where he was lying. Very keen. No wonder the ghost brother will be defeated by you. Who are you? How do you know? Huh. Looks like I'm still being put together by those two guys. People who go out to perform human tasks will also consider the situation of being captured alive. The ghost brothers are not lying to you, but there are ninja tools to monitor the road in the middle. If I didn't know in advance, it would be really difficult for me to find you. Seeing that the peach field covered with cloth strips will not be cut, Feng Yao is more and more satisfied with his future subordinate. The one in the room is just a water body to confuse himself, and he himself uses the silent killing technique to kill himself with one blow, but unfortunately he failed. I came here with no ill will. My name is Feng Yao. I came here to sincerely invite you to join my forces. Ha ha ha, from what you look like, you're just a brat with no hair. I also want Teodi, one of the 7 dignified ghost swordsmen, to stop beheading the uncle to serve you. After listening to Feng Yao's words, Bi Yuzan laughed angrily, raised his hand and waved the beheading knife on his hand to chop at Feng Yao. However, Feng Yao's strength in the immortal state was several times higher than before, and he directly caught the beheading sword with one hand. At the same time, the finger gun of the 6 types is used. Using the 6 types in the immortal state can greatly increase their power. This is to gather the whole body's strength on the index finger, and use the hardened finger to strike with an electric flint, and the power can be easily throughout the human body. Feng Yao stabbed the beheading sword that he was holding with his fingers, and the blade broke immediately. If I didn't cut it, I saw that the beheading sword that had made countless great achievements for myself could not even pick up the opponent's finger. I was shocked by the power of this body art, and when I stepped on my feet, I started to step back. Water escape mist hidden technique. The fog hidden technique of Zaibuji is obviously much stronger than that of the ghost brothers, and the thick fog obscured his sight in just a moment. But Zaibujian was not trying to escape, but looking for opportunities in the fog, but Feng Yao didn't have time to spend it with the other party, and his time for immortalization was limited. Immortal reincarnation. This is a kind of ninjutsu that can give life to inorganic objects and control them. The stones on the ground suddenly twisted and changed their shape, and pierced into the dense fog rapidly. A strong smell of blood spread from the fog. Don't behead Mr. Bai, who was on the side, burst out with a strong killing intent in his eyes at the moment, rushing directly towards Feng Yao, and the silver needle in his hand was quickly thrown out, and every place was a key point. But they were all avoided by Feng Yao with a moon step. At this time, Bai seemed to have lost his mind and rushed over to directly fight with Feng Yao, without even using the blood-based limit. The result was, of course, a direct payment. Feng Yao used an iron block to improve his body's defense. He took Bai's blow and locked his neck with his backhand. I didn't kill him, and I can't guarantee it if you're messing around. The thick fog gradually dissipated, and his hands and left foot were deeply pierced by the stone pillars transformed by inorganic reincarnation, making him unable to move, but his eyes were full of killing intent. You've already lost. Don't cut it. Think carefully about what I just suggested. Humph. Then you just kill me. I won't let you drive me. Oh, are you sure? Said that Feng Yao's right hand was more forceful. Bai's breathing began to be difficult. You don't want to threaten me with White. He is just a tool for me. If I die, he will be worthless. Do you think I will agree to your conditions for him? That's right. I'm sorry. Don't cut, mister. Hey, your subordinate is so loyal to you. Why don't you think about it? He just rushed to me desperately for you. Even to save your life. Don't you think it's too cruel to do this? The relationship between Bai and Zaibuzhen is very clear. Zaibuzhen is ruthless but not heartless. He has left tears for Bai. In addition to this wave of his own that is comparable to Naruto's mouth escape, he thinks about this in his heart. Calculated. Ninja is a tool, to put it bluntly. What I see is only his bloodline, not him. Kill it if you want. Your reaction is wrong. Your own process should be correct. No matter how you don't cut it, there is no reaction at all. How did Naruto do it? Feng Yao madly complained in his heart. Host, you are just an ordinary person, and you are talking nonsense without the aura of the protagonist. Quote. Feng Yao stared at Zaibuzhen and stalemate with him for a long time, and finally let go of Bai, and at the same time released inorganic reincarnation. Cough, cough, don't cut it again, sir. As soon as Bai untied the shackles, he ran to the side of Zaibuzhen to support him, and if he didn't take it again, he stared at Feng Yao. What do you mean? Do you think that if you let me go, I will be your subordinate? Then you are too naive, and I will only find a way to kill you. I know, but you can't kill me, so how about making a deal? Feng Yao sees that it is temporarily impossible to completely subdue the situation, so he can only take a step back. What deal? Let's hear it. I know that you are a rebel of Wuyin village, and you assassinated the 4th Mesukage because you were dissatisfied with the tyranny of the village. I can help you with revenge and let you return to your country. You have seen my strength, and I have the ability. Do this. Quote. Hearing that Zaibuzhen was silent here, after his failed assassination attempt, he escaped from the village and became Renren, and he has been wanting to return there for many years. Taking that country into the bag, although this little devil in front of him has a big voice, his strength is strong, at least he can't defeat it by himself. What is your request? It's very simple. Being my subordinate for 1 year, you can enjoy full freedom in this year, as long as you help me when I need it, and you don't want to do anything to each other after a year. Zaibuzhen fell into silence. This condition is obviously very loose. For him, a year can be exchanged for a chance to return to Wuyin village. This transaction is still very cost-effective. Okay, I promise you. It's a promise. You can rest assured that in the future you will be grateful for the choice you made today. It's just that Zaibuzhen ignored him, but returned to the house with Bai's help. Feng Yao followed him in, and there were several assassination ninjas in the room, all of Zaibuzhen's cronies. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, forming your own faction and rewarding Zuyandan if you are using it now. Use it. Let me see what magical use it has, and if the effect is average, I will give you a bad review. This system does not accept any evaluation and criticism. Start using. After speaking, he felt that the bones and muscles on his face became active, constantly changing positions, and Feng Yao covered his face unconsciously. The ninjas next to them didn't know what happened, but when Feng Yao took his hand away from his face again, everyone's mind was slightly blank, and a sentence emerged in their mind. There are such beautiful people in the world. Now Feng Yao's facial features seem to be carved out by the most sophisticated carver in the world. The facial features are even finer than the screws of the parts, and there is this natural feeling. If the person with this face is a woman, it must be a disaster for the country and the people. In particular, the deep blue pupils made everyone present feel a cordial feeling when they looked at each other. What happened to your face? It just changed. Even without cutting, he took a few deep breaths. First, he was shocked by the change in the face of the other party. Second, he found that when he looked at the other party, he couldn't help but feel a little cordial. But if he didn't cut it again, he was not an ordinary person after all, and he recovered quickly. Hey, what's wrong with my face? Has it changed a lot? Feng Yao was a little uncomfortable looking at the surprised and obsessed eyes around him, because all the big men here looked at him with a look of desire. A mirror. See for yourself. Originally, I thought that the people around were all perverts who had been horny for several years, so excited to see a man's face, but when I got the mirror, I was stunned. This is completely different from the previous self. It is 10,000 times stronger than a plastic surgery hospital. After all, plastic surgery will not have such a natural feeling, and even looking at this face is a little impulsive. All wipe, your medicinal pills are too powerful in the system. You're really underpowered for not finding a doctor from a plastic surgery hospital to be the host. Products produced by this system must be excellent products. After a moment of silence, Feng Yao returned the mirror and asked Bai to ask for a mask. He didn't want to be stared at by these men all the time. After wearing the mask, the eyes of the people around him were not as hot as before. It seems that you have quite a few secrets. I am more and more interested in our deal. Looking at Feng Yao's change just now, he said gloomily. He had never seen anyone who could change his face so much in a short period of time, and it wasn't some kind of illusion. The stronger the opponent's strength, the greater the help for his future attack on Wuyin village, but the strength also needs to be guarded. Feng Yao coughed lightly. It's just a trifle, don't take it too seriously. Zai Buzhen glanced at the cronies around him, and issued his own instructions at the same time. This man is our new leader from now on, and you need to fulfill whatever orders he has and don't disobey. Feng Yao nodded at the crowd as a greeting. At this time, an angry voice suddenly came from outside. And the object in the words is Teodi Zaibuji. If I don't kill you, this useless guy, I paid a lot of money to ask you to take action. Your two broken men haven't met anyone yet, and I don't know who will clean up. Now they have reached the bridge. Now, why did you explain it to me? Hearing Zaibujian here, he looked towards the corner. Someone touched his nose with a guilty conscience, and responded silently in his heart, that the two of them went away for nothing, so it's better to let them clean up. Without slashing again, he directly swung the beheading sword and warned. Kobo, you don't need to talk nonsense. Next time I will do it myself, don't bother you. Looking at the beheading knife that was less than half a meter away from him, Kobo swallowed nervously. In fact, the knife should have been able to reach Kobo, but it was interrupted by Feng Yao. However, the beheading sword can regenerate the blade by absorbing other people's blood and using the iron in the blood, so don't worry. Then I'll leave it to you. Don't make any mistakes. There seem to be some powerful ninjas over there, and I see you're injured, so it won't be a problem. Looking at Zaibujian in front of him, Kobo raised his doubts even though he was a little afraid. HMPH, don't worry, just be ready to collect the corpses for them. Zaibi Yuzan responded to Kobo in a gloomy tone, and then let Bai blast a few people out. After Bai came back, he looked at the injured Zaibujian and said worriedly. If you don't kill me again, your injury is not suitable for the assassination mission now. I don't think it is necessary to take action now. Assassin, you must have full confidence to kill with one hit. If one hit fails, then the other party will be prepared next time, and the current Seifujuan is obviously not the peak state. Don't worry, it's just a few Konoha ninjas, you go to Shiro with me. Zaibuzhan didn't know that Konoha came this time to Hatake Kakashi, who is known as a copy ninja. If he knew, he would definitely be more cautious. However, Feng Yao didn't plan to tell him that it would be better to let Zaibuzhan be hammered half to death by the opponent, and then he would save himself, so that he could take the opportunity to gain a wave of favorability. Just as he was thinking, Zaibuzhan suddenly turned his head to look at himself. "Boss, I need to complete the task of the employer now, do you have anything else to do?" "Don't worry, I will stay in this annex for a while. I just heard you say that the other party is Konoha Ninja. You are the backbone of my organization and a subordinate I am very optimistic about. Be careful." Although he said this on the surface, Feng Yao knew very well in his heart that if he didn't cut him out this time, he would definitely be hit with a hammer. He would secretly follow him after a while. "Host, your concern is so hypocritical and disgusting, this system is about to vomit." Humph. For those of you who don't know, this is called the Way of the Emperor. Read more books. But obviously, Feng Yao's way of being under the Emperor still needs to be improved, because Zaibuzhan and Bai both looked at him with a very disgusting look. "Next time, you don't need to say such a thing, it's disgusting. If we don't kill Mr., we seem to have made a wrong choice." After speaking, the two left, leaving Feng Yao alone in the wind. Chapter 7_Meet Naruto again, Immortal Art is Powerful. The Kakashi team on the other side quickly arrived at the Land of Waves because they were not blocked by the Ghost Brothers. Their task this time was to protect Dasna, the bridge builder, until the bridge was completed, which should have been a B rank or higher task. Because Cardo didn't want the bridge he built to threaten his own fortune. Don't hesitate to hire such a powerful renegade ninja to assassinate Dasna. However, because the country of Bo is really poor, it really can't get any money and can only declare sea level. Fortunately, the Kakashi team came, and if it was an ordinary Chunin team, I would have given it for nothing. The camera turned to Zaibuzhan, and now he has caught up with Kakashi's team, looking at the target in front of him and the Konoha ninja next to him. He first hid with Bai. As a professional assassin, he will gather enough information before he starts. At this time, Naruto's eyes suddenly wrinkled, and he picked up Kunwu with his right hand and flung it like the grass next to him. Over there. The people around were taken aback by his sudden blow, and even Zaibuzhan, who was hiding in the dark, thought he was exposed, but in fact Naruto was just trying to pretend to be handsome. But by mistake, Naruto's frightened Zaibuzhan's breath still leaked a little, and the keen Kakashi noticed that there were indeed people around. He gave Naruto and Sasuke a wink. Sasuke realized that things were not simple, and his palm slowly touched like kunai, but Naruto. I didn't see Kakashi's eyes at all. It's been discovered, as expected of Kakashi, offended. It was meaningless to find that the other party had discovered that he continued to hide, and he threw the beheading sword horizontally without cutting, and the target was Dasna. He is not in his peak state at this time and does not want to entangle with Kakashido. He is ready to make a quick decision and leave directly. Get down. After the first squat down to dodge the beheading sword, Naruto and Dasna were thrown down by Sakura. Sasuke's reaction was just that of Kakashi, and he fell back with a straight back. If you don't make a single blow, continue to pursue, and at the same time order Bai to join the battlefield. Shiro, find a chance to kill Dasna, I'll deal with these Konoha ninjas, water escape. Missed hidden technique. Under the influence of the ninjutsu, the vision was soon deprived, and the situation was very bad. Kakashi had already seen from the beheading sword just now that this time it was Karayan's traitorous ninja Peachland. But he didn't have time to think about why the other side would have such ninjas on a C-level mission, so he could only make plans for Naruto and Sasuke while trying to figure out a way. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, don't walk around back to back, this ninja is scary, protect Dasna, be careful of his other companion. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, Kakashi put his right hand on his forehead, opened the writing wheel eye that was covered by him, and Sengoku kept turning in his eyes. Tisk tisk, the writing wheel eye is really enviable. The one who said this was naturally Feng Yao, who had been following Zaibujan. Because of his own appearance, the confrontation between Kakashi and Zaibujan had undergone a lot of changes. First of all, it is not the peak state to be injured again, and it will be even more difficult to win against Kakashi. Secondly, this time Bai also joined the battlefield ahead of schedule and did not know Naruto. This system can also allow the host to master and use the pupil technique of the wheel eye, but the host needs to capture the corresponding eyes by himself. Hearing this, Feng Yao was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but complain that the system is still the same pit, and now the powerful shakers in the Naruto world are in the hands of various terrifying people. For example, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, etc. Although he has mastered the immortal mode, he still has no chance of winning against these people. Then don't hurry, anyway, half a year has not come, and the ghost knows what your pit system is giving me. While speaking, the battle between Kakashi's team and Zaibujan has entered a white-hot stage. If he didn't cut it, he would have been injured, and it was even more difficult for Kakashi, who had opened the writing wheel, to be directly defeated by copying ninjutsu. On the other side, Shiro, seeing that he was injured again, was also using the ice escape secret technique. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal, together with the 1,000 Needles, to attack Naruto and Sasuke, but this time the result was different. Sasuke was not seriously injured, so he avoided it easily, while Naruto was stunned in the spot because he was leveling without the ghost brother, and felt the threat of life, and the 9 tails in the body ran wild. Although it is only a tailless beast state, it is not something that Bai can resist, and it breaks Bai's secret technique in an instant. At this moment, Sasuke felt the destructive breath of Naruto's 9 tails. In addition to shock, there was also jealousy and desire. He needs strength, and the tail of the crane, which he usually underestimates, can actually have such a powerful strength in his body. Naruto was emotionally unstable because of the 9 tails. He wanted to kill the person in front of him who caused him harm. He lowered his body and rushed over in the form of an animal. He was going to hit the white one. Kakashi looked at Naruto's runaway state and was about to stop him when a white hand grabbed Naruto's wrist. A boy wearing a mask, he chuckled lightly. "These two are my comrades, can you please stop for the time being?" Naruto didn't talk nonsense, snorted angrily, and expressed his attitude with his actions. He held Feng Yao's left arm with his other free hand, and stepped on the ground with his feet. "I want to throw the opponent away." 2 pits were stepped on the ground by Naruto's powerful force, but Feng Yao remained motionless. Before he came out, he had already turned on the immortal mode. With Naruto's current tailless state, he couldn't do anything to himself. Feng Yao felt helpless when he saw that Naruto couldn't listen to him at all. He put one hand on top of Naruto's head and used his powerful mental power to force Naruto to wake up. The current Naruto is not completely out of control, but is guided by the emotions of the 9 tails, and gradually wakes up under the influence of Feng Yao's spiritual power, and the state of the tailed beast disappears. Kakashi looked a little surprised at this boy who seemed to be about the same age as Naruto. Although he couldn't see his face clearly with the mask on, he should be only a 12 or 13-year-old kid. To suppress the power of the 9 tails without relying on the sealing technique. Now the kid is so strong, and looking at it like this, it should not be cut to the side. Kakashi now feels that things are more difficult to do, and he is also secretly scolding the client of this task. This kind of task is reasonable even for A level, but the other party actually falsely reported C level in order to save money. But now was not the time to think. He rushed forward with a sword step, waved Kujin with his left hand like the opponent's arm, and tried to pull Naruto back with the other hand. When Feng Yao saw Kakashi rushing over, he didn't think to stop him, and threw Naruto to him directly. Naruto screamed in pain but was not injured. Zaibujan, who was lying on the ground, saw Feng Yao, although he knew that the other party should have followed him, but he didn't say anything. If he had just shot a little late, Bai would have died. Hee, Chief, I'm sorry, I made you see me so embarrassed. Looking at the scars all over his body, Feng Yao laughed. No, You will get better soon, Shantha. Dew of Life. As he spoke, his hands began to seal quickly. The Dew of Life is a unique fairy technique in the Shibone forest. It was instructed by the Slug Fairy and quickly mastered with the help of the system. An illusory white butterfly was summoned, and a drop of Dew of Life dripped from his mouth, and the wounds on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon they were completely healed. Feng Yaoyi's gourd painting scoop gave by another drop, and it also made the other party return to normal. The release of this fairy spell requires a certain time interval, and it can only be used once every 2 weeks, and only 3 drops can be used at a time. But the effect is very powerful and can instantly heal all physical injuries. No matter how much you don't cut it, you can't help but admire the magic of this immortal art. He walked aside and stood beside Feng Yao with Bai. Boss, it seems that I still underestimate you. Thank you for saving Bai. Bai also bowed his head to express his gratitude, but he thanked Feng Yao for saving him, and Bai no longer cared about his own life. Kakashi, who has turned on the Shaker's chakra and has not much left, is now in trouble. The opponent's 2 battle strengths have recovered as before, plus a little devil whose specific strength is unknown. On my own side, a Naruto who can get out of control and act unexpectedly at any time, a slightly reliable Sasuke, a Sakura who is incompetent, and himself who has little chakra left. No matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. At this time, it was obvious that Kakashi's heart was shaking. He snorted coldly, and then drew out the beheading sword to make a seal and prepare to do it again. Wait a minute, if you don't cut it again, you have already lost. As an assassin who failed for the first time, you actually have no chance. The mission has failed. Feng Yao turned around and said to Zai Bi Yuzan. Zabuzhan's eyes were slightly surprised. He hesitated and persuaded. Leader, if we let them go back this time, we will definitely be retaliated by Konoha. I mean to silence them, and if the task cannot be completed, the evaluation of our assassination will be lowered. With you here, this card Casey won't be our match. Feng Yao, who was thinking about leaving the Kakashi team and letting go of Kakashi's team, almost didn't want to turn around and slap him again. I won't stop you if you want to die. Killing the protagonist group, thanks to what you think, not to mention Sakura, Naruto's 9-tailed mode just opened without tails. It really makes him anxious. When the time comes, it will not be like that when the 9 tails are released. Easy to do. Seeing that Sasuke is not strong now, do you know who is behind it? Itachi Uchiha, a man called a demigod. If he knew that he killed his Aodudo, he would be attacked by others for thousands of miles. Press the hammer. Orochimaru is the body of Sasuke. You see what it looks like when it is beaten by Itachi God. Kakashina is also a man who can get along with Kagaya, and he has no grudges with the protagonist group, so why bother? Just when he was about to scold him for not slashing again. The opposite Naruto spoke first. Although he put on a mask, his voice and body shape were still recognized by Naruto. Feng Yao, you are Feng Yao, right? Although you are wearing a mask, I will not admit your voice wrong. Why did you leave the village? Why didn't you tell me at all? Hearing that Naruto recognized himself, Feng Yao subconsciously frowned, but he did not rush to refute, but slowly took off the mask on his face and smiled at Naruto. I think you must have identified the wrong person. Do you see me as the person you were looking for? Feng Yao, who took off the mask, once again amazed everyone on the field. Kakashi's team had a brief absence, and even the person who had seen Feng Yao's face before was unconsciously attracted. Sakura also said to herself, this man is so beautiful, and he seems to have a very kind feeling. Kakashi looked at Sakura, whose face was full of obsession, and didn't say anything. The face of the other party was indeed a monster, and even himself seemed to be thinking. He was a little suspicious when he heard Naruto's words. Feng Yao's information was recorded in Anbu's handbook. Kakashi had also seen this spy from another country who infiltrated Konoha, but he was not familiar with it after all. But if Naruto said so, there is almost an 80% chance, because the two have been familiar with each other since childhood. It's just that Kakashi dispelled this doubt when the other party lifted the mask. Because he had seen Feng Yao's photo, it was just a very ordinary face, one that would be forgotten even at a glance, and it was completely different from the person in front of him in Japanese. Naruto was also stunned. The voice and body shape of the other party was exactly the same as Feng Yao in his memory, but his appearance was not his good friend at all. Before Naruto could react, Feng Yao put on the mask again, and the eyes of the people around him stopped. Came back. Kakashi stood in the same place. He became Jonin as a 12-year-old. He has experienced nearly 1,000 missions and knows that the difficulty of this mission has exceeded the scope of his team's ability to complete it, but it is his responsibility to complete the mission as a ninja. He decided to step forward to negotiate. The strength of several of you is indeed very strong, but we also have a task at hand. Presumably you don't want to fight to the death. The technique that can restore people's injuries should not be used all the time. Why don't we make a bet? This sentence made Feng Yao intrigued. He just didn't know how to let Kakashi go with the four of them reasonably. After all, my subordinates are also face-saving people. If I ask them too hard from the beginning, I am afraid that they will not be easy to manage in the future. As for the bet, no matter what the bet is, you can deliberately lose. Oh, let's hear it. What kind of betting method do you want? Kakashi, who saw the other party's agreement, was also relieved. If the other party did not agree with his request, he could only fight for his life. But the hopes of these Konoha's future behind him are only afraid that they will die again. Kakashi takes 2 bells out of the bag. There are 2 bells here, one for each of you and me. Whoever can get the other's bell within the specified time will win. If we win, then you will not be able to shoot Dasna until the mission. It's over. If we lose, then dishonor is at your disposal. Looking at the bell, Feng Yao showed a strange look. This is the method Kakashi used to test Naruto and the others, but Kakashi actually wanted to bet on this. But he knows Kakashi's character well, and even if Kakashi loses, he won't hand over Dasna honestly. But it doesn't matter to him. Dasna doesn't care whether he is alive or dead. Yes, I agree, but I want the 4 of you to go together. You alone can't beat me. Bai Zi, who was on the side, stepped forward and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Feng Yao. The 2 of you have already lost, so you don't have to make a move. I will avenge you both, just watch from the sidelines. If he didn't give up a knowing smile, this cheap leader who he just recognized seemed to be pretty good, and he was not a condescending talent to follow him. So he pulled Bai back to a safe place, and Kakashi's team was overjoyed. It can be said that the winning rate of 4 people against 1 can be said to be greatly improved, and this is still an item that has been trained. Except for one person, that is Naruto. He pointed directly at Feng Yao and cursed. You don't have to be so arrogant as a guy with a mask. You look like a kid about my age. Believe it or not, I'll beat you. Was a strange silence on the field for a few seconds, and Xiaoying gave him a punch from behind and said angrily, You idiot, you finally have such an advantage. What if you anger the other 3 and get on together? Do you have any brains? Sasuke and Kakashi also shook their heads nervously. Kakashi threw a bell to Feng Yao, and at the same time let Naruto and others say something quietly, and began to prepare to do it. As soon as Feng Yao finished putting the bell on his body, Kakashi's seal was completed. Soil escape, earth flow wall. The earth began to form a ripple-like movement, and then a 2-meter-high earth wall appeared on the left and right of Feng Yao. This kind of ninjutsu has an excellent defensive effect on the front. Just to block Feng Yao's action space. Naruto was the first to charge after that, and he made a seal while moving forward. The multiple shadow clone technique instantly created nearly 1,000 clones, betting the only road ahead. Feng Yao couldn't help sighing that Naruto was a powerful chakra. His immortal mode was almost over. He had to end the battle as soon as possible, and he had to act like a little bit. He kicked his feet off the ground. Moonstep. The whole person bounced into the air, escaping from Kakashi's ninjutsu range and the rushing Naruto. Sasuke seized the opportunity, because it is difficult to avoid people in the air, and his standard Fengyao limbs threw nearly 20 kunai in one breath. Naruto on the ground saw that the enemy made 2 shadow clones in the air, and one person stepped on the other person's hand and continuously ejected himself into the air. But Fengyao's moon step can change the trajectory of his actions in the air, and he keeps dodging the flying kunai. As for Naruto, his kicks turned into smoke. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly pulled his hands in the void and shouted at Naruto. "Just now, get my kunai." Fengyao saw that there were just a few Naruto shadow clones flying over his head while he was not paying attention. In his hand, he held the kunai that Sasuke threw out, with a very strong silk thread attached to the back of the kunai, and Naruto took the silk thread at the end of the kunai to entangle Fengyao. Fengyao snorted coldly, "You want to beat me just by this means." Saying that, with all his strength, he broke free all the threads wrapped around him. But after all, it was a waste of time. After he fell to the ground, what was waiting for him was Kakashi's next ninjutsu. Psychic Earth Escape, the technique of chasing teeth. Several ninja dogs of different sizes suddenly came out of the mud, and they bit his limbs to fix him. At this time, Naruto next to him wanted to come over and grab the bell on his body. "It seems that if you don't move a little, you will solve it easily," Fengyao thought silently in his heart. So he first launched the iron block to shake off a part of the dog that was controlling his arm. As soon as he got out of control, he launched one of his few strongest fairy spells. Shanfa, wooden done, really thousands of hands. As the earth trembled, a majestic Buddha statue emerged from the ground, with countless arms behind him. The size of the Buddha statue was much smaller than what the generation wanted to summon. It is only about the size of a 9-tailed. You must know that the Buddha statue summoned by the god of ninjas is more than 10 times larger than the 9-tailed, and you can hold the 9-tailed with one hand. But this also surprised the people around him, especially Sasuke. The desire to become stronger in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and Kakashi's eyes widened. How is that possible? How could he use the secret art of wood escape? This is a complete plan to kill us. If he didn't cut it, he would be even more terrified. When he thought that he and the stupid one wanted to kill each other before, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have scum left when this ninjutsu started. Standing on the Buddha's head, Fengyao smiled and said, "Then I will start to fight back." Saying that, the hundreds of big hands behind the Buddha's statue waved wildly, waving at the Kakashi team in front of them. Kakashi shouted, "Fast out. Don't take it hard." In a single encounter, Naruto's numerous shadow clones turned into clouds of smoke, and Kakashi and the others were unable to maintain their shape under the huge impact of countless arms. Dodging in the sky of dust and gravel lifted by the arms, under Fengyao's intentional control, these arms did not hit them directly. It was only after half a minute that they bombed and destroyed the terrain around them, and it was completely over. There was already a ruin in front of me, and there were many huge potholes of different sizes. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were all lying on the ground. It didn't look like he was dead, and Fengyao slowly landed on the ground, just as he was about to go over to pick up the bell. Kakashi reluctantly raised his head and smiled at Fengyao. "What a powerful ninjutsu, but unfortunately, you lost." Said that a ninja dog that was biting Fengyao suddenly turned into Naruto, and he had already bit the bell on Fengyao's waist. At the beginning, the shadow clone and the shuriken were all false moves. The purpose was to make Ming people get close to themselves among the ninja dogs. Fengyao was silent for a moment, then said softly, "It's a good cooperation. If I lose, I'll let Saibujian not chase and kill you all." Hearing Kakashi here, he breathed a sigh of relief, and Naruto quickly ran to Sasuke Sakura's side to check their injuries, and he was relieved when he found that there was no serious problem. Fengyao, who ended the immortal mode, went to No/and Shiro. In fact, when he just used a ninja dog in Kakashi, he felt that a ninja dog was different. In addition, knowing that Naruto likes to use the transformation technique in the shadow clone in the early stage, he can be sure that Bakung is Naruto. But it didn't break through. He didn't want to oppose the protagonist group, so he sold the flaw. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't slash next to him, he wouldn't be bothered to use thousands of hands, and he would just lose honestly, but considering that he wanted to stand in front of his subordinates, he still reluctantly played a wave. He came to Zaibujan. He coughed twice. Cough, I was careless, let's forget about this task. I will help you solve that card, you have no opinion. Seeing the immortals just now, how dare you have any opinion, the ninja world is still the strong one after all. No opinion, the leader has worked hard, and the subordinates of Cardo will deal with it. Seeing Zaibi Yuzan being so high on the road, Feng Yao nodded in relief. Teaching your subordinates is like keeping a pet. It requires strategies and techniques. Too slow is not good-natured, too fast and you will lose your spirituality. Just when Feng Yao was satisfied that the three of them were ready to leave, Naruto jumped out again and angered his sense of existence. The guy over there, wait for me, one day I will defeat you head-on and become the strongest fire in the village. Ah! Before he could finish speaking, Kakashi covered his mouth. Kakashi smiled and apologized. Don't worry, this guy just likes to talk nonsense. Feng Yao was accustomed to Naruto's appearance, but he still felt amazing. Ordinary people who attracted hatred so much would have died a long time ago. Maybe this is the power of the protagonist's halo. I'm waiting for you. After he finished speaking, he and Zaibujian left together. Kakashi's team breathed a sigh of relief, and then gave Naruto a shudder. You idiot, do you know how dangerous it is just now? The strength of that masked kid is unfathomable. Even if I am at my peak, I can't agree to him. Naruto rubbed his head in pain, tears welling in his eyes, but he forcefully retorted, but he looks about the same age as us. Sasuke was silent, and Kakashi glanced at Sasuke next to him who didn't know who he was talking to. There are many guys in this world who are stronger than me but smaller than you, but your potential is also unlimited. As long as you practice well, you can one day achieve your dreams. After he finished speaking, he sat on the ground and fell asleep. He forcibly used the Shaker Eye, and the chakra in the body was consumed a lot in the battle just now, and it was already at the end of the line. Although this mission is indeed dangerous, it also brings huge changes to Sasuke, Naruto, and even Sakura. Especially Sasuke, his determination to become stronger and revenge is even stronger. Chapter 8_Sad Cardo. Following Feng Yao to return to the stronghold, the mentality of not cutting has changed a lot from before. At the beginning, although he was defeated by Feng Yao, he was still unconvinced in his heart. After all, the opposite side didn't know how to easily lock their position in the fog. But after watching Kakashi's team and Feng Yao's battle, he was convinced. Even if this kind of strength will not be broken by the opponent's fog concealment technique, it will definitely be a complete defeat. After returning to the wooden house where he lived, Zaibi Yuzan silently gave up the middle position. The subordinates in the room were a little surprised when they saw this situation. Zaibujan was so ambitious that he surrendered in such a short time. Feng Yao smiled slightly and sat unceremoniously in the middle, while Zaibujan and Bai stood on his left and right sides. He waved his hand to disperse the subordinates who would not slash again, and the treehouse would appear empty when the number of people was small. He turned his eyes to Zaibujian and asked in a playful tone, "What do you think of your subordinates if you're not beheaded again?" Hearing this, he was stunned for a second, but he also knew that Feng Yao disliked the strength of these people too low. He bowed slightly. Compared to the leader, their strength is not worth mentioning, but they also have a lot of roles. Some tasks always require some dead ghosts, don't they? Hearing this, Feng Yao couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous. Needing the weak to be the dead ghost can only prove that his own strength is not strong enough. Looking at the Xiao organization next door, there are only a few people in total, and they are not catching the tailed beast and destroying Konoha. Since he has established an organization, he must be responsible for the wine bag and rice bag, and he will definitely not accept it. At least he must be above the Chunin to join. He said solemnly to Zaibujan, "Our organization must have elites, and there is no need for the weak to exist." These subordinates of yours are ignored, but everyone who joins the organization in the future needs to be strictly reviewed. After thinking about it for a while, it seemed like a sudden realization. I see, it seems that the leader is planning to build a terrorist team composed entirely of elite Junin. You really are an ambitious person. Feng Yao was stunned when he heard it. He just wanted to make the organization better. Suddenly at this moment the system is making a sound. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, to establish a terrorist organization composed entirely of elite Shengnan, with at least 15 members in 2 years. Reward: 1 chance to draw an artifact-level weapon. The mission cannot be completed and obliterated. Slogan: You are no longer a young boy, let the name of the organization resound in heaven. Originally, he had a good chat with Zai Buzhen, but the expression on Feng Yao's face suddenly froze, and he sprayed directly regardless of the reward. You're crazy, this organization doesn't tell me what to do with me. Do you know that Akatsuki, the strongest organization in Hokage, only has 10 people? 15 elites. I will dig all the members of the Akatsuki organization. Not enough. The goal of this system is to train the host to become the strongest man in Hokage. The process must be painful. Please prepare yourself mentally and complete the task. Hearing the system's mentality that it's none of his business, Feng Yao gritted his teeth with hatred, and at the same time, there was a tinge of ill will in his eyes that looked like he wouldn't cut him again. Zai Buzhen next to him felt puzzled. Did he just say something wrong? Why is the boss looking at me wrong? Am I not good at flattering? If you don't cut those innocent eyes, you can see that Feng Yao is full of anger and has nowhere to vent. At this moment, the savior comes. The door of the wooden house was kicked open with 1 kick, and then a few ninjas who were beaten without knowing how to live or died were thrown in. The person who did this was Cardo. He walked slowly into the house with sunglasses on and stomped on a ninja's face with 1 foot. Spit and said, "You're really a piece of shit. You can't even kill a bridge builder if you don't cut it twice. Although I didn't intend to give you money, but since things have been messed up, I want to let you know that I've offended you. My Cardo's end." Seeing that the other party brought a large number of mafia and ordinary ninjas, his face sank. He knew for a long time that Cardo was not a good thing, but he didn't expect the other party to turn his face when he turned his face. Feng Yao stopped him when he was just about to make a move, and there was a smiling Shenron face under the mask. "Let me come. You step back." Cardo was also puzzled when he saw a masked kid coming up from the other side. In fact, his subordinates didn't arrive near the bridge until long after the battle. They only saw that Dasna was still alive, and then went back to report, so Cardo didn't. I don't know who Feng Yao is. Seeing that the other party rushed forward and sneered, several mafia and Ronin next to him rushed over with a wave of his fat palm. What these people know is just some ordinary swordsmanship, and Cardo wants to rely on the tactics of the sea of people to consume the dead and not cut. Feng Yao activated the iron block to adjust the hardened parts to his fists, and punched the chest of the nearest mafia with a punch, showing the power of this punch. But this also aroused the ferocity of the people around them, shouting to be bold, and they killed Feng Yao together, but they were all thrown out by the opponent with 1 punch and 1 hammer, and the mafia in the room decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. While playing Feng Yao, he was still muttering something. "Let you terrorist organization. Let you be elite. Why don't you go to heaven? Give me a broken weapon. I have endured you for a long time." In the expression of everyone looking at the monster, Feng Yao has been hitting Cardo all the way. The mask and body are covered with blood, like Shira who is dying. The rest of the mafia and the people around the ninja didn't dare to step forward. The big chaebol of this world trembled and fell to the ground. "You, do, what? Come over to protect me, I'll give you 10 times more money, hurry up. The people next to you are still unmoved." Feng Yao, who had planned to directly end up with Cardo, heard this sentence but thought of something. It takes money to build an organization. Ninja tools, locations, equipment, and recruiting personnel are all indispensable. Thinking of this, he leaned down and patted Kaduo's fat face with 1 hand. He asked in a devilish tone, "Damn fat man, how much do you think your life is worth? Seeing Feng Yao asking such a question, Kado's eyes showed hope. In his eyes, as long as it is a problem that can be solved with money, it is not a problem. He quickly opened his mouth and begged for mercy. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will be willing to give it to you no matter how much money it is. Feng Yao looked at the well-behaved Cardo and smiled, hugging his shoulders and not forgetting the sincere education. You can still make money without money, but nothing if you die. I want half of your property. It won't be too embarrassing. Hearing this number, Cardo shivered all over, and said with some embarrassment, this number is not too small, can you give me a break? Unexpectedly, Feng Yao directly turned his face and pointed to Zai Buku, who was standing behind. He pretended to be annoyed and said, how can I give you so much time? Now I'm still good to talk. If the person behind you comes, you might have already been hacked. Prepare the money in one day or just kill you. Cardo looked at Feng Yao, who didn't seem to be joking with him, and gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. Well, don't worry, I'll give you all the money in a day. Feng Yao nodded with satisfaction, and let the still-living mafia carry him and leave in despair. It turns out that it is so happy to tell others that it will kill you when the time is up. No wonder your broken system often says that you want to kill me. Feng Yao said to the system in his mind with some contempt. Does the host feel that there are not enough tasks? Cough cough, enough is enough, can't you be ruthless? At this moment, Zai Buzhen stepped forward and whispered in Feng Yao's ear, Kato is extremely insidious, I'm afraid he won't easily agree to our request. If we go back this time, if we bring ninjas here. Feng Yao looked at it and didn't cut it, then sat back on the chair and chuckled lightly. I know, but we can't get his money here. Why don't we let him go back, and then torture him to find out where his money is? I'll leave this to you. Remember, no matter what, don't let him live. This kind of person will get revenge as a trouble. Quote. Feng Yao is not a person who kills indiscriminately. He only kills when it is necessary, or in order to achieve a certain method. Kind of. After hearing that, Zaibuju put his beheading sword on his back and smiled gloomily. Don't worry, he won't be there anymore. Chapter 9 Inches the Immortal, Organization Established. In the dark night sky, the moon hangs high like a silver plate, swaying the sparse moonlight like water. Feng Yao stepped on the green grass, and just finished burying the corpses that were all over the ground. At the same time, he was also thinking about the development and planning of the organization in the future. In a normal organization, there will be several parts, and there will be special people responsible for investigation, strong attack, treatment, logistics, and resistance. But now there are only 4 of them on my side, and the slug fairy can't come yet. To complete this task is really a long way off. Thinking of Feng Yao here, he sighed and returned to the wooden house without stopping, and continued to make chakra cultivation and practice. Now the time for him to condense the immortal mode has been reduced to about 6 minutes, but it is still too long in actual combat, and the opening time must be shortened. At nightfall the next day, he returned to the base without beheading Cardo's head and a bag full of money. There are many slender and deep wounds on his body, and he must have experienced a hard fight. He put Cardo and the purse in front of Feng Yao. The bosses have been dealt with. Cardo's cash is about 50 million taels. The rest are some shops and real estate. Zaibi Yuzan stood there, gasping for breath, and said excitedly. Money is not too much for anyone, and he promised to help Cardo kill before he did not cut it, but also to get enough funds to recruit troops and buy horses to fight back to Wuyin village. And now this man in front of him can help him realize his wish. Feng Yao's face was calm, and the faint blue pupils shone with a cold light. Well, this is just the first step to start the fund for the organization. There will be many more in the future. Let's start making plans for the next step. If you don't clench your fists, the 50 million 2 leaders actually don't care at all. I'm afraid I can't do this. Although Feng Yao was calm on the surface, he was happy inside. Full of superiority and pride, he even sighed like the system. I think I only saved 1,200 taels in 12 years, and now it has doubled 50,000 times, and I have 2 good subordinates. This is life. The host is too naive. 50 million can't do anything. The establishment of the intelligence organization, the address of the organization, the consumption of various ninja tools, and you can't let your subordinates work for you for nothing, or you want to be black-hearted boss. It's all money. Looking at the fluttering wind, the system poured a basin of cold water without hesitation. Hearing this, Feng Yao smiled shyly, and quickly adjusted his mind. He called Zaibujan and Bai to him. Now our scale is still small, all we need to do is to recruit people. I want you to go to the 5 major countries to find rebel or exiled ninjas with strength within the Shangnan, and at the same time find a suitable place to organize and settle down. These you take 1/5 of the money. Hearing Feng Yao's order, Bi Yuzan was slightly surprised. He originally thought that the organization he joined had begun to take shape, but now it seems that it has not yet started. He asked cautiously, "Leader, I don't know the name of our organization and how many people there are now." Feng Yao coughed lightly, patted the dirt that didn't exist on his body and walked out. The name of the organization is to be determined for the time being. There are already 3 people. By the way, you can also think about what name our organization should choose. If he didn't cut his face, he was a commander before the leader, and even Bai couldn't help but chuckle. This time, even Feng Yao's old face can't hold it anymore. How can he let his subordinates treat him like this? So he turned around and said with a serious look. What we are going to build is the strongest organization in history. Few of the people I have met are qualified to accept my invitation, and you have only barely achieved it. There is a saying that it is better to be short than to waste. I hope you can maintain this in the future. A state of mind. Quote. After listening to this, Bujan's mind was violently tumbling. Yes, it is better to be short than to waste. If his subordinates were all white people, would his coup d'état fail? I have been taught, Chief. No longer bowed deeply. At this time, Bai proposed to the side. Since the organization we want to build is the strongest in history, why not call it the strongest organization in history? Looking at Bai Fengyao, who didn't seem to be joking, cold sweat broke out on his face. What kind of a ghost name is this? If I go out to fight someone in the future, the opposite will say, "Oh tilde, it turns out that you are Feng Yao of the strongest organization in history." This sounds like a head-on kill. Fortunately, it is still reliable not to cut, and immediately scolded by HMPH. This name is too child's play. According to what I mean, it is called the strong group. One word is simple and clear. Looking at the slightly proud Zan Fengyao holding his forehead, he already understood where the talent of Bai naming came from, and he said a little tiredly. You better stop taking it. I thought about the organization's name, Xian. After obtaining the system, the first thing he mastered was immortal art, and immortals were considered the strongest existence in this world. The name of the organization is more suitable for the word, Xian. Bi Yuzan and Bai looked at each other again, and both felt that the name was a good one. So on this summer night, the trembling, immortal, organization of the other 5 major countries in the future was established in such a small wooden house. Time passed quickly, it seemed to be a snap of a finger, and it was mid-March. During this time, Fengyao compressed the charging time of his immortal mode to 3 minutes, and at the same time accompanied Zaibujan to complete many assassination missions. Today's mission is in the country of fire, and the target is an A-level bounty mission, called Yuchai Hideyoshi, with a dagger on his back, a man who looks a little dark-skinned. Judging from his age, he was in his 20s. He wore the forehead of the Kingdom of Clouds on his forehead, and he was still a rebel. Until he came to a deserted place. Do not cut, ready to start. The other party didn't seem to notice, and he didn't hesitate if he didn't cut it. He directly waved the beheading sword and attacked the neck of the opposite side. The sword was wrapped in a strong wind and shot like lightning. The body suddenly disappeared in front of my eyes. Above, beside him, looking at Zai Bi Yuzan a little stunned, Feng Yao suddenly reminded. He looked up and saw that the opponent had already jumped into the air, and he swooped down without slashing, without any knots. At the same time, he said softly, "Lei Su Rui Kill." The hands were surrounded by blue chakra, and the nails turned dark purple, which looked extremely sharp and could easily cut through other people's flesh. Although Zaibuju blocked the first blow, his arm was easily slashed by the fingernails of the other hand. Ninjutsu. Feng Yao looked at the opponent's means, directly creating chakra without the seal, and activating the body to increase the attack and speed. It's not surprising that the opponent is from Union Village. The attack that used the fog concealment technique to not cut it was effective. But as time went by, the speed and strength of Zebujin began to weaken. Hideyoshi's ninjutsu was not only perfect, but also had poison in his hands, and Zebujin gradually became invincible. Hideyoshi seized the opportunity and then suddenly pushed back with a single claw. He quickly formed a seal in his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Lan dun." Huan Yao. Several thunderballs the size of a human head suddenly appeared around them, emitting a shimmering light that covered the sight. Without cutting the backhand, he inserted the beheading sword into the ground, and his hands formed a seal. Water escape. Water dragon ball technique. The pond next to it suddenly kept surging, and a water dragon about 2 meters long roared towards the other side. The violent explosions and flashes made people's ears roar, and their eyes were almost hard to see. The opponent's ninjutsu can not only cover the line of sight, but also explode. His line of sight gradually recovered, and his clothes were no longer torn, and electricity was running around all over his body. Clearly lost. "Okay, don't cut it. It's rare to meet such an interesting person, let me come." Seeing that Feng Yao was willing to end it for himself, he would not be forced to cut it, so he snorted at Hideyoshi and stepped back. "It's a good ninjutsu, but it still has the limit of Lan Dun's blood. Please serve me. I sincerely invite you to join my organization." The strength of this person has definitely reached the level of Shang Nin from the ninjutsu he just used, and he can do everything he can. I need these powerful combat power now, not only for the formation of immortals, but also the time left for my revenge Konoha mission is running out, so I must do it as soon as possible. Hideyoshi glanced at Feng Yao with disdain, and scoffed at his words. He couldn't see anything special about the masked kid in front of him. "Scratched my hair. What if I reject your offer?" Feng Yao didn't answer him in a hurry, but slowly took off his mask. The other party was surprised when he saw Feng Yao's face, but he could not convince him to join a certain organization because of his good looks. "Then I'll make an offer you can't refuse." Hearing Hideyoshi Fengfo here, he was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. "Interesting, I haven't met someone like you for a long time. What's the name of your organization?" Feng Yao put on the mask again, turned around and walked in the direction of Konoha Ninja Village. A word popped out of his mouth. Fairy. Chapter 10 Before the War. The sun was hanging high, and the breeze was warm. A group of 3 walked on the road to Konoha, wearing bamboo hats on their heads to block the sun. The 3 of them also wore 3 rings on their hands, vaguely engraved with words, which was a hierarchy that Feng Yao borrowed from Xiao. The 3 people's rings were engraved with the sky, the place and the column. The first paragraph of the 1,000-character text is used. "Do you all understand my mission this time? If you want to escape, you can say it directly. After all, the target this time is Konoha, one of the 5 major ninja villages." There was no emotion in Feng Yao's tone, and he didn't know if he was trying or being sincere. At this time, although the Konoha ninja village is relatively weak, the Uchiha family has perished, and the 3 generations of Hokage have declined, but there are still Jiraiya, Hyuga, Tsurugi, Yamanaka, Nara, Akamichi and other families who are one of the 3 ninjas. It is easier said than done if you want to complete this kind of task with 3 people. Hehe, I didn't expect that the first mission of the organization was to attack the Konoha ninja village. Zebujin smiled a little gloomily, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. Hideyoshi on the side was a little excited. He was very keen on all kinds of exciting and thrilling things. When he asked Feng Yao, he said that if the things the Xian organization did were mediocre and trivial things, he would quit without hesitation. Feng Yao's heart is like a mirror. Although he managed to restrain these two people, it is still a little difficult to make these two people work for him unconditionally. I am afraid that if he sees that he is defeated, the two of them will run away as soon as possible. The team is not easy to lead, Feng Yao can't help but sigh. To be able to lead a team requires not only strong strength, but also excellent leadership skills. According to my estimation, the loyalty of the two of them is less than 50%, which will at least reduce the success rate of your plan to revenge Konoha by 20%. Your preparation is still insufficient. The ruthless ridicule of the system revolved around Feng Yao's mind again, and he rolled his eyes. Who do you think is to blame? You only give it half a year, or do I need to be so anxious? When Orochimaru attacks Konoha, won't it be good for me to fish in the middle of the water? You idiot system. Feng Yao was very angry, but the system ignored him. When they came to a town, the three decided to take a rest together. This city is where Feng Yao fled at the beginning. I still owe 1022 taels of medical bills to some people here. So Feng Yao first handed some of his belongings to Zai Buku, telling him to go to the inn to rest first and then come. Then he took 5,000 taels of silver bills and came to a dilapidated hospital. He wanted to find the old doctor who treated him at that time. The hospital's appearance at this time was even more dilapidated than before. The door had been covered with cobwebs, and when the door was opened, a cloud of dust came. Scattered wood shards and uncleaned rooms suggest that the place has been unoccupied for a long time. Is there anyone? I'm here to settle the medical bills. The unrepentant Feng Yao still shouted twice, and only came to the door after no one responded. I picked a hawker with a shop next to it and asked. Hello, I would like to ask if there was an old man who opened a medical clinic here before. Has it moved out now? This hawker is a young man. He originally thought that the other party came to him to buy something, but when he heard that Feng Yao wanted to inquire about the matter, he frowned and said angrily. I don't know. I haven't seen him for a long time. Do you buy anything? Feng Yao was not angry when he saw the other party's attitude, and asked while taking out a 100-tael silver note and handing it to the hawker. Then when was the last time you saw it? When the other party saw the 100 taels of silver notes, his eyes lit up, he grabbed it with both hands and hurriedly stuffed it into his arms, and put on a flattering expression. Thank you, uncle, the last time I saw it was about 2 or 3 months ago. As if some people in weird masks came and never saw them again. Quote. Hearing the person wearing a strange mask, a cold light flashed in Feng Yao's eyes, and the hawker on the opposite side shivered with fright, knowing that the guy in front of him was a ruthless man. Needless to say, those who wear weird masks must be Anbu of Konoha. The people who chased him were sent by the 3 generations of Hokage, and he didn't expect that even a doctor would be spared. He patted the peddler in front of him on the shoulder. Thank you very much, you can pretend that today's questioning never happened. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the medical clinic just now, neatly folded a stack of silver bills on the table, and bowed deeply. Feng Yao is very grateful for the life-saving grace of the old gentleman that day. No matter who killed you, I swear to cut off his head and bring him here. After speaking, he turned around and left, but his face was indescribably gloomy, and he had always had a clear grudge. This old man can be said to have saved his life, but now he died because of himself, which gave him another reason to attack Konoha. People are finally back. How are you? When are you going to start? Hideyoshi came over with a strange cry, but was pushed away by Feng Yao with disgust. Right now, he is not in the mood to mess around with the opponent. Given Konoha's situation, he definitely cannot attack directly. He must find a way to weaken Konoha's overall strength first, and he must also investigate who the old doctor is. Feng Yao pondered. The high-end combat power in Konoha needs to be diverted first. If they are all against each other, they will definitely suffer a lot. Both are hard to beat with 4 hands, and the number of people on their side is small. Intelligence is also collected. Since he has vowed to avenge the old man, he must do it, but it is not as easy to pry open the mouth of a ninja as it is to pry open Kato's mouth. You must sneak into the place where Konoha placed information and tasks. Destroying Konoha requires the use of a wide range of fairy spells, and if you use a large range of fairy spells too much, you will quickly reduce the amount of your fairy spell chakra, resulting in a shorter duration. If Konoha is chasing at that time, then it will also be difficult to escape. In fact, Konoha's combat power is not too much now, and some of them are sent out to perform important tasks, but Feng Yao does not know the news. It's just that Feng Yao can only plan for the worst. Looking at Zaibuzhen and Hideyoshi, he called the two to him, and they went to complete a task. He will use a method to blatantly transfer the combat power of the Konoha ninja village away. What is this method? In fact, it is very simple. It is money. All the tasks of Konoha ninja village above a rank can only be carried out by the upper ninja. An A-level task usually costs about 500,000 taels, and he has to send a large number of A-level tasks to Konoha. This was also a huge expense, but it was all worth it. He gave 10 million taels to Hideyoshi and Zaibuzhen and asked them to find someone to report the mission to Konoha. Because the identities of the two are both betrayal and forbearance, it is easy to recognize. Feng Yao once again warned the two of them. You can transfer as much as you can, and don't go all at once, but apply for tasks in several batches of different time periods. Hearing this, he watched Feng Yao without a trace. The leader is not only strong, but also clear-headed. Although he is young, even in the face of a behemoth like Konoha, it is not easy to arrange plans so calmly. Hideyoshi is also trying to figure out, but what he is trying to figure out is what kind of person Feng Yao is and what does it have to do with Konoha. Although he joined the Xian, he still doesn't know anything about this organization, and he is the first the mission given to him turned out to be such an exciting plan to attack Konoha. After being silent for a while, Yuchai Hideyoshi didn't see any clues. He picked up half of the money on the table and left, and went out to perform the task without cutting or dragging. During this week, Konoha had a lot of tasks above grade A, and some of them refused to declare due to unclear investigation and lack of manpower. The other part of the declaration was successful, and Konoha continued to have ninjas of the upper ninja level to go out to perform tasks. A group of 3 is running in the dark. Feng Yao raised his head and looked at the time at the moment. He wanted to sneak into Konoha when most of the people were asleep, and was caught off guard. He looked at the other 2 people and said, I will be in charge of the main attack after I go in. I will release a large-scale attack to attract most of Konoha's attention. One of you will respond, and the other will go to the Konoha Intelligence Department to help me find an execution. Physician's mission, see who is carrying out the mission. The 2 exchanged glances with each other and nodded at the same time. During this period of time, they were still grasshoppers tied to a rope, so naturally they had to cooperate with each other. Okay, the plan to attack Konoha begins. Chapter 11 _ Attack on Konoha, Identity Leaked. In the long mountains and forests, Feng Yao moved forward cautiously. The moonlight shines through the tall trees, a mottled and fragmented shadow. Only the chirping of birds or the murmur of water can be heard. The closer you get to the interior of Konoha, the more dangerous it is. Feng Yao and Zaibuzhen move forward cautiously. Even in the middle of the night, they have already encountered no less than 3 inspection teams. He and Zaibuzhen were in charge of attacking and searching for information, while Hideyoshi outside was in charge of external support. Feng Yao didn't want to do it here. He went to Hokage Rock, only where his ninjutsu can be condescending. Whether it is attacking or retreating is not a problem. But this does not mean that there is no danger. As long as he moves his hand, it will inevitably cause the siege of the entire Konoha ninja. In addition to Shang Nin, it may even alarm Naruto. In addition to completing the tasks of the system, he also has people he wants to kill. The 2 Anbu ninjas Tanaka and Denku who once chased and killed him outside the city, as well as the culprit who secretly killed the old doctor. However, it depends on the situation. There is definitely no time to find them now. If the situation is bad, you still have to save your life. You can't just think about revenge and lose your life. The security guard in the village will patrol every half an hour. Although it is strict, it is not without opportunities. I will do it on the Hokage rock at the end of the next patrol. You will listen to the signal and attack the Konoha Intelligence Department. Find me. If you need something, if you can't do it, you can save your life, and you can pick me up with Hideyoshi. Zaibushin was a little surprised when he heard it. In the world of ninjas, the task is higher than life, but Feng Yao just told him that the main thing is to save his life, which made this man whose blood was cold for a while a little emotional. Don't worry, boss, I will find the information, please be careful yourself. After speaking, he disappeared in the dark night. With his instincts trained over the years in assassination, it should not be difficult to save his life in this Konoha village. Thinking that Feng Yao continued to move in the direction of Hokage Rock, he moved forward cautiously based on his memory of living here for 12 years. After an hour, Feng Yao finally came to Hokage Rock safely. He stood on the highest point of the stone statue and looked down at the entire Konoha ninja village. The late night breeze caressed his mask. This is the best place to get your hands dirty. He folded his hands just as he was about to seal. Call out. Call out. Two figures came to him in an instant, one held his throat from behind with wuku, and the other held the hand he had just prepared to seal with one hand from the front. I am sorry, although I don't know what you're going to do, but if you let you come here in Konoha, it won't work. Is this the kid who allegedly peeked at the Book of Seals and obtained information about the Nine Tails? Are you afraid to see people wearing a mask? One voice was a little lazy, and one voice was firm. The two Junin who came were Hatake Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma, who were going to take their own team on a mission recently. But the third Hokage suddenly told them that the members of Anbu responded that someone in the surrounding city reported that a ninja was inquiring about the whereabouts of the doctor. It is suspected that Feng Yao returned to the country of fire, and he also brought two powerful ninjas with him. Originally, according to the content recorded in the Anbu Portable Manual, Feng Yao's level did not need them. A-level and above tasks in the village recently. Usually speaking, of course, it is a good thing, but it happened during the time when Feng Yao came back, and the other party brought ninjas. This makes the three generations vaguely smell the taste of conspiracy. After a while, he understood that this was to adjust the battle strength of the village. This kind of behavior can already be said to be a terrorist act against Konoha. So he let some of the squads that were supposed to be active stay temporarily. A-level task of guarding Konoha. At this moment, Feng Yao's eyes widened, and just as he was about to start, Kakashi's hand-free stick was even tighter. It seemed that as long as Feng Yao moved a little more, it would kill him. On the other side, outside the Konoha ninja village, three Konoha ninjas surrounded Hideyoshi, who was waiting for a response. You are one of the ninjas who attacked Konoha this time. Are you going back with us by yourself, or will you be beaten back by us? To be honest, it will save you time to choose the first one. Moonlight Blast said tiredly with a dark circle under his eyes. But the sharp light in his eyes can see that as long as the other party is unwilling, he will be the first to shoot. The remaining two are Yamashiro Aoba and Jizu Lei, who can use a combination of numbers that no one can resist. Oops, are you guys from Konoha's Jonin? Or is it a special Jonin? I can't stand it when you give me such a big stimulation. Ha ha ha. Yuchai didn't panic when he saw so many people next to him, but instead burst into laughter. Regardless of the difference in the number of people between the enemy, he pulled out his own sword and attacked the opponent first. Lan Yun. Magic Yao. The dazzling light kept flashing in this area. Is this guy crazy? Yamashiro Aoba cursed angrily, and also drew out his kunai to fight with him. The loud explosion and the sound of swords clashing proved that Hideyoshi and Moonlight Blaze had already started their hands. The camera is turning and not cutting. He has come to Konoha's intelligence office, but it is also close to the headquarters, and is guarded by Morina Ibiki and a few ordinary people. A huge explosion sounded to Zabujan's ears, and even Sene Ibushi and others were startled, not knowing what happened. Zabujan knew that this was a signal. In fact, it was Hideyoshi's hand, but it didn't matter, as long as someone attracted the attention of the village. Thinking like this, don't chop off your wrist. Brush. Hearing a sound, the blade of the entire beheading sword sank into the neck of Sene Ibushi, instantly causing a huge and long wound. More and more blood splattered out of Sene Bixi, clutching his throat, and finally lay on the icy ground. Not to mention the other two Chunin, those who wanted to report the letter had already been dealt with directly by Zaibujian before they made a sound. This made him frown, and said to himself, this is too smooth. No matter how weak the dignified Konoha defense is, it shouldn't be like this. Just as he was about to examine the corpse first, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Many trees were drilled out of the bodies of the 3 Konoha ninjas, and at the same time a figure was drilled out of the trees. Since you found out, the response is good, I still want to wait and do it. The resolute and calm voice reached Zaibujan's ears. Sunset Hong was good at all kinds of illusions, and the moment Zaibujan waved his knife, he was already hit. Seeing such a situation, Zaibuzan's face was dignified, his eyes flashed quickly, and he was thinking about the way to break the game. It seems that we have been discovered long ago. Is this the plan to wipe us out? But I can't solve it that easily. On Hokage Rock, Kakashi and Feng Yao were still in a stalemate, and when they heard the sound of explosions and strong flashes outside the village, they said casually, the 3rd generation Hokage-sama has already ordered us to monitor you, and now your companions must have fought against us, but unfortunately, they can't win, and you are the same. Feng Yao felt the painless coldness on his throat and narrowed his eyes, but he still didn't speak. Asma on the opposite side also felt a little strange. Ordinary ninjas would not be afraid when faced with such a situation, but the other party was so calm, but he had some courage. Kakashi, I haven't seen you for a while, the country of waves is gone, I don't know how it's been recently. Feng Yao turned his head and glanced at Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi also heard the other party's voice. It was the mysterious ninja who rescued the unstoppable ninja in the land of waves. Feng Yao and that mysterious ninja are actually the same person. He immediately shouted to remind Asma next to him. Asma, be careful, this person is not as simple as he said in the mission, he is an extremely scary guy, don't be careless. Saying that, he opened the forehead with the other hand, and the writing wheel stared at Feng Yao. The last time he could be said to have won by betting by chance, but he knew that his strength was actually no match for the opponent. However, here is the Konoha ninja village relying on itself and Asma to hold the other party, and it can still be done when Hokage-sama comes to support. Asma didn't dare to care when Kakashi said such words. The other hand also took out his own unique weapon, Feiyan, but Feng Yao on the opposite side said this sentence as if an old monk had entered the meditation, and there was no response. Just when Asma was a little confused, Kakashi behind him saw something and suddenly pushed Asma away. And shouted loudly, hurry up. This guy is stalling for time, and his body is full of detonating charms. Chapter 12_Destroy Naruto Rock. In the dark night sky, a violent explosion sounded, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared on the Hokage Rock, and the statues of Hokage of all dynasties were shattered by the impact and cracked many cracks. Although Kakashi and Asma avoided in time, they were both close to the center of the explosion. Kakashi's right arm was bloody, his body was charred to varying degrees, and his mask was also blown up, revealing a handsome and calm face, but at this moment, the face was full of solemnity. Asma was better. He was pushed away by Kakashi in time, but his arm was slightly injured. When he was about to go to see Kakashi, a figure came to Kakashi first. It is Feng Yao in fairy mode. What he just blew up was just another great immortal technique he used in Shibone Forest, a replica created by Immortal Magic Infinite Proliferation. The only 2 immortal techniques he studied in Shibone Forest were inherited from Slug Immortal's healing and ability to split. The effect of this immortal technique is that by duplicating its own cells, it can create a clone of itself, with about 1/10 of its own strength. Because it is cell replication, the advantage is that it will never disappear. Of course, the disadvantage is, the aggregation time is too long, and it takes 10 minutes to replicate. In this case, Feng Yao did not intend to use it, and the duration of his immortalization was limited. It was obviously unwise to spend 10 minutes to create such a low-end combat power, but the more he went to Hokage Rock, the more suspicious he became. Although I have tried to adjust Konoha's combat power, I didn't see a single join-in from start to finish. No matter how weak Konoha is, this is impossible. Out of prudence, he did not hesitate to spend part of his time, delaying the plan by half an hour. Use the replica to explore the Naruto rock and paste the detonation charm, while hiding not far away to restore the magic chakra. Sure enough, Xianju was ambush him for a long time. While he let the replica body delay time for himself, he restored chakra. When Kakashi discovered it, he decided to let it explode, which severely injured Kakashi. Kakashi, I really don't want to kill you, but I can't let you stop me. You should faint for a while. After saying that, Kakashi was knocked unconscious with a hand knife. Kakashi was completely powerless to resist in this state. After being hit, he fainted on the ground. Asuma, who was on the side, saw Feng Yao attack Kakashi, and clenched Feiyin with both hands and rushed over. Chakra condensed on Feiyin, causing it to generate 2 high-power blue glowing chakra double knives. Chakra knife. Shinichi text. This is one of Asuma's commonly used ninjutsu, which can condense the wind attribute chakra to the double swords, and can easily smash the boulders. Feng Yao watched Asuma, who was rushing forward instead of retreating, and activated Iron Nugget to directly catch the opponent's double knives with both hands. Asuma was taller than Feng Yao, and the mask was shrouded in shadow by Asuma's figure. But Asuma's double knives couldn't move in an inch. No matter how hard his hands were, the knives seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and couldn't be pulled out at all. Fire escape. Ash accumulation burns. Asuma let go of Feiyin and stepped back. Jian in his hand spit out a cloud of black high-temperature soot in front of him. After landing, he ignited it with the flint of his molars. After the intense high temperature, there was a strong explosion. Did you succeed? Asuma said to himself, looking at the black smoke in front of him. No, the voice just fell. Feng Yao appeared behind him. He just used the moon step to avoid the scope of ninjutsu in time, and at the same time, he directly attacked from behind Asuma with a land foot. The sharp chopper wave directly tore a huge hole in Asuma's back. Asuma's body fell forward with inertia, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, struggling to get up. As a result, he was stunned by Feng Yao's blowing hand knife. Well, it's finally resolved, then I have to hurry up and finish the plan. In his plan, it was to smash the Hokage rock and fall into the Konoha ninja village, which would not only cause greater damage, but also would not consume too much chakra. The host is still too soft-hearted. It's not good to release a large-scale immortal art directly in a place with many houses. Why is it so troublesome? Is it to kill a few people less? Ah, stop talking nonsense. If it wasn't for you and me to use Konoha, if I really killed so many people, it would be endless. Even though I'm doing this now, it's almost endless. Feng Yao rolled his eyes helplessly. He had said before that killing people was only a necessary means, since attacking Konoha only needed to cause damage. Then there is no need to kill indiscriminately, but the person who killed the old doctor must pay the other party's blood debt. After speaking, the seal began. The stone statues of the Hokage in the past dynasties are still very strong, and the explosion has just burst a few cracks. It is still necessary to save the immortal chakra to do more things. Shantha. Inorganic reincarnation. Feng Yao patted the ground with both hands, giving the stone statue vitality and transforming the internal structure. Make a note appear in it. As long as you attack here, the entire Hokage rock will be shattered with one blow. Feng Yao got up from the ground and kicked his feet hard against the ground. Click. The Naruto rock immediately cracked a huge crack, and it continued to expand until the entire Naruto rock was covered with lines like spider webs. The roar sounded again, and the statue of Hokage, which symbolized the spirit of Konoha, collapsed tonight. What's the matter? Why did the Hokage rock suddenly collapse? Did someone raid? Damn it, who did such a thing? Take him out and let him bear our wrath. The whole Konoha village was shocked and angry when they saw this scene, and they became a mess for a while. There were birdsong, loud roars, angry voices, fearful voices. Feng Yao stood on the Hokage rock and watched silently. Now that he has met the requirements for completing the mission, as long as he leaves Konoha, this battle will be considered an attack. Just as he was about to leave, a somewhat old figure stood in front of him, wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform, wearing a ninja hat and a mustache on the chin. The shoulders of the combat uniform were equipped with silver protective gear attached to the back. The protective gear on the back rote has the word, fire. There are 2 vertical ninja bags on the back, with purple ribbons around the waist, mesh-shaped wrist guards on both arms and calves, and a green layered armor on the right arm, staring at Feng Yao with sharp eyes. Feng Yao, is this what you want? Revenge on the village? Is this your own idea, or does it represent the will of the country behind you? Sandemu asked sharply. He still underestimated the other party. After all, Feng Yao was just an ordinary trainee ninja when he left. In less than half a year, it has grown so much and caused such a huge loss to the village. Feng Yao was stunned when he heard Sandai talk about other countries. However, he soon understood that the other party regarded himself as a spy of another country. That's fine, if you make a mistake, you just mix the water up. He pretended to be deep and said, Lord Hokage, don't think about what I say, your Anbu is so powerful that you can even check the news of my return to the country of fire, how difficult it is to find out who I am. Hearing this, the 3rd generation frowned. The other party was cautious in his words and refused to reveal any information at all. He could only defeat him first, and then hand it over to the mountain family for interrogation and inquire about the information. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Sandemu threw a shuriken to the front, and then the shuriken shadow cloned out tens of thousands of shuriken to attack Feng Yao in all directions. Looking at the sky-filled shuriken, Feng Yao's scalp was numb. The Hokage of all dynasties is really a powerful character. One shuriken can play so many tricks. If he is entangled by him, it will be troublesome. After all, this is Konoha. Trouble. Thinking so in my heart, I quickly made a seal in my hand to deal with it. Fantasy. Wind Escape Sands. This is the Wind Escape ninjutsu, which can use the chakra of immortality to create a large number of sandstorms to block the sight of the enemy. Escape. Feng Yao made this decision almost as soon as he faced the 3 generations of Hokage. There's nothing shameful about running away. If you can't fight or win, run away. Feng Yao has become more cautious after going through so many things. Even if he has a whole card, as long as the odds of winning are small, he will try his best to avoid fighting. No one dislikes winning battles. Using various means to amplify the winning rate, and controlling the situation is what he is good at. He will fight to the death only when it is absolutely necessary. Chapter 13_Duel 3rd Hokage. Outside Konoha Ninja Village. The sound of fighting here has quieted down, and the various ninja tools nailed to the trees, broken trees, and large pits on the ground tell people what a tragic battle has just been experienced here. On a big tree, Hideyoshi pierced his arm with a sword and nailed it to the tree, and his body was scorched by lightning to varying degrees. He stared at Yuchai Hideyoshi with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. They were too embarrassed to lose. Not only did the other party's blood follower limit block the line of sight with a paralyzing effect, it was difficult for him to tell where the enemy was, and he also mastered a strange physical technique. The claws with poisonous knives are invincible and the speed is amazing. Less than a few meters away from him lay Moonlight Gale, who had passed out, and Yamashiro Aoba, whose hand had been cut off. Both of them were injured to varying degrees. Especially the Wind, his eyes were caught by the other party. If the toxins invaded the brain without timely treatment, it would be impossible to save the gods. Yuchai Hideyoshi looked at her eyes with some resentment, and she stunned the opponent with a hand knife, and drew out his own sword, thinking silently in his heart. It's a bit too much time wasted, I have to hurry up and pick up the leader. This is called the 6th naval taijutsu combined with the improvement of ninjutsu. I really can't believe it, otherwise I will deal with these 3 Konoha's special skills. Forbearance is really a bit of a disadvantage. Quote. Before he came, Feng Yao had already handed over his 6 naval styles to Zaibushin and Hideyoshi. Among them, Hideyoshi had practiced ninjutsu and mastered it much faster than Zaibushin. Although the 6 forms is not a physical art in the Naruto world, it is also a kind of physical exercise and application in the final analysis. And he also specially consulted the system, and learned that other people can also practice. This taught them to 2 people, but he also made them swear that no one except the immortal organization should teach it. On the other side, Zabuzai had multiple wounds of different sizes on his body. The blood had soaked his clothes. He was not as relaxed as Yuchai Hideyoshi. He was hit by the illusion and could only rely on self-mutilation and pain to force himself to wake up. Hong had already collapsed in front of the desk on the side, dead. These injuries are not only caused by Hong, but also caused by not cutting himself again. Fortunately, he was able to get rid of illusion in time, and relying on physical skills to win slightly. Looking through different mission files, he suddenly saw Feng Yao's name. He stopped, picked it up and stuffed it into his clothes before preparing to leave. There is too much movement now, and time is very precious to him. If the tiger, Konoha, really reacts, it will be bad. At this time, Feng Yao ran out of the sand and dust, with several shuriken inserted in his body. Quote. Host, are you planning to run away? If you can defeat the 3 generations of Hokage, it will also be counted as a quest reward. After all, if a village's Hokage is defeated, it will also be a mental blow to Konoha. Feng Yao, who was about to escape while the 3rd generation was still trapped, heard the system's slanderous words to confuse the crowd. Nonsense, this is in Konoha, you tell me how to get out after defeating the 3rd Hokage. Survival is the premise of all activities, just like me to complete the task. If I don't complete it, I will hang up a reason, don't risk your life for a little reward. You seem to have no choice. While saying that, suddenly a huge monkey slapped Feng Yao back with one paw, and the powerful force made Feng Yao in immortal mode fall back several steps after falling to the ground. At first glance, it is the psychic beast ape demon of the 3 generations of Hokage, who not only has the indestructible body of King Kong, but can also become a wishful golden hoop, and is a powerful helper for the 3 generations. Feng Yao secretly scolded the system for being a crow's mouth. This is troublesome. At this time, the 3rd generation has taken the opportunity to get out of the range of Feng Dunshachen, and a momentary body is blocked in front of Feng Yao, and continues to persuade. You have no way to escape Feng Yao, just capture it. The ape demon turns into a wishful golden hoop. No Sarutobi, and fight side by side again. The ape demon turned into the air and turned into a black stick with golden lines on both ends of its body. The 3rd generation held the Rui golden hoop in his hand. The huge stick was not proportional to his thin body. The 3rd generation squatted down and waved the Rui golden hoop forward. With a knot in the hand, he shouted, King Kong Wall. Rui sticks in the air are cloned into dozens of Rui sticks very fast. Then a cube cage was formed around Feng Yao, trapping him. This move can be said to be a combination of power and defense, that is, it can be used to trap the enemy, or it can be used for self-defense, depending on the user's operation. In Hokage, this move once defended the wooden escape of a generation of Hokage. Feng Yao looked at the cage in front of him and snorted coldly. It seemed that he really couldn't get out without defeating the 3rd generation Hokage. Shanfa. Lan Dongguang Feng. Feng Yao made a seal in his hand, spit out a laser like a water column from his mouth, and easily cut open the surrounding cage. This is already a 6th-level celestial art, and naturally it cannot be blocked by a psychic beast. When Feng Yao was halfway through, The ape demon noticed the danger and immediately changed back to his body, but it was still half a beat, and even his arm was cut off. Fortunately, he was decisive, otherwise it would not be as simple as an arm. Old man, you step back first, Tudun. Too long bullet, Huadun, Hualongyin bullet. It was also extremely heart-wrenching to see the ape demon injured for the third generation. The two different escape techniques work together to increase their power. It really deserves to be the third generation of eyes that is known as a doctor. It is easy to combine the escape technique. If he was at his peak when he was young, I am afraid I would have been left behind today. Looking at the whistling ninjutsu, Feng Yao was not holding back. He had less than 6 minutes left in immortal mode, and he had to solve the battle with one move. He put his hands together. Shantha, wooden escape true 3,000 hands. On the ground of a rock, a tall and majestic wooden Buddha statue was summoned. This time it was much larger than the last time. The fire dragon bullet hit the Buddha, but it had no effect at all, but it was enough to knock out dozens. Arm. It's impossible. How could you? The secret technique of a generation of Hokage-sama. It's a pity that the answer to the third generation is hundreds of arms, and each blow weighs 1,000 pounds. Soil escape. Earth flow wall. At the moment when the arm was submerged, the third generation still used the Tudun in time to resist. This time Feng Yao didn't keep his hands, and completely took the initiative to attack. Numerous arms smashed the broken Hokage rock again and collapsed, and the thick smoke and dust floated over the Hokage rock for a long time and could not disperse. The third generation Hokage was half kneeling on the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, this immortal technique was not completely defended. After all, he was old and could no longer fight like he was young. Feng Yao's body agreed that he was a little unsteady. After a while, he quit the fairy mode and gasped for breath. Although this immortal technique was strong, it was too chakra-consuming and would cause his fairy mode to be greatly shortened. He and the third generation looked at each other. Now they are both at the end of the battle, and it is difficult to move, depending on whose reinforcements arrive first. Sure enough, in Konoha's sight, Anbu came to Hokage Rock one step ahead. The third generation breathed a sigh of relief, and Feng Yao's eyes flashed a trace of madness, and now he can only desperately. The dog system is all your crow's mouth. If I see you, the person must sew you up. Feng Yao muttered angrily to himself, and then forced his body to stand up. The leader is really embarrassed, but it's no wonder that the other party is the strongest 3 generations of Hokage in history. Hey, you should call me with such an exciting thing. It doesn't make sense for me to watch the door outside. Swish. The two figures came to Feng Yao's side in an instant. One of them helped Feng Yao with one hand, and the Anbu staff on the opposite side were like a big enemy, and immediately took out their weapons and aimed at each other. Let's go first. The mission has been completed. There is no need to stay. It will be troublesome if Konoha and other joinin come over. Hideyoshi, who was about to start, frowned when he heard that. He still planned to fight with the other party, but after following such a leader, thrilling things must be inevitable, so he still obeyed Feng Yao's order. Zabujan dropped a smoke bomb and left with Hideyoshi and Feng Yao. The third Hokage-sama, how are you? Anbu members on the side saw the enemy leaving, and hurried to Sandaime to ask about the situation. Cough, you can't die, count the casualties in the village, don't rush to chase each other, those people are not easy, let all the Junin who go out to perform tasks come back as soon as possible, cough. Sandai was struggling to speak at the moment, but he still had to perform his duty as Hokage. Follow Hokage-sama. Chapter 14_Free Mind Body. Konoha Hokage Headquarters. The hall was brightly lit, the red candles were beating, and the shadow pulled Sandaimu's thin body very long. In front of him, several members of Anbu knelt. One of them broke the silence. Lord Hokage, Konoha suffered heavy losses this time. Not only was Hokage Rock completely destroyed, but nearly 100 people were injured nearby. In particular, Joinin Moonlight Gale's blindness in his right eye has not yet escaped danger. Yamashiro Aoba was cut off from his left hand. Even if he is cured, his strength will be greatly reduced, and he will suffer similar minor injuries. As for Hong and Asma, the two Jonin were only slightly injured and out of danger. Kakashi was seriously injured and unconscious, and this incident will definitely damage my Konoha's prestige, and may even be attacked by other countries. Quote. And. A look of embarrassment flashed across the face of this Anbu, as if he was thinking about telling what happened next, but he finally gritted his teeth. There are also some voices blaming you in the village, and the two advisors are also quite critical. A look of sadness flashed on the face of this Anbu member. The 3 generations of Megumi Hokage fought on the front line for the village. Before the injury was healed, he continued to work in the village, but the 2 advisors still had roots. Cough. You go down first. 3 generations of Hokage waved a little tiredly. Then he said, after all the other Shangnin have arrived, let them come here, and I have something to explain to them. Feng Yao and others have left the country of fire non-stop at this moment, and now they are far away from the defensive range of Konoha Ninja Village. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The revenge of Konoha is achieved, the damage degree of Konoha is 20%, and the host defeats the 3 generations of Hokage, giving Konoha a mental blow and giving special rewards. Happy mind. Feng Yao, who was lying on Zaibusion, heard the sound from the system again, and he raised his brows. Happy mind body. Before, he had obtained a potion to improve his physique given by the system, which greatly improved his physical and mental average. Unlike the potion, this time it completely changes the host's own physique, so that your body can perfectly use various types of spells and increase the power of fairy spells. For example, the host will no longer be affected by strong light and air vibrations when using white shock, and when using other fairy spells, it will be closer to the power of the original caster. There are other benefits that I won't go into details in this system, and the host will naturally know about it later. Hearing the wind here is slightly moved. If this is the case, it is very helpful for me, and some of my immortal arts are actually unusable at all. Not for other reasons, it is easy to hurt oneself, and another point is that immortal arts cannot exert the strongest power. The same immortal chakra, the same immortal technique, such as inorganic reincarnation as a pocket to use the power will consume more power than oneself, because what others accept is the inheritance of Longdedong, which is the immortal mode of Longdedong. I belong to the system to draw cats and tigers, and now I can make my physique perfectly fit every immortal art. How can I not be excited? Please prepare the host. He said that, a cool energy penetrated from his mind to his limbs and bones, making his whole body cock up, and Feng Yao, who was lying on Zabuzin's body, couldn't help but snort. He was so frightened that he almost fell from the tree. Does his leader have any special hobbies? Then Feng Yao's body suddenly flashed a dazzling blue light, and he stopped quickly and leaned Feng Yao aside, and said with concern. Boss, what's the matter with you? Feng Yao shook his head at them, feeling a little excited by the pure energy in his body. It's all right, you step back a little, I'll be fine in a while. Saying that, he hurriedly sat cross-legged and absorbed it, and then the light on his body became even more intense, forming a light cocoon to wrap Feng Yao. When Buzan and Hideyoshi met face to face, I felt even more mysterious as the leader. At this moment, the dense black spots in the light cocoon were discharged from Feng Yao's body, and then turned into nothingness. The physique has also changed little by little. He felt that his body was more integrated with the world, and every cell in his body was completely different from before. It was as if the difference between a child and an adult could adapt to the side effects of the current technique. Especially the mind, the spiritual power is not only improved but also purer. I am afraid it is difficult for ordinary illusions to work on him. The memory is also clearer than before, and the thoughts are extremely accessible, and he can even remember his past life on Earth for more than 20 years. It took a long time for a cup of tea. The light cocoon slowly disappeared, and Feng Yao's skin was fairer than before, and through the skin, it seemed that the crystal-like bones inside could be seen. Now his body is a real, unsullied, free-spirited mind. He even grew taller. His eyes slowly looked like Zabujan and Hideyoshi, his eyes flashed, and they made their debut. When you don't get targeted, it's as if all the secrets in your body have been seen through. Your own ninjutsu, weaknesses, and psychology are the feelings you only have when you are facing the writing wheel. No, this feeling is better than the writing wheel. Eyes are terrifying. Hideyoshi also took a deep breath. What he felt more was the change in Feng Yao's temperament, although Feng Yao was powerful. But before, he still lacked a kind of leadership temperament, and now he can't help but want to surrender in the face of him. And when the two were by Feng Yao's side, their irritable mood seemed to calm down, and their whole body felt uncomfortable, as if bathing in the softest sunlight, dispelling the cold killing intent and violence in their hearts. Chief, your temperament has changed too much. Hideyoshi spoke with a little trembling. Feng Yao stood up, and he also felt the huge changes in his body. The amount of chakra and the speed of recovery had been significantly improved, and the immortal techniques that had been used before were more thoroughly understood. The host's current physique is equivalent to the one of a kind cultivation genius in the Naruto world, and your breath will make people around you meditate and clear away the negative emotions in other people's hearts, making people unconsciously dependent, and faster. Practice ninjutsu, so that the host can be a qualified leader. Feng Yao suddenly realized, no wonder he didn't cut the two to look at him so hungry. He coughed lightly to wake them up. Fuck off, boss. By the way, this is the information I got from Konoha. Where is our next plan? Zaibuzhen quickly apologized and opened the topic. Feng Yao pondered for a while, and he had come up with dozens of different solutions in a moment. He was also amazed at his current thinking ability, and he was afraid that he would have no problem with all four things. After taking the information scroll, he opened it and glanced at it. He snorted coldly. It turned out that the one who carried out the mission was the Anbu ninja Xianju who chased and killed him that day. He really wanted to kill each other, but everyone in Anbu would go out to perform tasks. Not every moment in the village. He couldn't go back to Konoha village for a long time. He thought for a moment before coming to the answer. Go to the land of water, and now I will help you fulfill the promise that I promised you before without beheading. Hearing this, Zaibuzhen was slightly stunned and immediately knelt down on one knee at random. Thank you, Chief, please rest assured, even if I capture Wuyin village, I will still be a member of Xian for your dispatch. I believe in you. If you don't cut it again, order Bai Yi to go to the land of water, we need his strength. Feng Yao responded lightly by helping Zaibuzhen up. It's the leader, come up first and I'll carry you on your way. That's too bad. If you don't kill your brother, you should be tired just now. Let me recite it. Don't be tired, brother Hideyoshi, you're welcome. I'm coming, I'm coming. They found that the closer they were to Feng Yao, the more comfortable their bodies were, and it was even beneficial for the practice of ninjutsu. The two of them were now rushing for the task of carrying people. Cough, no need, I just recovered almost chakra, just go by myself. If two beauties compete with each other for Feng Yao, you can still accept it with reluctance, but if you are fought for by two big men, then forget it. Camera turns to Konoha Ninja Village. In addition to the third generation of Hokage sitting in the middle, there are two people standing next to them. It is Konoha's senior advisors, Mito Kazuya, and, turn to bed Kaharu. These two people are responsible for connecting with the country of fire in Konoha village. Under certain circumstances, they will provide advice to Naruto, and even change Naruto's decision-making. Konoha's Jonin felt a little uneasy. In front of him, apart from Konoha's Jonin, there are members of Anbu, Gen, and half of his face and one arm wrapped in bandages. One eye is slightly narrowed, and his eyes seem to be full of suspicion and calculation all the time. Looking gloomy incomparably, it is Shimura Danzo, the leader of the route. The Fire Country daimyo also attaches great importance to the destruction of Hokage Rock this time. They are very dissatisfied with Konoha's actions this time. This matter not only affects Konoha, but also affects the reputation of the country of fire. Yes, and after this time, the power of Konoha Ninja Village has been reduced to a certain extent, and neighboring countries may make bold moves at any time. In the emergency meeting of the Fire Nation held yesterday, we are concerned about whether the third generation can continue to play the role. Fire up the post of Hokage. The words of the two senior advisors, you and I, were all embarrassing for the 3 generations of Hokage, and Matt K at the bottom listened to the words of the two and said angrily. If Hokage-sama hadn't tried desperately to stop him, I'm afraid that Konoha's losses would have been even more severe now. Where were you at that time? The 2 senior consultants who said this were speechless for a while, but the third generation helped them relieve the siege. Cough. Okay, this Hokage rock incident is my dereliction of duty. I underestimated the other party, and I voluntarily resigned from the Hokage post. After Sandemu said these words, the anti-Buddha became even older. That's not good, Hokage-sama. What would Konoha village do without your leadership? Also ask Hokage-sama to think twice. When the people around heard this, they all discouraged them. Only Gens Danzo showed a gloomy smile, while the 2 advisors stood aside like sculptures, watching and caring. Konoha, it's going to change. Chapter 15_5th Hokage. Fire Country Frontier. The sun shines on the ground through the only crack in the tree. The 3 figures sat in a circle, with some fruit, food and water in the middle. One of the men is very beautiful, as if he is the existence of all the good things in this world, making people want to approach them unconsciously. No longer slashing while eating, I sighed in my heart. Fortunately, I'm a man, otherwise I'm afraid that I can't even eat while sitting with the leader. I just stared at it, but why did I always have the leader's figure in my mind recently? I shouldn't. Thinking of this, Zaibuzhan hurriedly shook his head, throwing away the terrifying thought just now. Okay, let's hurry up after eating. Feng Yao wiped his mouth and continued to put on his mask. Now that they have arrived at the border, the country of water is surrounded by the sea. If you want to pass, you must take a boat. Helping Zaibujian is also helping himself. He thought about the places where many immortal organizations were established, and finally decided to be in the Land of Water. The Land of Water has an excellent geographical location, far away from the mainland, and no large-scale war broke out. Therefore, from the Naruto Warring States period to the end of the Third Ninja War, the country has always maintained the most types of blood-based boundaries in the Naruto world, and is known for its many types of blood-based boundaries in the Naruto world. What does this represent? There are so many talents. Just grab a few and cultivate them. Isn't this the fresh blood of immortals? Then this system task is not easy to come by. Thinking of this, Feng Yao can't help but feel at ease, and he has already thought about what artifact the system will give him. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Subduing Terumi Mei. Task Introduction. Subduing the 5th generation of Water Shadows. Time. Within 2 years. Slogan. A strong man will conquer the most powerful woman. Come on, young man. Even if Feng Yao now inherits Xiaoyao's mind and body, it can be said that his mental strength and endurance are already very strong, but the system almost fell due to Qi. How dare you say it? You actually said that I was nasty and conquered the 5th Hokage. Who do you think I am? A hungry ghost in color. Feng Yao's face was righteous and he never wanted to do such a dirty thing. What is the host thinking? I just want you to put Terumi Mei into the Sen organization. You have made up some strange things in your own mind. You were trying to mislead me just now. Ahem, in fact, I think so too. My fairy organization is lacking talents, especially talents like Terumi Mei. Feng Yao's face was not blushing and his heart was not beating to wash himself white. There is a small village on the edge. Here are some ordinary villagers. They usually fish for fish. It should be very easy to get 2 boats here. Zaibuzhan and Hideyoshi were in charge of finding the boat, while Feng Yao wandered around the village, and a piece of paper on a notice board caught his attention. Although this village is small, sometimes some news and national events are posted here for the convenience of the villagers. This piece of paper is the announcement of the Fire Nation. The 3rd generation Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village voluntarily resigned from the position of Hokage due to his old age and frailty. It was decided by the daimyo of the Fire Kingdom and the Konoha Elite Committee that Shimura Danzo took over as the 5th Hokage. At the same time, reward is offered to Fengyao, an S-level wanted criminal, and a reward of 50 million taels is given to anyone who kills them. Also attached below are the photos of Fengyao when he was wearing a mask and the photos he used to be in Konoha village. Because Kakashi hasn't woken up yet, the Naruto team didn't know that Fengyao was the young ninja they faced that day. I don't know what Fengyao's true appearance is now. Seeing this, Fengyao sneered. He was really valuable. It was time for him to rob Cardo, but unfortunately he was going to the land of water. Just as he continued to look down, the expression on his face froze, the anger flashed in his eyes, and his expression became extremely gloomy. Below it says, Fengyao's parents. Fengbo and Fengmiao have been verified and have close ties with the rebel ninja Fengyao. They have sold information to other countries many times, and have been executed by the 5th generation Hokage. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent and smashed the notice board with one punch. His parents are just ordinary people, so how could he betray intelligence? But he has a good mind, and he knows it when he thinks about it. The 3 generations of Hokage are generous and naturally will not hurt the innocent. But because Danzo is in the top position, this person is suspicious and tough, and cannot tolerate a little negligence. At this moment, what the village needs most is to restore order and catch himself. So Danzo directly attacked his parents. No matter whether they were related to him or not, they all had to die, because this could appease the emotions of Konoha and the people of the Land of Fire, express his attitude, and prove that Danzo has the ability to become the 5th generation. Naruto. Tuan. Hide. I. Will. Want. Kill. You. Fengyao jumped out a few words from his teeth one by one. Although he and his parents are a bit estranged, after all, the other party has raised him for 12 years. People are not plants and trees, and who can be ruthless, let alone a person who gave birth to himself and raised himself. Although he was extremely angry, Xiaoyao's mind and body still allowed him to maintain rational thinking, and he immediately turned around to find Zaibuzhan and Hideyoshi. At this moment, the two had bought a fishing boat and were about to leave, and Fengyao walked back and said to the two, I have something to deal with, and I can't go to the country of water for the time being. You two should go ahead and stay there and wait for my order. There was an unquestionable taste in the words. Hideyoshi felt that Fengyao should be doing something big, and just as he was about to propose himself, he saw Fengyao's blue pupils were full of murderous intent. He was so frightened that he swallowed the words that had just reached his mouth, and if he didn't cut it, he felt that the wind and glory at the moment would be like a wild beast. Since the leader's order, I will follow it. We will first gain a firm foothold in the land of water and wait for the leader to arrive. After explaining these, Fengyao turned around and left. At this time he only had one thought. Just kill Danzo. He turned on the immortal mode and ran in the woods. At his speed, he was afraid that he would be able to return to Konoha in less than a week. Host, although you want revenge, I don't plan to stop it, but I must remind you that in 3 days, half a year will come, and then the next random draw will come, and you will not be able to enter the fairy mode to use the fairy spell. Hearing that Fengyao could only stop on a tree, he cursed the system hundreds of times in his heart. Although he felt that the system was stupid, he could only be incompetent and furious. I didn't know what kind of ninjutsu or genre he would get randomly next. It is definitely not possible to go directly to Konoha. Although Fengyao wanted to take revenge, he would not be swept away by the anger and rushed in to fight Danzo. Whatever he does, he has rationally thought about it. In his current state of mind and body, with the immortal mode enabled and the power of immortality enhanced, he is sure that he can kill Danzang and retreat, but now. Revenge must be revenge, but you can't lose your life for revenge. That kind of behavior is reckless. You really dropped the chain at a critical time. Fengyao scolded the system angrily, then changed direction. He had already thought of another idea, so he needed an ally. In the Konoha ninja village on the other side, Danzo was wearing a white Naruto robe, lined with a red ninja suit, and a Naruto hat. He finally fulfilled his wish and became Konoha's Naruto. He can carry out his own will and use strong means to protect Konoha. Lord Hokage, the news has been spread out. What is our next plan? The one kneeling on the ground was none other than Xianju, an Anbu member who had chased down Feng Yao before. He was actually the root. You did a good job, and thanks to the situation you reported to me at the beginning, I was able to take down Rigian today. This kid named Feng Yao is beyond my expectations. Danzang said in a flat tone, still holding Feng Yao's materials in his hand. Danzo got the news as early as Feng Yao judged the ninja village. It stands to reason that there is rebellion in the village. This is the dereliction of duty of the third Hokage. He wanted to take the opportunity to attack, but the people in the village are still very supportive. 3 generations. Danzo could only wait for the opportunity, and ordered Xianju to get rid of the old doctor. In his eyes, killing an ordinary person was no big deal, and it was also just in case there was any collusion between Feng Yao and the doctor. He also ordered the people around him to report Konoha in a timely manner. Finally, he waited until Feng Yao came back. A peddler reported that someone came to inquire about the doctor's situation, and he also brought a ninja. He disclosed the news to Sandemu and handed it over to him. In fact, even if Feng Yao failed, he would still find a way to make the third generation take the blame, and he would do anything to become Hokage. Danzo held Feng Yao's information tightly in his hands, and now all he has to do is to get rid of this pest that threatens Konoha. Chapter 16 First Encounter with Orochimaru. 2 days later. In the northern border area of the Land of Fire, there is a small country bordering the Land of Fire, the Land of Fields. This is also the birthplace of Yin Ninja, the old nest of Orochimaru. Feng Yao came to Tianjiguo. The village here looks a bit rudimentary, and occasionally there are 2 ninjas wearing 8-note forehead guards guarding a door in the village. Standing at the door are Kidomaru and Tayuya, both of whom have different abilities and are proficient in various enchantments and sealing techniques. He walked towards the 2 of them slowly. The 2 of them glanced at Feng Yao, and Duo Yu also spoke first. Stand there and don't move. Who are you? Take off the mask for me. Gatong Maru on the side also stared at Feng Yao, and Feng Yao slowly stopped. Call out Orochimaru. You don't deserve to ask who I am. Duo Yu also had a thin anger welling up in his heart. This bastard, think he is an old man. I flew so that you know the heights of the old lady. With this thought in my heart, I took out a flute in my hand. Magic flute. Dream sound lock. A crisp flute sound is raised, which is pleasant to the ear and echoes continuously. If you indulge in it, you will enter an illusion, and your body will be slowly corroded. But Feng Yao's mental power was so high that this level of illusion could not work on him at all, and Feng Yao said slowly after Duo Yu finished playing it. Is it over yet? Your flute level still needs to be improved. Duo Yu, who has always refused to admit defeat, could not bear such yin and yang sarcasm, and directly waved his flute and attacked Feng Yao. But just within 5 meters of Feng Yao, her body suddenly softened, and she felt an extremely cool breath seeping into her limbs. Comfortable almost shouted. The anger and killing intent in his heart dissipated in an instant. Instead he felt a touch of kindness and dependence on Feng Yao, and even wanted to get closer. The opposite Feng Yao also wondered why Tayuya's movements suddenly slowed down, but he didn't hesitate, grabbing Tayuya's neck with his right hand, ready to threaten Orochimaru. In the end, Duo Yuya was hit by Feng Yao. Ah! Called out, for no reason. It feels too comfortable to be so close to Feng Yao. Even if he was caught by Feng Yao, he somehow felt that this person would not hurt him, and even had a different kind of goodwill towards this person he had never seen before. I didn't exert much effort. Could it be that the 5 people under Orochimaru's hands are only in vain? I have some doubts in my mind. It's the host's physique that has too much influence on others. Your free mind and body is a fatal attraction for people who have always had negative emotions in their hearts, just like a person who has been hungry for 3 days suddenly ate a big meal. But it seems to be more lethal to the opposite sex, which the system did not expect. Quote. It was only after hearing this that Feng Yao understood, because it seemed that he had been influenced by him before if he did not cut again. But it's definitely not to the point where you will be distracted when you are fighting with yourself. Then you will not naturally have the advantage when fighting ninjas in the future. Taking advantage of the opponent's brief absence, you can instantly grasp the advantage. To Yuya, what illusion did you use? Let her go immediately. Gatongmaru was also anxious when he saw that his companion was captured, and he was ready to start with a loud shout, but Taiyu also stopped him suddenly. I didn't think he should have no ill intentions. Go and report it. Lord Orochimaru. Yuya's tone was trembling when he said this. Gatong was stunned when they heard it. They worked together under Orochimaru, and naturally knew each other well. Duoyu is not only competitive and unwilling to admit defeat, but his biggest characteristic is his vicious tongue, and he always likes to swear and quarrel with others. Now it is a miracle to be caught without greeting the relatives of the other party. Why is it still facing the other party? And what does the tone of speaking reveal such a shyness? If he hadn't looked at Duoyu and his eyes were clear, he would have felt that Duoyu must have been caught in an illusion. Feng Yao felt a sigh of relief in his heart. This free mind and body is more useful than I thought. Gatongmaru couldn't make up his mind, so he could only look at Feng Yao angrily and say something cruel. You wait for me. If it hurts Yuya, Orochimaru-sama won't let you go. After speaking, he entered the room, leaving only Feng Yao and Yuya, who was gasping for breath. After a while, 4 figures appeared behind the door. The leader is Orochimaru. He has black hair, long golden pupils, purple eyeshadow that extends from the corner of his eyes to the wings of his nose. His pale skin has no blood at all, and he wears blue hook jade-shaped earrings. A sinister feeling. In addition to the Kidomaru just now, there are Saken, Jirofang, and Kagaya-kun Maro. Feng Yao paused a few more times on Kagaya-jun Maru's body. This person has the bloodline boundary of the corpse veins, and he is the strongest one among the unparalleled sound and ninja. The other 4 combined are not his opponents. Orochimaru walked up to Feng Yao and smiled gloomily. Looking at your appearance, if I guessed correctly, it should be the S-class traitor who made a mess of Konoha a few days ago. I didn't expect you. Actually came to find me. It's not surprising that Orochimaru revealed Feng Yao's identity in one sentence. The country of Tien and the country of fire are adjacent to each other. The photo of himself wearing a mask has long been passed to the forces of various countries. In addition, Orochimaru is also more concerned about Konoha news. There is no reason for Orochimaru not to know about such a big thing. The people around were also secretly shocked when they heard it. They had heard the news, but they didn't know about it. They usually guarded Orochimaru and only obeyed Orochimaru's orders. And Duoyu also turned his head and glanced at it after hearing it, and admired his own style even more. Mr. Orochimaru, I want to make a deal with you. Feng Yao looked at the Orochimaru in front of him flatly, not too surprised that he knew his identity. And Orochimaru is more and more curious about Feng Yao. The other party can not only destroy Hokage Rock in Konoha village, but also find his position in such a short time, which shows the other party's means. What kind of deal do you want to make with me, Feng Yao? Seeing that Orochimaru wanted to negotiate terms with himself, he let go of Duoyu and expressed his sincerity, and Orochimaru's eyes softened slightly. It's just that Yuya stayed in place and didn't move. She didn't want to leave Feng Yao's surroundings. Feng Yao's breath was really attractive. In the end, in the order of Orochimaru, he walked behind Orochimaru in 3 steps. Orochimaru frowned when he saw that Duoyu was also so abnormal, but didn't think much about it. I want to work with you to destroy the Konoha ninja village, but I have one condition. I want to kill the 5th Hokage group myself. Zang. Orochimaru shook his head and looked at Feng Yao playfully. Why should I cooperate with you? What good can you give me by destroying Konoha? Feng Yao scolded the old fox secretly when he heard it. Orochimaru was already planning to destroy Konoha at this time. It's just that I see myself putting forward such conditions and want to get some benefits from myself. Feng Yao ignored him, just turned his back to Orochimaru and said calmly. It's up to you to choose whether to cooperate or not. If you don't want to get the legacy of Konoha ninjutsu, and if you don't want to solve the Konoha ninja village that has been looking for you, you have to reject my proposal. After speaking, he was ready to leave without turning his head. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. 4 steps. Just as he was about to leave, Orochimaru stopped him. Wait a minute, Yaojun, you won and I agree to your deal. Anyway, I'm not interested in that old Danzo. It's better if you're willing to kill him. Feng Yao just turned around, but at this time, Orochimaru's head suddenly stretched out and attacked him. This is the software modification of Orochimaru, which can make its body stretch or twist freely. Orochimaru opened his mouth twice as big as the others and bit towards Feng Yao's throat. Iron block. Feng Yao used the 6 forms to resist the snake head rushing towards him with one hand, and a right hook with the other hand distorted Orochimaru's entire face. The head returned to Orochimaru's body, and the wound on his face returned to its original state in a moment. Feng Yao asked in a bad tone. Orochimaru, what do you mean? Orochimaru touched his left cheek, his eyes flickered, and he said grimly, since it's a cooperation, then I always want to know how your strength is. Let me see it, Yaojun tilde. After finishing speaking, the body rushed towards Feng Yao at once. Chapter 17 Fight against Orochimaru. When Orochimaru rushed in front of Feng Yao with an instant body technique, he was immediately attracted by the breath of Feng Yao. Inexplicably, he felt a little close to Feng Yao, but he was determined and naturally would not be affected by it in battle. Knotted hands in a low voice. Shimmering snake hand. This is Orochimaru's B-level ninjutsu, which is quite a variety of ninjutsu. A number of large snakes that can be summoned in an instant or responsible for tasks such as intimidation, containment, capture, etc., to achieve the effect of multiple combos. Often the enemy has been restrained before he can react. A dozen snakes with brown and black stripes rushed towards Feng Yao's limbs and vital points respectively. Duo Yu, who was on the side, couldn't help but worry about Feng Yao, a feeling that even she herself felt incredible. But it was obvious that her worries were unnecessary. Feng Yao stepped on both feet and used the moon step to dodge easily under the pursuit of more than a dozen snakes. After chasing after more than 10 meters of Orochimaru, the technique was withdrawn. Orochimaru's face was solemn, and his latent shadow multi-snake hands were not only extremely numerous. And the speed is so fast that even the shadow-level powerhouse has to be tricked by a careless move. Even when he is so close, he is dodged by the opponent. In his impression, there is only one situation that can be done, and that is the riding wheel of the Uchiha family. Sharingan can copy ninjutsu, and see through ninjutsu, taijutsu, and gain insight into the opponent's movements, but the opponent's eyes are obviously not Sharingan. Feng Yao's ability to avoid the latent shadow snake hands without turning on the immortal mode is actually due to the change in his physique. His understanding of ninjutsu is now beyond Orochimaru's imagination. At the moment when the opponent made the move, he directly simulated in his mind the various changes after the move, and then escaped. Yao-kun, your secret is more interesting than I thought, but if light can escape, I can't let me admit your strength tilde. Orochimaru sneered, exuding a mature gloomy atmosphere, intending to provoke Feng Yao. Feng Yao folded his hands together, but thought silently in his heart that this should be the last time he used the immortal mode. Then the eye shadow appeared in the corner of the eye, and the pupil also changed. This is not to say that Feng Yao can instantly enter the immortal mode now, but it is a manifestation of his dual purpose. He has just turned on the immortal mode while entangled with Orochimaru. The opposite Orochimaru clearly felt the change in Feng Yao's strength at this moment, which was more than 10 times more terrifying than just now. He even had the feeling that he was facing that man, Itachi Uchiha, that feeling of being unable to overcome. He snorted coldly, the humiliation of the day will not appear today, although the other party defeated the 3 generations of Hokage, but the other party is old and infirm after all, not the peak state, and he must be one of the 3 dignified endures. Orochimaru lays his whole body on the ground, his mouth grows. The array of 10,000 snakes. This technique can psychic out countless snakes and crawl out of the mouth to attack the enemy, bury the opponent alive in the snake group, and finally detonate the snake group. Seeing Orochimaru keep spitting things out of his mouth, Feng Yao also frowned, silently thinking that it might be good to have roasted snake meat. So the hands quickly formed the seal, and the speed was so fast that afterimages were formed. Junmo, who was standing in the distance, widened his eyes in surprise, because he found that the other party was forming 3 different seals at the same time. Feng Yao took a deep breath and bulged his mouth slightly. Senfa, Gomon. Feng Yao simultaneously used Feng Dun, Huodun and toad oil to create a wide range of kerosene with extremely high temperature, ruthlessly devouring the python that Orochimaru channeled in front of him. Feng Yao didn't use this trick before because although he knew it, he couldn't use 3 ninjutsu at the same time, but now he can. Not only that, you can even release 4 ninjutsu at a time. Orochimaru hurriedly backed away when he saw it, and even he couldn't bear to be hit by this level of fire dungeons. At the same time, he bit his finger and slapped it into the ground. Triple Rashomon. The red, blue, and black 3-colored door of the ghost face with its big mouth opened, as if to absorb all attacks. These triple gates represent the 3 stages of absolute prison gate defense of receiving, destroying and expanding, as well as the characteristics of absorbing all attacks. Not only can you protect yourself, but also play a role in deterring the opponent's spirit. The first door is under attack. The second goalkeeper is less powerful. The power of the third goalkeeper spreads. When the kerosene hit the third door, it was already weak and could not hurt the Orochimaru behind him. It turned out to be this technique, fortunately. Just when Orochimaru was relieved, Feng Yao suddenly appeared behind him, and a cold voice sounded. Mr. Orochimaru, the battle is not over yet. Feng Yao folded his hands together and said in a low voice. Fantasy. Famous God Gate. Several red torii gates, traditional Japanese architecture, consisting of 1 vertical and 2 horizontal columns, descended from the sky. Pressed on Orochimaru's body, this technique can temporarily seal the opponent's chakra. Even the sealing technique can be used. Orochimaru felt that the chakra in his body was sealed, and now he can be said to be slaughtered by others. Feng Yao did not stop, and continued to form seals in his hands, as if he was going to take the life of Orochimaru directly. Orochimaru was finally unable to maintain his posture and roared in horror. Come here to help soon. Junmo on the side saw that Orochimaru fell into a disadvantage and wanted to help, but he had been waiting for the other party's order, and he rushed out as soon as he heard it. In addition to Tayuya, the others also shot instantly. They all turned on the form of their own mantra seal too. The skin of the body became black and hard, the hair changed color and lengthened, and the claws grew. Tayuya struggled for a while, but finally caught up. Bone vein dance of wire flowers. Secret art spider stick gold. 2 dun tooling dumplings. Multiple punches. Everyone used their ninjutsu skills. The strength of the 5 people of Yin Nin should not be underestimated. Everyone has different abilities or secret techniques, illusion techniques, and blood-based boundaries. Looking at the various attacks coming from behind, Feng Yao turned his head, the seal in his hand changed, his stomach bulged high, and then he spat out an illusory white dragon. The immortal technique. The technique of white excitement. Holding a purple dragon ball, the white dragon quickly flew in front of the 5 people. This spell can make the enemy feel the bone rubbing through the air vibration, and at the same time emit a strong light, which damages the enemy's vision and hearing. Before Feng Yao, because of the excessive side effects of this operation, the strong light accidentally blinded himself. Therefore, it has not been used since then, and now his eyes are flooded with a layer of film protecting his eyeballs, and the toughness of his body enables him to resist the vibration of the air. The group of four closed their eyes in pain, covered their ears, let alone continue to release ninjutsu, and even the curse marks were faintly showing signs of being unable to maintain. Feng Yao took the opportunity to enter the strong light and knocked them aside with one punch. On the contrary, Duo Yu, who was one step at night, was not in the scope of the art, and now he was the only person standing on the field except Feng Yao. Damn, he is so strong. At this moment, Orochimaru just had this idea. The next moment he hit the chest with a kick from Feng Yaoyi. Immediately, his eyes darkened, and a strong dizziness caused him to lose his balance and fell to the ground. Lying on the ground for a full breath or two, it was a little slow. After the vision was clear, what I saw was Feng Yao's feet, standing in front of him. Damn, Orochimaru was just about to get up. Feng Yao raised his right foot and stepped on it directly. Orochimaru's head was stomped on by Feng Yao, making a heavy sound like a stone hitting the ground. Feng Yao. Orochimaru was furious and wanted to get up again. Feng Yao looked at it coldly, and stepped down again. Orochimaru's head hit the ground violently, his scalp was broken, and the blood flowed non-stop. This guy, I will definitely find a way to kill you. Orochimaru was about to bite his teeth, and the anger in his chest almost burned him. He raised his head, and stared at Feng Yao with viper-like eyes, and said gloomily. Yaojun, I was rude just now, I admit your strength, how about we stop here? Seeing that the Orochimaru was softened, Feng Yao lifted the Mingxian gate, and helped Orochimaru familiarly, looking like an old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. Come on, Mr. Orochimaru, get up quickly, it's so cold on the ground, the two of us were just discussing at random, Mr. Orochimaru, don't mind. The sound of the 5 people on the side were all stunned. Is this the one who just shot ruthlessly and ruthlessly? It's too quick to change your face. Orochimaru was also stunned for a while, and learned from each other at will. You almost killed me just now. However, around Feng Yao, he felt that his killing intent and anger towards Feng Yao was fading, and he was surprised and greedy at the same time. His physique seems to be very special, he can change the minds of people around him, and he looks like he has mastered the immortal mode. Such a body is really a perfect container. Thinking of this, Orochimaru licked his lips. If he hadn't been able to beat Feng Yao, he would have directly started to study the opponent's slices now. Chapter 18_Time-Space Ninjutsu. Although the thoughts in his heart are so vicious, Orochimaru is also an old man. There was a kind smile on his face, as if he didn't care what happened just now. You, welcome, Yaojun, I made the discussion myself, why would you mind, why don't you come into my stronghold and talk about the next plan? Feng Yao followed Orochimaru and was about to enter the room, when suddenly Orochimaru rolled his eyes and opened his mouth. Yaojun, since we are already in alliance, can we take off the mask before this? Feng Yao listened to Orochimaru's words to confirm his identity, but the appearance under his mask is indeed different from the wanted photo of himself, but if he does not agree, I am afraid that Orochimaru will not give up and can only reach out and lift the mask. Come. In an instant, time stood still. So handsome, there are such beautiful people in the world. Duo Yu also looked at Feng Yao fascinated. Even the people around were momentarily absent-minded. Orochimaru was surprised for a moment, but thought quickly in his heart. This person's physique is extremely special, but his appearance. It doesn't look like the same person on the wanted list. Does the other party also cancel ninjutsu such as yanjutsu? But that doesn't matter, now I like it. It's his body. Orochimaru coughed, pulled everyone's thoughts back, and then said to Feng Yao. Yaojun, better put on the mask, otherwise I'm afraid that my subordinates will be fascinated by you. Your appearance is different from the one on the wanted list, but everyone has their own secrets. I would like to believe in you, Yaojun. Tuyuya blushed and lowered her head. Feng Yao, on the other hand, did not pursue his appearance to Orochimaru, and vaguely noticed that Orochimaru seemed to have some purpose. After all, the real trust in people like Orochimaru cannot be said by mouth. After putting on the mask, he entered the house with Orochimaru and others. There is a hole in the house, and rough stone steps lead to the dark underground. A dark and long icy tunnel, with all kinds of cages, people kept crying, fighting, and painful. These are the people who were caught by Orochimaru as experimental subjects. Feng Yao is not a saint, he will not save people who have nothing to do with him, but just follow Orochimaru to a stone gate with a dull gaze. There are several stone chairs and several precision tables inside. After ordering the 5 people to guard outside the door, Orochimaru sat down and talked with Feng Yao about the next plan. Yao-kun, attacking Konoha requires not only personal strength, but also national strength. You came by coincidence, because I already have a candidate. Feng Yao, who was sitting on the side, listened quietly. He knew that what Orochimaru was talking about should be the 4th generation of Kazekage Luasha. In his impression, due to the shortage of funds in Cheyenne village, Luo Sha realized the power of Konoha and the existence of crisis. So Orochimaru and Luo Sha conspired to attack Konoha village. The country I'm talking about is Sandian village in the Land of Winds. Because the stupid daimyo of the Land of Winds keeps reducing the number of ninjas and the funding of the ninja village, forcing Sandian village's combat power to continue to decline, they are the country that fears Konoha the most. Is the best candidate. Quote. Orochimaru stood up suddenly, came to Feng Yao's side, and widened his golden pupils. And thanks to you, Danzo has become the 5th Hokage. I have had contact with him before. He will never adopt a soft-hearted policy like the 3rd Hokage. There will be disputes between the 2 sides, and we can. I think I understand what you mean, Mr. Orochimaru. We will attack Konoha together with Sand Shinobi. Feng Yao looked at Orochimaru with his blue pupils. The time is now in April, and the Konoha collapse plan started from the Chunin exam in July. In other words, I still have 3 months to prepare. It's easy to talk to a smart person like Yaojun. Then I'll inform you when the plan starts. I'll arrange for you to rest first. If you want, you can visit me more. Orochimaru patted Feng Yao's shoulder while greedily breathing the breath of Feng Yao's body. In my heart, I was even more determined to seize this body. After coming out of the door, the 4 people except Tayuya were still very wary of Feng Yao, and they stared at Feng Yao with bad eyes. Ignoring their Feng Yao passing by them, he said lightly. Where is my room? The people around Feng Yao's emotions stabilized unconsciously. Only Junmalu shook his head, his eyes still kept alert. That, Lord Feng Yao, I'll take you there. Tayuya tugged at the feet of his clothes with both hands, and said with some twists. Hey, you are not Tayuya, this guy was just now. Seeing that Duoyu had also betrayed so quickly, Salangfang couldn't help but complain. Fat. What are you talking about, Jirofang? Mr. Orochimaru just asked Mr. Feng Yao to rest. Duoyu also saw that Jirofang stopped him, and he was habitually about to scold, but Feng Yao was in front of him, and the words came back to his lips. It's okay, just tell me where the room is. Feng Yao stood there and looked at the 2 of them. Now he just wanted to find a place to rest and think about the next plan. He would definitely not trust Orochimaru 100%. Such a person needs to be on guard at all times. It is also impossible for Orochimaru to trust himself, and the 2 sides just use each other. I'm fine, Lord Feng Yao, let me take you there. Duoyu also directly ignored Jirofang and walked in front of Feng Yao, leading him to find the room. Looking at the back of the news of the 2, Jirofang sighed helplessly, but he has a deep understanding of Tayuya's poisonous tongue, and he always prayed for Tayuya to keep his words in his mouth, but he didn't expect it to be like this today. The base of Orochimaru is still very large. After walking for about half a cup of tea, Feng Yao came to a somewhat simple room. The central floor was covered with a thick white blanket, and there was a stove for boiling water, with unburned charcoal underneath, and an oil lamp beside it. This is the resting room, please don't dislike it, Lord Feng Yao. Duoyu also bowed slightly, and after paying due respect, Feng Yao nodded slightly to her, and then walked into the room. It's just that Taiyu at the door also stood there and didn't go because it was at the door. She could still feel the pure aura on Feng Yao's body, and she wanted to stay a little longer. After half an hour passed. Feng Yao helped his forehead helplessly, a little distressed. Tayuya, do you have anything else to do? Tayuya blushed and was a little embarrassed when he was asked that. No, is Lord Feng Yao's wish to destroy Konoha. In a hurry, Taiyu, who didn't know what to say, also remembered the conversation between Feng Yao and Orochimaru just now. It's just that Feng Yao's eyes became gloomy at this time, and Duo Yu was also taken aback by this change. Feng Yao responded with a cold and emotionless tone. I wasn't before, and now I only have one wish, and that is to kill the 5th Hokage. Duo Yu also listened to Feng Yao's icy tone, took a few steps back and clenched his fists gently against his chest, lowered his head slightly and thought for a while as if he had made a decision. Firmly said, I will definitely become stronger. I will help Feng Yao-sama to fulfill your wishes. After he finished speaking, he ran away. Feng Yao sighed. He could see that the other party seemed to have feelings for him, but the other party was just a 14-year-old child who didn't understand anything. The system suddenly beeps. Actually, according to your biological age, the host is not too old for you. You are only over 12 years old this year, but your mental age is just a little older. I think the host is completely fine. Ah, shut your stinky mouth. If it weren't for the halo of this free mind and body, would I be madly harassed by these people? Look at the appearance of Orochimaru, 80% of them are greedy for me now. And if it wasn't for your broken system to replace ninjutsu, I would have already entered Konoha and chopped Danzo, so I still need to stay here. Feng Yao directly scolded the system, and his gloomy feelings before because of the death of his parents seemed to have an outlet. In this world, the only way to truly understand yourself is the system in your head, and you don't need to make any disguise in front of it. Humph, the next time this system sends a mission, I will settle the account with you. Feng Yao's mouth twitched, and he responded in his heart. Come on then, I can wait. Day 2. Please prepare. Host, this system will randomly select ninjutsu from Naruto World for the host. From now on, the host's immortal and immortal modes will not be available or enabled. After speaking, Feng Yao felt that a strange energy imprisoned his absorption of natural energy, but he did not forget the immortal art, but he couldn't use it. Let's start drawing. Feng Yao took a deep breath with a calm expression. Congratulations to the host for extracting time-space ninjutsu. All the time-space ninjutsu in Naruto World will be mastered by the host, and any ninjutsu host will be temporarily unavailable. Chapter 19 _ Psychic Contract. Hearing Feng Yao here, he breathed a sigh of relief. Time and space ninjutsu was a little better than he thought. Time and space ninjutsu allows the caster to make himself or an object freely shuttle in real space or between real space and different dimensional space. It can be regarded as a relatively powerful type of ninjutsu, and the most famous one should belong to the S-level space ninjutsu developed by the second generation Hokage, the technique of Flying Thunder God. Next, the system stuffed all the knowledge into Feng Yao's brain. Feng Yao now accepts it much more easily than before, and soon digested the knowledge in his mind. Spiritualism, Flying Thunder God's art, Divine Power, Blurry, Heaven's Hand Power, Heaven's Royal Palace, Yellow Spring Hirazaka, Heaven's Sending Art, Wheel Tomb Edge Prison, etc. Some of them are not only space ninjutsu, but also a kind of pupil jutsu. Seeing this, Feng Yao suddenly asked with a guilty conscience. Chinwei, Blur, I can use it without a shackle, right? But it is clear that the system will not let him do so. What is the host thinking? You are obviously just a pair of ordinary eyes. You need a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye or even a reincarnation eye to use these pupil techniques. Feng Yao was dumbfounded, so the time and space ninjutsu he could use was significantly reduced. You cheated on me again, and you said that this physique can perfectly use all kinds of ninjutsu. How do you explain it now? I mean perfect use without side effects. For example, the host won't get hurt or go blind while using the kaleidoscope. That means we have to rob someone for an eye transplant. Feng Yao is too lazy to argue and play word games now, and can only think silently about how to use these ninjutsu flexibly. Host, in fact, the eyes don't necessarily need to be transplanted. With your physique, you only need to get a few cells on the other sides, sharing eyes, and then you can perfectly inherit the other side's sharing in space-time pupil technique. Hearing Feng Yao's brows raised here, he responded with half-belief. Are you serious? There is absolutely no falsehood. The host's physique is many times rarer than the immortal human body in this world. Feng Yao's face softened a lot, and it was easier to deal with it like this. Sasuke and Kakashi are not strong now, and they are confident that they can get their cells. During this time, Feng Yao has been staying in the room, familiar with using his time and space ninjutsu, and being able to use it and being able to fight the enemy in battle are two different concepts. During this period, no one bothered him except Duo Yu, who also came to deliver food to himself at mealtime. He has now simulated the technique of Flying Thunder God countless times in his mind, and no matter what situation he encounters, he can respond flexibly at the first time. The next thing he wants to improve is the technique of psychics, and the technique of psychics is not about usage. Instead, it depends on what kind of psychic beast you have made a blood contract with. If you go out to find a psychic beast now, I am afraid that you will not be able to improve your strength too much in a short period of time. The Slug Fairy is a good choice, and the distance is not too far. There is only one problem, that is, the Slug Fairy is not good at fighting. Could it be that he will summon the blood to the group? But I still have to go there, but I still need to find another psychic beast to fight. In addition to contract psychic, he can also channel through props, and he can channel the props that he has placed in a certain place. This can also be used well, detonating charms, ninja scrolls, etc., including Rashomon are also props psychic. Feng Yao can now also psychically summon Rashomon to defend. Thinking of this, Feng Yao stood up from the blanket, and he was about to go back to the wet bone forest. At this moment, a figure outside the door knocked on the door. Feng Yao should have come to deliver the meal after calculating the time. Feng Yao opened the door, and it was Gatong Maru who came. Ah, Mr. Feng Yao, today's lunch is here for you. In fact, Gatong Maru still has a trace of respect for this man who easily defeated him. The pure aura on Feng Yao's body is also extremely beneficial to him. After only staying for a while that day, he felt that his speed improved a lot when he went back to practice. He also wanted to come to deliver meals before, but was ruthlessly rejected by Taiyu, and he had no chance at all. Gatongmaru saw that Feng Yao didn't answer, and he didn't know if he was in a bad mood. Although he wanted to stay for a while, it would be bad if he angered the other party. Well, if Master Feng Yao doesn't have any orders, he will leave first. After he finished speaking, he set the tableware and was about to leave. Just when Gatongmaru was about to disappear at the turning corner, Feng Yao spoke slowly and could not hear his anger. Why didn't Duo Yuya come to deliver food today? Hearing the question, Gatongmaru stopped. He didn't expect the other party to care about this issue, because Feng Yao was like a stranger from beginning to end, and Duo Yu was completely hot and cold. Yuya accidentally lost control of her psychic practice. She was injured and was resting. Gatongmaru didn't dare to hide it, and felt that he had told everything he knew. Injured. Spiritualism. Hearing Feng Yao here frowning, he remembered that Yuya's psychic technique could summon 3 ghosts to fight. Although the power is average, there may be a psychic contract. Thinking of this, he raised his head and ordered Gatongmaru, "Where does she live now? Take me to see her." "Ah, yes. Please come with me, she's quite close." Seeing that Feng Yao is also so concerned about Taiyu, Kitamaru couldn't help thinking. Could it be that the two of them really have something? No way. Feng Yao, who is all about psychics, couldn't care what Gatongmaru was thinking about. He just wanted to pay a price and exchange a psychic contract with the other party. Before I came to a house, The room was not big, and it was even a little messy. Some of the clothes were placed more casually. Duoyu also lay on the bed on the left and trembled. There was a folded black spell on his face that did not dissipate, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Duoyu also wanted to use their family's psychics to summon the 5 ghosts of the underworld, but she was too anxious. He couldn't suppress the other party's evil aura now, but was backlashed. Lord Orochimaru said that as long as he survived this period of time, he would be fine. Gatong Maru hurriedly told Feng Yao the reason, and Feng Yao was silent for a while. Is it because of what I said that day? Shouldn't be. The chakra on Tayuya's body is not only disordered, but also has an evil and gloomy aura, which must be the reason why Tayuya can't wake up now. Feng Yao walked over, sat on the bed, and put his hand on Tayuya's forehead. Pure spiritual power poured into her mind, and Duoyu slowly calmed down. The curse marks also began to fade. Duoyu also slowly opened her eyes. She saw Feng Yao touching her head. Her first reaction thought it was a dream. She rubbed her head against Feng Yao's hand, but Gatongmaru reminded him next to him. Hey, Duoyuya, you're awake, it was Lord Feng Yao who saved you. Tayuya's body froze. She wasn't dreaming. Ah, hey, Feng Yao, sir, yes, no, I just... Duoyu also quickly pulled the quilt to get up and apologized to Feng Yao. Oh, it's fine if you're fine. I want to ask you for something. Can you leave first if Katumaru has nothing to do? Feng Yao thought that there was nothing wrong with these words. After all, it was inconvenient to ask others for ninjutsu lessons in the presence of others, but when they arrived at Kitumaru and Tayuya, the meaning changed. It turns out that Lord Feng Yao really and Tayuya, do you want to tell Lord Orochimaru about this matter? Master Feng Yao, he wants to be alone with me, why? Gatong Maru left knowingly, closing the door before leaving. On the other hand, Tayuya sat on the bed with a flushed face. Except for the last time he was caught by Feng Yao, he had never been so close to Feng Yao. Master Feng Yao smells good, Duoyu thought to himself. Feng Yao on the opposite side was a little embarrassed to see Tayuya like this, and he just came to ask ninjutsu. Ahem, that, Tayuya, I want to ask if your 3 ghosts have a psychic contract. Duoyu, who was blushing and half bowed his head waiting for Feng Yao to ask himself a question, was also stunned for a moment, and then he knew that he had misunderstood, and his hands kept waving. That, yes, Lord Feng Yao, why are you asking about this? According to Feng Yao's strength, he should not need psychic beasts to assist him, but Feng Yao can't say that his immortal mode can't be used. I've recently become a little interested in psychics and happened to hear that you're researching on psychics' injuries, so I came here to see. When he heard that Feng Yao didn't come to see him specially because of his injury, Duoyu's eyes dimmed for a while, then he recovered randomly and took out the family's psychic contract. This is a psychic contract passed down by our family from generation to generation. It can communicate with the underworld and summon the ghosts inside to fight. My strength is not enough, and I can only summon 3 ghosts. Seeing the people who signed the contracts on the scroll, Feng Yao nodded slightly. What he wanted was the psychic contract. Without this, even if he knew psychics, he would not be able to summon any powerful psychic beasts. He looked at Tayuya. Can this psychic contract allow me to sign the contract? I can exchange it with the ninjutsu I know. The guaranteed value is not under this psychic contract. Chapter 20_5 Ghosts of the Underworld. Taiyu also frowned slightly after hearing this. This is a contract handed down by their family from generation to generation. My parents had told myself that only people from their family were allowed to sign, but they were. The other party is Feng Yao-sama. If it doesn't work, don't force it, it doesn't matter. After he finished speaking, he closed the scroll and handed it back to Tayuya with a smile, and he didn't want to be difficult. No, of course ordinary people can't, but... The words of Lord Feng Yao. Tayuya's face seemed to turn even redder. If Feng Yao-sama, please sign the psychic contract. After speaking, he pushed the psychic contract back to Feng Yao with both hands, looking at Tuyuya's appearance. Feng Yao did not hesitate, picked up a pen from the table, and wrote all the techniques in the book of seals he had written down on the paper and gave it to Tuyuya. No, these ninjutsu are too expensive, I can't accept them. Duo Yu, who took a look, also found that almost all of the above were precious forbidden techniques, and hurriedly returned it. But Feng Yaoyi insisted, and Duo Yu also accepted it. The palm of the hand gently sticks the paper to his chest. Master Feng Yao, I will definitely become stronger and help you realize your wishes. Then Feng Yao wrote his name and stamped it on the psychic contract. And feel that I can now connect to a world and summon the creatures in it. He came to the outside of Yinyan village, bit his finger, slammed into the ground, and the black rune spread from the palm of his hand. His thoughts were connected to many evil spirits. The breath was evil, gloomy, strange, strong and weak. Feng Yao noticed that there were 5 ghosts whose strength was far superior to other beings. When they wanted to get close, the 5 ghosts burst out with a powerful evil aura and came straight to him. In reality, there is also a black mist around Feng Yao's body, as if to swallow Feng Yao. But after getting close to Feng Yao's body, they all turned into a wisp of blue smoke and turned into nothingness, and the 5 ghosts found that they couldn't help Feng Yao at all. Everyone was so shocked that they wanted to run away, but they were directly pierced by Feng Yao's mental power into a spear. He opened his eyes. Spirituality. The 5 ghosts of the underworld. A huge plume of smoke spreads and disappears. 5 behemoths stood on the ground, each nearly 100 meters tall, like giants. Shigui, holding a double axe in his hand, he is good at physical attack. Ghoul, there is a long spear in his hand, and the person killed by the ghoul will be manipulated to attack. Resentful ghost, it can be responsible for resisting other people's attacks, and will teleport to the side when the host is attacked. Demon, can send out a piercing howl, attacking the spirit of the enemy. Spirit ghost, can absorb other people's chakra and return it to the caster. Duo Yu, who is on the side, was also surprised to see this place. What she had tried before was to channel one of these 5 ghosts. It's a pity that the opponent's strength is far superior to himself. Not only did he fail, but he was attacked. Now Feng Yao has summoned them all by himself. Feng Yao felt the strength of the 5 ghosts in detail. Now, each of the 5 ghosts has at least the strength of Shangnan. How to cooperate with each other and their own guidance. HMPH, what a surprise to find something good. Feng Yao said excitedly that now is the time when he lacks strength. After all, without the immortal mode, his strength has dropped significantly, and the probability of killing Danzo will also decrease. It takes complete preparation to improve the odds, which is what he does best. Master Feng Yao is amazing. These 5 are the strongest ghosts in the underworld. Taiyu was also cheering on the side, as if she was happier than she had learned this ninjutsu herself. Thank you to Yuya. With the aggressive psychic beasts, it was much more convenient, and then under the leadership of Tuyuya. Feng Yao bought a lot of kunai and scrolls nearby, and marked kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Feng Yao, Lord Orochimaru wants to see you and talk about something important. Gatong Maru ran over and hurriedly reported the news to Feng Yao. Got it. Strange, according to the current time, there are still 2 months before the Chunin exam. Why is Orochimaru looking for me now? When he came to the gloomy underground, Orochimaru was still the gloomy face, and he opened his arms to welcome Feng Yao's arrival. After gently pushing Orochimaru away, Feng Yao asked the reason. It turned out that after Danzo came to power, he dispatched a large number of ninjas to go out to perform tasks, in order to prove the power of Konoha to the outside world. Second, it is to monitor various countries, and the monitoring of Sand Shinobi is the most important. The so-called allies are nothing but a paper treaty. As long as it is for the safety and interests of their own villages, they can go to war at any time. Because the 2 sides are very close, Danzo fears that Sand Shinobi will take the opportunity to attack Konoha because Konoha's strength is weakened. Sand Ninja is afraid that the superior Danzo will take the initiative to attack Sand Ninja for Konoha's safety. The contradiction between the two is almost unavoidable and intensifies. So the fourth generation Kazekage took the initiative to contact Orochimaru, expressing hope to cooperate and attack Konoha village together. It's earlier than expected, so I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm going to take my subordinates to the Land of Wind to discuss with them. I wonder if Yao Jun intends to go with him. Orochimaru stated his true purpose, but was directly rejected by Feng Yao. No, I still have some things to deal with during this time. If Mr. Orochimaru is ready, just let me know. After speaking, he left without looking back, and now Orochimaru doesn't know that he can no longer use the immortal mode. And he knows Orochimaru's ability like the back of his hand, which is the gap in intelligence. Don't underestimate the importance of intelligence. When Jiraiya and Tiandao fought, it was because of a serious lack of intelligence that they lost to the opponent. Even Pain said that if it wasn't for the secret, they would never be Jiraiya's opponents. If there are any clues on the way to the Land of Winds with Orochimaru, Orochimaru may attack himself again. For Orochimaru, researching all the ninjutsu and the power of immortality in the world is more important than anything. Believe in the promise. Funny. After returning to his room, he simply packed his things and prepared to go to the Shitbone Forest. When he left, he also met the 5 people of Yin Nin. Master Feng Yao, where are you going? Duo Yu also jumped over with his arms behind his back, greeting Feng Yao who was familiar with him, and Gatonmaru stretched out his 6 arms. I went out for some business, and I should be back in 2 months. So Orochimaru doesn't have to worry. After simply answering Tayuya's question, Feng Yao walked towards the entrance of the village, while Tayuya kept watching Feng Yao leave. Swoosh! A figure suddenly flashed behind Tayuya, and Tayuya was about to turn his head when Junmalu's cold and calm voice sounded. Don't forget that it was Lord Orochimaru who gave you strength. If I find out that you have descent towards Lord Orochimaru, I will kill you without hesitation. Junmaru's killing intent surrounded Tayuya, making her unable to move. But Duoyu also had a rapid increase in her strength by staying by Feng Yao's side for so many days. She bit her tongue and forcibly broke free from Junmalu's control. He turned around and retreated sharply, but Kunmaro had no intention of chasing after him. Remember what I said. After speaking, he left here. Orochimaru was like a god in Junmalu's heart. Therefore, since Feng Yao came, he has been paying special attention to each other, and now seeing Duoyu also act so towards the person who injured Orochimaru naturally makes him intolerable. At the same time, the Konoha ninja village. Why can't I go on a mission with Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and the others? Naruto took a piece of paper and slapped it on the table angrily, questioning the 5th Hokage Shimura Danzo in front of him. You are a demon fox, a weapon and tool of the village. If you are allowed to walk around at will, chances are that the enemy country will find an opportunity, which will be an immeasurable loss to me Konoha. Danzo didn't even look up at Naruto, in his eyes he was just a kid. He is more concerned about the movements of other great powers, especially the Land of Wind next to him. Naruto clenched his right hand tremblingly, he felt great pain. Could it be that he could never be recognized by the people in the village? Become a Hokage. You are just a tool that seals monsters from beginning to end. Just when Naruto was about to fall into deep self-denial, Kakashi suddenly burst in, stood beside Naruto, and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. With all due respect, Naruto-sama, Naruto is not as weak as you think. He is my subordinate, and I think he can participate in the mission. At this moment, Kakashi's injury has recovered, and he heard about what happened during this period of time. The 3rd generation of Hokage resigned and Danzo took over. This is not good news. So he came here for the first time, and happened to hear the conversation between Naruto and Danzo. Sure enough, Naruto's actions have already started to be restricted, and he actually became Hokage. That's not good. It was only after Kakashi came in that Danzo raised his head. he still had to deal with it head-on. After all, he was the elite force of the village. You should also know how much every major country desires this kind of power. As Hokage, I naturally want to protect the village and kill all possible dangers in the cradle. And he should learn to sacrifice himself as a ninja, otherwise he doesn't deserve to be a ninja. Danzang's tone was firm, as if not being refuted, and he continued to bow his head to look official. Kakashi frowned, and then left with Naruto, who was a little lost. Hokage, I can only use Xianju, Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21 _ Back to Shibone Forest. At dawn, the east wind is about to dawn, and the morning sun is slightly due. The cold air at night condenses into dew, which remains on the leaves, and Fengyao walks on the mountain where the slug fairy is. It was no different here than when he came. A grassy area arched slightly, then turned into a slug. Fengyao, did you come back to see me? The slug immortal was obviously very happy to see Fengyao. Recently, Mr. Tsunade rarely looked for him, so the only one who accompanied him was the medical book Fengyao left to him. Of course, Lord Slug, I have a present for you when I come back this time. Seeing the slug fairy, Fengyao also showed a sincere smile. Sometimes psychic beasts are more reliable and kinder than people. Fengyao took out a ring with a Chinese character engraved on it, and handed it over. What's this? Hey, the breath on your body is so comfortable. Taking the ring from Fengyao's hand, the slug fairy climbed onto Fengyao's body. This pure aura is also extremely beneficial to the cultivation of a spirit beast like it. This is the proof of our organization, Immortal. Lord Slug, I have one more thing this time, that is, I want to sign a psychic contract with you. Gently patted the little slug's head, Fengyao talked about the serious business this time. Hey, Fengyao, can you sign a psychic contract now? That's great. You can come directly to Shigulan Forest when you have something to do in the future. I'm so lonely by myself. Hearing the slug here, he did not delay, and directly summoned an oversized scroll. Slowly opening it, there are many people who have signed a psychic contract with Shibone Forest for thousands of years. And the last one was Chinsho Tsunade. Fengyao also signed his name, bit his finger and covered his handprint. He felt that he had established a slight connection with Shigulan Forest. Thank you, Lord Slug. I would like to ask if there are any other psychic beasts around here. The slug fairy must know more about the world than he does, so it's only appropriate to ask it. And in the land of wind thousands of miles away, Orochimaru with a pocket and Junmalu are standing in the desert waiting at the moment. A man in a white robe and a blue Naruto hat walked in the distance. This man was the fourth-generation Kazakh Luasha and also Gaara's father. Hehe, Shadai Fengying, you are a little slow here. Orochimaru smiled gloomily, and his golden pupils stared at Luo Sha, who was opposite, and there were two ninjas with hidden sand beside him. Orochimaru, don't be too presumptuous, you are just a wanted criminal of Konoha, and Lord Kazeying is taking a risk when he comes out to see you. A shadowy ninja next to him spoke first. Luo Sha raised his hand to stop him from speaking, and calmly explained to Orochimaru. Recently, Konoha's surveillance on my Sandian village has been extremely strict, and it has taken some time. Let's talk about it. Obviously, Luo Sha didn't want to spend too much time with Orochimaru, and just wanted to confirm the time to attack Konoha as soon as possible. Lord Kazekage is really in a hurry. I can help your country attack Konoha village, on the condition that I want all the forbidden ninjutsu in Konoha Ninja village, and after that Konoha village and Sandian village can't stop me from carrying out my research. Quote. Orochimaru also put forward his own conditions, which of course were directly rejected by Luo Sha. Orochimaru is already strong enough, and if he gets Konoha's forbidden technique, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Luo Sha cannot create another enemy in order to solve one enemy. As for Orochimaru's research, he also heard a little bit about it, not to mention Konoha or his sand shinobi can't allow it. These two conditions of yours are too harsh. I can't promise you. What I can promise you is that Konoha will be released from your arrest. That's all. Hearing Luo Sha's words, Orochimaru's face also darkened, and he was released from the wanted list. If you can get rid of it, you will be wanted. This kind of words is almost like deceiving a child. Junmalu and Do on the side look at Orochimaru and seem to have the intention of being ready to act at any time, but Luo Sha has no idea. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly smiled, soothing the tense atmosphere just now, and at the same time hinting Junmalu not to shoot. Well, why don't I change the condition? I will help you attack Konoha. How about you Sand Shinobu helping me deal with one person? Luo Sha was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Orochimaru would compromise so easily, but the person Orochimaru wants to solve is probably not easy. Who? You should have heard that he is the Konoha rebel who attacked Konoha, destroyed Hokage Rock, and defeated the third Hokage a few days ago, Feng Yao tilde. Orochimaru's face was a little crazy when he said Feng Yao's name. In fact, he has been secretly close to Feng Yao these days, and the closer he gets, the more he wants to get that body. Not only can it affect the spirit of others. Orochimaru even felt that after being with Feng Yao for a long time, his understanding of ninjutsu has been greatly improved. If he could directly possess that body, he might be able to learn all the ninjutsu in the world in the least amount of time. Thinking of this, Orochimaru licked his lips greedily. It's him. Who can defeat even the third Hokage? You let me, Sand Shinobu, help you solve it. My subordinates and I will also help, and he is now my ally and asks for me, so we have a great chance, but I want to live. Luo Sha pondered for a moment, and seemed to weigh left and right, and finally agreed to Orochimaru's request. Orochimaru stretched out his hand and smiled strangely. Happy cooperation, Mr. Kazekage. Camera turns to Konoha. The sun was shining in the Hokage Hall, and a group of Anbu members were kneeling on the ground. Lord Naruto, these days, Sandian Village has been mobilizing ninjas from all over the country to return to China, and it seems that the 4 generations of Kazekage have been quietly seeing someone recently, and who is not clear. It's most likely an action against my Konoha. Listening to the report of his subordinates in front of him, Danzo was expressionless. But Sand Shinobi's behavior has already aroused his suspicions. For Danzo, he will be eradicated only by suspecting him, and he would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. Thinking of this, Danzo raised his head and commanded the person in front of him. During this period of time, I have brought back some of the Junin that went out, and the task of chasing Feng Yao will stop for a while. In a few days, the allied countries will jointly hold the Junin exam. I will take the opportunity to launch a movement like Sandian Village during the exam. Inform all the Junin of this news and order them to gather. After Danzo finished speaking, he took out the orders and plans that had been written and handed them over to his subordinates. There are still a lot of people who are dissatisfied with themselves in the Jonin, but as soon as the war starts, they will realize that they are the ones who can lead Konoha to glory. Danzo wants to imitate the first generation of Hokage and unify the ninja world. Kakashi was dissatisfied with Danzo's behavior, so after waking up, he did not tell Danzo about Feng Yao's true appearance, but reported it to the third Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage also frowned when they found out. Even he couldn't figure out who this Feng Yao was, a spy from another country. The mysterious ninja of the Land of Waves. Konoha's intern. Therefore, only a few people know Feng Yao's true appearance now, which also adds a layer of protection to Feng Yao. On this day, many Jonin also received information from Anbu, Hokage's secret order. Actually, is there going to be a war? 3 generations of Hokage-sama finally established the peace. Danzo, you bastard. Sandemu slapped the paper on the table angrily, listening to Kakashi's report. He didn't expect Danzo to want to attack the surrounding allies so quickly. Kakashi, I need you to find someone. He turned his gaze to Kakashi and said solemnly. Chapter 22 _ Chunin Exam. Call. A gust of mountain wind blew, Dozens of people in Yinyan village were forming a circle, and in the middle was Orochimaru telling his plan. Suddenly there seemed to be a sound from the trees next to it, and everyone was alert and cast their eyes. It was Feng Yao who came back from Shizuku Forest. Feng Yao looked around slowly, and the sharp gaze made everyone around him dare not continue to look at each other. Yaojun, you're finally back, hee. I thought you didn't plan to take revenge. Orochimaru was relieved to see that it was Feng Yao. After he came back, he heard the news of Feng Yao's departure and sent someone out to look for it. In the end, nothing was gained. If Feng Yao ran away, he would be missing a perfect container. HMPH, how come the plan has already started? Feng Yao glanced at Orochimaru and went straight to the topic. It is now approaching July, and the Chunin exam is coming soon. According to the plot, Orochimaru will first send 3 voice ninjas to participate in Konoha's Chunin assessment, and at the same time, he will fake the 4th generation of Kazekage, and then launch Konoha's destruction plan during the assessment. Of course, in a few days, there will be the Chunin assessment held by Konoha. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter Konoha head-on. I will also send my subordinates to sneak in together. When the time comes, I will cooperate with the Sand Ninja to destroy Konoha. Yaojun will surely get his wish. Quote. Orochimaru showed a faint smile to Feng Yao. Strange, how did Orochimaru pretend to be Feng Ying at that time? Junmalu is here, and his pocket should be in Konoha. It stands to reason that Orochimaru should be in Sand Ninja Village at the moment. Could it be that the 4th Kazekage didn't die at the hands of Orochimaru because of my appearance? Of course, there will be no Konoha Ninja Village from now on. Feng Yao responded coldly. Although his voice was not loud, everyone in the audience could feel his cold-killing intent. Everyone looks different, some of them don't know Feng Yao yet, and Duoyu also puts his hands together and looks like a little fangirl. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to the ninjas who are in charge of going to Konoha this time in Otoyan village. Orochimaru smiled and pointed out a few people who were going this time. The first is all the sound and forbearance of the 5 people. Junmalu is not terminally ill at this time, and it also proves that he did not conflict with Orochimaru when he met the 4th generation of Kazekage. In addition, there are Sark, Toth, and Jin who participated in the assessment. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Win the top spot. Task requirements. Get the first place in the Chunin assessment held by Konoha. Reward. A random lottery draw. Slogan. Young people, other people are already Chunin at this time, but you are not even a Chunin, go prove yourself. Feng Yao said angrily upon hearing this. Damn it, you don't know what's going on in this Chunin exam. There are crises, and there will be a fight at any time. What hammer's Chunin exam do you want me to take? But the system has ignored him and silently gave the system a middle finger. He now has 3 tasks piled up. Can only bite the bullet and speak. I think I also need a reasonable identity. Let 1 position out of the 3 for me. Feng Yao's voice was low, but there was no doubt in his tone that he spoke to the 3 of Yinren. Sark, Tuz, and Jin all looked at each other. Feng Yao had been reclusive, they didn't know who Feng Yao was. Why should I give you the position? How old are you? This is the order of Lord Orochimaru. Tuz stood up and directly refuted Feng Yao. Well Tilda, you're quite suitable. It happens to be wrapped in bandages. I don't have to worry about disguising it. Swish. After speaking, Tuz stood behind him before he could react, pressing his back on the back of his head and hitting the ground directly. A crisp sound formed by the forehead guard and the ground. The gravel splashed around with blood, and Orochimaru frowned when he saw it. Although he didn't care much about the life of this subordinate, but the other party actually made a move directly in front of his eyes, but now is not the time to turn his face. Hee, Yaojun, spare him, he didn't mean to be rude to you, I agree to your request. Hearing what Orochimaru said, Feng Yao also let go of the back of Tosa's head, and he was directly knocked out by the violent blow. The people around should have been angry when they saw this scene, but under the guidance of Feng Yao's physique halo, they didn't make a sound, and of course they might have been frightened by Feng Yao. It was late at night, the sky was gloomy, the dark clouds were low, and it was like a mountain of rain. War is about to start. Next day, Feng Yao, Sark, and Jin were walking on the mountain road. At this moment, Feng Yao's face was covered with bandages, with Yin Nin's forehead guard on his head, revealing a faint blue eye. Wind, Sir Toss, are you hungry? I have something to eat here. Jin stepped forward and asked Feng Yao kindly. Because he pretended to be his identity, Feng Yao asked them to call him Twos directly. Jin was also captured by Feng Yao's aura, and he continued to be courteous along the way. I said the system, this passive energy is turned off. It's too annoying. It's just a person who wants to stick it on me. If I don't have protection at night, won't it? The host shouldn't be able to close it now because of you. This is a treatment that no one wants to ask for. The system's voice was not so cold, but rather sarcastically. Even I don't want to accept everyone's. Feng Yao sighed inwardly. After rejecting the other party, he accelerated his pace, and soon a large village appeared in front of his eyes. Feng Yao stared for a while. With recollection and self-blame in his eyes, he suddenly closed his eyes and knelt on the ground. Kneeling is the direction of his own home. Sak and Jin would not understand what Feng Yao was kneeling for. When Feng Yao comes back this time, 2 people will be killed, and 1 village will be destroyed. I hope that my father and mother can rest in peace under the Juquan, and the child will give you an explanation for the old man. After saying this in my heart, I walked directly to Konoha village with Sak and Jin, who were a little puzzled. At the gate of the village, only 1 Joinin and several Chunin are in charge of guarding and checking the passes for entering and leaving Konoha. Most of the others are responsible for vigilance in various places in the village to ensure the safety of this assessment. Feng Yao stepped forward, took out his pass, and handed it over to the guard to check. A quarrel from the front was heard shortly after advancing. Little devil, it hurts. Damn fat man, let him go. This is Naruto's voice. Feng Yao recognized it as soon as he heard it. It seems that he happened to meet Gaara team. So he jumped up to a tree and observed the situation in front of him. Don't embarrass me here. A calm and indifferent voice came from the tree next to him. It was a boy with fair skin and heavy dark circles on his eyes. The most distinctive feature should be the word love engraved on the left forehead, which is Gaara. Lord Toth, that seems to be the ninja from Sandian village. Jin whispered to the side, but Sasuke heard it, and another stone hit him directly. Who is still hiding there? Feng Yao, who was easily caught by one hand, could only appear on the ground. Is this forehead the ninja of the Sound Ninja village? Tamari on the side looked at the forehead with a thoughtful look. And Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly after seeing Feng Yao, as if thinking about something. Then suddenly he shouted, aren't you the kid who we rescued in the country of waves that day and never cut him again? How come you have grown so much? Why did you come to our village? Sasuke and Sakura on the side both widened their eyes and looked at Feng Yao again. Although there is a certain gap in height and body shape, these blue eyes will never admit mistakes. The opponent was indeed a ninja that even Kakashi-sensei could defeat. Feng Yao was suddenly embarrassed. Could it be that his plan to attack Konoha was about to end before it even started? However, he was only surprised when he saw the other party. He didn't seem to know that he was Feng Yao. Didn't Kakashi inform Danzo about his appearance? Cough. You must have recognized the wrong person, we just met. Feng Yao continued to quibble, but he wouldn't admit it directly. I don't know how many eyeliners there are in this village. However, Sasuke obviously did not intend to listen to his explanation. Since that time, Sasuke has been eager to become stronger. Especially when he saw Feng Yao, who was about the same age as him, in the Kingdom of Wave, he strengthened his determination to become stronger, and he rushed over to face Feng Yao directly. You can find out if you test it. But how could Sasuke be Feng Yao's opponent now? Grab Sasuke's bare feet directly, pull him forward, force Sasuke's body to rotate, and then grab the back of Sasuke's neck. Don't be impulsive, we are just here to participate in the assessment. After being restrained by Feng Yao, Sasuke was obviously quiet. The pure aura on Feng Yao's body diluted the darkness and hatred in his heart a lot. He didn't even struggle for a while. He felt that the words of the man behind him could calm him, and he somehow wanted to do what he said. Don't hurt Sasuke. Seeing that Sasuke was caught by the other party, Sakura shouted anxiously. Naruto's eyes also became sharp, and Kuusho, who put his palms on his waist, looked ready to start at any time. Chapter 23_Gaara. The Gaara team on the side saw that Sasuke was caught so easily. Everyone's faces were full of surprise, and Sasuke ranked at least the top 3 among the newcomers in Konoha. He was caught by the opponent in just one face-to-face. Gaara stared at Feng Yao and spoke slowly. I'm very interested in you. What's your name? I'm Gaara from Sandstorm. Looking at Gaara's eyes on him, Feng Yao was thoughtful. He couldn't completely trust Orochimaru. And this time, the 4th generation of Wind Shadow is still alive. Maybe he still needs some allies, he responded in a soft tone. My name is Tuz. I'm a ninja from Yinyan village. I'm also very interested in you. Saying so, he let go of Sasuke. Sasuke was still a little uncomfortable at the moment. When he was around Feng Yao, he felt the happiness and warmth that he had when he was a child. He should not be the person we met in the land of waves. The aura on his body is very different from that person at that time. After speaking, he slowly walked back to Naruto's side. Temari looked at Sasuke blushing. This guy is quite handsome. Okay, now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, then we have something to do and we should leave. Sark and Kim go. Seeing Sasuke helping himself out, Feng Yao couldn't ask for anything, so he made an excuse. As he spoke, he took Sak and Jin to the place where Konoha was assessed, but in the middle of it he deliberately left them behind. I have something to deal with. You should wait for me at the assessment place first. Sak and Jin were stunned for a moment, but they didn't dare to disobey Feng Yao's order. Yes, Lord Toss. Feng Yao turned around and ran behind him. The Gaara trio are walking down the streets of Konoha at the moment, talking about what just happened. The ninja with the bandages seems to be very simple. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful guy in the Sound Ninja. I really want to fight with him. Whatever you want, there are opportunities during the Chunin assessment, but don't forget what we are here for. It was Kankuro and Temari who were talking to each other. They also vaguely knew the inside story of some plans, and knew that Inabane was barely his own from a certain point of view. At this time, Gaara stopped suddenly and cast his eyes on the big tree not far away. What's wrong, Gaara? Temari asked suspiciously. But Gaara did not respond to her, but said to the big tree. Don't hide, come out, I have found you, can't you help but fight with me now? Feng Yao, who heard this, also came down from the tree. Gaara's mood was still very unstable during this period, and his heart was full of loneliness and hatred. I love Luo, I want to talk to you. After saying a month step, he came to Gaara in the blink of an eye, and Gaara manipulated the sand to fight back, but... It's so warm, this is... What does it feel like? Gaara's hand was put down. Gaara has been extremely empty and lonely since he was a child, but now his heart feels extremely peaceful. After all, strictly speaking, Gaara was still a child, and what he endured was too painful for him. His heart was always scarred until he met Naruto and was persuaded by Mouth Dun. But now that he has a mind and body of carefree mind, this is a more powerful existence than Naruto Mouth Dun. Feng Yao put his hand on Gaara's body lightly, and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! Only then did Temari and Kankuro who were next to him reacted. Hey, he took Gaara away. You just looked at it like that. I don't know what's going on. I just thought that guy was a good guy, and he didn't take precautions at all. It's the same with you. Gaara was taken away by him so obediently. Hurry up and report to team leader Maggie. The two complained about each other and left quickly. At this moment, Gaara was taken by Feng Yao to an open space several kilometers away from Konoha. Gaara wasn't panicking either. On the one hand, he wasn't afraid. On the other hand, he felt that the man in front of him had no ill will towards him. "What do you want to do?" Gaara asked. Feng Yao didn't speak, but first untied the bandage on his face to reveal his beautiful face. Gaara's eyes widened when he saw it, and he seemed to understand why he was wearing a bandage. "Actually, my name is Feng Yao, and I used a fake name before." For Gaara, Feng Yao did not hide it, but showed his face and told his real name. Because he knows that only with sincerity can he impress Gaara and draw him into his own camp. Hearing Feng Yao being so honest with himself, Gaara's eyes softened a lot again. "I heard about you, but I didn't expect you to hide your identity and sneak into Konoha. What did you want to do by telling me your identity and bringing me here?" If it were to be treated like this by ordinary people, Gaara would have already tore the other party into dozens of pieces. But in the face of Feng Yao, it was difficult for him to mention killing intent, and he even wanted to hear what Feng Yao was going to do. "I want to get your help. My entry into Konoha this time is bound to be in danger. Many people want to kill me, so I need to find a friend I can trust." Feng Yao's tone was sincere. Although Gaara's pupils contracted a little when he heard it, he still frowned. "I can't promise you. I'm a ninja affiliated to Sandian village. Without the village's orders, I can't help anyone casually." Hearing Gaara say this, Feng Yao was not discouraged, but had a play in his heart. "I know, I don't want to force you. If you don't want to help me at that time, you can do what you want and I will never stop it." Saying that, he put his hand lightly on Gaara's head, and he wanted to give Gaara a gift. Gaara habitually wanted to dodge, but she still didn't dodge Feng Yao's soft gaze. Pure spiritual power entered Gaara's body and found the sealing technique that sealed Shuhei, frowning at the sight of Feng Yao. A very rough sealing technique. In this regard, Xian village is far inferior to Konoha. It is estimated that the fourth generation of Feng Ying can suppress the tail by relying on his own gold dust, so he did not intend to improve the seal reasonably, so Gaara had to rely on his own mental power to suppress Shuhei. It also led to Gaara's insomnia. Feng Yao injected part of his spiritual power and chakra into the sealing technique. His spiritual power can be said to be the purest existence in the Naruto world, and it is as attractive as a tailed beast. What kind of spiritual power is this, so pure? Shuhei, who exists in Gaara's body, hates human beings very much, but this spiritual power makes him feel warm, and Shuhei is not so restless. In this way, Gaara doesn't have to be afraid that Shukaku will come out at any time to seize his consciousness because he is sleeping. When he released his palm, there were already tears on Gaara's face. He was not only lonely and painful since childhood, but also extremely insecure. Shuhei wanted to fight for his own consciousness, and his father wanted to kill him. But now, there seems to be a person like Yashawan, the Yashimaru that he once trusted and loved. Remember Gaara, you are not alone. No matter what choices you make in the future, I will treat you as my best friend. After speaking, he touched Ai Luo's hair again, and her eyes became softer. Gaara wipes away her tears. Feng, Mr. Yao, may I call you that? Gaara, who originally wanted to call Feng Yao's name directly, suddenly felt that it was disrespectful to the person in front of him, so he added the word Mr. Certainly, it's just a title. Mr. Feng Yao, although I can't promise you to do anything for you, if you are in danger, I will stand with you. Hearing that Feng Yao embraced Gaara in his arms, Gaara's body froze for a moment, then his eyes relaxed, and he stretched out his hand to hug Feng Yao. That's enough, Gaara, I have a present for you. Then he took Gaara's hand and put a ring engraved with the word, Moon, on Gaara's hand. Gaara was stunned for a moment. Feng Yao coughed lightly. We are friends now, so naturally we will give you a gift. This symbolizes our bond. Gaara lowered her head and stroked the ring Feng Yao gave him. Host, You are getting more and more shameless, and you have gained such a large combat power in vain. Cough, how to talk. I'm also thinking of Gaara. He may be targeted by Xiao in the future, and then I will cover him. After talking to the system, Feng Yao put on his disguise again, and used the technique of Flying Thunder God to bring Gaara back to Konoha. Chapter 24 First Exam. After returning to Konoha village, Gaara and Feng Yao say goodbye to each other. Wind, why hasn't Master Two's come back? Jin waited anxiously on the spot, while Sark on the side was impatient. You have asked more than 30 times since the beginning, how would I know? Is it annoying? Sark replied angrily, he was almost driven mad by Jin. At this moment, a gentle voice came, and Feng Yao appeared directly behind them. What are you arguing about? I'm back here. Sak breathed a sigh of relief, while Kim's face was full of admiration. Take them into the classroom for this assessment. At this time, there are already many ninjas standing here one after another. They are all ninjas from various countries around Konoha. This is also the epitome of war between countries. It is equivalent to a stage for countries to show their strength. According to my own memory, the people who came to participate in the Chunin exam this time are 30 people in Cheyenne village, 21 people in Yuyan village, 6 people in Kaoyan village, 6 people in Takian village, 87 people in Konoha village, and 3 people in Yinyan village. From this data, we can see the military gap between countries. The power of the country is the power of the shinobi village. And whether the power of the ninja village is strong depends on the ninja. After entering, I saw a lot of familiar people. Shikamaru, Ya, and Dingji were also his classmates, and they attended the ninja school together. And at this time, Feng Yao also noticed a person, the other best conspirator in the entire Naruto world. At this time, he was holding some ninja cards and talking to Naruto and others about the major villages and ninjas participating in this assessment. As for Yinyan village, it is just a small country that has just been established, so there is not much information, and other countries are full of experts. This voice not only reached Feng Yao's ears, but naturally also reached the ears of Sak and Jin, and their faces would naturally not look good. Do is really an excellent spy. He completely abandoned his position as the second in command of the Sound Hidden Village to speak. To be honest, he also wants to bring Do into his subordinates, but Feng Yao understands that Do is not a child. He collects intelligence from various countries, and is deeply brainwashed by Orochimaru. He will not be persuaded by his own body like Gaara. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I will never lose to you. Everyone on the field was eerily quiet for a few seconds, and each of them looked at Naruto with a bit of a bad look. I really want to teach him a lesson. What do you think, Lord Toss, do we need to? Feng Yaoqiang resisted the urge to laugh. What do I think? I really want to see how you guys hammer your second in command. I don't want to stop you, don't go too far. As soon as he finished speaking, Sark rushed up first. His hands had special devices that could use chakra to control the air pressure attack. Jumping into the air and rushing towards the pocket is a slashing wave, and with a kick with both feet, pocket is hurriedly avoided. Jin took the opportunity to throw the silver needle behind the pocket and pulled the thread with both hands. A rapid banging sound of bells rang out. This kind of sound can make the people who heard it uneasy, and Duo also looked awake, and was punched out by Sak. Damn, good acting, it's just like the real thing. No wonder Duo's hidden work has never been discovered. Feng Yao couldn't help but applaud for Do in secret. And Naruto and the others hurriedly went to check, just about to go forward and have a theory with Sark. Suddenly, a huge plume of white smoke exploded in the classroom. You bastards, give me some peace. The smoke dissipated, and it was the many Chunin who were in charge of the assessment this time, as well as the chief examiner Ibiki Mori. I'm getting impatient waiting. I'm the examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection test. You guys should be more restrained, or else you will be disqualified from the test. Hearing this sentence, Feng Yao stood up. I'm sorry, my companion is rude, "Are you all right, my friend?" Then he lifted the pocket. "Mr. Feng Yao." Gara also saw Feng Yao and said silently in his heart. On the other hand, Do gave Feng Yao a meaningful look, and said that he didn't care. Ibiki Mori looked around, and then said the rules of this exam. "Next, you will get a piece of information. Everyone will have a copy. What you have to do is to protect your information from being peeked by others, and steal the information from others, for an hour. Near here the construction is carried out within 1 kilometer, and if the distance is exceeded, it will be eliminated." Quote. After the time is up, the team that protects its own intelligence and gets any team intelligence will advance. As long as one of the two fails to reach it, it will be eliminated directly. Feng Yao frowned when he heard it. Even the rules of the Chunin assessment have been changed. Is it because of your own presence? After everyone distributed it to the scrolls, Ibiki Mori gave an order. Then the exam begins. Author's digression, seeing that the readers want me to explode and celebrate. That's what everyone wants. There's no way to be so fond of it. Ahem, but the author's time is limited in reality, so I'll explode for a day. If the little cuties have a silver ticket, they can also vote for encouragement. Chapter 25 _ Easy Promotion. Sene Ibixi's voice just fell. Feng Yao directly attacked a Konoha ninja in front. Grab the opponent. The so-called obtaining information does not say that you have to steal it. You can also grab it directly, and after the exam starts, everyone except your own team is an enemy. The assessment this time was even crueler than the previous one. It could be said that Konoha's ninjas had a higher chance of advancing than other countries' ninjas. Because there are many people in Konoha, it is impossible for one's own people to rob their own people, which will cause people from other countries to be eliminated significantly. HMPH, it really is Danzo's style. Feng Yao thought so in his heart, but he didn't intend to stop. The Konoha ninja hid in a hurry, but Feng Yao's duck flew away. He slapped the table with one hand, rose up into the air, and kicked the Konoha ninja out of the sky. Konoha ninja only felt that he was hit by a hammer of several 100 pounds. Then he slammed to the ground, and his eyes flashed gold stars. When he regained his senses a little, he saw Feng Yao's eye standing in front of him. Another heavy punch. The Konoha ninja really fainted this time. Feng Yao took out the information from the opponent's arms in a hurry, and then stuffed it into his arms. I didn't want to find a place to hide, so I sat back to my seat again. His two companions didn't even react, and they could only be eliminated after losing information. Sak and Jin have long known about Feng Yao's strength, and they are not surprised to see it. It's just that when the audience's eyes are focused, they can't help but feel a sense of pride. The people around also reacted immediately, or competed with each other, scattered, jumped out of the window to find opportunities to steal information. But for a while, no one dared to shoot at Feng Yao, and they were all stunned by Feng Yao's decisive and sharp action just now. Gara on the side directly trapped the 3 Konoha ninjas who wanted to leave with sand, and got the information easily. Then, just like Feng Yao, he sat back in his seat. Sene frowned when he saw it. This year's kid is a little strong. It stands to reason that even if you grab the information, you can't sit here so openly. As time went by, more and more people grabbed the information of other teams, and the number of people kept decreasing. About half an hour later, several ninjas from the Land of Rain also came to the teacher. HMPH, there's no way, I really can't find the hiding place of those guys. Hello, Yinren over there, hand over the information in your hands. One of the leaders with a scar on his face said viciously to Feng Yao. He also thought about it. The kid who used sand might not be able to beat it, and this sound forbearance just didn't have any outstanding performance, just the first shot, maybe just a paper tiger. Jin stepped forward directly. Shut your mouth, I'll be your opponent. Just when this team of Yuyan was about to come forward and grab it hard, Gara on the side made the first move. The sand in the pot trapped the 3 of them and lifted them up. With a cold voice, he warned, if you dare to take a step closer to Mr. Toss, I will kill you directly. A terrifying murderous aura shrouded the three of them directly. Now I finally got a little peace of mind in my heart, and I got people who valued him. All of this came from Feng Yao, and now a few ignorant Yuren dared to attack the people he valued. Just when the three rainy ninjas were about to be overwhelmed and out of breath. Okay, you are not allowed to kill in the first test, otherwise I will disqualify you. Gaara snorted and stopped, taking the sand back. Morina Ibiki's speech saved the three rain shinobi, and after the three fell, the whole person was in the joy of the rest of his life. Tamari and Konkuro couldn't believe their eyes. Gaara would actually help out for others, and he seemed to respect the guy in the bandage very much. They even doubted everything they saw. Is this still the Gaara? At this time, the situation outside was also quite dire. Damn Konoha, several teams are besieging them together. Shameless, we also unite. Now all the ninjas in other countries have been eliminated by Konoha. 1 hour has passed in this kind of protest, and all the people have returned to the classroom one after another, and there are obviously a lot fewer people than just now. The Konoha protagonist group has all successfully advanced, and the difference from the memory is that this time there are only 20 teams left. And among them Konoha accounts for the majority. The number of ninjas in other small countries has suffered a lot. The faces of these people were somewhat angry. Almost all of them were ambushed by Konoha's ninjas, and some were even besieged and robbed by several teams. This was an unfair promotion at all. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Ibiki Mori sighed secretly, but it was Hokage's order that he couldn't disobey. At this moment, a figure broke through the window, 2 kunai were inserted into the corners of the classroom, and huge black banners were unfolded. I'm the chief examiner of the second exam. Miter washes red beans. Don't get too excited, the next exam is waiting for you. Come with me. The field was quiet, and Hongdu's face was a little bit unbearable now, and her cheeks were slightly red. It was not until the leadership of several Chunin teachers that they left the teachers one after another, and they came to a forest surrounded by huge iron nets. Hongdu walked to the door of the iron net and listened, and his eyes became a little terrifying. This is Konoha's 44th exercise ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Looking at the huge forest in front of him, Feng Yao was thoughtful. This time, because of Danzo's rise to the top, even this assessment has undergone such a big change. It is obvious that Danzo does not want to let ninjas from other countries advance, but he just doesn't know what will happen in this second game. It could be as simple as that. Feng Yao simply looked around, and he vaguely found that there seemed to be too many Anbu ninjas around. Even for the safety of the candidates, it was impossible to arrange so many Anbu. What is the purpose? Okay, before that, please sign this consent form, because some people may die because of this, so you must get your consent in advance. After everyone signed the agreement one after another, the second session was ready to start. And Feng Yao also saw a group of Orochimaru disguised as Kusanagi. He was wearing a hat and reminiscing about the old days with his former student Red Bean. The iconic long tongue is sticking out, and it is amazing that the Red Bean didn't recognize it at the first time. The rules of the second game are still the same as Feng Yao understands. It is divided into 2 scrolls, Heaven and Earth. When they are collected at the same time, they will be successfully promoted if they reach the tower. Following the person in charge of each entrance, the candidates enter the corresponding entrance, and the preparation for the second exam begins. The voice of Red Beans resounded in the ears of every candidate. Everyone rushed into the exercise venue in unison, and soon after they entered, many members of the Anbu also followed, and the Red Beans did not stop them, but their eyes became a little gloomy after seeing those Anbu. I'll just take the scroll. I'll find another scroll and turn with you. You go first to the tower in the center. After coming in, Feng Yao once again gave instructions to Jin and Sark. He still has things to do, and he cannot let these 2 people disturb him. Yes, Lord Toss. What Feng Yao got is the scroll of the sky. If you want to advance, you must find the corresponding scroll of the earth. This forest is very large. If you want to capture the scrolls of other teams, you don't have to grab them. You can also ambush the other team. After advancing for more than 2 hours, Feng Yao encountered the first group of people who ambushed him. There is a sharp cracking sound in the air. More than a dozen kunai suddenly flew in front of him, accompanied by a trap under his feet. Someone was ambushing him here. Feng Yao took a step back, bit his fingers, and quickly slapped the ground with both hands. Spirituality. Silver Moon Wolf. Ow! A wolf king about the size of an elephant and covered in white hair appeared under Feng Yao. This is a contract signed by the slug fairy looking for a relationship. It is extremely fast and has strong detection capabilities. Go ahead and bring those people here. Feng Yao said in a flat tone, except for a few people who participated in the Chunin assessment this time, the others were all ordinary Jinin strengths, so naturally he couldn't defeat his psychic beast. The Wolf King roared up to the sky again and quickly disappeared into the forest. Ah, what kind of guy is this? It's terrible, I was killed. With a few shrill screams, in less than half a cup of tea, the Silver Moon Wolf came back again with the bodies of the 3 people in his mouth. It was the 3 Konoha ninjas. After searching their arms, it happened to be the Book of Earth that Feng Yao team needed. After putting away the scroll, he was about to leave when the Silver Moon Wolf suddenly sensed a trace of breath and roared towards Feng Yao's back. Feng Yao, who didn't look back, asked directly in a cold tone, "Who ordered you to kill me?" Chapter 26_Donzo's Secret Order. Several ninjas in the dark are not hiding. The 3 of them flew out directly. It was Konoha's Anbu members. Silver Moon Wolf rushed over to grab one's arm first, and rammed him away. The other 2 companions communicate with each other. Prioritize this son of ninja, if he keeps calling, it will be troublesome. You hold on first, we'll kill this son-in-law and help you later, then this beast is nothing to worry about. After speaking, the 2 left the bidden teammate and rushed over like Feng Yao. One person bit off the fingerprints of his fingers, and then quickly sank into the ground. 2 done. The technique of beheading in the heart. A pair of hands suddenly stretched out from under Feng Yao's feet, grabbed the bare feet, and directly pulled Feng Yao into the ground, leaving only one head on top. This is a ninjutsu that Kakashi used to Sasuke, and its main purpose is to trap the enemy. It worked. Another Anbu ninja was overjoyed, pulled out a ninja knife and slashed towards Feng Yao, which seemed to directly kill Feng Yao. Just when the knife was about to pierce Feng Yao's head, Feng Yao's mouth moves slightly. Flying Thunder God's Art. Swish. Feng Yao's body suddenly disappeared, leaving only an empty hole in the ground. What's the matter? The ninja using the earth escape also drilled out from the ground. As soon as he came out, the figure of Feng Yao appeared again without warning. The specially made kunai in his hand wiped it directly towards the opponent's neck. It's too fast. Blood splashed out from his neck, and the ninja covered his throat with both hands in disbelief and kept backing away, as if to block the lost blood. He didn't expect that he would die at the hands of a Yinyan Murakami. When he just grabbed Feng Yao's bare feet, Feng Yao directly planted the Flying Thunder God technique on him. The Silver Moon Wolf had also killed another Anbu ninja, and the other person saw this scene and knew that he would die, so he charged directly towards Feng Yao. He is a ninja, he cannot forget his mission, he cannot escape alone, he needs to complete his mission. Feng Yao threw kunai directly, and the opponent evaded and continued to attack. Flying Thunder God 2. Swish. This is Feng Yao who has already appeared behind the opponent with the help of kunai who planted the Flying Thunder God technique. With a heavy punch, the opponent flew out, and the Anbu member rolled several times before stopping, but he continued to climb up to fight Feng Yao. As a result, Feng Yao threw a few kunai and nailed it to the tree, unable to move. Feng Yao walked over and grabbed each other's neck with one hand. Tell me, what the hell are you doing in this Chunin exam, and where is a ninja named Tuenku in your Anbu now? While questioning the ninja in front of him, he also increased his strength. The other party's face was flushed, but he still stared at Feng Yao with resentful eyes, refusing to say a word. It's really troublesome, but if you don't say it, I can probably guess that from the first exam to reduce the number of ninjas in other countries, and then to send Anbu to kill the outstanding ninjas of the younger generation in other countries in this exam, it seems very soon Danzo will start wars against other countries, right? The ninja on the opposite side still refused to reveal a word, but the contraction of the pupils in his eyes let him know that his guess was correct. Unexpectedly, when the Kingdom of Wind wanted to attack Konoha, Konoha also had the same idea, and Danzo's ambitions were obviously much bigger, and the methods were more ruthless, so he directly ordered people to kill other people in this exam. The power of the new generation of the country. Feng Yao snorted inwardly, and then asked a question. Is Tuanju responsible for killing ninjas from other countries in this second test? It's a pity that he didn't get the answer he wanted this time, because there was no change in the other party's eyes and muscles. If he didn't know it, he was really not in this operation. Feng Yao's force in his hand resulted in Anbu's life. Then seal the seal again to summon the psychic beast. Spirituality. Slug. What Feng Yao wanted to call was the slug immortal, and with the white smoke, a slug the size of a house appeared in the open space. Hey, Feng Yao, you finally remembered me. Where is this place? Looking at the curious slug fairy, Feng Yao explained, this is the Konoha ninja village. I want to ask the slug-sama to split and help me find a few people. It is impossible for such a big forest Feng Yao to find someone alone. What is needed at this time is the reconnaissance and detection type psychic beasts, and the silver moon wolf and the slug are obviously very suitable. Feng Yao told the two beasts about the current situation and the body type and characteristics of the person he was looking for. Immediately afterwards, the slug immortal split apart and scattered away, leaving only one by Feng Yao's side. Huh, you are still comfortable. When are you coming to Shigulan to accompany me? The little slug was beating on Feng Yao's head, while complaining. Feng Yao can only smile silently, his own affairs are still a big push, how can he have time? He can only perfunctory, it's coming, it's just 2, 3, 4 or 5 months. Hearing these perfunctory words, the frequency of the little slug jumping on Feng Yao's head increased again. Not long after, the first news came from the slug. 3 teams have already been assassinated, and I haven't seen the person you're looking for a while. Hey, there is a Kusanagi team that actually killed the opponent. Listening to Slug Immortal's surprised tone, he knew that the person was Bakung Orochimaru. Only the Gaara team, myself, and Orochimaru, who are capable of solving the Anbu elite, are the teams that do not belong to Konoha. I've found the one you're looking for, 3 in the west. Feng Yao smiled slightly after hearing this, and then immediately flew to the west. He found his target quickly after a while. Damn it, everyone is like a monster. Not to mention taking away other people's scrolls, it's very difficult to defend yourself. We are still burdened with the expectations of the village, we can't just go back in such an embarrassed way and follow it once. In front of them are 3 ninjas from the grassy village, 2 men and 1 woman. The girl has a very special red hair, wears a mesh ninja top and black stockings, and has a few bites on her body. This girl is another target of Feng Yao this time. Xiang Rin, her ability can be said to be a very perverted one in Hokage. Bite her skin to restore chakra and injuries. Moreover, she has no attachment to Cao Yin. Although her strength is not good now, with a little training, she will definitely be a general of Xi'an in the future. The timing of his appearance is just right now, and the 2 Kusanagi are about to leave. I want to find a place to hide. Xiang Rin, who is holding the scroll of earth in her hand, was a little flustered in her eyes, and then slowly got up. Roar! At this moment, a brown giant bear appeared behind Xiang Rin and roared at her, and chased after her. Xiang Rin stumbled and fell to the ground. Feng Yao knew that the opportunity was coming. He directly threw out the 3-pronged flying thunder god Kuei in his hand, and the second stage moved to Xiang Rin's body. The giant bear was even more angry when he saw someone standing in front of him and wanted to take a photo. Iron block. The bear's claws fell, and Feng Yao's eyes seemed to widen. Condensing the iron in his hands, Feng Yao punched the bear on the stomach. The strong impact made its back bump up. Countless leaves. At this moment, Xianju also saw that someone saved her, but she couldn't see anything clearly. She only felt that the other party's breath was so warm, and she was no longer afraid. Feng Yao walked over, picked up Xianju's eyes and put them on her gently, and said softly, "It's all right, are you hurt?" Xianju vaguely saw that there was a man covered in bandages in front of her. She was a little taken aback, but her mood soon settled down, and she didn't know why she was so at ease. Feng Yao glanced at Xianju, then untied the bandage on his face. With a little apology, he said, "Is it the appearance of me that scared you? My name is Tuz, what is your name?" Here Feng Yao didn't tell Xianju her real name, because the opposite is not like Gara, she has no strength to protect herself. Looking at the man who not only made him feel at ease, but also so handsome, Xianju's cheeks immediately turned red. After looking at that face for a long time, it seemed to be a blasphemy against beautiful things, and Xianju lowered her head again. In a mosquito-sized voice, "I'm all right, thank you. It's done." He is not in a hurry to take Xianju as his subordinate now. The opponent is not strong enough now, he just needs to plant a seed in her heart. Feng Yao took out a 3-pronged kunai, which had been planted with the Flying Thunder God technique, and handed it to Xianju. "Use this to protect yourself if you are in danger." After speaking, he gently touched Xianju's red hair, and then used the Flying Thunder God to leave. Xianju stayed in place for a long time before she could react. She lowered her head and looked at it, and then gently brought Kuwu closer to her arms. Chapter 27 Who is the Genius? The forest wind was blowing slowly, and occasionally there were beast roars and bird chirping, making the surroundings even more silent. The wind flies through the forest. Host, now the means of deceiving ignorant young girls have improved again. It seems that there was someone who wasn't happy with the system's beauty-enhancing pill and free mind and body. Listening to the cynicism of the system, Feng Yao's face was also a little uneasy. There was no way, who made him really fragrant. "Oh, the system is so big that I'm wrong, isn't it? Why can't I just talk about it? I'll win you over and say it again, I can't stand it." Seeing that Feng Yao's clothes were soft, the system snorted proudly and stopped talking. Not long after, more and more teams were hunted down by Konoha Onbi. Feng Yao was a little worried about Sak and Jin at the moment, not that he really cared about the safety of the two, but that 3 people needed to pass this level together, so he asked the Slug Fairy to help find their traces. "No problem, but there seems to be a Konoha ninja ahead of you." Hearing this, Feng Yao stopped and hid in a big tree just as he was about to observe the situation. A quiet voice came. "Don't hide, come out." Feng Yao narrowed his pupils, but he didn't expect to be discovered by the other party when he first came, just when he was about to go out. "Ha, isn't this Neji, the #1 rookie last year? Can you sign me?" A young girl's voice came out, and it seemed that he was not the only one nearby, so Feng Yao silently shrank back. At the same time, I saw the other side clearly. It was the situation when Neji and Shikamaru's squad met, and I was a coincidence. If possible, Feng Yao would be willing to dig a few Konoha people to join his organization. It is a pity that 80% of them are difficult to achieve. They cannot betray their villages who have been influenced by Konoha since childhood. Anyone else didn't notice it before. The veins beside Neji's eyes bulged, and Bai Yan immediately saw Feng Yao on the tree. As expected of the eyes, the detection ability is really scary. I also want to get Kakashi's eyes. Feng Yao, who was thinking silently in his heart, got down from the tree honestly. Everyone in Shikamaru's group was surprised, they just found no one at all. This person is the former Yinren, this guy seems to be their leader, and his 2 companions don't seem to be here. Ino whispered to his teammates. "You don't want to ask him to grab the scrolls, this guy killed a guy who was a ninja in the first match. Shikamaru was a little troublesome. How about that, where can we find someone weaker than us? The number is dominant, and he happens to be Yinren." Shikamaru's squad discussed how to grab the scroll, while Neji looked at Feng Yao with a solemn expression. Unlike Shikamaru and others, he can see a person's chakra flow through his white eyes, and he sees that Feng Yao's chakra flow and volume are by no means an ordinary genin. Seeing the long-lost strong man made him a little excited. Let's have a contest. Whoever loses will give his team's scroll hands to him. Feng Yao glanced at Neji with interest, but the proposal was not tempting for him. I have already got the scroll, and it is impossible for the opponent to win against me, but now Neji actually resents the Zong family, can he use this to win over to his own faction? I can play against you, but I have to change the conditions, because I already have the scroll, and it will not do me any good to win you. Feng Yao's low voice came from the bandage, and Ino said madly, why did that guy get the scroll? We don't have it yet. Neji frowned. What do you want me to do? I need you to do me a favor in the future. As for what it is, I haven't made up my mind yet, but I can guarantee that it will not go against your wishes. Neji thought for a moment, then took up a fighting stance, indicating that he agreed. After that, he attacked the past first. Neji is good at soft boxing, Konoha's strongest style of taijutsu. The boxing technique that directly attacks the choroid system can injure the internal organs, even if it is just rubbed, it may be fatal. Ningqi attacked with one punch. Feng Yao didn't want to take it hard. The opponent used a soft fist. If it was a rigid fist similar to Shaoli's that caused damage to the body, you could use an iron block to resist it. This is still a tug of war with the opponent. Okay. Seeing Feng Yao retreat, Ningqi's eyes tightened and he didn't intend to give the other party a chance, so he quickly followed. Soft boxing technique, 64 palms of 8 diagrams. It seemed that a huge gossip plate suddenly appeared in front of him, and Neji's palm became extremely fast, all of which were aimed at the acupuncture points of the human body. If he was hit, he would be directly sealed by chakra. But it was a pity that he met Feng Yao. In an instant, he understood the acupoints and moves that Neji's ninjutsu attacked him. The more shocked. Could it be that the other party has learned from the masters of our Hyuga family? He actually understands my physical skills so well. Ino on the side was surprised. He shook Shikamaru next to him and said, no way, even Neji couldn't beat that guy. Neji was called a genius last school year. Shikamaru retorted, no. Then pointed at Feng Yao with a finger, with a little panic in his eyes. Ningqi is no longer a genius, the one who fought against him is a real genius. Ah, why do you say that? You may not have noticed just now that when the Yin Ren first dealt with Neji, he obviously never fought with Neji, which means that he didn't know about the soft boxing of Rixiang's family. At times, too, at the very beginning, I reacted hastily and retreated. Quote. But that guy obviously took the initiative immediately after seeing Neji's first swipe, and completely analyzed Neji's attack pattern, which means that in just a few seconds in the battle, he took Hyuga home on behalf of him. The secret ninjutsu passed down from generation to generation, has been cracked. This guy is so scary, let's go quickly. After Shikamaru explained in a solemn tone, he pulled Ino and the two to leave. After playing all the gossip 64 palms, Neji was also panting slightly. He couldn't believe that the ninjutsu he had cultivated for so long could not even touch the corners of other people's clothes. Feng Yao directly punched Ningqi's stomach, and then stood a few meters away from him, sighing slightly. You can't beat me now, just give up. Neji clenched his fists, his nails sank deep into the flesh, and the last punch hit the ground. He felt deeply powerless, whether it was fate or strength. Everything is doomed. The ability and destiny of a person's life are doomed, just like the clan and the branch, and the man in front of me is the same as me. He buried his head deeply on the ground, his body trembling in pain. Feng Yao walked over and put his hand on his shoulder. Human life can be freely dominated, not manipulated, and your future will never be limited to this, Neji Hyuga. After hearing this, Neji's body was no longer trembling. He looked up at the man with the bandages. He was about to say something, but suddenly the other's face turned gloomy, and even his breath became extremely terrifying. From the look in his eyes all Liningji saw was endless killing intent. I'm sorry, Neji, seeing that I still have things to deal with, this time it's a draw. After speaking, without waiting for Neji to answer, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and left, leaving only Ninki stunned in place. Around the exam room at the moment. Yeah, it's better to eat meatballs with red bean soup. When it's over, those Anbu guys should have dealt with it as well. I really don't know what Hokage-sama thinks. All offended. The red bean said worriedly while eating the balls and drinking the red bean soup. Something's happened, Red Bean Chief Examiner. A Konoha ninja wearing glasses suddenly came over to report. What happened? 3 corpses were found, and they died in a strange way. Please go and have a look. After following the Konoha ninja out, they came to a place with a Buddha statue. All the belongings and examination evidence of the 3 corpses have been taken away, and their faces have also been melted. It is Orochimaru's face removal technique, which is a cold-blooded ninjutsu that can take a person's face as his own. This ninjutsu, it's him. How could he appear here? No. I am afraid that the Anbu ninja who went in to assassinate has already been solved by him. Thinking of this, Anbu did not hesitate and immediately turned to the ninja next to him. Go and report the situation here to Hokage-sama, this matter is very important. Chapter 28_must kill. Swoosh, _. A figure flew in the sky, piercing the sky, making a sharp sound. It is Feng Yao. At this moment, his chakra broke out, and he used the moon step to move forward with all his strength. This speed is quite scary. Because the slug just said that he found it, and found the culprit who chased and killed him and killed his savior, Anbu Ninja Xianju. While in front, Naruto and Sasuke were lying on the ground with scars at the moment, and Sasuke was in a coma with a curse mark planted on the back of his neck by Orochimaru. Shaoli next to him suppressed Jin and Sak by himself, while Sakura stayed safely beside Naruto Sasuke. Without the real twos this time, Sark and Jin are obviously not Shaoli's opponents. Soon fell into a disadvantage, and Sark was seriously injured by Shaoli's blow to Biaolianhua, but he still stood up tenaciously and fought with Shaoli. Enough, you two are not my opponents. If you continue, you may die. Shaoli was panting heavily, and it was obvious that he was not at ease after using the Watch Lotus flower. However, although Sak is arrogant, he is extremely loyal to Orochimaru, and he will complete his mission even to the death. He continued to charge like Shaoli in front of him. Sakura was also taken aback by Sak's madness. At this moment, a black figure flashed out and pinned Sak to the ground with one elbow. Sak screamed in pain, spit out a mouthful of blood, and was crushed to the ground dying. HMPH, from Yinan village, but the 3 of them have survived to this day, but it's time for you to leave the stage. The cold voice came from under the animal mask, it was the members of Anbu. Sakura and Shaoli also looked relieved. Although they didn't know why Anbu was here, they should have been saved. Seeing this scene, Jin wanted to run away subconsciously, but another Anbu member held his throat with kunai. Let's get out of here quickly, these few Yinren will be handled by us. An Anbu member opened his mouth, wanting to take Sakura and others away, and then secretly dealt with ninjas from other countries. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to do, Anbu was his own army after all, and Sakura and the others were still obedient and ready to leave. At this moment, a sharp piercing sound rang out. A figure appeared behind Jin, and kunai instantly pierced through the Anbu that controlled Jin. The Anbu member looked at kunai penetrating his chest, and the speed of the other party was too fast for him to react. Don't hesitate to kill. Then he threw the Anbu ninja aside like throwing garbage, and Kim shouted excitedly. Master Twos, you are here, we are carrying out the mission of Master Orochimaru, and these Anbu suddenly rushed out. But Feng Yao waved his hand to stop the other party from talking, he didn't come here to save people at all. Sakura and others on the opposite side were obviously taken aback when they saw this scene. The other party killed the members of Anbu so neatly. At the same time, the Shikamaru team who hid here was also surprised. Wow, damn it. Why is this guy again? He even dared to kill Anbu. What should I do? Ino was frantic again. However, just at this moment, a Kunwu rushed towards Feng Yao with a detonating talisman, pulling Jin to jump up to avoid the explosion. Xianju, who had been hiding in the dark, flew behind Feng Yao and slashed across with a ninja knife, with a sharp chakra attached to it. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be cut into 2 sections. Seeing that Xianju, Feng Yao also broke out. Xianju, finally let me find you. You are the first person I have to kill today when I come to Konoha. Feng Yao threw Jin away directly. 6 styles. Iron nuggets. Holding Xianju's knife with one hand, his right hand slammed directly into Xianju's head. Bang! With an explosion, Xianju turned into a piece of wood in the white smoke, and he just used a double-acting technique to avoid Feng Yao's attack. Wind escape, wind-cutting technique. Xianju's hands in knots used the wind escape ninjutsu that he was best at. This technique can cut things with cracking wind, and a high-pressure wind flew directly towards Feng Yao. But unfortunately, when he was just holding the knife by Feng Yao, he had already been planted with the Flying Thunder God technique. Swish! Feng Yao appeared directly beside Xianju. Sanjikuwu stabbed into the opponent's arm. Blood splashed. This arm has been abolished. The current Xianju was unable to form the seal, so he picked up the shuriken with the other hand and threw it at Feng Yao. After an easy flash, Feng Yao crushed his other arm with one hand. Xianju grunted, but didn't make a sound. He took a few steps back and asked Feng Yao, "Who are you? What do you want to do when you sneak into Konoha? Why do you say that I am someone you must kill?" While procrastinating, he did not forget to wink at the remaining companion. But Feng Yao obviously didn't care about this. He played with the kuwu in his hand and joked, "Don't you know me? It's no wonder that I have changed quite a bit. Then you always remember that you killed Muya village not far away. Old doctor." In the end, Feng Yao's eyes were full of cold killing intent. "You are Feng Yao. How dare you come to Konoha village?" Xianju now knew why the other party had such a big grudge against him, and at this time another of his teammates also completed the work. "Don't move, Feng Yao. Your 2 companions are in my hands now, and I'll kill them if they mess up." The Anbu members who had just controlled Sark also took the opportunity to capture Jin when Feng Yao was entangled with Xianju, and used it to threaten Feng Yao. Xianju seemed to see the hope of life. He swallowed. Said quite proudly, "How is it now, Feng Yao? Let's talk. Let us go. As long as we leave here safely, I promise not to hurt your fellow." Before he could finish speaking, Feng Yao wiped his neck with a knife and looked at Feng Yao in disbelief. His hands were so crippled that he couldn't reach out to block the wound on his throat. With the blood draining, watching his life dissipate. "We could have been talking." He took his last breath in the middle of his words. Feng Yao just looked at his corpse indifferently and said, "I said you are the one I must kill, and no one can stop me." The people next to him were terrified by this scene, and the Anbu knew that he was going to die, and immediately detonated the detonating charm on his body, trying to drag 2 people into the water. Boom! After an explosion, Sark and Jin were placed on a tree by Feng Yao unharmed and stayed with them for so long. Naturally, he also planted the Flying Thunder God technique for them. The first time he saved Jin, he used Flying Thunder God to teleport directly. Then Feng Yao turned his attention to the position of Sakura and Shikamaru again, and both groups felt shivering when they were stared at. But in fact, Feng Yao also stared at them with fierce eyes. His enemies were only Danzang and Xianju. Destroying Konoha is just a means for him to complete the killing of Danzo. Only chaos has a chance, and naturally he will not kill more unnecessary people. And they are also their former classmates. "Thank you Lord Twos. What should these people do?" Orochimaru ordered us to kill Sasuke. After Sak's difficult Feng Yao thanked him, he asked about Sakura and others' disposal. Sakura was obviously nervous after hearing it. "You go to the tower first. You don't need to worry about things here." Seeing that Feng Yao was willing to take care of the aftermath, the two naturally felt relieved and supported each other before heading towards the tower. After the two walked away, Feng Yao came to Xiaoying in a blink of an eye. Although his physique was special, he killed someone in front of others after all. Sakura didn't seem to be at all calm, but instead kept shaking. "Don't be nervous, I won't kill them." After saying this, he squatted beside Sasuke. At the moment Feng Yao is avenging his parents, and Sasuke is not the same. Anyway, he has the power to take revenge, but Sasuke has nothing. In the end, he chose to fall into the darkness in order to pursue the power. He put one hand on Sasuke's head, and mobilized his mental power to calm Sasuke's emotions first, at least not to be in danger. Later, looking at Naruto, he also heard a little about Naruto's situation. Danzo's ascendance led to Naruto being monitored and imprisoned. This can be said to be an indirect consequence of his own, so he also stored some chakra and spiritual power in Naruto, which can help him when he is swallowed by the Nine Tails in the future. But now that they all know their true identities, Feng Yao definitely can't let them pass the test directly. He carried Naruto and Sasuke on their backs, and then said to Sakura and Shikamaru next to him, "I took these two people away. If you talk nonsense about what happened now, then I will not hesitate to kill them." Then he planted the Flying Thunder God technique on them, and tricked him by saying, "This technique can sense what you say, and your words and deeds will be under my control. Then use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave here." Everyone's faces were extremely ugly, and Sakura burst into tears. Sasuke. Chapter 29_Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 Styles. The sky is cloudy and cloudy, but Danzo's mood at the moment is not very good. He received news that Orochimaru entered the village. For the rebellion of this village, if he was not Hokage, he might have used the other party, and now he can't wait to get rid of it. Assemble all the ninjas and prepare to besiege Orochimaru. Danzo gave the order directly, but Red Bean stopped him. "Lord Naruto, if you decide to encircle Orochimaru now, he will stop at nothing to destroy Konoha, and now some of our ninjas have been dispatched to the country of wind. The risk to be taken is too great, the other party is 3-1 of patience." After hearing this advice, Danzo also calmed down. The Orochimaru thing cannot be ignored, but the safety of the village must be guaranteed. "Hongdu, go and call Rigian too. Orochimaru is his disciple after all." At this time, Danzo remembered the third generation of eyes. Now the village is in short supply, and Orochimaru is a disciple of the third generation of eyes, so it is natural for the third generation to fight against Orochimaru. He also needs to go to the tower in person. One is to see what the purpose of Orochimaru is, and the other is to teach the new generation of Konoha. Originally, according to his wishes, only Konoha's team would be left in the third level, so that Konoha's powerful national strength could be well displayed in front of the great names of various countries. Win more funds and tasks, but there are still too many changes. The camera turned to the tower, and after 5 days of competition, the final result was finally won. The final promotion teams are Yaoshido Squad, Gaara Squad, Sound Ninja Trio, Tooth Squad, Neji Squad, Shikamaru Squad. Everyone looked at each other's advancing teams and thought to themselves, "Naruto, no, to advance. Well, that Feng Yao is to defeat the 3 generations of rebellion. Damn, how can I tell this news to others, and now he is under his surveillance. Has that Sasuke been dealt with? Forget it, since it was dealt with, it means that the child is nothing more than that. The breath of the person next to me is very comfortable." Looking at the crowd on the field, Kakashi waited for Shangnan and Danzo to walk into the hall. "First of all, congratulations to everyone who passed the second exam. Next, please announce the rules of the third exam." Danzo slowly stepped forward and stood in the center, looked around, and finally stared at a man wearing a Konoha forehead with erect pupils leaning on the side. He knew that this was Orochimaru. After a short time, he looked back. Feng Yao saw that Tuanzang's eyes did not fluctuate at all, as if it was the first time they met. Now he can't be seen by the other party, there are so many Jonin here, if he kills himself, 80% of the time. The request for the third game is very simple, the so-called individual battle, but I want to explain one thing, I want you to spare no effort to win for Konoha. This is not only your personal game, but also the epitome of the war between countries. If you win, you will bring Konoha's strong prestige to the surrounding countries, and you can deter each other diplomatically. You have to sacrifice your life to bring victory to Konoha. Danzo said with a strong tone to the ninja in front of Konoha. There was another uproar in the crowd, and then a blast of moonlight appeared to take over the scene. Although he didn't die in Hideyoshi's hands, he did lose one eye, which slightly affected his combat effectiveness. Next, please leave it to me, Hokage-sama. As I remembered, the next battle was to reduce the number of people. But what is suspicious is that the three of Sand Ren's group actually happened to meet Feng Yao's Yin Ren trio, and after a little guess, he knew that it was Danzo's idea again. Jin and Sak were defeated without any suspense in the hands of Konkuro and Tamari, and the next was the battle between Gaara and Feng Yao. Seeing that it was Feng Yao Gaara, his eyes were stunned for a moment, and the friendship between the mission and Feng Yao made him struggle. I love Luo, what are you waiting for? I really want to fight with you. When Gaara was still making a decision, Feng Yao jumped down first, telling Gaara that he didn't have to hesitate. Gaara raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he saw this scene. He also dragged himself off the field with sand, and the game between the two officially began. Yaojun's game. Orochimaru watched with interest, he was too nostalgic for Feng Yao's body. Gaara attacked first. Although he had never seen Feng Yao's attack, he would not despise the man in front of him. Rain when sand bombs. The sand behind the gourd wrapped around him and shot a large number of round sand bullets in front of him. Spirituality. Silver Moon Wolf. The white-haired Wolf King appeared beside Feng Yao again. Feng Yao grabbed its hair to avoid Gaara's attack, and almost 1/10 of the small open space on the field was occupied by wolves. Seeing this speed-type psychic beast, Gaara changed his strategy, he formed the seal again, and pinched towards Feng Yao's position with one hand. Sandbound. A large area of sand on the ground rises into the air, and this spell has a very large catch-up range. Seeing that it was impossible to avoid, Feng Yao summoned the psychic beast again to deal with it. Spirituality. Chilling Sea Lion. This is also a psychic technique in the sea that Feng Yao Tuo found. As soon as the sea lion came out, seeing the scene that was about to be surrounded by sand, he immediately understood and opened his mouth wide. Water Escape. Great Waterfall Technique. Cold Heart Sea Lion Feng Yao is one of the few advanced psychic beasts in his hands. He can use ninjutsu and communicate with himself. The huge water ball hit the sand, and the sand became very heavy when it met the water, and the sand bond was broken without attacking. Lord Feng Yao, how am I doing? The sea lion asked Feng Yao proudly, but Gaara didn't want to give Feng Yao a chance to chat. He will use the next move to decide the outcome. If Feng Yao keeps summoning psychic beasts, he may be consumed to death. The Spear of the Guarding Crane. The sand continued to condense and fuse in front of him, and finally formed a huge sand spear nearly 2 meters long. Fuck, this kid Gaara is really fighting. It seems that I can only be more serious. Seeing that Gaara was going to make more moves, Feng Yao had to get serious. He took out a few kunai in his hand, and then a few flashbangs in his hand. When Gaara threw the Spear of Sho Crane, Feng Yao also threw out his own kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique. 3 styles of Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance and Roar. This trick is the famous stunt of the 4 generations, but in Feng Yao's impression, the 4 generations have never used it, except when saving Kakashi. In fact, it is very simple to use the flash bomb to emit a dazzling yellow electric light, so that the opponent mistakenly thinks it is a ninjutsu that obstructs the line of sight, and uses the Flying Thunder God move to defeat the enemy logically. The dazzling flash can't affect Feng Yao. He used kunai to move quickly in the battlefield, and the automatic defense sand couldn't keep up with his speed. Gaara fell into a blind state, and the Spear of the Crane couldn't aim at all. Feng Yao used Kuwu to cut more than a dozen holes in his clothes. After the light dissipated, Gaara voluntarily conceded defeat. Just now Feng Yao had shown mercy to him. I didn't expect Yaojun to even master the art of flying thunder gods. That technique just now. It's a ninjutsu that obstructs the line of sight. Everyone is still discussing. After all, not everyone can know the technique of flying thunder god, and the 4 generations of famous stunts. What followed was the melee within the Konoha team. Yao Shido still gave up at the beginning, but because of one more player, Ninki had a bye. Therefore, the final promotions are Shaoli, Shino, Shikamaru, Ya, Neji, Tiantian, Konkuro, Tamari and Feng Yao himself. The final game will be held in 3 days, which is earlier than Feng Yao expected. It is estimated that Danzo has some plans. After the game. Sakura, what's going on? Where are Naruto and Sasuke? Kakashi looked at Sakura anxiously. As soon as he returned to the village, he found that Naruto and the others were not promoted this time. But it was nothing, but Sakura was the only one left to come out. Naruto and Sasuke disappeared. Asked Sakura and didn't answer, just said they weren't dead. This news is still unknown to the top management of the village such as Danzo. Otherwise, if they knew that the Nine-Tails Manzuli would be lost in the village, this matter would be turned upside down, especially in the current situation. Kakashi-sensei, I can't say, I can only tell you after the game is over. It would be dangerous if Sasuke and the others were better. Seeing Sakura's frightened appearance, Kakashi also softened and just sighed. At this time, a figure stood not far away. I think I can tell you what happened, Kakashi-sensei. The person who came out of the dark was the future IQ of Konoha Ninja Village, Shikamaru Nara. Chapter 30 against Kakashi. Shikamaru, how are you? Kakashi, who saw Shikamaru, was stunned for a moment, and the other party seemed to know the whereabouts of Naruto Sasuke. No, Sasuke, they will die. Seeing Sakura looking so anxious, Shikamaru quickly explained. Don't be afraid of Sakura, what that guy gave me is not a spell that can be monitored at all. Although I don't know what it is, I can be sure that it does not have the effect of monitoring. Hearing Sakura here, he calmed down a little, and Kakashi also learned the ins and outs of the matter under Shikamaru's notification. Kakashi immediately looked for Feng Yao's figure here, and finally he thought of something and came to an alley. This is Feng Yao's home, and Feng Yao is indeed here. It was already full of dust and messy furniture all over the floor, and Feng Yao was sitting on a chair that seemed to fall down at any moment. Looking at Kakashi who came in suddenly, Feng Yao was stunned for a while. Then he said calmly, it seems that Shikamaru saw through the spell I left behind. Kakashi stared at Feng Yao cautiously. He knew that the other party was an extremely dangerous person, but he did not leave behind. He's a smart kid. What have you done to Naruto and Sasuke? Kakashi's first question was about the safety of both Naruto and Naruto. Feng Yao, whose identity was discovered, was not only answering Kakashi's question, but also observing if there were any other people around. They're still alive, and when I'm done with what I'm going to do, they'll be fine. What do you want to do? Listening to Kakashi's question, Feng Yao spoke slowly. I want the head of the 5th Hokage, and for this I will not hesitate to destroy Konoha. Hearing this, Kakashi's face immediately became angry. He was also a man who inherited the will of fire, and he would never allow anyone to hurt his companion. If that's the case, then how about a bet? If I win, you have to give up destroying Konoha. If you win. Feng Yao suddenly waved his hand to interrupt him. If I win, I want your shaker. Kakashi's eyes widened, he touched his soiled eye, and finally made up his mind. Okay, let's do that. After saying this, Feng Yao grabbed Kakashi with one hand and took him directly away from the village. If he started directly in the village, the movement would be too great. Watching the surrounding scenery change instantly, Kakashi was once again surprised by Feng Yao's mystery. He used to be a disciple of the 4th generation, and naturally he could see that Feng Yao was using the technique of Flying Thunder God. Kakashi stood less than a few dozen steps away from Feng Yao and stated the rules of this bet. 3 attacks, you can't dodge, you can only use ninjutsu to resist hard. If you can withstand my 3 attacks, then you will win, otherwise, I will win. This Kakashi is awesome. Feng Yao felt that it was difficult at this time, which was equivalent to directly abolishing his own Flying Thunder God technique. Presumably this was a strategy that Kakashi came up with after seeing it. If he allows himself to use Flying Thor, Kakashi will never hit him no matter what. Feng Yao thought for a moment. Okay, I agree, and I hope you will keep your promise too. Hearing this, Kakashi's face was solemn. Even if Feng Yao gave him the opportunity to attack these 3 times, he could not guarantee that he could defeat Feng Yao, and could only try his best to gain an advantage for himself. His hands quickly began to form seals. As a copy ninja of Konoha, his speed of forming seals was much faster than ordinary people. Ugly, Mao, Shen. Then place your right hand on the ground and hold your right wrist with your left hand. S-rank ninja, Rachel. Chakra is concentrated in Kakashi's palm, forming a high-intensity current. His hand is like a sharp blade, powerful enough to penetrate the human body. It is also one of Kakashi's famous stunts, which is characterized by a concentrated attack on a single point of thrust. Kakashi, who opened the wheel eye, dragged his right hand and rushed towards Feng Yao quickly, and the stones on the ground were lifted by powerful lightning. Feng Yao bit his finger and shot into the ground. Spirituality. Hard Rock Panda. A burst of white smoke exploded, and a black and white panda appeared in the middle of the 2 of them. Its body was almost entirely made of huge, hard stones, and it was a fairly good meat shield. Bang! Kakashi's Rachel collided violently with the panda's stomach. Rachel ran through most of the panda's body before stopping, but unfortunately this move didn't hurt Feng Yao. Kakashi pulled out his arm and stepped back. The panda it also disappeared into a cloud of smoke. My technique may be blocked by his psychic beast, in that case. It was the same not as before, but this time Kakashi did not stab, but clenched his right hand and made a throwing motion. Rachel Lehu kills. This is a form of Laki's transformation, changing into a wolf, which is more flexible than Laki. If Feng Yao continues to use the psychic beast this time, then Kakashi will manipulate the Thunder Wolf to avoid it and go straight to Feng Yao. Kakashi is really a ninja good at wits. Feng Yao also secretly admired. However, he didn't plan to dodge this attack. Although Thunder Tiger Tongshan's attack power is not weak, its penetration is not as good as the orthodox Laki. The wind blows the body. 6 forms, iron nuggets. The Thunder Wolf's teeth directly bit Feng Yao's shoulder, and the thunder and lightning also moved frantically on Feng Yao's body, and the lightning strike for tens of seconds ended. There were 2 more blood holes on Feng Yao's shoulders, and some scars appeared on his body. But soon the blood was stopped. Xiaoyao Zhimind and body improved cell activity. Feng Yao's recovery speed was extremely fast, and he could be called Xiaoqiang who couldn't be beaten to death. Kakashi began to pant. After all, he still lacked blue, and after using Rachel twice, he was a little bit tired, but it was obvious that Feng Yao had not been hurt too much. But he had one last move, and Kakashi took a deep breath. His writing wheel eyes have changed, and the 3 hook jades blend with each other to form a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Divine Might. Kakashi's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes widened, and the space as far as his eyes began to melt. Feng Yao did not dare to be careless in the face of this powerful time-space pupil technique. Before the space was completely formed, he quickly completed the seal. Spirituality. Triple Rashomon. Rashomon belongs to a kind of props psychic, and he can also master it now. 3 gates with a height of nearly 100 meters rose from the ground, blocking Kakashi's line of sight, so that Shinwei could not directly hit Feng Yao. Kakashi finally destroyed one of the Rashomon in front of him and then exhausted himself. All 3 techniques cost him a lot of chakra. You lose, Kakashi. Feng Yao put away Rashomon and walked slowly to Kakashi. Kakashi, who was panting heavily, raised his eyes and saw Feng Yao's calm eyes, as if he had expected his failure. After barely standing up, Kakashi spoke again. Yes, I lost, but I still want to negotiate a condition with you. At this time, Feng Yao frowned, and he hadn't said anything yet, but Kakashi's demands kept coming one after another. Feng Yao said angrily, "Come on, I'm going to take your shackle after I'm done. It's okay to take my shaker, but I want to ask you to do me and Konoha a favor, and you can kill Danzo without being held accountable." Kakashi made his request in a weak tone. Feng Yao jokingly said after hearing it, "Why should I promise you? I can directly destroy Konoha, and then kill Danzo, who can hold me accountable." When Kakashi proposed this condition, Feng Yao had already thought of a lot of things. The third generation belonged to the moderate faction, while Danzo belonged to the martial arts faction. As a high-level executive, the third generation naturally knew about Danzo's war actions against the country of Wind, but the third generation must not kill Danzo by himself, and Kakashi negotiated with him on behalf of the third generation. Kakashi was not anxious when he heard Feng Yao's rejection at first, but calmly analyzed for him. If you destroy Konoha, other countries will definitely see you as a thorn in your side, and your life may not be easy, but if you agree to our request, then we will give you some help when you kill Danzo, but you can't hurt other people. In the end, your enemy is only Danzo, and we feel sorry for you about your parents, but when the third generation was in power, they never felt sorry for them, and they would not want to see you destroy Konoha for revenge. Speaking of this, Feng Yao's face has obviously eased a little, but the ninja world still speaks with strength. He doesn't think that standing on the third generation's side can help him. Kakashi, I admit that what you said has a point, but even if I agree, how can you help me? Is it up to you? Or 3 generations? At this time, a voice replaced Kakashi's answer. By me. Feng Yao turned his head to look, a figure made his pupils shrink. Then Feng Yao turned to Kakashi and smiled meaningfully. I should have thought of it earlier, I agree with your request. Chapter 31_Destruction of Roots. The drizzle is blowing, and the whole Konoha village is even more verdant. After talking with Kakashi about all the details, Feng Yao took Kakashi back home again. Kakashi, it's time to honor your promise. Feng Yao sat back on the shabby chair and opened his mouth again. Kakashi didn't hesitate to open his forehead, revealing his writing wheel eyes. He was ready. Feng Yao also stretched out his hand slowly, and Kakashi felt a cold hand on his eyelids. I'm sorry, Obito. When Kakashi silently apologized to Obito in his heart, Feng Yao had already taken his hand back at the second time, just when he didn't know what the other party was doing. Okay, it's alright. Hearing that Feng Yao was done, Kakashi was stunned. Didn't he want my Sharingan? Just touch it like that. Looking at Kakashi's unbelievable expression, Feng Yao said, I just need some cells from your eyes. I don't want to wear other people's eyeballs. Hearing this, Kakashi is also relieved. This eye not only represents most of his strength, but also is the only gift left by his best friend Obito. System, is this enough? Feng Yao, who got the Sharingan cells, asked silently in his heart. Yes, you are now trying to absorb these cells. According to the system, Feng Yao inhaled the writing wheel eye cells just touched on his fingers into his body. He felt a peculiar chakra rushing from his fingers to his eyes. After a moment of pain, his eyes quickly flashed the traces of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, but it was only for a moment. Even Kakashi didn't notice it. He felt that he not only possessed the time-space pupil technique possessed by Kakashi's eye, but also possessed the eye of Obito, blurring, divine power. Just when he was confused, the system said to him. The eyes are originally a pair of eyes. If the host has cells with earthy eyes, the time and space capabilities of both eyes can naturally be obtained, and the writing wheel eyes have been assimilated by the host's constitution. When using it, even if the eyes have not changed, it can be used. Use. There is such a good thing, isn't that a must for yin people? In this way, when you fight against others, everyone thinks that they are just ordinary eyes. Afterwards, I unexpectedly threw them a divine power, and the effect was full. Feng Yao took a deep look at Kakashi. Sorry, Obito's eyes have already arrived, and your experience will be stuck for a few hundred days. As for Konoha's only request to Feng Yao, that is to destroy the root and cut off Danzo's right-hand man. All of Danzo's cronies are Gen's members, and most of the supporters of the war against Sand Shinobi are Gen's members. In fact, many mainstays of Jonin and even Konoha did not support this action. Therefore, the third generation will do everything to stop Danzo's behavior, even if it means sacrificing Danzo and sacrificing his roots, even if it is to cooperate with him as a betrayal. Let Feng Yao assassinate Danzo to destroy the roots and reselect Hokage. In return, they will help Feng Yao and eliminate Feng Yao's treason and forbearance. Feng Yao also put forward an additional condition, that is, Hyuga Neji who took Konoha away. Neji can't deny that he was definitely a genius in the early stage of Hokage, but it's a pity that there are too many plugins in the back, and there is no room for Neji to show. In the end, Kakashi agreed on behalf of the three generations. After all, Neji was only a member of the split family. The ninja world is often like this. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. In the past few months, the two sides were fighting to the death. Today, they are comrades on the same front. 2 days later, before Konoha was about to attack, Feng Yao and Kakashi came to Gen's station, and Gen was the vanguard of Konoha's troops. Then I'll leave it to you here, Kakashi said in a low voice, and then handed Feng Yao a stack of documents. After remembering everyone, he said coldly, the roots won't exist from today on. Speaking slowly, he walked to the station, and the people of Gen also found Feng Yao not far away, and immediately became alert. Because of Danzang's upper position, Gen's development has grown a lot, and there are almost 100 people. There are 3 members of the root guarding the door. Who is it? We'll be welcome if you're approaching. A root ninja spoke first, but Feng Yao didn't mean to stop at all. Seeing Feng Yao, he didn't intend to answer, and the root people were also welcome. Tu Dun Wangquan Marsh. The soil under Feng Yao's feet suddenly turned into liquid. Swish. Almost at the moment when the earth escape ninjutsu was just formed, Feng Yao disappeared directly, and when the members of the root were searching for his trace, several 3-forked kuna flew over. When he turned his head to dodge, he noticed that Kunai had a strange spell, but it was too late. Feng Yao used Flying Thunder God to teleport to Kunai's position. 3-stage Flying Thunder God slash. The 3 people at the door were instantly killed, and Feng Yao walked into the station with Kuwu, like Shira who was asking for his life. At the moment of entering the door, the members of the root collectively discovered the intruder Feng Yao. Someone is invading. The earth escape and the cracking earth turn palms. The art of fire escape and vegetarian burning. Tu Dun Tu Long Gun. There were dramatic changes on the ground, and countless stone pillars sprang from the ground to pierce Feng Yao, and flames appeared directly on the body. But these ninjutsu perfectly penetrated Feng Yao's body without leaving any trace of damage. This is Feng Yao's use of the power of his right eye to put his body into the divine space, which is the blurring ability of his right eye. What's the matter? Illusion. It's not illusion, you are too weak. Speaking of Feng Yao, he started to seal, and after biting his fingers, he summoned the strongest combat power that he could channel. Spirituality. The 5 ghosts of the underworld. After the huge smoke, the entire stronghold was broken by the huge body of the 5 ghosts. The 5 ghosts roared together, and when the members of the root saw that the situation was not good, they quickly sent people to report to Danzo. But not long after running out, a silver-white wolf rushed out and bit the man's neck. No, we're not his opponents, so why didn't Junin come to support him? A character who seemed to be the leader of the team in the root said anxiously. Feng Yao listened and sneered. Why do you think? There is a reason why the Shang Nin didn't come here. Hearing this, the person opposite was stunned, and after a short thought, he shouted. He understood that this was Konoha's other Joinin united actions against Danzo. Everyone flees with all their strength, and must go back to Hokage-sama. It's too late, the realm of the underworld. A dark red enchantment spread out from the 5 ghosts, until it wrapped the entire station of the route. This is an ultimate move that can be used after the 5 ghosts cooperate together, which temporarily blocks the space and doubles the combat power of the 5 ghosts in the field. 5 ghosts, kill them. Roar _ 5 behemoths rushed into the crowd, harvesting the lives of the battlefield like chopping melons and vegetables. Their means vary. The evil spirit wailed on the spot, and the mentally weak person sat on the ground and couldn't move, waiting to be harvested for life. The evil spirits and the ghouls were directly killing the crowd. What monster is this? Damn it, the barrier can't be broken. No, my chakra was sucked by that ghost. In the enchantment, there was a purgatory on earth, and many people who were killed stood up again and rushed to their former teammates. This is the ability of a ghoul. In less than half a stick of incense, the entire route was massacred. At this time, Feng Yao saw that a man who kept drawing all kinds of beasts with a pen was still insisting. This person is Sakai, and he is still a member of Gen. He ordered the 5 ghosts to stop attacking him. A flying thunder god technique came to Sakai's side, and Sakai summoned several huge ink tigers from the painting book to bite at Feng Yao. After the blur escaped, Feng Yao grabbed his shoulder and sucked him into the divine space. Sai's ability is also very peculiar, and his strength is not bad, and he can be accepted as a subordinate. As for the education work, I will deal with it after Konoha things settle down. Looking up and looking around, except for Feng Yao himself, there is no living creature in this place. Feng Yao ordered the 5 ghosts to untie the barrier, and then left quickly, less than a while after Feng Yao left. Many Shangnin appeared here, including Kakashi, Asma and others. They sighed, they did not rescue the route, they wanted to prevent the impending war and protect Konoha from disappearing. There is no name, no feelings, no past, no future, only a mission in mind. The roots of the tree that supported Konoha in the dark have disappeared from today. Chapter 32 _ The end of the Chunin exam. What? The whole army has been wiped out. Danzo slapped the table and yelled when he heard the news. Root is his cronies, his capital, and in a few days it will be Konoha's war against Cheyenne. Root is the vanguard, but now. Anger was burning in Danzo's chest, and he was also thinking about who did such a bold thing. Sand Hidden, Orochimaru, or the third Hokage. Sandian was first excluded by him. If the other party knew of his actions, then more than the root cause would suffer, and he would definitely launch an attack on Konoha. The remaining 2 are suspects. Orochimaru hates Konoha, and the 3 generations do not want to start a war. I understand. The 3rd generation actually joined Orochimaru to destroy the root, this cowardly Japanese sword. Internal affairs and foreign affairs only, no compromise. Never think about change. I will never let you succeed. Konoha will not return to that weak past. Danzang gritted his teeth and said, it's no wonder he came to this idea. Orochimaru was originally a disciple of the 3rd generation, and it may be that the 3rd generation and Orochimaru reached some kind of deal. Because it is impossible for the 3 generations to do it by themselves, just as the Shangnin people, although they oppose themselves, will not directly disobey their orders. As for Feng Yao's disappearance from the beginning to the end, there is no information about the other party at all, which is for sure, because the photos are not right at all. The lack of information led Danzo to draw a wrong conclusion. He looked at his only 2 trusted confidants, Kazuo, Root and Yamakaki. These were the people he usually followed him as a bodyguard, so he was not killed. HMPH, it doesn't matter, as long as the 4th generation of Kazekage is killed tomorrow, this war has to be fought, and you have no choice. As he spoke, he touched Zishui's eye. If necessary tomorrow, he would use this eye to control Orochimaru. Danzo's strength has now been severely weakened, and the village's Jonin doesn't believe him at all. He originally wanted to gain the trust of the village through this war, but now 3 generations have come out to make trouble. On the other side, Feng Yao, who destroyed the root, came to a house far away from Konoha. Here Naruto and Sasuke are being tied up with 5 flowers. Just when Feng Yao was about to walk over to help them untie it first, the two suddenly turned into wood. Substitute. And Sasuke, who was hiding on the eaves, launched his attack. Fire escape. The art of fireball. Sasuke released a huge fireball from his mouth, and the explosion came from the house, and the whole room was burned down. But Feng Yao stood there unscathed. I didn't expect you to break free by yourself. Calm down, don't force me to do it. Who wants to listen to you, the weird guy with the bandages? Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto, who was hiding on the side, couldn't sit still, and he rushed out to separate thousands of clones and wanted to knock down the opponent by relying on crowd tactics. Feng Yao made a seal on his hands, and once again summoned the psychic beast, the cold heart sea lion. A large-scale water escape ninjutsu emptied Naruto's shadow clone and easily caught the two of them. You bastard, let me go, why are you arresting us, where is Sakura? Naruto struggled frantically, while Sasuke was full of unwillingness. The future 7th generation Naruto, and the future Sasuke of the Mega Ninja world, can only be easily caught by himself before he grows up. He put the two of them down, first looked at Sasuke. He was considering whether to find a way to turn against Sasuke. But this idiot was all about revenge. Even if he told him about Itachi, I'm afraid he would be eager to find Itachi to know the answer or shouted for Konoha to take revenge. As for Naruto, the mouth can't talk to the other party, and he has watched Naruto grow up, whether it is the Earth in the previous life, or the Naruto world in this life, so Feng Yao never thought of hurting Naruto. I don't have any ill will towards you. I have no choice but to arrest you. Don't mess around. I'll let you go back when things settle down. After explaining, Feng Yao tied the two with a stronger rope. Then he returned to the Konoha ninja village amid Naruto's scolding. The third session of the Chunin exam is about to begin. On the periphery of the circular field, there were daimyo and players from all over the world watching the game, and Danzo sat in the high seat in the center. The advanced players such as Feng Yao stood in the center of the field, waiting for the official start of the game. This may be just a competition for them, but for Danzo, Feng Yao, and Orochimaru, this is already a battlefield. Hey, relax, just salute the audience. Chunin, who was in charge of this exam, said to the crowd. After a while, the 4th generation Kazekage brought someone to the arena, along with 2 people from Xianju. Danzo stood up pretendingly. Welcome, Kazuki-sama, please enjoy our Konoha ninja game this time. 4 generations of Kazekage did not reply. Danzo said that except for our Konoha ninjas, there is nothing to see in other countries' games. Feng Ying also endured this kind of insult. Wait, Konoha will perish today. Feng Ying, who thought so in his heart, felt a lot more comfortable, and at the same time his eyes turned to the direction of Orochimaru. Orochimaru casually disguised as a Konoha ninja and sat on the periphery. Wait, Feng Yao, after today, your perfect body is mine. Everyone has their own plans. At this moment, only the players participating in the competition are free of distractions. They only think about one thing and win the competition. Since there are 9 people now, Feng Yao needs to play one more match in the battle that comes out, and it's all fighting against Sandian. Danzo doesn't care about any competition. He wants Konoha to win, and let the daimyo from all over the field know that Konoha is the most powerful shinobi village. Needless to say, in the match with Kankuro and Temari, Kankuro simply gave up for the next plan, and Temari could not be Feng Yao's opponent. With a single blow to the Thunder God, Feng Yao easily won the victory. People wiped out the entire Xian team. As the competition progressed, the atmosphere was gradually brought out, and the forces of all parties became more and more solemn. They knew that the moment the Chunin exam was over, was the time to start. Without Gaara this time, the game went smoothly to the end, which was the last one. Another thing Feng Yao didn't expect was that the person who finally competed with him turned out to be Xiao Li. He successfully defeated Neji Hyuga in the match. Feng Yao could see that Xiao Li was very happy now. The game begins. The chunin on the side started the last game. However, Feng Yao was the first to speak. You already used Lilianhua when you just beat Neji, and your muscles have been severely strained. You can't beat me, even if you didn't use Lilianhua before. Feng Yao admired this hard-working genius very much, and was even thinking about whether there was any way to bring him under his command. However, Xiaoli smiled slightly, behind his left hand, and his right hand made a please gesture. Your name is Tuz. I can see that you are also a genius. No matter if you can win or not, I will stand here and fight with you, because this is my ninja way. Feng Yao took a deep look at Xiaoli. Can hard work surpass genius? No, Xiaoli could easily defeat Sasuke at the beginning, but when Sasuke was already at the top of the ninja world, Xiaoli only opened 6 doors. But hard work also pays off. It may not be more than those chosen sons, but it can definitely become better. Feng Yao psychic out the slug fairy, and simply gave Xiaoli a treatment for the muscle strain. Not only for a fair fight with Xiaoli, but also to boost his favorability. Thank you, Toth, and I'll give it my all. Saying that, Xiaoli directly opened the first door to open the door, then opened the rest door to improve his physical strength, and quickly rushed towards Feng Yao. The Leaf Whirlwind. Xiaoli took a turn and kicked the upper section. This is the martial art commonly used in the Gang Kung sect. 6 styles. Iron Nuggets. Feng Yao also wanted to defeat Xiaoli head-on with physical skills, so that the other party would be convinced. Xiaoli's foot seemed to be kicked on the steel plate, but he was not discouraged, and a retreat started to spin rapidly around Feng Yao. Then rushed to Feng Yao and used the lower kick. Aiming at Feng Yao's chin and kicking Feng Yao flying. This is the starting gesture of the Watch Lotus, and then he will perform further attacks in the air. Ordinary people are naturally unable to dodge this move in the air, and can only passively be beaten. But Feng Yao was different, he stepped slightly on his feet. 6 forms. Moon Step. Feng Yao directly changed his whereabouts in the air, so that Xiaoli did not connect to the next move. Seeing that the opponent's physical skills were not weaker than his own, Xiaoli also ignited his fighting spirit even more. 8 Gates Dunjia. Shengmen. Injury. Xiaoli's body began to turn red, green arrogance visible to the naked eye covered his whole body, and his violent ability erupted on the field, setting off waves of hurricanes. Go ahead. Xiaoli made a move. It was just an ordinary step, and the ground burst, but no matter how fast his physical skills were, Feng Yao could completely analyze the opponent's movements. While using the moon step to dodge, he used an iron block to directly slam against Xiaoli. The scattered gravel and dust made the spectators unable to open their eyes. As the dust settled, Xiaoli still lost, and the audience was in an uproar. Who would have thought that the inconspicuous Yin Ren was the one who finally won the championship? After the referee announced the result, Feng Yao helped Xiaoli up. Toss, your physical skills are very strong, but look at it, one day the lotus flower of Konoha will bloom again. Looking at Xiaoli's speech, Feng Yao just nodded calmly, and he might be able to rub the big tube wood with his hands by then. It seems that everything ends with the end of the game. At this time, on the high platform, Feng Ying saw that Konoha was eliminated and said to Danzo with some mockery, "It seems that Konoha's ninja did not win the championship in the end, ha ha ha." Just as he was laughing, Danzo started. Wind escape, vacuum wave. He exhaled a sharp breath similar to Kazuma Itachi, as if to cut off Kage's body directly. Magnetic escape, gold dust. Feng Ying didn't expect Danzang to act directly, and hurriedly blocked this move. They haven't started the plan yet, but it's not important now. Since the other party has already torn his face, he doesn't need to hide it. He roared in the direction of Gaara and the others. Action. Destroy Konoha. Chapter 33_Siege Danzo. Hearing this sentence, Danzo was immediately furious. I have known for a long time that you Cheyenne harbored evil intentions. Once this incident is over, I must completely eradicate Cheyenne village. Feng Ying Luosh's eyes became colder after hearing this. The other party had already said so, this time either Konoha was destroyed or Sandian was destroyed. In the audience seat, Do had already released a large-scale illusion with the people from Cheyenne village, and most of the people in the audience were all caught up in the illusion. Gaara is preparing to enter the state of tailed beast, and outside Konoha village, there is also a huge psychic beast summoned to attack with Sandian's troops. Seeing this situation, what Danzo can do now is to kill Luo Sha as soon as possible, and his hands are sealed. Wind escape vacuum jade. Danzo fired the chakra accumulated in his mouth like a bullet. It fires like a machine gun. Luo Sha did not dare to be careless. He knew that the victory or defeat between himself and Danzo even affected the victory or defeat of this war. Respond quickly. Magnetic escape. Sand's shuriken. The sand condensed and turned into countless shuriken fighting against Danzo, and it was hard to tell the winner for a while. But two of Danzo's subordinates also joined the battlefield. They are Oil-Maid Togen and Shan Zongfang. Both of them are from the two strongest families in Konoha and will use powerful secret techniques. Secret art, poison dust art. Oil Maiden gathers poisonous insects between her hands and blows them out in one breath. As long as people accidentally inhale the poisonous dust, they will die. Shan Zongfeng on the side is looking for an opportunity to use the technique of turning the puppet of the heart. Danzo once again played Wind Escape Vacuum Jade. For a while, even the 4 generations of Fengying were a little bit overwhelmed. He shouted at the audience, Orochimaru, are you still not helping? Orochimaru smiled grimly under the stage, and also came to the high platform. If the 4 generations of Kazekage really died, the plan to destroy Konoha might be in vain. And he can't win Feng Yao by himself. Although he has made a lot of preparations, it is better to be safe. Orochimaru jumped onto the high platform and stood with Luo Sha to oppose Danzang. Seeing Orochimaru, Danzang's eyes became obviously gloomy. How could it be you? Danzo found that he seemed to have miscalculated something. It is indeed possible for the 3 generations to destroy the root in order to prevent himself from starting a war, but it is absolutely impossible for Orochimaru to destroy Konoha with sand. But now he couldn't bear to think so much. Orochimaru ordered the 4 Yinran to set up a 4 purple flame formation, trapping Danzo and others, and Junmalu also entered the formation together. When Tayuya was setting up the formation, he took time to glance at Feng Yao who was standing off the field. Master Feng Yao, so handsome. Danzo saw that the situation was not good, turned his head and said to the 2 subordinates. You 2 hold on to Orochimaru, I'll take care of the 4th Kazekage first. Then he untied the bandage on his arm, revealing the arm full of scribbles. Orochimaru looked at it and joked, it turned out to be this arm, it's really a masterpiece. Danzo snorted coldly, and Shan Zongfeng and Yu Toji next to him charged towards Orochimaru and Junmaro. Phosphorus bad bugs. The woman takes the root and spreads the nanoscale poisonous insects on the body. Once they touch their own body, they will be poisoned. The poisonous insects will flow into the opponent's cells and destroy them. Seeing that Orochimaru was being held back, Danzo also dealt with Luo Sha with confidence. As for Feng Yao off the field, he was staring coldly at the current battle situation, and Danzo was the one who would kill him. But Danzo's other gods must be careful. If the enemy did not take revenge, but the other party changed his will and turned him into a puppet, then he would be stupid. You can let Orochimaru and Shidai Kazekage consume Danzo's writing wheel first, and they are taking the opportunity to make a move. He used divine power to move closer to the battlefield and waited for an opportunity to make a move. Off the field, many of Konoha's upper ninjas have come to suppress the situation, but Gaara successfully transformed into a beast. No one could control Gaara for a while, and the battlefield under the high platform was also in anxiety. Sand Ninja and Orochi appear to the east of the village entrance. Draw out a few Junin to deal with this one-tailed monster. Damn it. Orochimaru actually planned Konoha with Sandian, this traitor. Everyone scolded, but unfortunately Orochimaru didn't care at all, but seriously dealt with the 2 ninjas in front of him. Evil snakes. Orochimaru first channeled a giant snake that twisted and smashed the oil girl into the sky. Then Kusanagi's sword spit out his head and rushed towards the mountain wind. He knew that the mountain family was good at mind control and should be solved first. In the face of Orochimaru's stroke that came straight at him, he didn't hesitate. This was a good opportunity. The art of turning the heart puppet seal. But when he was noticed to use the Orochimaru substitute to dodge, Junmalu took advantage of the situation to take the lead. Rush directly in front of the mountain wind. Bone vein Tsubaki dance. Shan Zongfeng separated the heads on the spot, facing the two shadow-level combat power. Shan Zongfeng could not resist at all. Seeing the death of her companions when she fell from the air, she felt a sense of sadness in the death of a rabbit. Now he is only a matter of losing sooner or later, but he still charged towards Orochimaru and Junmalu. And the battle between Danzang and Luo Sha is still going on. The right arm has also been transplanted with intercolumnar cells, and even the body technique is not bad. The power of Feng Dun can even cut Susa. It can be said that he is an all-round player with both strength and plug-in. But maybe he really didn't do it very often. His fighting skills were really worrying, and he was somewhat suppressed by Luo Sha for a while. Luo Sha saw the opportunity and directly used the magnetic escape. Gold dust burial. This trick can be said to be the predecessor of the sandstorm burial. It is denser and heavier than the sandstorm burial. The huge amount of sand directly drowns the Danzo. As his hands trembled again, the terrifying pressure pressed Danzo into a puddle of flesh. Luo Sha already thought that he had won, so he couldn't blame him. After all, he didn't know about Izanagi's external eye trick. After using Izanagi to rewrite the reality of his being killed, Danzo appeared directly in front of Luasha again, with a seal on his hands. Wind escape vacuum jade. Danzo took a big breath before compressing it and firing it out. This move was more like an air rocket launcher. It could knock the entire body of the target into the air. The power was quite amazing. Although Luo Sha didn't know how the other party was resurrected, he also used the golden sand to wrap himself in time to block the fatal blow. Danzo chased after the victory, took out the shuriken, and injected the wind attribute chakra into it. Wind escape, shuriken. The increased sharpness of the shuriken can easily cut through rocks and break through the sand of Luasha. But just when Danzo had a chance to kill the fourth Kazekage, a voice came. Psychic giant snake. A huge black python blocked the two of them. After the shuriken cut it open, it was not strong enough, and finally failed to break through Luo Sha's defense. Danzo looked attentively, and the oil girl's root removal had been solved, and Junmaru had pierced her body with a bone. Orochimaru walked over slowly and looked at Danzo playfully, but he was also curious, why Fengyao hadn't done it yet. Wasn't his purpose Danzo? But soon he knew. Danzo slowly opened his right eye. He now has no choice but to control Orochimaru to destroy Kazekage first and settle this Konoha destruction plan. In this way, as the hero who saved Konoha, he can continue to serve as Hokage, and even gain the trust of the villagers. Thinking of this, he revealed his right eye, but it was Shishui's eye. He launched the strongest illusion on Orochimaru. Don't God. Orochimaru's will has been changed by Danzo without being noticed, and Luo Sha obviously still doesn't know what happened. Danzo laughed coldly and attacked Luo Sha again. Wind escape vacuum continuous wave. The mouth released several breaths like a scythe. This move not only cut off the opponent's body, but also cut off the opponent's chakra. Luo Sha was about to resist. Orochimaru suddenly attacked, which Luo Sha did not expect. Evil serpent wrist burst. Several giant snakes devoured each other and swallowed them together with sand. After Danzo's vacuum repeatedly hit the snake's body, Orochimaru mobilized chakra to detonate the snake again. Junmalu and others on the side were stunned by this scene. They didn't know why Orochimaru suddenly attacked Luo Sha. This was not part of their plan. After the explosion, Luo Sha's figure was exposed. Cough, cough, Orochimaru, you. After all, Luo Sha was seriously injured. His left arm was cut off by Chigen, One of his eyes was blown up, and there were wounds of different sizes on his body. The sandy ninja outside was also anxious, not knowing what happened. Haha, this eye really didn't disappoint me. I'm the only one who can change this ninja world. Just when Danzo felt that he turned defeat into victory and was happy, the space behind him began to distort, and a figure appeared behind him and put his hand on his shoulder. A cold voice sounded. You are wrong, Danzo. You are not the one who can change this ninja world, because today you will die here. Chapter 34 One-on-One Group Possession. Danzo tried to turn his head when he heard the sound, but Feng Yao moved faster. Flying Thunder God Slash. Feng Yao's body turned into a phantom, directly passing through Danzang's body, and blood spurted out of Danzang's mouth. Master Feng Yao has taken action. Has it been successful? Taiyu is undoubtedly the person who pays the most attention to Feng Yao besides Orochimaru. But this attack was not successful, and Danzo launched a Zanagi again, rewriting the reality. Danzo, who was resurrected with full blood again, seemed to be uninjured. A few people next to him were shocked again by Danzo's ninjutsu, but the continuous illusion he just performed on Orochimaru, Batenjin, stopped. Orochimaru came to his senses. He took 2 steps back to support his forehead with his hands, and Junmalu next to him hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Okay, what a terrible illusion. There is only one illusion in this world that can do this kind of thing. There was fear in Orochimaru's eyes. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that he would never be able to learn all the ninjutsu in the world and explore the truth of this world in the future. Fortunately, the surgery was lifted, but now he wanted another thing besides Feng Yao's body, Zishui's eyes. That can only display the eyes of other gods. With that eye, my future path will be no obstacle. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help trembling with excitement. Luo Sha on the side was the worst at the moment. Everyone here has their own goals, but he was the only one who was overshadowed in the end. Moreover, his combat power is now greatly damaged, and he can no longer form an effective threat to others. His use value for Orochimaru has been greatly reduced. But he obviously didn't realize it. Maru, what the hell is going on with you guy? Hearing Luo Sha's questioning, Orochimaru slowly turned his head away, and he didn't feel any guilt when he saw that Feng Ying had just been hit hard by him. Hehe, it's just controlled by illusion. It's all right now. Thank you so much, Yaojun. Hearing Orochimaru's thanks, Feng Yao didn't intend to pay attention to it. He keenly felt Orochimaru's malice towards him. After seeing that today, not only did he need to kill Danzo, he also needed to guard against Orochimaru. Orochimaru, ahem, then you don't help kill Hokage first. For Luo Sha, getting rid of the 5th Hokage is better than killing Feng Yao, but Orochimaru doesn't think so, he casually said. Don't worry, Kazekage-sama let the 2 of them fight first. Orochimaru obviously wanted to lose both sides, and his fisherman would benefit. He wanted Danzo to force out the immortal mode of Feng Yao. He has played against Feng Yao, and also knows that the weakness of the immortal mode is the short duration. But unfortunately, the information error made him also make the wrong decision. Now Feng Yao is using time and space ninjutsu. Danzo looked at the person wearing bandages in front of him with some doubts. He saw that the forehead guard on his head should be the person from Orochimaru, but the other party's killing intent toward him seemed to be stronger than that of everyone here combined. He snorted coldly. Tianqian was now broken, and he was at a disadvantage again but was a little flustered in his heart. I didn't expect Orochimaru to have people like you. How do you see other gods? It's not surprising to see that Danzo didn't recognize his Feng Yao. Strictly speaking, it was the first time the two met. Hehe, I'm not from Orochimaru. As for why you see other gods, you should go to hell with this question. Feng Yao sneered and untied the bandage on his face. Danzang was really shocked when he saw Feng Yao's face. But he was also more convinced that he and the other party had never met, and if he had met such a person once, he would never have forgotten it. Who the hell are you? I'm the person you've been wanting to arrest and bring to justice all this time, and destroy the root organization you built with your own hands. Danzo, do you still remember Feng Po and Feng Miao? Speaking of which, if Danzo doesn't know who Feng Yao is, then he doesn't deserve to be a dark careerist in the Naruto world. He also realizes that he has been wrong from the beginning, and the third generation is working with Feng Yao to destroy the root organization. You are Feng Yao. I didn't expect you to be a traitor of Konoha. HMPH, for his own ambition of revenge, the war has been burned to Konoha. I really don't know how your parents gave birth to a kid like you. They have no idea about the village. It's really worthless. Danzo's stepping on the thunder again angered Feng Yao. Sure enough, listening to your nonsense will only increase my anger. Feng Yao didn't intend to talk to Danzo, bit his finger, and directly summoned his strongest combat power. Spirituality. The 5 ghosts of the underworld. 5 giant ghosts from the underworld came to this world once again. Although Danzo called Feng Yao brat, he didn't dare to be careless. Feng Yao's record was obvious to all. At the moment, Danzo still has 8 eyes that are not used, which is 480 seconds of invincibility. The realm of the underworld. Feng Yao took the lead in launching an attack to open the field and spread to the barrier. After the realm was opened, the 5 ghosts seemed to be even more irritable, and the ghosts rushed up first, and the huge axe smashed it like a group with a sharp gas explosion. In the face of Feng Yao's first attack, Danzo did not rush to use Izanagi, but wanted to kill one of Feng Yao's psychic beasts first. Wooden blasting gun tree. This is the wooden escape that Danzo transplanted column cells can use. This technique integrates attack and defense, instantly resisting other people's attacks and swallowing them. A huge tree grew from his right arm, blocked the axe, and devoured it towards the Shah. However, Danzo did not kill the ghost as he wished. Feng Yao made the ghost send out a mental attack. The harsh scream made Danzo stop his wooden ninjutsu, and the ghost took the opportunity to stab Danzo with a shot. A pair of where Izanagi can only activate this time. The moment of invincibility came, and Danzo didn't care about the damage at this time. He attached Feng Dun to Kuwu and rushed over to fight Feng Yao. But how could Feng Yao, who knows Danzo Izanagi's time well, fight against it? Any ninjutsu attack thrown in Izanagi's 60 seconds is a waste of his chakra. So using the moon step to directly open the Qinhuang around the column mode, Danzang can only stare blankly. When Izanagi's time is up, Feng Yao once again let the ghouls and the ghosts attack together. Orochimaru next to him frowned a little at the scene in front of him. He didn't expect Danzo to be so bad. Although this resurrection ninjutsu is strong, it is afraid that it will not be able to consume the immortal mode of Feng Yao. Danzo panted slightly. The other party's psychic beast was strange and unpredictable, and now only 3 of them were dispatched. It was a little difficult for him to resist. It seems that we have to deal with the 2 first. Thinking like this, Danzo bit his finger and summoned his own psychic beast. Spiritual art. Dream Eater Taper. A strange creature with an elephant trunk, rhino eye, ox tail, and tiger feet landed on the high platform. It roared and opened its big mouth, using the wind escape as if to blow over and swallow the objects in front of it. The powerful suction made Feng Yao also need to use his feet to maintain his figure, while Danzo jumped behind Wugui with a leap. Wind escape, vacuum continuous waves. In this wave, he cleverly used the wind to enhance his attack, but it was not aimed at the ghost's body, but cut off the feet of the ghost and the ghost, causing the 2 ghosts to be directly swallowed by the dream-eating beast Taper, and they will be able to use after the spirit-attacking demon was killed. Danzo felt a lot more relieved. You're too close to me, Danzo. Taking advantage of his carelessness, Feng Yao rushed to him, grabbed Danzo's neck, and let the ghost's tentacles take the opportunity to wrap around him. Danzo felt that his chakra was rapidly draining for a while. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately made the seal. Wind escape, vacuum wave. Cut off the tentacles of the ghost, and Feng Yao directly used the blur to avoid his Feng Dun. Danzo stepped back in a hurry, and in just a short while, his chakra volume had lost half of it. At this time, Danzo's chakra volume had already made him unable to use Izanagi without any scruples. And Feng Yao supplemented the chakra spent just using the psychic beast through the ghost. Looking at the scene in front of him, Luo Sha applauded frantically in his heart, and he also threw away the agreement with Orochimaru. Danzo saw that the situation was not good for him, and let the dream-eating beast taper rush up to use Feng Dun to buy him time. On the other hand, he himself used Feng Dun and vacuum waves again, but this time the attack was not Feng Yao, but the domain and enchantment that trapped him. Danzo didn't want to fight anymore, he knew he would die here if he continued. Reason made him fear death, which turned into cowardice. While Danzo attacked the barrier, he screamed wildly in his heart. I have to live for Konoha, I am the only person in this world who can change the world of ninjas. But Feng Yao went directly to Fei Lei Shen and came to him, and he had already left the Fei Lei Shen technique when he just pinched Danzo. Kunwu rises from bottom to top, piercing Danzo's body and heart. Chapter 35_Requiem for the Three Good Ways. Poof! Danzo's body trembled, his eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You can't kill me. Danzang's face was as pale as the paper, and he launched Izanagi again, but this time his face resurrected with a touch of despair. His chakra consumption is too high, and he is already a little dizzy and heavy at this time, and he can only use it once at most. I was also saddened in my heart. Am I really going to die here today? No. I am Hokage, how can I die? He immediately formed the seal, and when he was just caught by Feng Yao, he didn't do anything. Seal of the curse of self-employment. When he was attacked, he also planted a mark on Feng Yao, and the strange black long-striped road slowly climbed Feng Yao's body, restricting his movements. Naturally, Danzo would not miss such a great opportunity. He immediately took out the shuriken dart and threw it with the wind. Wind escape, shuriken. With a blade sharp enough to cut through rocks, the shuriken came straight to Feng Yao, just as it was about to hit. The last resentful ghost teleported in front of Feng Yao, blocking the fatal blow. The resentful ghost could teleport to his side when the master was attacked. Danzo's mood fell to the bottom of the valley again when he saw the failure of the attack, and he watched Feng Yao slowly push back the sealing curse on his body. He roared madly. You traitors of Konoha, you don't know what you are doing at all, you just want to clear everything with revenge, and driven by emotions, you are not worthy of being ninjas at all. Feng Yao sneered when he heard Danzo's evaluation of himself. He stared at Danzo and said slowly, what about you Danzo? You often talk about the self-sacrifice of ninjas, but when it's your turn, you are timid. You have already been proved by the second generation that you are not qualified to be a Hokage. Because your actions will never be worthy of your ideals, and this is your original sin. Quote. When Danzo heard the words, his breathing couldn't help but become disordered. He didn't know how the other party knew about this kind of thing that was sealed in history. Even Orochimaru and others couldn't help but prick up their ears when they heard this. They didn't know this kind of secret. Danzo gritted his teeth, frowned tightly, and stared deeply at everyone in front of him. He knew that he was going to die today, and Feng Yao's words just hit his sore spot. This reminded Danzo of what the second Hokage had said to himself. The majestic voice seemed to ring in his ears. The time will come for you to give yourselves. Save your life until then. Feng Yao's words instead inspired Danzo's heart to die in battle. Instead of thinking about running away, he decided to die with Feng Yao and others. Danzo ripped open his clothes, revealing the 4 seals on his body. But Feng Yao is familiar with all of Danzo's ninjutsu. Danzo's movements can't be faster than Fei Lei Shen. He wants to stop Danzo. The figure flashed and stabbed kunai into Danzo's heart. But Danzo used Izanagi for the last time, and Danzo was invincible for 60 seconds. He laughed and resurrected aside. At this moment he put his own life and death aside. For Konoha, you must never be allowed to live. Danzo feels that his death is worthwhile at this moment, and he will take away 3 powerful enemies of Konoha. But he didn't know that this sealing technique couldn't kill Feng Yao at all, and Feng Yao was only a pity that he couldn't hide with his hands. Whether it is bokeh or flying thunder god, he can easily escape Danzo's sealing technique, but it is a pity that Zishui's eyes. Just when everyone was preparing to save their lives, a melodious flute sounded, turning into 3 long black dragons, tying Danzang, and the sealing technique of his suicide stopped. Danzo looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief, and turned his head to see that the person playing the flute was just an unremarkable little girl. Requiem for the 3 Good Ways. This song has a powerful single-person control effect, which can imprison the opponent's actions and make the current technique useless. This is the family secret technique that Duo Yuya has been practicing hard these days. Master Fengyao, as you promised, I will help you realize your wishes. Duo Yu also watched Fengyao silently and said in her heart that blood had overflowed from her mouth, which shows that this ninjutsu is not easy to use. Seeing this scene, Fengyao certainly wouldn't miss this great opportunity. Fei Lei Shen teleported directly to Danzo. Poof! Kunai pierced Danzo's heart firmly, and he couldn't use Izanagi again this time. He gradually lost consciousness at the beginning, his body became extremely heavy, and finally, like a useless old man, he slowly collapsed to the ground. At the last moment, there was a faint murmur in his mouth. This time, it's me, in front of you. Root, of Konoha village, the country of fire, Konoha's 5th agent Hokage, and the anti-heroic figure group who dedicated his life to Konoha's prosperity died today. Not far from the 3rd generation eyes, the eyes are cloudy, and there seem to be tears. Tuanzang Hokage-sama was killed. What should I do now? Think of a way to stabilize the situation first. Go and invite the 3rd generation Hokage-sama. The Konoha ninja watching the battle below is also in a mess at the moment. Feng Ying was very happy to see this scene. His mood was ups and downs from the beginning. He was attacked, abandoned by Orochimaru, and was almost killed by Danzang. Fortunately, Danzang died. He stood up and said with difficulty to the ninja below, "The 5th Hokage is dead, are you still not surrendering? You Konoha have already lost this war." Sandren felt very encouraged when he heard it, and everyone in Konoha felt dark before hearing it. On the high platform, Duoyu also shot, and the enchantment was lost without one person. Fengyao also completed what he was going to do. He was about to take away Danzang's right arm and Sharingan. Tuo Plei Lu Jia. A giant snake rushed towards him. Fengyao directly pulled up Danzo's body and used the flying thunder god to hide aside. The giant snake fell into the air and slammed into the ground, stirring up dust in the sky. Fengyao knew for a long time that Orochimaru had no good intentions towards him, so he must be fully prepared to take action at this moment. He sighed lightly, and quickly folded Danzo's arm and Shisui's eyes in his hands. Orochimaru, can't I bear it? Do you think you can beat my fairy mode? Fengyao opened his mouth and used words to deter him. In fact, his chakra didn't lose too much in the battle with Danzo just now, and it must be more than enough to deal with Orochimaru. But at this moment, Junmalu and the other 4 are there, and Orochimaru should still have the 1st and 2nd generation's reincarnation unused, and the 4th generation Kage's position is unknown. This situation is not very good for me, but Fengyao, who is in the hands of Bokeh, Shinwei, and Fei Lei Shen, is very rare in the entire ninja world to keep him. Even if you can't beat yourself and retreat, it's more than enough. Orochimaru frowned when he heard it. Fengyao's immortal mode is too terrifying, not only has terrifying speed and power, but also rare in the world of immortal magic. But just after watching Fengyao fight for a long time, he also had a bold guess. Obviously, the battle can be solved as soon as possible in immortal mode, but Fengyao has been using psychic beasts and flying thunder gods to fight. He felt that Fengyao didn't want to use it, but couldn't use it. The various ninjutsu used by Fengyao at this time were very different from when he fought with him at the beginning, which made Orochimaru even more curious about the secrets of Fengyao's body. Yaojun, I really wasn't your opponent in the first battle. Why don't you show me your immortal mode again today? Spirituality. Reincarnation of dirty earth. Orochimaru bit his finger and slapped it on the ground, and 2 thick brown coffins were channeled out from the ground, with the first and second written on them respectively. Seeing this, Feng Yao understands that the people inside are Konoha's first Hokage and second Hokage. Feng Yao also thought about using the technique of reincarnation from dirty soil, but at that time he was in the wet bone forest, and the attachments really didn't have any useful bones. Otherwise, the person reincarnated from the dirty earth will be stronger than Orochimaru, because Orochimaru has not fully grasped the reincarnation of the dirty earth at this moment. And the third coffin slowly emerged. This coffin almost came out, but it was stopped by 3 generations, and there was no lettering on it. The animation version was engraved, but the manga did not. Feng Yao felt that there shouldn't be a water gate inside, and the inside of the coffin was obviously full of ninjas who had been reincarnated in the dirt. For example, the first and second generations were channeled into the coffin after the completion of the dirty soil, and the 4th generation was sealed at the moment, and it was impossible to be successfully reincarnated into the coffin by the dirty soil. And it was to deal with the 3rd generation Hokage at that time, and it should be someone familiar with the 3rd generation Hokage. For example, the 1st and 2nd generations were teachers of the 3rd generation, so this should also be a person familiar with the 3rd generation. As the coffin board slowly opened, the 1st generation and the 2nd generation, naturally needless to say, it was the 2 of them. And the 3rd one made Feng Yao look a little unfamiliar at first glance. But the 3 Guyu in the eyes can make people sure that this is a member of the Uchiha family. This gave Feng Yao a wake-up call. He knew who the last person Orochimaru was reincarnated in was. Author's digression. Ahem. Who is the 3rd coffin of Orochimaru? Naruto fans have been arguing. The animation version and the manga are different. I don't think everyone wants to watch the same as the plot, the content. Feng Yao stopped the 3rd coffin or something, so this is also a conjecture of the author. If everyone thinks it's wrong, just spray it. Chapter 36 _ The 3rd coffin. A member of the 2nd generation Hokage elite guard force. With a strong will to fire, he has dedicated his life to Konoha, and he is also one of the few Uchiha clansmen who can gain the trust of the 2nd generation Hokage. Uchiha Mirror. Mirror appeared in Hokage very rarely, and Feng Yao didn't recognize him for a while. The 2 Hokage and Uchiha Jing were not completely deprived of consciousness at this time. They looked around, and when they saw Danzo's body, the pupils of the 2nd generation shrank unconsciously. Has Danzo been killed? It's just such a young man who summoned us. The people these days are really amazing, so is the opponent this good-looking boy. In this case, we will have to fight against him. Which family are you from, Konoha? The first Hokage-sama and the 2nd generation Hokage-sama didn't expect this to be the case when meeting with you. It seems that Konoha is very bad. The 3 of them came out to look at the corpses on the ground and the attacking Cheyenne village, and they felt a little sad. As the dead, they were summoned to the world to help outsiders destroy their own village. It's actually the Hokage and Uchiha realm of the past dynasties. Luo Sha, who was on the side, was naturally horrified to see these people, especially the 2 Hokage, who were recognized in history as the god of ninjas, Yuma, and the master of ninjutsu, Fama. Orochimaru was very satisfied with the surprised eyes of Luo Sha and the others. But Feng Yao was obviously calm, because he already knew who was inside, and this calm look made Orochimaru feel insulted. HMPH, let me begin. Enjoy yourself, Yao-kun. After he finished speaking, he inserted the 3 kunai tied with a spell into the back of the 3 people's heads. The dust on the 3 people began to disappear, and they became more like living people, and erased their consciousness. Now the 3 people are tool people who only know how to kill. No, Lord Orochimaru. Cough cough. Duo Yu, who was on the side, also saw this. Mu Shang stepped forward to stop him, but after 2 steps, he fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Feng Yao wanted to say something to stop her after seeing it, but if Orochimaru heard it, he would probably take her as a hostage and threaten him, so he still concentrated on dealing with the few people in front of him. In the 1st generation, the hands were folded together, and there was not even a knot. Drink _ Wooden, Tree World's birth. The ninjutsu launched with chakra as the source of life. Many trees quickly grew on the ground, the trees were like uprooted, and a forest was created in an instant, and under the guidance of the pillars, the trees moved towards Fengyao. Swallow the past. Fengyao sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the wooden escape of the first Hokage is the strongest. I'm afraid it's less than half of the opponents. Then he bit his finger and channeled out of Rashomon to resist. Spirituality. Triple Rashomon. 3 gates with a height of several hundred meters rose from the ground and collided with the wooden dug between the pillars. The first gate had a tendency to collapse in an instant, and it was not until the second gate that it was barely supported. At this time, the next door Uchiha Mirror started. He is a member of the Uchiha family and is naturally good at fire escape. Mirror quickly formed a seal with her hands, took a deep breath, her stomach swelled slightly, and then spewed out a mouthful. Fire escape. Dragon flame singing technique. 4 fire dragons protruding from the mirror mouth attacked from the top, bottom, left, right, and 4 directions. The power and temperature cannot be ignored. The cooperation of the wooden dug increased its power, and the remaining 2 doors also collapsed in turn. Billowing, the smoky ninja couldn't open his eyes and coughed continuously. But as far as the eye can see, Fengyao is not seen. When Orochimaru frowned and was about to look for it, Fengyao used the blur to get out from under his feet, and just used the Rasho gate to cover Orochimaru. Sight. Lord Orochimaru, be careful behind you. Junmalu found out at the first time, and pulled out his spine to attack himself, but Fengyao didn't want to give him this chance, so he directly held Orochimaru's shoulder. The power vortex in the right eye appears, and the power in the right eye is biased towards defensive movement and short-range attacks. It can absorb itself and foreign objects into the different space, and passive is the virtual ability that can transfer the body to the different space to avoid all damage. The surrounding scenery and Orochimaru's body began to twist, and Fengyao wanted to suck Orochimaru into the Shinwei space. Damn, is this a time-space type of ninjutsu? Attack him quickly. At this time, Orochimaru's body was already within the suction range of the technique, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to, but Junmalu was still dozens of steps away from him. The second generation shot, and his speed was 1 step faster than Junmalu. Water escape, water breaking waves. The second generation spit out a violent jet of ultra-high pressure water in a straight line. It turned into a sharp water knife blade and went straight to Fengyao. If he insisted on absorbing Orochimaru, he might be directly cut in half by the second Hokage. Unlike ordinary water escape techniques, Tobirama used this technique to cut off the roots of the sacred tree one after another in the original book. Can only be forced to stop the absorption, turned on the blur to avoid the blow. The ground and the boulders behind were cut into a smooth horizontal line by the water column. Orochimaru also took the opportunity to distance himself from Fengyao. He thought he was careful enough, but he almost got Fengyao. Fengyao looked at Orochimaru, who was far away from him, and Junmalu, Ladai Hokage, and others next to him. He knew that the best chance to defeat Orochimaru had just been missed. Be careful. He should be able to use ninjutsu to turn himself into nothingness to evade ninjutsu attacks, but when he used the time-space pupil technique just now, he was in a physical state. Otherwise I just died. It seems that your eyes also hold many secrets, Yao-kun. Orochimaru said fearfully about what he had just discovered. Ninja battle information is also very important. Seeing that Orochimaru has thoroughly analyzed his abilities, Fengyao does not want to continue to waste with him. And his chakra is not from the wind. The camera turned to the ground. Sand Ninja and Konoha Ninja each had one side, but Sand Ninja's morale greatly increased due to Hokage's death, and he suppressed Konoha faintly. Wind escape. Practice empty bombs. Shuhei spit out a huge chakra wind ball in the air and attacked Konoha's ninjas. When the ninjas were about to spread out, a thin figure stood in front of them, as if the body would be broken when the wind blows. Soil escape. Earth flow wall. The terrifying gas bomb hit the wall. Although the wall was destroyed, it also kept people from being injured. When everyone saw the face of the person coming, they were all overjoyed. The third Hokage-sama, you are finally here to preside over the overall situation. Great, with the third Hokage, we will definitely win. Please lead us next time. The three generations waved their hands to signal them not to quarrel, and at the same time issued the next combat mission. The most important thing at present is to drive out invaders like Sand Ninja and Rebel Ninja like Funya Orochimaru from Konoha village. Use the barrier to block the movements of Ichi, Kakashi, Kai, and I will control Ichi. After the three generations use the psychic technique to summon the eighth demon. King Kong Wall. The eighth demon turned into a golden cudgel and trapped Shuhei, but Shuhei was indeed fierce. His claws kept attacking the cage, and the golden cudgel trembled slightly. Wind escape. Sand shot. The sand bomb attack is enhanced by the wind, powerful enough to penetrate the opponent's flesh and control it. Kakashi directly summoned multiple earth flow walls to block the opponent's moves. Boom. One-Tail's attack came back in vain. At this time, the four purple flame formation arranged by the Konoha ninja would also be good, and the three of them subdued One-Tail. When the three generations were fighting, they silently glanced at the high platform and waited for me to rest assured. His heart, it's all up to you, I must defeat Orochimaru. Just after a confrontation, Orochimaru knew that the ninjutsu that Fengyao could absorb others should belong to Tongjutsu. So the second generation used the illusion created that year. The art of darkness. This illusion can deprive others of their vision. It was an illusion created in the past to target the Uchiha family's Sharingan. Seeing Fengyao's dazed look, Orochimaru knew that he had succeeded, so he immediately let Jun Malu and others attack. He did not believe that Fengyao could continue to be vacuous. Indeed, the blur time is only 5 minutes. Wooden. The world is coming. Water escape. Water dragon bomb. Fire escape. Howl fireball. Bone vein. The dance of the eightfold humulus. But it was Fengyao who was clearly attacked, but Orochimaru gave birth to a sense of crisis. Although Fengyao's eyes were blank, his eyes were directed at him. Out of an instinctive reaction, he used the Orochimaru substitute technique. He opened his mouth wide, opened his mouth with both hands, and then his body, with wet mucus, the lower body snake tail escaped from this body. At the next moment, the space where Orochimaru had just been distorted. Click _. The entire avatar was twisted and sucked into the different space. Fengyao's mental power has long been unknown, especially after the physique is changed. He can be immune to most illusions. Of course, he is not sure about Fengyao, the strongest illusion of Tiantian. So he just pretended to be in an illusion, trying to trick Orochimaru to relax his vigilance. Then use the long-range strike of the left eye power to directly destroy Orochimaru, but it was still detected. The power of the left eye can directly distort the space where the eye sees, turn into a different space, and is extremely aggressive. Kakashi can also do this, but Kakashi has not fully grasped it now. Kamui failed, and Fengyao used Fei Lei Shen to escape to a safe place. Shouted directly, as one of the three ninjas, your lord will not believe your words. If you don't come out, I will attack Konoha together with Cheyenne. Just after speaking, a huge white smoke exploded in the center. A large orange toad squatted on the ground. Meow Mushin Toad Elf Shansu Taoist, Jilai is here too. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Chapter 37 Jiraiya. A tall man wearing a forehead guard with the word, oil, written on it. The man with long white hair up to the waist appeared between Fengyao and Orochimaru. There are red marks under his eyes, and he is wearing a red jacket with brown clothes inside, clogs on his feet, and armor-like equipment on his hands. It is Jiraiya who is also one of the three ninjas with Orochimaru. The people of Konoha saw Jiraiya's morale soaring. Together with Lord Jiraiya, who is one of the three ninjas, this time Sa-Yin is sure to lose. But the people on the high platform were surprisingly quiet. Because when Jiraiya appeared, he also put on a self-confessed handsome pose, including the toad under him, looking at the person next to him and not giving face to Jirai, he could only put away his posture angrily. Luo Sha frowned even more when she saw Jiraiya, and silently stood on Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru widened his golden pupils. I haven't seen you for so long, you are still so frivolous, Jiraiya. Hearing the words of his former friend, Zilai also became serious, and he looked at Orochimaru with a serious expression. He was originally entrusted by the 3 generations of Hokage to Konoha to prevent the war, but when he arrived, he learned that there was a kid named Feng Yao who wanted to take revenge on Danzo to destroy Konoha. So he asked Kakashi to negotiate with the other party. Originally, according to his own ideas, he wanted to take Feng Yao directly, but after watching the battle between the two, he found that he was not fully sure. He could only use the second plan negotiated in advance to let him assassinate Danzo to stop this war. But I didn't expect such a big change in the final situation. Sandian attacked, Orochimaru appeared, and the first and second generations were resurrected. But what surprised him even more was that the Feng Yao boy was still able to fight against these people without falling behind. When I traded with him, I said that I would provide him with some help. And it's true that Orochimaru can't be so foolish, so he must stay this time. Orochimaru, stop what you are doing now, or I will really kill you. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru laughed angrily. We have nearly 6 shadow-level combat power here, and you have any ability to kill me. How can you beat me since you were a child? Yes, in addition to himself, Orochimaru, Junmaru, Luasha, the first generation, the second generation, and Uchiha Mirror are all first-class powerhouses. Come in, you will only be killed in seconds. Humph. Jiraiya bit his fingers, smeared a red semicircle under his eyes, and put his hands together. Enter the fairy mode. Feng Yao kid, help me buy some time, I want to summon 2 immortals to come and help. Zilai also said to Feng Yao next to him. Feng Yao yelled in his heart that he was also an idiot. Were you all watching the fight just now? Why not summon the 2 immortals in advance? Jiraiya's fighting method is too decent. I don't want to. Hey, underscore. Hearing Feng Yao's icy answer, Zilai also widened his eyes. He twitched the corners of his eyes and roared back. Hey, I came out to save you, you kid doesn't even want to support me. Support? How do you call it? My chakra has been consumed by more than half, and my ninjutsu is more than defensive and insufficient in attack. My goal has been achieved, and there is no need to fight with Orochimaru. Originally, if Jiraiya also turned on the fairy mode, it came out that Feng Yao didn't mind cooperating with him to take Orochimaru's life here, but in this situation, he had to go all out. Sorry for the wrong person. When he was about to say something, Orochimaru no longer gave them a chance. He directly greeted his subordinates to attack the 2 of them. He didn't want Feng Yao to run away. You guys go catch Feng Yao, and I'll deal with Jiraiya. The crowd was divided into 2 groups. Orochimaru and Jiraiya also knew each other well and would not suffer in a fight, so they used most of their combat power on Feng Yao. The second generation's instant body technique is obviously much faster than others, and he came to Feng Yao's side immediately. Senju Tobirama is known as the #1 speed ninja in the ninja world. This title is by no means a vain name. In battle he often wins with speed. Standing behind Feng Yao, the second generation Hokage's mouth moved slightly. Water Escape Heaven Cry. This is the attack type water ninjutsu developed by the second generation of Hokage, and it is an unexpected water needle when attacking. The high-speed jet of water from the mouth will hit the enemy's vitals. This is Tobirama's art, which is good at water escape, and does not require a knot seal when activated. So powerful that Madara needs to use Susanoo's arm for defense. But the blurring does not mean that it can be cracked quickly, and the second generation attack will naturally return without success. But with so many people here, Feng Yao wouldn't be stupid enough to waste time with them. What he didn't like the most was fighting battles with a low chance of winning. After using the blur, use the Flying Thunder God to leave the battlefield before the rest of the people arrive. All the rest were blown away. In this scene, Even Orochimaru and Jiraiya were stunned. Orochimaru didn't expect the other party to retreat so simply without any nostalgia. Jiraiya felt that Feng Yao, who dared to come to Konoha to take revenge at the enemy of Hokage, may escape easily. Orochimaru's face was ugly, his calculations failed, and it would be even harder to find opportunities in the future. Go and help me and completely destroy Konoha village. His golden pupils were accumulating more and more anger. After the others heard it, they immediately joined the battlefield below. With the help of so many shadow-level powerhouses, Konoha once again fell into a disadvantage. And Zolai also saw that nature was also furious. He could only channel out Toujien to buy time for him, and Orochimaru launched a fierce attack like him. Neji has been resting on the sidelines since the loss to Shaoli. He saw that Shaoli changed his destiny through his own power, thought of his own destiny as a branch family, and also thought of what Feng Yao had said. But suddenly there was a commotion outside, and when I looked outside, it was already a cruel battlefield, and Sand Ninja and Konoha were fighting together. As a member of Konoha, he must also join, but soon Kai told them that there was also an invasion of Sand Ninja outside the village, and asked him to come to the rescue, and Shang Nin was in charge here. Neji could only fight against these Sand Ninjas, and he also experienced the cruelty of war for the first time. He defeated the 6 intruding Sand Ninjas with Huishin and Dianping, and his chakra was almost exhausted, and he slumped on the ground exhausted. At this moment, Sha Ren, who was secretly hiding in the pile of corpses, took advantage of Neji's slack, took out his kunai and stabbed him in the heart. Bai Yan also discovered the hiding guy for the first time, and Neji spent the last bit of strength to change his position. Kuwu stabbed him in the chest and missed the key point, so Neji firmly held the opponent's hand, preventing him from making any further progress. Now it's the battle of staying power, whether the Konoha reinforcements arrive first, or Sharon first stabs Kuwu into Neji's body. But it wasn't. Feng Yao came to Neji by relying on the Flying Thunder God technique he planted when he was fighting against Neji at that time, and happened to bump into this scene. Ningji is someone he wants to take as his subordinate, so how could he die at the hands of a little bastard like you? Thinking like this, he kicked the person flying when he went up, making up for the other person's life. Ningqi breathed a sigh of relief this time, and tilted her head to look like Feng Yao. Although Feng Yao was not wearing a bandage now, the breath still made Ningqi recognize it for the first time. Cough, thank you, you saved me. Neji said intermittently, he must have hurt his heart and lungs. Feng Yao bit his finger and channeled the slug out, and placed it on Ningqi's chest. A green light flickered on Ningqi's chest, and the blood from the wound stopped shortly after. Feng Yao helped Ningji wipe off the blood spots that had coagulated from the blood on his face. Don't thank me, I'm here to take you away. My real name is actually Feng Yao. I believe you've heard of it. Neji, I can help you change your destiny. Are you willing to follow me? Feng Yao revealed his purpose, and Neji heard his eyes drop. He was moved. He originally thought that people's fate was doomed, but he saw that Shaoli really changed his fate at the end of the crane with his hard work. Maybe it's really possible to follow the man in front of him. Seeing that Neji hesitated, Feng Yao added some fire to it. He said in a persuasive manner, a few months ago, I was just a crane tail who couldn't even know E-rank ninjutsu, but now I have the strength to defeat the shadow rank ninja. I have changed my destiny, and so do you. Yes. Hearing this, Neji showed a firm look on his face and made a decisive decision. I am willing to follow you. I want to change my destiny. I am not reconciled to the fate of separation. The corner of Feng Yao's mouth raised. He inhaled Neji into his divine power space, and then looked back at Konoha, who was engulfed in war. He decided to make a good profit before leaving. Chapter 38_Looting Konoha. Feng Yao carefully recalled the various buildings of Konoha. The teleportation ability of the right eye power is realized according to the scene in his memory. I now have a divine power space, and I can put things directly into the space. At this time, I am sorry for my ability not to take advantage of the fire. For Konoha, Of course, the most important thing is to place all kinds of ninjutsu and forbidden books. He used the Shinwei space to move to Hokage's office. At this moment, there were not many ninjas guarding here. All of them went out to participate in the battle. The only remaining ones were two Chunin. When they saw an enemy attack, they immediately asked Feng Yao's identity. Who dared to trespass the Hokage hall? The two ninjas immediately took out the ninja tools to deal with it. At this time, the Sand Ninja invaded greatly, and they were left to prevent someone from coming here to steal confidential information and forbidden techniques. Feng Yao ignored them but looked around and said to himself, the place where all the forbidden books should be placed should be in the attic. Naruto even went there at the time. When the two heard it, they were already convinced that this person was the Sha ninja who invaded Konoha, and without saying a word, they directly formed the seal and prepared to take the other party. Fire escape, fire away. Wind dun shen biao. The flames rose with the help of the wind, became even hotter, and swept through the wind. Ninjutsu works well, but unfortunately it doesn't work for me. Feng Yao walked directly out of the flame, and the blur made him not suffer any damage. The two Chunin had never seen such a situation before, so they were ready to go out and call for help. Moon step. Like an instant body, Feng Yao rushed to the front of the two, the right eye vortex appeared, the two bodies began to twist, and they were sucked into the Shinwei space in a moment. In fact, the Shinwei space is not lethal, but can play the role of trapping the enemy, so that the ninjas cannot escape. There are already a lot of people in the space now, but they are separated under the intentional control of Feng Yao, so they will not meet. After dealing with these two passers-by, Feng Yao searched for various scrolls and forbidden techniques that Konoha collected. Finally found a sealed door in an attic, Feng Yao directly opened the blur and penetrated in. This can't be blamed for the carelessness of Konoha's senior management. Who would have thought that there would be such a perverted pupil technique? There is a light candle in it, surrounded by high shelves, with scrolls, sealed books, and various collections of ninjutsu. Feng Yao walked to the center, and a flash of excitement flashed in his pupils. Although these ninjutsus cannot be used by themselves, they can greatly improve the fighting ability of Sen. Every village in the ninja world has its own ninjutsu skills. For example, Konoha village is good at fire escape, Sandian village is good at wind escape, and Union village is good at thunder escape. This does not mean that they only have a change of chakra nature. However, each village has done a very good job of keeping the confidentiality of their own ninjutsu, and it will not be lost easily. If there is no sand hidden invasion this time, even Feng Yao will be difficult to succeed. The majestic vortex in his right eye opened, and the scroll shelves around him began to vibrate. All the scrolls on the shelf and the ninjutsu that Konoha village has worked hard to research and create for decades are all cheap Feng Yao. After collecting everything, Feng Yao used Shinwei again to come to the hall where he could accept tasks and distribute bonuses in his impression. Now that there is no one here, Feng Yao directly smashed open the cabinet and vault, looting the entire Konoha village's liquidity and the rewards given by the client. The money he took from Cardo has been almost used up, but there are still many holes left to fill, which just solved the urgent need. But Konoha village was still a ninja village after all, and the money was not stolen from Cardo, only about 30 million taels. It's no wonder that it is impossible for Konoha ninjas to make money by entrusting them to support ninjas in a village. It is mainly due to the funding from the Fire Country daimyo. Thinking of this, Feng Yao has decided to go to the land of fire to loot one day. If you want to say anything other than Konoha village, it may be Yamato, who has inherited the column between the pillars, and Naruto, who is the nine-tailed man. Said that the first reaction of the cells between the pillars must be the ability to use the wooden dun, but Feng Yao has a system and cannot use the wooden dun. But the intercolumnar cells have a very strong self-healing power, which is what Feng Yao values. His current cell activity and resilience are not low, but it has not reached the level of Hashima. You must know that Hashima's recovery ability is comparable to Tsunade, who has opened the 100 Heroes technique. But he still wanted to confirm it. System, what if I inject intercolumnar cells into my body? Not everyone can transplant intercolumn cells. To put it bluntly, intercolumn cells are the pinnacle of young escape. The average human body cells are completely incomparable to the cell activity of the intercolumnar cells. That is to say, although only a small amount of intercolumnar cells have been transplanted, with the continuous division of cells, it is entirely possible that intercolumnar cells are anti-guest-based. Inevitably, it will be engulfed by the cells between the columns, and it needs strength to reconcile. For example, in Danzo, the writing wheel I represents a kind of power of yin dun, as the so-called lonely yin is not long, so he transplanted the arm between the columns to reconcile it. On the contrary, he was able to use these two powers. In the original work, after Tuanzang, there was not much chakra left due to the use of too much chakra, which caused the imbalance between the writing wheel and the intercolumnar cells, and finally could not control the intercolumnar cells. The host's current mental power and body can be transplanted with intercolumnar cells, and the host's body is not even weaker than the fairy body after it has been developed to the extreme. If that's the case, I am relieved. After getting an accurate answer, Feng Yao didn't think about finding Yamato. Yamato is not a complete replica, and Mu Dun is far inferior to the first generation. What cells inherit is not perfect. If it is perfect, it is still in vain. This matter can be planned later. He decided to take Shangren away first, so he sensed Kanai, the god of flying thunder that he had left with Shangren. Swoosh, _ On a mountain road, the little girl followed behind an older, middle-aged ninja. It can be seen that the middle-aged man in front is the leader of the grass-hidden village this time. When you go back this time, just wait for the punishment. Our Chunin assessment suffered heavy losses this time, but you hid because you were greedy for life and fear of death. You really can't be trusted by outsiders. Kusanagi couldn't stop sneering at Shangren. Shangren just lowered his head and listened behind him, holding a kunai in his hand. Shangren originally belonged to the Whirlpool family, but later fled to Kaoyan village, but it turned out to be another nightmare. Shangren has the ability of the Vortex clan to heal physically, and the injured person will recover chakra and injuries as long as they bite her skin, resulting in the medical supplies for the people in the grass-hidden village. On the way, Chunin heard the rest on a boulder, grabbed Shangren's arm and wanted to bite, to recover his strength and chakra, but before he could speak, a hand suddenly grabbed his head, and constantly exerting force, the entire head was rubbed and squeaked. Ah! The Chunin of Kusakamura shouted loudly. What? Who? Feng Yao lifted him up with his head and threw him aside casually like throwing garbage. Then he turned to look at Shangren with a smile and said, "Didn't you say that you have to protect yourself when you are in danger? Why don't you just kill someone who wants to hurt you?" Seeing the benefactor who once saved her appear again, Shangren subconsciously ignored why the other party was here. But the appearance of the other party gave her a sense of security in her heart, which she hadn't felt since the Vortex clan was destroyed and her mother died. Feng Yao squatted down and said softly, "Come with me. From today onwards, you will not be alone and will not be treated rudely by others." When he said the last sentence, Feng Yao glanced at Kusanagi who was lying not far away. Shangren was moved, and when she was about to take a step to agree, Kusanagi suddenly struggled to stand up. Said fiercely, "You dare, you are something of our grass. When I catch you back, I will definitely suck up your chakra alive." Hearing this, Shangren suddenly trembled. After all, he had been oppressed for a long time and had an instinctive fear. When Chunin saw this scene, he smiled proudly, but the next moment, Feng Yao grabbed his neck. Feng Yao expressionlessly activated the iron block, crushed all his limbs and threw it directly in front of Shangren. Although it was a bit bloody, Feng Yao wanted Shangren to get out of Cao Yan's nightmare quickly, so he helped Shangren catch Kuwu. This person in front of you should have done a lot of things to hurt you. You don't have to be afraid anymore. You are already under my protection. Now you can make him pay for the things he did to you. Shangren's cheeks flushed red when Feng Yao held her hand, but it was still a little difficult for her to kill. Feng Yao raised her sleeves, and her thin arms were full of bite marks. Xiangren seemed to have remembered something, but instead of trembling, she closed her eyes and stabbed towards the grass on the ground. No, don't. After killing people, Xiangren was obviously still a little out of his mind. Feng Yao pulled Xiangren aside to comfort him, and after his emotions stabilized, he also inhaled Xiangren into the Shenwei space. A lot of time has passed, and I don't know how the battle in Konoha village is going. Chapter 39 _ The end of the war. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion sounded incessantly. In the sky, the ground is full of ninjas fighting. Under the leadership of the 3 generations of Hokage, Shukaku was successfully suppressed, and Gaara returned to human form. But the next reincarnation of the filthy earth made everyone suffer a big loss. Fortunately, Konoha did not send the ninja troops this time, and most of the ninjas were in the village. Every 3 Junin groups hold the opponent's shadow-level combat power. Among them, the troublesome is the reincarnation of the dirty earth. He is not afraid of death, and the poop is so powerful that he almost lost his life when he fought with him several times. Damn, isn't the seal scroll ready yet? It's not good for us to drag it down. Asma Sarutobi cursed while fighting. Although they can still support it, the longer it drags on, the greater the damage to Konoha. When they deal with it, they are quite helpless. Don't be impatient, Hong comforted from the side. Now we can only wait for the results from Lord Jiraiya. All we can do is to buy time and delay these fighting forces. Just as they were talking, a large area of water rushed towards the 2 of them, and they could only fly to deal with it. In addition, Luo Sha is commanding Sha Nin's army, and his combat power is greatly reduced, so naturally he can't rush to fight. Master Kazekage, isn't it bad for us to keep dragging on like this? Konoha has too many Junin. Our ninjas are almost dead and wounded, and the support from outside has not arrived, if Orochimaru loses. Quote. Maki looked at Orochimaru, who was getting more and more disadvantaged, and expressed his worries with some worry. This attack was not as easy as imagined. Kazekage was seriously injured, Jiraiya appeared, and Shuhei was suppressed by 3 generations. Now they can only pin their hopes on Orochimaru. This time, Xiaoyan has become a full-fledged 25-year-old. Originally, he could still be ranked in the middle of the 5 major villages. Luo Sha snorted coldly, and her expression became more and more solemn. Said, it can only be like this now. If we retreat now, do you think Konoha will let us go? How about Gaara, can I enter the tailed beast form again? Luo Sha said that the conversation changed later and asked about Gaara. As Sha Yin's weapon, Gaara is unqualified in Luo Sha's eyes. He originally wanted to let Gaara run wild in Konoha and destroy it, but he didn't want to be suppressed by the 3 generations with the seal of the 5 elements. This sealing technique requires that the user must be able to master the 5 basic chakra attribute changes, and must use the 5 elements to unlock it. No, our ability is not enough to open this seal. I am afraid that Gaara will not be able to turn into a tail beast. Maki told Luo Sha truthfully. At this moment, Luo Sha's face is even more gloomy, so Gaara is like a covered meal, which will not only attract others, but also can't eat it. He even had a desire to deal with Gaara on the spot. He couldn't let the village fall into such danger. If Renzuli died, the tailed beast would be resurrected in the rest of the world after a while. The tailed beast is a conscious combination of chakra, and killing it is only equivalent to breaking the chakra. Look at Gaara and wait until the battle is over. It's up to you to deal with it. Luo Sha finally gave this order for the safety of the village, and Maki pondered a little. He and Arrow master and apprentice for so long are naturally not completely unfeeling. In the original book, he was still the one who helped Gaara become Feng, but at this moment he can only take orders. And the battle between Orochimaru and Jiraiya has also been heated up. Jiraiya's immortal mode has a huge amount of chakra. There are 2 immortals who help him to refine the immortal chakra. It can be said that he is very good at protracted warfare. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are now on each side, and Orochimaru has traces of being burned by fire. Obviously, when the two great immortals and Jiraiya fought against him together, he was still a little bit overwhelmed, but Jiraiya hardly suffered any injuries. Little Jiraiya, this is what you said about Orochimaru. It is indeed very difficult for you to fight against him and defeat him. Immortal Zima, who was standing beside Jiraiya, said. Orochimaru smiled coldly. I really want to thank the immortals for their praise. It seems that I also need to find a power that can rival Meow Mushin as soon as possible. Hearing this, Jiraiya also frowned. If Orochimaru was gaining the power of other Holy Land immortal arts, his ambition would only be more dangerous. You won't have a chance, Orochimaru. I will never let you escape this time. Huo dun big flame bullet. Jiraiya took a deep breath, puffed out his mouth, and turned chakra into oil. While spitting out the oil that filled his mouth, he used fire ninjutsu to burn it, which was more powerful than ordinary fire. Jiraiya's immortal mode is really amazing. It seems that I can only use that technique. Orochimaru, who was thinking about it, bit his fingers, quickly formed a seal in his hand, and his body also changed. Secret Art. The Art of Yaki. A fearsome white snake known as the strongest python. It has a gigantic body that surpasses Manda's, and a face with ferocious teeth. Orochimaru, which was swallowed by Sasuke Uchiha in the original work, was released when Sasuke's restraining chakra was exhausted. It's a pity that Itachi has the Sword of the Gods and 10-fist swords, which directly kills Orochimaru. But it doesn't mean that this technique is weak, and it can be used as a whole card by Orochimaru. It is one of the biggest and strongest techniques of Orochimaru, and it is also the embodiment of his long-lasting obsession. Xiaozilai is also careful. This trick is not easy. Immortal Fukasaku reminded him. I understand, the two immortals, please get ready. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he stepped on his feet. The ground was shaken by a terrifying force, two large pits were shaken, and Jiraiya flew into the air. Hands together. Ninja Art. The art of shattering lion's hair. This is a ninjutsu that lengthens the hair into a lion head shape and wraps the opponent around. Although it is hair, it is strong enough to smash the opponent. A psychic beast who instantly defeated Pain's animal path. Countless hairs split into dozens of strands, entangling the Orochi in front of him. Hiss. Roar. The 8 big heads were entangled and collided with each other, but soon one of the heads spit out flames, and the high temperature directly burned all the hair on the body, and Jiraiya was not in a hurry. Turning the hand is another ninjutsu to trap the enemy. Dun Wangquan Marsh. A huge swamp suddenly appeared under the big snake, and the whole body fell into it and could not escape. Orochimaru hid in the snake's belly and smiled disdainfully, and the other head of the 8-headed snake spit out cold wind and frost. The entire swamp froze directly, and even Jiraiya had a lot of ice crystals on his body, and the Orochi Yachi crawled out of it. It seems that the 8 heads should be able to use different kinds of inferior ninjutsu. After Jiraiya fought for 2 rounds, he analyzed the attack pattern of the Orochi Yachi, and the 2 immortals looked at each other. Since that's the case, let's take action too, Xiaozilai. Xianju frog cry. The strongest in illusion is the sound system, which is the frog croak made by the toad couple, which can make the opponent fall into a powerful illusion and stay still. Even the 8-headed snake froze in place after hearing it. Good opportunity. Shanfa Super Jade Spiral Pill. This is an immortal art that is more than 10 times larger than that of Dayu Spiral Pill, and its power is terrifying enough to destroy a giant rock mountain. Jiraiya jumped high again and smashed the whole spiral pill on the head of Hachichi Orochi. The big snake woke up from the illusion and let out a roar. Roar. The 2 heads were directly blown apart by the spiral pill. The 2 immortals are not idle, and they use each other to cooperate. Tongue binding, water slash. Immortal Zima first used his tongue to restrain the Orochi Baki, and then Immortal Shenzuo spit out high-intensity water escape ninjutsu. Hide inside. Little Jiraiya also has a chance. After seeing Orochimaru, Jirai also reacted immediately. His hair grew longer with a flick, and locked Orochimaru firmly and wanted to pull him out. Orochimaru and Jirai were also deadlocked with each other. Orochimaru, give up. What you have done has brought too much pain to this ninja world. Jiraiya still continued to persuade Orochimaru. He wanted to bring this old friend back, which is why he didn't let the two immortals take the first shot during the battle. He didn't want to kill Orochimaru. HMPH, Jiraiya, how can you understand my mind, how fragile life is, and people are easily broken things. I want to make life more tenacious and achieve eternity. Orochimaru roared at Jiraiya. He has witnessed the cruelty of war and the departure of his relatives since he was a child. He did not express his emotions through tears like ordinary people, but attributed everything to the fragility of life. At that time, he was afraid of losing his companions. Therefore, they do not trust the power of their peers. When Jiraiya was about to refute him, a figure instantly came behind Orochimaru. Flying Thunder God Technique. Feng Yao finally waited for this opportunity. He had planted the Flying Thunder God technique in the battle with Orochimaru before, and now Orochimaru is completely powerless to resist. He grabbed Orochimaru's right eye and the majestic whirlpool opened. Orochimaru, your eternal life seems to be spent in my space. Orochimaru's body was twisted and sucked into the Kamui space. No. Author's digression. Today is another round. I am very happy. This is the result of the great support and collection of readers. I would like to thank everyone here. I will definitely bring you a stable update of 3 chapters every day. Comments and favorites. Love you. Chapter 40_fruitful. Orochimaru's voice echoed in the sky, conveying a message to the people that Orochimaru was defeated. Without Orochimaru's 8 differences technique, it slowly fell to the ground. Zilai also looked at Feng Yao and didn't know what to say. It stands to reason that Orochimaru was a traitor and killed him, which would be beneficial and harmless to Konoha. His feelings still drove him to question Feng Yao. What did you do to Orochimaru? For Jiraiya, Orochimaru was a partner he never got back in the past. Part of the reason why he didn't inherit Hokage in the original book was because he wanted to get Orochimaru back. Their relationship was like Naruto and Sasuke. Feng Yao stood up slowly, ignoring Jiraiya, and turned his eyes to the ninjas who were still fighting below. Orochimaru had not yet lifted the reincarnation of the dirty earth, so the first Hokage Uchiha Jing and others were still fighting. I don't need to deal with Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya. It's still useful for me to keep him and won't kill him easily. Leaving aside some of Orochimaru's conspiracy and tricks, his mind and vision are among the best in Hokage. As the only man in Hokage who believes in science, Feng Yao uses the other god to make the other party use it for himself. In addition to the questioning from Raya, the most excited person on the field was Junmalu. He desperately repelled the Jonin in front of him and rushed towards Feng Yao. The bones in his hands are exposed and condensed into a huge bone gun. Roared, what did you do to Master Orochimaru? Give him back to me. Seeing Junmalu rushing in recklessly, Feng Yao originally wanted to summon the psychic beast directly. But at this time, a big ghost with a mask and a gray bone stick in his hand was hit and bounced off Junmalu several meters. It was Tayuya's 3 ghosts. When Feng Yao ended Orochimaru, she hesitated for a moment, but in the end she chose to stand on the side of Feng Yao, who was in her heart. Taiyu also took the flute and entered the state of the second curse. Although Junmalu cared about it, it can be seen that her strength is much better than before. Her eyes were fixed on Junmalu. She used to be afraid when she saw Junmalu, but now she won't. She has someone she wants to protect. I won't let you hurt Master Feng Yao unless you can kill me. Seeing the girl standing up for him in front of him, Feng Yao felt a throbbing in his heart. He had never cared too much about the girl Tayuya before, and her performance in the original book was mediocre. But the latter surprised him too much today. He could use secret techniques to control the self-sealed Danzo and defuse an attack from Junmalu. Feng Yao walked over slowly and put his hand on Tayuya's shoulder. You don't need to take action. leave the matter here to me now. Duo Yu was also visibly shaken by Feng Yao's slap. She lowered her hair slightly and made a mosquito-sized voice. Yes. Yes, Lord Feng Yao. Then he covered his face and stood behind Feng Yao, and then secretly looked at Feng Yao's profile from his fingers. I thought silently in my heart. Lord Feng Yao's breath is still so attractive, but the state of my cursioner is so ugly, don't use it in front of Lord Feng Yao in the future. Of course Feng Yao would not have thought that this was the reason why the other party covered his face. His face sank like water. Jun Ma Lu, now Orochimaru is in my hands. You have two choices, one is to watch me take him where you want to go by yourself, the other is to follow me from now on. You can be guaranteed a chance to see him. I'll give you 10 seconds to choose. Jun Ma Lu's bones are moving and growing at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye. He can't wait to kill the person in front of him immediately and regain Orochimaru. But reason still let the curse mark on his body slowly dissipate, and finally retracted into a small circle of 3 hooks. Junmalu's choice made Feng Yao smile slightly, and his first order was for Junmalu to gather Orochimaru's troops and prepare to retreat. If you continue to fight, you will just die in vain, and if you have Jirai, you will also sit in Konoha, and how many trash fish will be given in vain. It's better to save some power for your own use in the future. Sharen and his party below showed a hint of despair. Since Orochimaru has been defeated, and I am seriously injured, I am afraid that I will not be able to break through, and I cannot let one tail fall into Konoha's hand, horse base hands. Luo Sha's eyes flashed a firm gaze again. If one tail falls into Konoha's hands, it will definitely become a weapon, causing immeasurable damage to the Kingdom of Wind. Hearing the order, Maki's body trembled, but he also understood what would happen if a tail fell into the opponent's hands. The next moment, he spread his arms with all his might, like a big bird spreading its wings. Blade of Wind. There was a crisp sound, and the palm wind spurted violently. In an instant, a gust of wind blew up, forming an invisible wind blade in the sky. Then, they rolled into one, and rushed towards Gaara, who was exhausted not far away. Leader Maki, what are you doing? Temari, who saw this scene, immediately asked loudly. At the same time, she ran towards Gaara. She was also Gaara's sister. Regardless of her position, she also loved Gaara very much. But after all, the wind blade is still one step faster. But at the moment of success, Feng Yao used Fei Lei Shen to move to Gaara and resisted it. Mr. Feng Yao. Gaara saw this scene. The campus was about to split, and he quickly stood up desperately. Feng Yao's chest had a huge gap from his collarbone to his waist, and blood was constantly flowing from the wound. Jiraiya, who was helping the ninjas to seal the reincarnation of the filthy earth, frowned. Doubt, it's strange, he shouldn't be hit by that kind of attack. Feng Yao pretended to cough 2 mouthfuls of blood, and Gaara on the side was even more worried, and hurriedly tore off his clothes to cover the wound to stop the bleeding. This is a bitter trick that Feng Yao played on purpose. He was still thinking about how to take Gaara away, but now Sha Yin gave him a chance. He said weakly, I love Luo, the people of this village are not worthy of what you should do for them. Would you like to come with me? Eyes were red. I'll go with you. Mr. Feng Yao, stop talking, you are seriously injured. Hearing this, Temari and the others wanted to open their mouths to stop them, but after thinking about it carefully, whether it was really right for Gaara to stay in Sandian village, they still didn't say anything in the end. Luo Sha on the side also frowned. His son should be extremely withdrawn. Why is he so concerned about this Feng Yao? After Gaara helped Feng Yao up, Junmaro had almost assembled Orochimaru's troops. Including Yaoshido, who had just left the battlefield. He couldn't even believe his ears when he heard the news of Orochimaru's arrest. But at this moment, the 3 ghosts flew out and attacked Maki without any hesitation. At the same time, there is also the sound of the flute, trying to drag the opponent into the illusion. You hurt Lord Feng Yao, I want you to die. Duo Yu also entered the state of curse seal too. The skin on his body changed, and horns grew on his head. his eyes were full of killing intent and anger, and his moves were fatal. Even Maki was forced to retreat for a while, not daring to fight with him. Feng Yao couldn't help laughing bitterly in his heart, so he could only speak again. I'm fine, Duoyuya, this place is over, retreat with me. Duoyuya froze. In the end, she gritted her teeth and returned to Feng Yao. She gently supported Feng Yao's other shoulder, looking at the wound with pain in her eyes. Feng Yao stood up with the help of everyone, and looked at the 5 people next to him, Do, Gara and others. His eyes were full of radiance. He really gained a lot this time, and the task will be completed soon. Then he turned his head and said to Jiraiya. Sasuke and Naruto are in a hotel 3 kilometers from here. Everyone in Konoha, we regret it for a while. Then the divine power vortex in the right eye unfolded, and the space vortex wrapped himself and the people around him and sucked it into the divine power space. Konoha went through another 3-hour war, and finally the dust settled. The first generation Uchiha mirror and other filthy reincarnations were all sealed. Luo Sha led the remaining sand ninjas to surrender to the 3 generations of Hokage, and Jirai was also appointed as the temporary agent Hokage. The 3rd generation assists in handling large and small things inside and outside Konoha. Hey, the war only brings pain. Once this incident is over, I don't know how many families Konoha and Sandian have left, and I'm afraid the neighboring countries will not be safe. Sandemu stood beside Danzo's corpse, with remorse, heartache, and helplessness in his eyes, and Jirai also folded his arms. Said calmly, I will stay in Konoha during this time, and when everything settles down, I will find someone to inherit the position of Hokage. The 3 generations were stunned for a moment, and then thought of something. Well, you are talking about Tsunade's child. She is indeed suitable. Whether it is character or identity, you will have to work hard during this time, and you should also be careful about that Feng Yao. His identity is too mysterious. Also laugh. Don't worry, I have almost understood his ability. I have no problem dealing with it, and besides, we have nothing to lose by cooperating with him this time. At this time, a Chunin suddenly hurried past. It's not good, the 3rd generation, Lord Jiraiya, something big has happened. Seeing the people coming in so flustered, Zilai also frowned. Sha Yin was defeated, what else could happen? Don't rush, speak slowly. Visitor took a deep breath and said tremblingly, the various banned ninjutsu books in the Konoha bookstore, as well as the funds I entrusted with Konoha, have all been swept away. What? Who did it? Just after asking, a figure with a beautiful face suddenly appeared in Jiraiya's mind. Gnashing of teeth. Feng Yao, you bastard. Don't let me meet you next time. Hokage I can only use Xianju, Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41 _ My Mahamudra. Sound Ninja Village. A huge spatial whirlpool emerged, releasing everyone from Gara. After landing, everyone sighed at the magic of space ninjutsu at this time. There is one exception, that is Junma. He has no such thoughts at all, and directly questioned Feng Yao again. Where is Lord Orochimaru now? Did you trap him in the space just now? When did you let him go? They also entered the Kamui space just now, although the scope there is not comparable to the size of a world-like space like the Imperial Palace of Heaven, a kind of time-space ninjutsu, the technique mastered by Kagaya Otsutsuki. But it is also about the size of the country of fire. Feng Yao deliberately separated the people inside, and Orochimaru was naturally taken care of. He's not dead, I'll let you see him when conditions allow. Junma heard the words and paused. He continued, I hope you can do what you say. I will always keep an eye on you. If something happens to Lord Orochimaru, I will definitely kill you. After speaking, he gave Feng Yao a vicious look. Then you also need to have this ability, but I really didn't intend to take his life, don't worry. Feng Yao couldn't help looking at Junma up and down. Such a loyal and outstanding person is really rare. Orochimaru is worthy of being a friend of orphans. Kunmaro took the rest of the 3 to rest first, and the rest were Gara and Tayuya. The 2 of them spoke almost simultaneously. Mr. Feng Yao, please bandage the wound first. To Yuya's face was a little red. She thought that she would bring a bandage to Feng Yao for a while. This is a good opportunity to get close to Feng Yao in an open and honest way. But unfortunately, Feng Yao exposed the wound, and he almost became a blood car, and his physique's recovery ability is still very strong. Seeing the wound, Gaara breathed a sigh of relief, and Taiyu could only give up the idea angrily. Dao Yuya, take these people to rest for a while, I still have some things to do. After speaking, he activated his divine power again and released Neji and Xiangren. The two were still a little uncomfortable when they first came out. Seningqi spoke first. Lord Feng Yao, what is this place? Hearing Neji's doubts, Feng Yao smiled slightly. This is your base in a short period of time. You can cultivate here well. If you have any questions, you can ask to Yuya. There was nothing wrong with Ningqi, but Xiangren frowned sharply, looking up and down at Yuya, who was about the same size as her. Duoyu also saw Feng Yao release another woman from the space, and his mentality exploded. Not to be outdone, the two looked at each other, and the first time they met, there was a faint smell of gunpowder. Xiangren took a step forward and grabbed Feng Yao's clothes. Feng Yao tilde, I didn't know this woman at all when I first came here. What if she wants to hurt me? Why don't you accompany me? This stinky woman actually pretends to be pitiful in front of Lord Feng Yao. Don't touch Lord Feng Yao with your dirty hands. Duo Yuya resisted the urge to beat Xiangren, and took a step forward to drag her away from Feng Yao's side. Tiefan said, don't worry, I will take good care of you. So don't bother Lord Feng Yao. Taiyu also left with a few people in the noise. Seeing that the two of them could chat so happily when they met for the first time, Feng Yao nodded with satisfaction. It seems that their relationship is not bad, so I can rest assured. If the system had eyes, it would now look at Feng Yao like an idiot. The idea of the host is really different, but congratulations, you have completed the task, win the Chunin exam, and whether to use the chance to win the lottery now. Well, use it now. Feng Yao is really lacking in attacking methods now. To put it bluntly, psychics still summon other creatures to fight, and there are only a few psychic beasts in total. The most effective one is to rely on Flying Thunder God or Shenwei. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mahamudra of myself, for the host to automatically learn to master it. Yep, won my Mahamudra, never heard of it, but it sounds like a means of attack. Feng Yao took a closer look at this ultimate move, which is more like a method of attacking with chakra condensed into palms. Separate countless phantoms, and then attack with the right hand as the palm print, condensing into a giant hand to attack. The power seems to be extremely extraordinary. Seeing that the system didn't pull across Feng Yao this time, he smiled with satisfaction and praised him. It seems that the lottery mechanism of your system is still okay. I blamed you before. Hearing that Feng Yao rarely said such a good word, the system reminded me lightly. The host is very polite, but from the perspective of this system, it seems that your chakra is not enough to release the big mudra of my own. Not enough. Yes, not enough. Dumbfounded in the same place, Feng Yao, who has confirmed it again and again, swears again. I knew that your broken lottery mechanism was rubbish. It's a shame that I still trust you so much. How can you let me finish the task with peace of mind in the future? Are you drawing something that is completely useless? It's also slightly embarrassing to hear the system here. Ahem, this is actually just your bad luck. Next time, wait for you to complete the task of forming a force to reward the host for a more advanced prize pool lottery. Feng Yao is really angry and has nowhere to put it. His chakra volume is already high enough. But after thinking about it, it shows how powerful this move is. Now, I can only think of another way. This is what you said. If you lie to me, I will kill myself and die with you. If the host dies, in fact, this system will not die. After the rewards are drawn, it is necessary to deal with the few people left in the Shenwei space, Sai and Orochimaru left from the roots. The space vortex of the right eye opened, and Feng Yao was absorbed into it. The sky is full of stars like the night, surrounded by uneven stone pillars, and the space seems to have no end when viewed from a distance. A black-haired boy was holding a picture book and scribbled. This person was Sakai. He had received training in Danzo deprivation of feelings. Even in this unknown space, Sakai was still very calm. "You're quite laid back. Are you ready to talk to me?" Feng Yao came to his side and spoke slowly, and heard Sai's right hand wave here. Ninja Superbeast Pseudo Painting. A lifelike ink dragon bit Feng Yao, but it went straight through Feng Yao's body. Sakai frowned again and was about to continue. Flying Thunder God's Art. In the blink of an eye, kunai was already on Sakai's neck. Feng Yao was very cautious, and everyone who had contact with him had Fei Lei Shen's spell on him. Sakai closed his eyes and looked like he was obediently waiting to die. "Why? I don't mean to torture you, and besides, it's thanks to me that your seal of tongue annihilation is lifted." The seal of tongue bane is a special sealing technique for Konoha Anbu's root, and Danzo puts a curse mark on the tongues of root members. If the person being cast said anything about him, he would be paralyzed, unable to speak or move, but after Danzo died, it would be ineffective. Looking at Sakai, who continued to keep his mouth shut, Feng Yao frowned slightly. "I know that Danzo has brainwashed you, and you have all undergone special training to suppress your emotions, but for you, the reason why you have become like this is because of your words." Hearing the name, Sakai was stunned. He stared at the man in front of him with wide eyes. The letter was Sakai's brother. In order to let the younger brother of Sai live well, he told his younger brother to forget his feelings. It can be said that Sakai became completely emotionless and became a tool that could only perform tasks, which was directly related to Shin's death and the words before Shin's death. "How did you know the name?" Seeing that Sai finally spoke, Feng Yao leaned over. "It doesn't matter how I know it. Your brother wants you to live in this cruel world and let you do that. If you just die like this, do you think it's worthy of your brother's deathbed words?" Sakai was struggling when he heard the words, and the most important person in his life was his brother. "Follow me and live in this ninja world, maybe one day you can meet your brother." Feng Yao's last words brought light to Sakai's eyes. He stood up, stared at the man who was destroying his roots, and made a decision. "I am willing to be loyal to you." Sakai knelt down on one knee and said to Feng Yao with his head down. "Very well, get up, we have another person to meet, he is not easy to deal with." Feng Yao smiled and helped Sakai up, and then his eyes looked like a distance. Suddenly his face was solemn, and he felt the fluctuation of 2 chakras. In addition to Sakai, there should be only Orochimaru and a few miscellaneous fish left. How could they fight Orochimaru? And that chakra strength is even comparable to Orochimaru. Chapter 42 _ the same kaleidoscope writing wheel I. In the divine space. Feng Yao, this guy's time and space ninjutsu is really terrible. What the hell is this place? After Orochimaru was sucked into the space, he was very irritable. Not only was there nothing here, but it looked like the same scenery. He also tried to leave, but unfortunately the ninjutsu he mastered could not bring him back to the ninja world. He is also thinking about how Feng Yao will deal with himself. Even if he is killed, Orochimaru is not afraid, because the curse mark can make him resurrect again. There is Orochimaru's chakra in every curse mark, which is like a save game. It's just very troublesome, and if Feng Yao has been trapped here, there is nothing to do. Just as he was thinking and moving forward, the space in front of him suddenly began to rotate, as if he was being sucked in at that time. He thought it was Feng Yao coming and was about to talk to the other party, but it was a man in black tights and a mask showing only one eye, and that eye. It's a writing wheel. Orochimaru didn't know why the other party came here. This person's breath is obviously not Feng Yao, but since there is a writing wheel eye. Orochimaru licked his lips, his neck suddenly stretched out, and he stabbed the masked man with a grass pheasant sword from his mouth. The other party seemed surprised to see Orochimaru in the space, but he didn't panic when he saw the attack, and Orochimaru's head passed through him. This is Feng Yao's illusory ninjutsu. How can this guy do it? is there any connection between them? Orochimaru's golden pupils were tiny. However, Orochimaru doesn't know the identity of the other party, but the masked man knows Orochimaru well. He was also more curious about how Orochimaru came to be. Why are you able to enter my space? The mask asked. Your space. Orochimaru was also puzzled. Isn't this place Feng Yao's space? Aren't the two of them together? Of course, you. Well, I'll catch you and ask you carefully. Hear the other party's tone so arrogant. Orochimaru also sneered. Boy, although I don't know who you are, but it looks like you can get out of here. Why don't I beat you up and let you take me out? Masked man snorted coldly. It's too much, let's try it. In his own space, the masked man is confident enough to defeat Orochimaru. His hands are sealed with Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin. Taking a deep breath, the chakra in the body turned into flames. Fire escape How fireball. The masked man spit out a huge fireball. The attack range of the How fireball was changed by chakra. The masked man's How fireball was obviously much stronger than ordinary people. Orochimaru saw that the scope of the technique was huge, and it directly turned into a mollusk. Its body fell to the ground like a snake and wrapped around the stone pillar next to it. It rotated and climbed up, avoiding the fireball. Hey, it's the fire escape that the Uchiha family is best at. Who are you? Seeing the fireball Orochimaru, he was even more convinced that the identity of the other party was Uchiha's clan, but Uchiha had been exterminated, and the man in front of him was not Sasuke or Itachi, so his identity. You don't need to know my identity. The masked man stomped his feet into the air, rushed towards Orochimaru, and a branch emerged from his right hand. Wooden cutting technique. This is a ninjutsu that can only be used with column cells. By touching or using a wooden branch to insert into the opponent's body, then the opponent's body will emerge sharp branches to penetrate it. It is extremely cruel. The number is based on the user's check. Carrot. Humph. The tongue snake sucked and swallowed. Orochimaru also spit out a snake from his mouth, trying to tie the opponent's neck. But only after the branch touched his body did he feel the horror of this technique. You can even use the wood tunnel. He directly spit out a brand new body using the big snake flow substitute technique, and crawled to the side wetly. Countless sharp roots erupted from the original body. The power of the cutting technique also surprised Orochimaru a little, but there are too many things that have surprised him recently, and he is already numb. He made a seal with both hands and prepared to control the opponent first. Shimmering snake hand. Orochimaru's arm suddenly turned into dozens of black pythons wrapping around like a masked man, but it still penetrated directly. Damn, what kind of technique is this? Orochimaru had a headache when he saw it penetrated again. HMPH, but when he attacks me, he has to materialize. As long as he can make good use of this, I can be invincible. When I thought of this in my heart, Feng Yao, who was on the side, used the technique of Flying Thunder God to instantly come to Orochimaru. He had just been watching the battle for a while, and it would be meaningless to let the two fight. Orochimaru was about to fight back as soon as he saw Feng Yao, but Feng Yao's kunwu had already pressed against his throat. The speed of Fei Lei Shen is well deserved. Although Orochimaru can also use Orochimaru to escape, he still wants to hear what Feng Yao has to say. Feng Yao slowly turned his head to Obito. I'm sorry, the person I brought in disturbed you. There's nothing you can do about it. Who gave me the same eyes as you? Saying that, Feng Yao revealed the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, which he could usually hide. The blood-red eyes had black lines like triangular shuriken darts, and the masked man widened his eyes. This masked man is Uchiha Obito, a tragic character. After Feng Yao obtained the Shinwei space, he always thought that his space was separate, but it turned out to be sharing the same space with Obito. How did you get that eye? No, even if you had that eye, you couldn't have got me here. How did you do it? When Obito asked the handsome man in front of him, his first reaction was that the other party took Kakashi's eyes. But the right eye is obviously his own, so how could the other party have the same eyes as his own? Well, it's troublesome after all, but what I want to tell you is that your space, oh no, it's mine, and I'll use it often in the future, so don't always come in if you're okay, let alone disturb me. People. Feng Yao said his request calmly. He didn't want him to let someone in the future, and then be led away or hammered to death. Obito laughed when he heard that the other party was so arrogant and angry. Ha ha ha, joke. No matter how you got those eyes, it's just right. I want your left eye. After speaking, Obito's right eye turned again. Kamui continued to create a vortex-like twisted space and cause a strong whirlwind, and then release the fire to cooperate. Fire escape, bursting wind and dancing. The huge flame takes the shape of a flaming snake, and it can swallow and burn the enemy in an instant. Whether it is speed, range or power, it is first class, and it is an extremely terrifying and powerful fire escape. It can even be extinguished by Madara's arrogant fire. Feng Yao threw several trident kunai, used the technique of Flying Thunder God to start moving quickly, and at the same time threw flash bombs in the middle. 3 styles of spiral flash super wheel dance and roar. The dazzling yellow electric light blocked Obito's line of sight, and he recognized this technique, which was the famed technique of his master Namikaze Minato. If you continue to use Burst Wind Flurry, you may be directly killed by the opponent taking advantage of the time of materialization. Sure enough, as soon as he stopped ninjutsu, a kunai slashed across his neck, and Obito in the strong light could only maintain the blur to save his life. But it can't last long. The other party must also know the secret that the blur can only last for 5 minutes. This time, Obito was in a deadlock. He would be attacked by the opponent when he released the blur. If he used divine power to leave, he would still be attacked by the opponent when he materialized, which put him in a dilemma. Seeing that Obito seemed to hesitate, Feng Yao stopped his ninjutsu. Do you understand now? I know all your secrets, although I may not kill you, but what do you think would happen if I told the 5 major countries your secrets and purpose, such as the Moon Eye Project? Feng Yao said to Obito playfully. What? How much do you know? Obito's tone panicked for the first time. If it is only shock that the other party has the same eyes as his own, then now it is a trace of fear. There are no more than 3 people in the entire ninja world who know about this. I agreed to your conditions. I will not come to this space at will, nor will I do anything to the people inside. Obito's tone began to slow down. That's it, then I'll keep it a secret for you. After that, he took Orochimaru and left. He also didn't have full confidence in killing Obito. Izanagi, the same avatar ability as himself, and the fan of flames, hadn't used Obito very much yet. Orochimaru is more curious about Feng Yao, writing about the secrets of round eyes, tailed beasts, and mysterious spaces. He feels that the person in front of him seems to be the key to his eternal life and truth. Uchiha Obito stood on the spot. He didn't understand who the mysterious person who suddenly appeared was wholly. The other party seemed to be omniscient and omnipotent, and if he was his enemy, it would definitely be a nightmare. Obito muttered to himself. It seems that the plan needs to be advanced. Wait for me. Chapter 43_Conquer Orochimaru. Take Orochimaru to another open space. After letting him go, Orochimaru immediately kept a safe distance from Feng Yao. Feng Yao smiled and said, What's the matter, Orochimaru, are you so cautious? Or are you afraid of dying here? Now Feng Yao's eyes have returned to blue pupils, but this makes Orochimaru even more afraid. He has long known that the other party can use his pupil technique without turning on the kaleidoscope. Orochimaru immediately responded. Yaojun is too underestimated. I can't be too cautious when dealing with you, but you are wrong about one thing, I'm not afraid of death, even if I die, there is still a chance resurrected. Orochimaru naturally relies on the curse mark. It can be said that his research on the curse mark has been very advanced. Even if he is sealed by the legendary Ten-Fist Sword in the original book, he can still be resurrected. Really? After I killed your disciples who possess the imprint of the heaven and earth, you can also be resurrected, right? Feng Yao waved his hand and sat on the ground without hesitation. Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat when he heard it, and there was no more thinking in his mind at this moment. Why does the other party know about this matter? Even if he knows the curse mark, I have never told anyone about the resurrection of the curse mark. Could it be that Feng Yao can predict the past and the future? Thinking of Orochimaru here, it feels as if my body has been hollowed out, and everything is exposed to the air. Of course, Feng Yao couldn't have imagined that Orochimaru was overdoing it. He just wanted Orochimaru to know that he had the ability to make him die. Looking at Orochimaru's face, Feng Yao expressed his satisfaction. He spoke again. This time he was going to talk about Orochimaru's ideals and pursuits. Orochimaru, I know that you are a curious person. Everything you do is to explore the truth of the world, but it will take time, so you will create a kind of immortal reincarnation that can transfer your spirit to other people's bodies. The forbidden art of immortality. You also want to explore the secrets of my body. That's why you want to take my body, right? Feng Yao's words revealed Orochimaru's thoughts, and it scared Orochimaru to the core. He roared in his heart, it's no wonder that he knows all my calculations and thoughts, and he actually knows the ninjutsu to predict the past and the future. Orochimaru has been defeated in his mood. He feels that Feng Yao has understood everything about him, and his eyes seem to have seen his future. For the first time, he said in a trembling voice, Yao Jun, you are right, you arrested me but didn't kill me, what exactly did you do? At this moment, he wants to know what Feng Yao wants to do now. His life and death are in the other's mind. It's very simple, Orochimaru, be my right and left hand. I will lead you to explore the origin of the world, master the mysteries of the ninja world, and I will work with you to create the ultimate life entity. Feng Yao was so arrogant when he spoke, and even Orochimaru couldn't help but be infected. He lowered his head and thought about it. Since the man in front of me can predict the past and the future, then whether I follow him or not, does he already have the answer? If so, then I am afraid that I can successfully complete my ideal by following him. Thinking of this, Orochimaru also took a few breaths of excitement. He has always been exploring the road of science alone, which is equivalent to a pioneer of the revolution, but now there is a leader who leads him. When he looked at Feng Yao, it was no longer greed and trickery, but sincere respect. Whether I answer or not, you should already know it. Ah, how do I know if you answer or not? If I want to know, I still have to ask you. Feng Yao wondered in his heart. I am willing to be your right and left hand, Yao Jun. I want to see how far the two of us can go together. Please forgive me for what happened before. After speaking, he bowed deeply. Seeing this scene, Feng Yaolong laughed and helped Orochimaru up. Get up, Orochimaru, you will be happy for your choice today, take this one. After speaking, he took out a ring engraved with the word, Earth, and put it on Orochimaru's hand, which also symbolized the second in command of the fairy. The first thing Feng Yao did after that was to take Orochimaru to see the loot he had captured in Konoha, a scroll of forbidden art like a hill. Orochimaru's eyes lit up when he saw it. He had only peeked at these forbidden techniques before, but he had not mastered them all, and Konoha must have added many new ninjutsu techniques in recent years. Originally, part of the reason why Orochimaru attacked Konoha was for these forbidden scrolls, but Feng Yao had already prepared it. He was even more convinced that Feng Yao had a kind of ninjutsu that could predict the future, and was grateful for his choice. Yo-kun, these ninjutsu are amazing. I think it will take me a long time to fully master them. Looking at the excited Orochimaru, Feng Yao smiled slightly and then said, you have a lot of time for these techniques. I hope that I can use them to improve the organization's combat capabilities later. Can it be done within 2 years? Don't worry Yaojun, there are many secret techniques to improve your strength. You will have a strong team in less than 2 years. Hearing Feng Yao's request, Orochimaru made a promise without hesitation. Hearing Orochimaru's assurance, Feng Yao nodded with satisfaction, and Shinwei's space could not stay forever, so Feng Yao took Orochimaru back to Yinyan village. After entering the familiar underground, he saw Junmalu somewhat absent-mindedly guarding the door of the Orochimaru laboratory. He is also thinking of Orochimaru in this way. However, when he turned his head, there was a sudden light in his eyes, and the man with long hair and golden eyes appeared again. Master Orochimaru, did you come out from there? Junma Luxi was in a daze, but when he saw Feng Yao, he immediately became alert, and even rushed to Orochimaru to separate the two. He didn't want to feel this loss anymore. Master Orochimaru, with me here this time, I won't give him a chance to perform that time-space ninjutsu. As he spoke, the spell was activated. Looking at Junmalu standing in front of him, Orochimaru patted his head dotingly. It's alright Junmalu, from now on, I am Yaojun's subordinate, you should treat him like me in the future, understand? Feeling that Orochi's tone was far different from usual, he felt puzzled, and for a moment even thought that the other party was transformed by the transformation technique. I see my future in Yaojun, and I hope you can respect him as you respect me. Orochimaru saw the doubts in Junmalu's eyes, and the feminine voice sounded next time. Junmalu looked at Feng Yao in disbelief. Although he didn't understand why Orochimaru had changed so much, he would do whatever Orochimaru said. Junmalu knelt down on one knee like Feng Yao loyally. Master Feng Yao, how rude I was to you before, please forgive me, thank you for returning Master Orochimaru to me. Looking at Junmalu who was obedient to Orochimaru in front of him, Feng Yao sighed inwardly. He really likes a loyal subordinate like Junmalu, but the other party's illness is always a problem. Since there is no siege in this life, Feng Ying's condition has not deteriorated as badly, but I am afraid that he will die soon. After he helped Junmalu up, he followed Orochimaru into his research room, and Feng Yao took out all the ninjutsu and forbidden books from the Shinwei space and handed them over to Orochimaru. Even Shisui's eyes and Danzo's arm. Orochimaru was even more moved when he saw it, especially Shisui's eyes. He had personally experienced the horror of this illusion. Orochimaru is also moved by the trust Feng Yao gave him. You must know that it would be bad if Orochimaru put on his own eyes and used other gods to Feng Yao. The other party didn't guard him at all. Did you already see from the future that I would not rebel? Yao Jun, you are such a scary and mysterious man. In fact, Feng Yao just performed the Flying Thunder God technique on the eyeballs. With the guarantee, he can rest assured and leave it to Orochimaru. Of course, these are things that Orochimaru has known for a long time. Chapter 44_Kimamaro's illness. With the conquest of the top scientist, Orochimaru, the strength of the entire immortal organization also increased significantly. Moreover, Orochimaru comes with a Yinyan village, almost everything is complete, and Orochimaru also has its own sound forbearance. But to Feng Yao, they are still Orochimaru's subordinates, and he will not draw these people into the immortal organization. All he needs is the elite. After he came back, he gave the rings Zan, Huang, Yu, Zhou, and Hong to Neji, Shangren, Sajing, Do, and to Yuya, respectively. These were the real fighting power he needed. As for Junmalu, he felt very sorry. The opponent was indeed strong enough, so he came to the medical room in Do. Tu's lurking work has ended, and now he is naturally in charge of research in Yinyan village. The basic personnel of the Xian organization now have 1. People who have intelligence gathering and assassination can be called Sakai and Zaibusian. 2nd, there are people who can guarantee the logistics, that is, responsible for the operation of medical and organizational funds. Shanglin, Do, and Dashuan can be responsible for this aspect. 3rd, the person who can be responsible for the strong attack needs to have strong strength. At present, I am afraid that it can only be handed over to Feng Yao, Hideyoshi and Orochimaru. As for the funds collected in Konoha, Feng Yao has already handed over all of them to Orochimaru. Don't underestimate Orochimaru. If you can build a ninja village, the money needed for so many strongholds is not a small amount. What's more, Orochimaru still needs to engage in scientific research, and the money needed is astronomical. If he didn't have the ability to manage funds, he would have already gone bankrupt. After opening the door, the pocket is facing the cells in the test tube for research. After seeing Feng Yao, he stopped his work and pushed his glasses with a smile. Master Fengyao, why do you have time to come to me today? Tu should know Junmalu's condition best, so he wanted to ask about Junmalu's condition. Do, I know that you are very talented in medical ninjutsu. I want to ask you about Junmalu's situation and how long he can last. So you came here to ask this question. You really care about him. It's expected to be less than 2 months. This is a genetic disease of their family. Lu uses the corpse veins, which are the bones in the human body, you know. Of course, I have personally seen his ability. It is because he is strong that I feel pity to lose him. The so-called main component of bones is calcium. He created and took out so many bones from his body, and it can be seen how much calcium he has in his body, which leads to his muscle failure, and the heart is mainly muscle, so his family's disease is chronic heart muscle exhausted, and I guess that's why people in their family keep dying. I see tilde, so is there really no other way? Hearing Dou's explanation, Fengyao still asked a little less determined. There are very few people in the world who can surpass Dudu in medical ninjutsu, but not without. Fengyao suddenly thought of another person. That is Tsunade. As a person who is famous for medical ninjutsu among the 3 ninjas, her medical ability can even be said to surpass Slug Immortal. Look at the psychic beasts summoned by Miaomu Mountain and Longdi Cave. All of them are like uncles, and they need 100 sacrifices at every turn. Why does the slug sage call Tsunade an adult? Just because he admires the other party's medical ninjutsu. This gave Fengyao another thought to find Tsunade. Lord Fengyao, look at your appearance, do you already have another candidate? Seeing Fengyao's thoughtful appearance, Cao spoke again. As a spy, he is very good at observation and analysis. Seeing Fengyao thinking, do you really think of someone to save Junmalu? This is something you can't even do yourself. HMPH, that's it, Tsunade, who is one of the 3 ninjas with Orochimaru. He was surprised when he heard this. As a medical ninja, he had already heard of the other party's name. It's just that I haven't had the chance to meet each other. As far as medical ninjutsu is concerned, the current pocket is still no better than Tsunade. Otherwise, Orochimaru in the original book wouldn't look down to find Tsunade. Then, I wonder if I can go with you. I have long wanted to meet this famous Tsunade-sama. Do held up his glasses again, perhaps because he was thinking of competing with the other side. Fengyao's taste. Then come along, we are looking for Orochimaru. I still have some things for him to do tilde. The 2 left the medical room while talking. Fengyao informed Orochimaru of the ins and outs of the matter. That's it, Orochimaru, can you find it? After listening to Fengyao's request, Orochimaru stopped the research work in his hand. He didn't expect the other party to be so attentive for Junmalu. In fact, he also thought about showing Tsunade Junmalu's symptoms. But he still couldn't do it to beg his former friends for others, but he didn't expect Fengyao to pay attention to this issue within a few days. Of course, after all, one of them used to be my disciple, just for a while. Fengyao nodded when he heard Orochimaru's reply. If he wanted Tsunade to do things for him, he had to come up with conditions that she couldn't refuse, before she was slapped by Naruto. Inside the Konoha ninja village, Jiraiya temporarily became Hokage's agent, dealing with Konoha's big and small things. Konoha's power has been weakened to the extreme this time. The 5 generations of Hokage died and the root organization perished. Anbu lost 42 people, Konoha on the death of 7 people, 104 people in the Chunin, 564 people in the next, and about 3,000 ordinary people. Mito Kadome, one of the 2 advisors, dies. All the banned books of Konoha ninjutsu were lost, which was strictly sealed by the high-level officials. Although there was no funds, there was no problem with the allocation of the Fire Nation. Fortunately, Jiraiya, one of the dignified 3 ninjas, was sitting in Konoha, which made everyone feel at ease. After paying homage to the people who died in this war, Konoha village also began to rebuild various matters. In the process of starting the discussion, the most controversial issue was the handling of Xian village and the crime of Feng Yao's rebellion and tolerance. Sandian village, needless to say, provoked a war to attack Konoha, and now the 4 generations of Kazekage Luasha have been captured alive, and the attacking Shangnan and troops have suffered countless casualties. All those who were alive were sent to Konoha's prison, and some people believe that it should be a tit for tat, and took the opportunity to wipe out Xian village in one fell swoop. Even Jirai had a hint of this idea, but the Lord and Pai, headed by the 3 generations, still hoped to bring Kazekage back. Alliance with Sand Hidden Village to fight against possible invasions from other countries. The 3rd generation Hokage-sama. I can't be so forgiving. What a loss they have brought us this time. If we form an alliance with them, what will the people in the village think? Let us join the enemy. A Jonin punched and gritted his teeth like the ground. His disciple died in the hands of Xian village. He was only a 13-year-old child. He was stabbed several times by the people of Xian village and discarded at the corner of the street. It took a day to find the body. Oh, I understand everyone's pain, but what's wrong with Xian village? The war will only bring new hatred, and if Konoha's current situation is used to attack, I am afraid that Union village will take advantage of it. This war they have been seen. Looking at the man with tears in his eyes, Sandai silently took a breath of dry smoke. His cloudy eyes made it difficult for others to see what he was thinking. Xiaochun, one of the 2 remaining advisors, turned to bed and said, "The Nation of Fire has held 2 emergency meetings in a row this year. The request this time is to stop all wars and restore national strength as soon as possible. We need a leader, Jiraiya. In the Nation of Fire meeting, it has been decided to make you the 6th. On behalf of Hokage." Hearing that everyone else in the field was very excited, but unfortunately Jiraiya extended his hand and refused. "I'm sorry, I'm not suitable for this position. I already have a candidate. I will bring her back. She is more suitable than me to become the 6th Hokage, the Princess of Konoha, Tsunade." Hearing this name, there was an uproar in the hall. The names of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and sanin were widely circulated in Konoha. If she was also one of the 3 ninjas this time, Konoha would not have lost so much. That girl does have this qualification and measure, so please bring her back. Turning to bed, Xiaochun sighed. Now there is no need to be afraid of running away. He is a person who understands the overall situation, and now Konoha can't stand the toss. What about that guy Feng Yao? He is a traitor, and he has done so many things to damage Konoha, killing the 5th Hokage, destroying the roots of Anbu, and stealing Konoha's funds. If this guy doesn't in addition, it will be like another Orochimaru in the future. Quote. A Junin suddenly opened his mouth and said that only the executives and a part of Konoha Junin knew about the cooperation between the senior officials of Konoha and Feng Yao, and the theft of ninjutsu. There is no need to talk about this matter. Temporarily revoke his wanted order. If you push him to attack Konoha again, it will not be worth the loss. On this matter, all the high-level leaders are keeping the same pace, even Kakashi and other Shangren are silent. The joint rebellion to kill the 5th generation Hokage is a huge scandal, and it can only be sealed in history and rotted in the stomach. Chapter 45_Tsunade. Early morning a few days later. In the laboratory, the familiar whirlpool appeared out of thin air again, and Feng Yao and Orochimaru appeared in the laboratory. Yaojun really didn't expect that you would also use the reincarnation technique, and it's even better than the one I used. There was still shock in Orochimaru's eyes. This forbidden technique requires a long period of practice to fully master, and he himself is only a fur. I won the prize for Orochimaru. Feng Yao turned to look at Orochimaru's profile. Do you think Tsunade will agree to our request? She will. To her, these 2 are everything to her, and she will do whatever we ask. Feng Yao nodded when he heard the words. In fact, Orochimaru was right about this. If it wasn't for Naruto's plug-in like mouth escape, Tsunade would really be like what he said. I have already sent Sai and Toho to collect information, and the time difference in Hokage is not right due to my arrival. The current Tsunade is not in Tansoji, but with her legendary title of Fat Sheep, it is not difficult to find her. Feng Yao even asked about the slug fairy, but unfortunately the other party has not summoned it for a long time, so he has not learned any useful information. There was a knock on the door, and Sakai came in. He bowed his head slightly. "Excuse me, Master Feng Yao, I have found the person you are looking for. She is in Asakusa Street." "Well done, thank you for your hard work." Orochimaru called Xianju and let's go together. Since Feng Yao has no memory of Asakusa Street in his mind, he can only walk there. Right Eye Power's ability to move is different from Flying Thunder God. The former does not require a mark at all. As long as you have been to a certain place, you can move directly, while the latter requires a mark. However, in terms of speed, Shinwei is far inferior to Flying Thunder God, and the absorption speed of Shinwei is relatively slow, but there is a time-space ninjutsu that is an exception. It does not need any marks at all. As long as you want, you can freely shuttle in the same space, even if it is never places that have been. It is the ultimate time-space ninjutsu in Naruto, Wonkwon Hirazaka. The activation of this technique requires the power of the three major pupil techniques, which is why Feng Yao will bring Neji, and now he is only short of Nagato's Samsara Eye. Asakusa Street is located in the northwest of the country of fire, and it takes less than half a day to pass at the speed of everyone. Inside a casino at noon. "Oh, big sister, are you still following? If you lose, you'll have no money." "Follow? Why don't you follow me? I will win you all back." A slightly angry female voice came, and as soon as she heard it, she knew that she had lost money. "Sir Tsunade, we are running out of money. We haven't paid back what we borrowed last time. Look how happy those gamblers are." Silent in the room persuaded me with a little pig beside me. Tsunade rolled up the sleeves on his arms and waved his hands. "It doesn't matter, Mute, you have to believe me. This time you will not only win the money back, but also make a lot of money. Tsunade is also on top now. Where can I hear it?" Some of the gamblers next to him also echoed. "That's it tilde if you don't lose all your money." "No, you can't go without winning your money back. Ha ha." These people have long seen that the other party is the legendary fat sheep, and they will lose every time they gamble. In the last round, Tsunade lost his bet again, and the angry Tsunade smashed the table in half with one punch. "Ah, this is really bad luck." The money was smashed into the sky, and even Mute and Xianju were startled. The other party's gambler quickly took a few steps back. Then he grinned at Tsunade and said, "Sister, don't be angry, isn't it normal to win or lose in this bet? You're a little bit worse than us tilde." Tsunade's cheeks were also a little red when she heard this. She just got up and didn't pay attention to her principal. "Oh, next time I'll give you the money back." Tsunade wanted to run while perfunctory while holding Mute, but the few gamblers next to him were unhappy and hurried up to block people. "Don't tell me, eldest sister, you can give it today, your reputation is ahem. In short, you can't go without giving money." "Oh tilde really, it depends on whether you can stop me." Tsunade's eyes became sharp, and just as she was about to start, a soft voice came in. "Let me give this person's gambling debts, and please don't embarrass her." Feng Yao opened the door and walked in. The focus of the audience was on him alone. Now Feng Yao is not wearing a mask, because he no longer needs to hide his identity. The facial features that are like carvings of God, the fair skin and the blue pupils make everyone in the house have the same idea. There are such good-looking people in the world. Mute and Tsunade also lost their minds for a while, but recovered quickly. Taking a look at Feng Yao, they were so used to Feng Yao's face in Yinyan village that they almost forgot how ostentatious his face was. "May I ask how much gambling debt she owes in total?" The gambler on the side also woke up and responded quickly. "Well, I owe a total of 1.2 million taels." "Oh tilde it's only 120. Ahem, you pay for this money." Hearing that the money was not given by himself at all, Feng Yao hurriedly led the way. All his money was given to Orochimaru, and he only had tens of thousands of taels on him. He looked at his boss with contempt, and finally reluctantly took out 1,200,000 taels. This money should be reimbursed, Lord Fengyao. Can. Hearing the complaints in Dou's tone, Fengyao repeatedly comforted him. It's been a long time since Tsunade. I'm here this time because I have something to ask you for. No, it should be said that my leader has something to ask you for help. Orochimaru's feminine voice came from behind Fengyao, and Tsunade also narrowed his eyes. Then he took Tsunade to an open space. Tsunade flipped his hair and turned around and said to Fengyao, "Tell me, what exactly are you looking for from me?" I have to say, Tsunade's figure is really the most incredible thing Fengyao has seen since he came to Naruto World, especially the trembling arc of this turn. Fengyao quickly shook his head, tossing away the mess in his mind. Sir Tsunade, I would like to ask you to help me heal a child who is deeply troubled by the bloodline boundary, and at the same time I would like to invite you to join my forces. Hearing the reason why Fengyao was looking for him, Tsunade immediately refused. Sorry, I don't plan to join a certain faction, and according to what they call you, you are a traitor who made a mess of Konoha. You are not afraid of me when you come here. I will kill you. Saying that, he bent down and punched the ground. The terrifying strange force directly cracked the concrete floor with a diameter of 50 meters, and the bodies of Fengyao and others also sank by a few centimeters. The use of strange power requires the caster to precisely control the chakra, concentrate the chakra on the whole body, cover the whole body with chakra, and then burst out a powerful airflow. Tsunade itself is a medical ninja and is good at the precise control of chakra, which is why Tsunade can develop the strange power so well. When he stood firm, the opposite Tsunade was already full of murderous aura. Indeed, for his own kind of rebellion and Orochimaru, Tsunade really didn't need to be polite. Fengyao bit his fingers, and his hands formed yin, si, shu, chen together. Spirituality, reincarnation of dirty earth. Two coffins rose from the broken earth. Fengyao's familiarity with the reincarnation of the dirty earth is not weaker than that of Orochimaru. After all, he can master all time and space ninjutsu. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama, it's not too late to see if these two are agreeing to my request. The coffin board fell, Tsunade's murderous eyes melted in a moment, leaving only tears full of love and longing. Chapter 46_Lover and Brother. A few days ago, in the prison of Konoha village. A down-and-out man with a broken arm was sitting in the corner of the cell. This person is the fourth-generation Fengying Luasha, and the only 2 or 5 boys in this war. Most of the power in his village was lost. Gaara was turned against by Fengyao, and he was captured by Konoha. He also thought about dying, but his subordinates persuaded him. An old figure slowly walked over to the door of the cell. He looked at Luo Sha's embarrassed look in the cell and sighed. Lord Kazekage, you and I are allies, why did you suddenly tear up the treaty? Luo Sha looked at the 3 generations of Hokage in front of him and sneered. The allies are just a piece of paper. Your Konoha's strength is far superior to my Saiyan, and Danzo is even more ambitious. If I don't strike first, I'm afraid I'll be wiped out by your Konoha. The 3 generations were silent, and he knew that Danzo had indeed wanted to invade Sandian at the beginning, and once the seeds of doubt took root, it was difficult to erase them. Lord Kazekage, Danzo is gone, Konoha will have a new leader, I hope our 2 countries can put aside prejudice and become allies again. Hearing this, Luo Sha has already understood the other party's purpose, and to be honest, he really has no choice in his position. After Saiyan passed this time, he has become the last existence in the 5 villages. If he does not find an alliance or stop the war, the final result will only be annihilation. Luo Sha raised her head and laughed at herself. Lord Sandemu, you are the victors of the war. Of course, you have the final say. What choice do I have for a defeated general like me? You were wrong. 3 generations suddenly retorted Luo Sha. There are no winners in wars, only losers. 3 generations of Hokage made a pun. Luo Sha did not speak but lowered his head silently. After Sandai got out of the prison, he ran into Naruto, who was noisy with Jiraiya on the side of the road. Naruto and Sasuke were rescued by Jiraiya himself after the war. After all, this is the child of his own disciple, or the village's Zuli, and Jiraiya should be concerned about every aspect. Naruto was caught in the air by Jiraiya's hand and struggled non-stop. "You lecherous fairy, let me go, I'm going to find 3 generations of grandpas." Seeing the 3 generations approaching, Naruto hurriedly called for help. 3 generations of grandfather, come here. This lecherous fairy is so troublesome tilde he actually said that he is the agent of Hokage. What a joke, a badly dead adult. After he finished speaking, he kicked Jiraiya. "Oops, you bastard, don't I look like Hokage?" Jiraiya said with a beard and staring eyes. "Ha ha ha, okay Naruto, Jiraiya is indeed the agent of Hokage during this time, so don't make a fool of yourself." Seeing Naruto in such a spirit, the 3rd generation laughed, as if the bad mood had been washed away. "That 3rd generation grandfather, I have something else to ask you," said. Naruto's eyes suddenly dimmed. "It's about Feng Yao, it's really him, killed the 5th generation Hokage and participated in it. Are you attacking Konoha village this time?" Naruto felt that he had never seen his childhood friend clearly, and he didn't even recognize it after several encounters. The 3 generations were silent for a moment, and then nodded slightly. Naruto's fists were clenched and his nails were deeply immersed in the flesh. He seemed to finally understand the meaning of what Feng Yao said back then. "If that's the case, I'll definitely catch him. Give him a hard lesson and bring him back to the village for him to apologize to those he's hurt." Seeing Naruto roaring low, Jiraiya also sighed. Now the gap between the two is too big, it is impossible to do it with Naruto's strength. "Since Naruto is like this, do you want to practice with me tilde? That friend of yours ran away when he saw me." Really, Naruto seems to have been injected with vitality again. He is holding Jiraiya's waist. "Then you must teach me the most powerful ninjutsu, lecherous fairy." Oops, how many times I've said it is not a lecherous fairy. In short, pack your things and come with me, we have to find someone. Looking for someone, looking for someone. The 6th Hokage. The camera is pulled back to the current Asakusa Street. Tsunade covered her mouth in disbelief, tears streaming down her fingers. Inside the coffin is her lover Kato-dan and her younger brother Roshu. Even the silence could not stop the trembling. "Is that you, uncle?" Kato-dan is not only Tsunade's lover, but also Mute's uncle. Feng Yao and Orochimaru went to the battlefield of the 2nd and 3rd Ninja Wars together. I don't know how many times I tried to find the bones of the 2 of them, and finally succeeded summoned both of them. Feng Yao did not bind the 2's personalities. When the 2 saw Tsunade, their dusty faces also showed a gentle smile. Kato-dan looked at Tsunade and said softly, "Tsunade, it's been a long time, I'm still wondering what these people call me for." Xianju was also surprised to see his sister. He looked around. Sister, am I not dead? The master is also there." Tsunade dreamed of seeing them countless times, even if it was just to talk to them. She rushed over and hugged the 2 of them and burst into tears. Mute was a little worried. Tsunade-sama has too much affection for them. "If you really agree, no, I will stop them." Mute, who already had a decision in his heart, decided to take the lead. Extremely fast tongue needle. Mute bypassed Tsunade in one step, and spit out a poisonous needle in his mouth. Judging from the stench above, it would be fatal if it got caught. This kind of hidden weapon does not need a seal, and the speed is very fast. She wants to kill Feng Yao, Orochimaru and others by surprise. Feng Yao saw the silent action, pushed the Orochimaru and Do away, turned on the blur and put the body into the different space. The poison needle passed through the body, leaving several black spots on the stone wall behind. Mist. Mute noticed the first time. Ninja, poison mist. Mute's mouth drummed slightly to prepare to release the poison mist. This trick was used on Do in the original book, spewing a large amount of poisonous gas from the mouth. As long as you inhaled a little bit, you would be killed immediately, and the doctor and the poisoner only had one thought. But Orochimaru shot, and he immediately came to mute. Ninja, hidden shadow snake hand. Orochimaru's right arm turned into a black python, tying Mute's body and nose. Throwing the Mute aside, Orochimaru said in a feminine voice. It's not a good habit to disturb other people's reunions. How are you thinking about Tsunade? We believe that you have already felt our sincerity. Join us. Author's digression. I have one more chapter for you today. Thank you for your follow-up reading and banknotes in the past few days. I hope you will comment and collect more. If you have any discussions or questions about this book, you can tell me in the comment area. The author will read it. Love you. Chapter 47 Will of Fire. Mute. Tsunade saw that Mute was trapped and wanted to go to the rescue. But the pharmacist's pocket blocked in front of him, and the chakra scalpel was condensed in both hands to prevent her from approaching. Now it's up to Tsunade's choice. The trembling hands showed Tsunade's inner struggle. She said in a weak voice, if I promise, you must promise not to attack the village. Feng Yao took a step forward. Konoha had nothing of value to him, and he couldn't commit attacking Konoha. Yes, as long as you agree to my terms. Kato, who saw this scene, understood that Feng Yao was threatening Tsunade with himself, and he stepped forward and put his hand on Tsunade's shoulder lightly. Tsunade, I am very satisfied to see you. You must have suffered a lot when I was away. Sorry, but I can't let you choose to trade with each other for me. Saying that, Kato broke the seal of his hands and used his best, spiritualization technique. This trick can turn oneself into a living soul, ignore the distance shuttle and kill the enemy's ninjutsu, can control the opponent's body and enter the spiritual world of others. Kato Dan's spiritual transformation is amazing, and can even be used briefly when the reincarnation of the dirt is over. Feng Yao just wanted to use the psychic contract to control Kato Dan, but found that his method was invalid. He charged towards the opponent in the form of a spirit body, and his firm voice resounded in the sky. I also inherited the will of the first generation of fire. Men who target Hokage, I will not allow you to threaten my lover with my life. Endanger the village. Orochimaru just wanted to stop it, but Mute also shot. Although she was controlled, how could she be so easily restrained as a female ninja whose strength is comparable to the elite Junin? She condensed a poisoned scalpel in her hands, and she could prepare the poison she needed from the existing poison in her body and then implant it into others. Dan Kato's spiritualization technique gave her a chance, and she took the opportunity to inject poison into the black python that bound her. Orochimaru withdrew his right hand in pain, and the whole hand was already black and purple. But Orochimaru uses snakes himself, and naturally he has a deep understanding of poison. The silent poison can't kill him, but it can still make him unable to maintain the latent shadow snake hand. Well done, Mute. Kato Dan used the time he had won to fly to Feng Yao, and he was about to enter Feng Yao's body, but he was empty. Of course Feng Yao used the blur to escape, but he was also quite annoyed at the moment, but soon calmed down. This may be a sparse one. He threatened Tsunade himself, causing the opponent to ignite the will of fire, forcibly breaking free from the shackles of the reincarnation of the dirty earth, and using the technique of spiritualization to briefly fight with himself. But it doesn't matter, the other party's chakra won't last long, and it will end soon. Seeing that Kato's spiritual body was unsuccessful, he immediately changed direction and rushed over. Bo, be careful of this guy's spiritual body, he can enter your spiritual world and control your body. Feng Yao immediately reminded the pocket. At first glance, he was naturally preparing to stay away from the other party, but at this time, a second unexpected thing happened to Feng Yao again. A tongue emerged from the ground and wrapped around Do, controlling Do's movements. This scene came so suddenly that Do couldn't react at all. Kato Dan's spirit body entered Kato's body directly. Master Orochimaru, Master Feng Yao, I can't control my body anymore. Do's voice trembled a little. The technique of the spirit body was similar to the secret technique of the mountain family, but it would not deprive the practitioner of consciousness, but control the opponent's body. Orochimaru and Feng Yao looked at the frog tongue that affected the battle, and already knew who was coming. Come. Also. Why are you here? Feng Yao gritted his teeth. In the original book, the reason why Jiraiya also looked for Tsunade was that the 3 generations of Hokage died, and they came to Tsunade in order to find a new Hokage. According to Feng Yao's idea, since the 3rd generation of Megumi Hokage is still alive, then after Danzang's death, the 3rd generation should continue to serve, and of course Jiraiya will not be idle to find Tsunade. But Feng Yao also missed the calculation. 3 generations are already old, and the Fire Country daimyo cannot designate one person as the leader of the village 3 times in a row. And during the time he went to find Kato's broken body, Jiraiya had already met Tsunade yesterday, and Feng Yao came later. It's just that Tsunade refused to take over as Hokage, so he also concluded a bet with Naruto. Today, Jiraiya was about to come and chat with Tsunade, but Feng Yao found Tsunade at this time, so Jiraiya quietly followed behind to know the other party's purpose. And in Kato's spiritual transformation attack, he helped and successfully controlled the pocket. This time, it was due to the lack of Feng Yao's intelligence. He didn't send anyone to inquire about the information of the Country of Fire, and he didn't inquire about who Tsunade had met here in advance. His strength made him a little arrogant. Jiraiya also drilled out of the ground, and there was a big toad psychic beast under him. Feng Yao kid, you and I are really destined. I didn't expect you to come back to find Tsunade. This time I won't let you go easily. Hand over the ninjutsu and forbidden books recorded by Konoha's ancestors. Jiraiya stared at Feng Yao with sharp eyes. It seemed that as long as the other party dared to refuse him, he would take action without hesitation. Feng Yao first walked to Orochimaru. How about Orochimaru? Is the poison suppressed? Don't worry, Yaojun's poison won't kill me. Orochimaru's gloomy response. The color of the arm has faded a lot from just now. It can be seen that this poison is not enough to pose a threat to Orochimaru. Feng Yao nodded, and then said calmly. This time it was my intelligence-gathering mistake. I was careless, but it doesn't matter, I will correct my mistake. Orochimaru seemed to know what Feng Yao wanted to do when he heard it. Are you going to kill them with those things? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. It's okay, it's not perfect after all, and our current purpose is just to take Tsunade away. Feng Yao was noncommittal, but Mute on the opposite side snorted coldly. Stop bluffing. We now have 2-3 ninjas, Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama, as well as me and my uncle, 2 elite jonin, 4 against 2. We have the advantage. Rope Tree was directly ignored, and to be honest, his strength is really only stubborn. Feng Yao did not rush to refute, but made a seal again. Spirituality. Reincarnation of dirty earth. He and Orochimaru tried to summon many times on the battlefield, and naturally there were many dead bodies of strong people. Boom. This time the ground kept shaking, and a full 8 coffins were summoned. Jiraiya and the others looked ugly. It was already troublesome to deal with Feng Yao and Orochimaru, and now there are so many reincarnations of filth. Chapter 48_accidental number 1. Boom boom. The wooden door of the coffin slowly opened, and a cloud of dust fell to the ground. This time Feng Yao directly bound their consciousness, and if he made a mistake once, he couldn't make it a second time. Inside the coffin are the leech, firelight, and big stone of the land. The ninja of Iwa Hidden Village met by Kakashi's team at the Kamabashi Bridge. Kaori, a member of the land, the member of the Rock Hidden Village blasting team, who has a blood-limited blaster, escape. Koreans, 7 people of the first ninja swordsman, are Li Hao Xuanwan, Tongsao Yebiran, and Wulijinba. Yun Yin's 3rd generation Raikage. The strongest among them is the 3rd generation Raikage, and Feng Yao is also lucky to find it. This is the same as the lottery. Not everyone can win 4 Hokage at a time like the later stage of Orochimaru. Feng Yao has channeled a group of useless ninjas. Their strength is about 60% of what they were before they were alive, mainly because they don't have a good body. The strength of the reincarnation of the dirty earth is related to the quality of the body as a sacrifice and the level of the practitioner himself. If the will of the reincarnated is deprived, it will also cause their combat effectiveness to decline and become inflexible. Just like Feng Yao is now, he directly intends to control them to fight. Feng Yao patted the few people who were reincarnated in the dirt in front of him, turned his head and said to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I want to control these guys to fight, you are going to take Tsunade over. Orochimaru responded with a sneer. Don't worry, Yao-kun, I know Tsunade's weakness. After saying this, Orochimaru bit his finger and used the software modification to charge towards Tsunade. Feng Yao also controlled the 3 generations of Reikage and the 7 ninja swords to charge towards Jiraiya. The 4 ninjas of the land spread out 2 by 2 to deal with the controlled pocket and the silence on the side. Mute didn't care about the ninja rushing towards him, but lifted up his sleeves to reveal the hidden weapon of the syringe, pulled it directly, and sent out a few poison darts and flew towards Orochimaru. You can only use this kind of hidden weapon. Then you can't stop me. Orochimaru spit out the grass pheasant sword and flew all the darts directly out of his mouth. Mute also wanted to help. Earth escape, split earth and turn palms. Too long done. But the 2 Iwakaku had already rushed in front of Shizuka, and she could no longer help Tsunade. I can only deal with the 2 reincarnated Iwanin. Orochimaru was no longer in the way, and came to Tsunade in the blink of an eye, grabbing his blood-stained hand towards Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the blood and still didn't dare to move. Even if she had seen her lover, she still couldn't get rid of the shadow of that day. Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Get out of the way. Duan Kato in the distance was besieged by 2 people, but when he saw that his lover was in deep crisis, he hurriedly shouted. But it's too late, Orochimaru is about to succeed. At this moment, a roar came from above. What are you going to do to Grandma Tsunade? A hot-blooded teenager in orange clothes emerged from the air. One of them also has a ball made of blue chakra on his right hand. Orochimaru was shocked when he saw it. This is spiral pill. Jiraiya actually taught him this technique. He stepped back and dodged, and Naruto fell to the ground without his target. The spiral pill in his hand smashed the ground into a small pit with a diameter of half a meter. Orochimaru sarcastically said, It seems that I haven't fully learned it yet, I am overly worried. Looking at Orochimaru's missed opportunity, Feng Yao frowned and said in his heart, as expected of a ninja who was the #1 accidental ninja. But he was controlling the people who were reincarnated in the dirty earth to suppress Jiraiya and Mute and the others, and there was no way to support them. Feng Yao faintly felt a bad feeling in his heart, and he focused more on manipulating the 3 generations of Reikage and others to attack Jiraiya. But Jiraiya is not so easy to deal with. The Tongsao Yebiran of the 7 ninja swordsmen just failed to get a hit, and was directly seized by Jiraiya. The art of psychic, the art of collapse of the roof. Psychic came out of Toujien, and directly suppressed the Tongsao Yebiran with the momentum of Taishan pressing the top. The blunt knife, the dagger, must be slashed with a knife at close range, and then smashed with a hammer. Such a close distance is naturally the first unlucky one. Toujien also briefly blocked his vision, and the next moment, Jiraiya jumped to Toad's head with his hands and his belly swelled. Drink. Fire escape. Great flame bullet. Feng Yao asked the remaining 2 ninja swordsmen to snatch the Tongsao Yebiran out, and he didn't want to drag it down. He directly controlled the 3 generations of Reikage to cover his body with chakra and lightning, and directly used his strongest spear. Hell Assault 4 books. The blessing of Reikage made Reikage fast. The original work of Reikage of the 3rd generation used this trick to break through the defensive ninjutsu, Tudun Wanli Tuliu wall, set by the Ninja United Army and the defense set up by the Blood Base Limit Ninja Tutai. Ninjutsu, Wrong Done Stick Wall. And as the number of fingers decreases, the power of this technique will increase. Jiraiya didn't dare to take it hard, and stepped back directly, but Reikage was faster, and the 3 ninja knives and 7 people came out from under Toujien and quickly moved away to make room for Reikage. Even if this move can't defeat Jiraiya, it can seriously injure him. Poof. Raikage's arm penetrated into Jiraiya's left collarbone, and Jiraiya spit out a mouthful of blood. I can feel relieved when I see Feng Yao having a stab stroke. As for Dou's side, it's the best. Tuo is good at medical ninjutsu, attacking the inside of the enemy's body, but reincarnation is not afraid of this trick. So it's only a matter of time before the pocket is taken. Feng Yao turned his head and said, Orochimaru, I have already solved it here, I will help you in a moment. But Feng Yao suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head sharply, and when he hit the seal, he found that the grass and wild bait could not be controlled. It seems that he has been hit by some kind of strange technique, and the grass and wild bait person in front of him is fake. Tong Grass Wild Bait Man, on the opposite side, also seemed to know that he had been discovered. He condensed 2 red chakra balls in his hands. Fire Escape Haoyan Spiral Pill. This is a change of adding the fire attribute to the spiral pill, making it more powerful, and it is the same reason that Naruto added the wind attribute to the spiral pill. Jiraiya also directly buckled the 2 Haoyan spiral pills on the backs of Wuli Jinna and Li Xuanwan. The terrifying power directly suppressed the 2 of them on the ground, and most of the body exploded directly, and the chakra of the fire attribute also splashed in the air. At the same time, he quickly took out the seal scroll in his hand and wrapped the 2 of them. This is also a way to crack the reincarnation of the dirty earth. Sealing the body of the reincarnated person can only stop the action of the reincarnated person, and the technique of reincarnation in the dirty earth has not been destroyed. Jiraiya stretched out his palm and spread out his fingers in the classic pose of self-introduction. Feng Yao kid, don't underestimate me as one of the 3 ninjas, I'm a dignified toad fairy tilde. Jiraiya just took advantage of the toad to block Feng Yao's vision while using the roof collapse technique, used the shadow clone, and turned the grass and wild bait into a frog with the frog transformation technique and put it away. Disguised as Tongsao Yabiran, he was rescued by the other 2 ninja swordsmen, and took advantage of the opportunity to get close to the 2 to deal with the 2 reincarnated ninja swordsmen at once. Chapter 49 Feng Yao vs Naruto. The Jiraiya clone who was hit by Raikage also turned into smoke. Lord Jiraiya is really amazing, as expected of Sannin. Mute on the side was also surprised to see this scene. It was extremely difficult for him to deal with it, and Jiraiya had already dealt with the 3 ninjas who were reincarnated in the dirt. Although 3 ninjas were eliminated, Feng Yao did not panic at all, but showed a deep smile instead. Because now Jiraiya is already in his attack range. Flying Thunder God's Art. Feng Yao came to Jiraiya in an instant, and kunai stabbed his heart. The speed of Fei Lei Shen can be said to be the #1 ninja speed ninja. Even Jiraiya responded in a timely manner, but barely avoided the fatal wound at the last moment. Feng Yao's Kuwu stabbed into Jiraiya's chest, leaving only his hand outside his body, and Jiraiya held Kuwu with his right hand to let it go in every inch. But the powerful impact still caused blood to overflow from his mouth, and the people on the side were shocked when they saw it. Feng Yao jokingly said, Jiraiya is the one who underestimates others. You shouldn't be careless no matter what opponent you meet. Jiraiya has also learned that Feng Yao will use the Flying Thunder God technique, so he took precautions and did not let Feng Yao find a chance to plant the technique. But when Feng Yao started the battle, he took a few shots of the ninja reincarnated in the dirt, and that action gave them the Flying Thunder God technique. Even though his body was sealed by Jiraiya, the art was still there, just as Jiraiya used the Tokusa Yabedo to approach the 7 ninja swordsmen. Feng Yao also used the Flying Thunder God technique on the 7 ninja swordsmen to approach Jiraiya. Jiraiya didn't expect this situation. Feng Yao grabbed Jiraiya's left hand and fixed him. The majestic vortex unfolded in the right eye, ready to directly suck Jiraiya into the Shinwei space. No, Toad Jian sang. Jiraiya immediately called Toad for help when he saw this technique. The strong 2-horned fork next to the toad stopped Feng Yao again, and if it continued to absorb it, it might be dangerous. Feng Yao turned on the blur, and Jian smashed Jiraiya away with a fork. Tojian said with shame. I'm sorry, I'm really useless. Zilai also reluctantly got up and spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. It's okay, I've helped a lot, thank you Tojian. Feng Yao is non-committal, but now that he has the upper hand, it is not so easy for Jirai to come back. 3 generations of Reikage continued to use Hell-4 books, and rushed over, and he was always ready for the opportunity to use the Flying Thunder God raid again. When he just held Jiraiya, he had already planted the Flying Thunder God technique, so Feng Yao couldn't miss such a good opportunity. 3 generations of Reikage rushed to Jiraiya, and stretched out his palm to penetrate Jiraiya. Instead of retreating, Jirai bent over and hugged the waist of Sandaime Reikage. Enchantment Toad Dungeon. They were pulled together into the stomach of Miaomu Mountains, Gourd Toad, which was a space enchantment technique isolated from the outside world. If it falls into an acidic lake, it will be melted. The next 3 generations of Reikage were trapped in the enchantment by Jiraiya, but Feng Yao could use Fei Lei Shen to follow along. But the enchantment is Jiraiya's territory after all. If Feng Yao follows up rashly, it may be dangerous. This technique has only been used once in the original work of Jiraiya, so he doesn't have much information. Feng Yao turned his head to look at other battlefields. Kazuo was also controlled by the 2 Iwanin, as long as he waited for Kato Dan to end the spiritual transformation, but Orochimaru had a change. Boom! Orochimaru's body was thrown directly over, and it smashed to the ground to form a big pit. Along with him were 2 Iwanin who dealt with silence. When Feng Yao was just fighting against Jiraiya, Orochimaru used the grass pheasant sword to hit Naruto heavily. Naruto felt the threat of life and turned on the 9-tailed transformation, directly entering the state of 2-tailed. And in the battle, Tsunade's heart was untied, and the 2 worked together to defeat Orochimaru and the 2 Iwanin. But in fact, Orochimaru was not injured, and Tsunade and Naruto couldn't help him. He created a new self with Orochi substitute technique. To say why Naruto was able to turn on the 9-tailed transformation to stay sane, it would have to talk about the chakra that Feng Yao injected into him at that time, which helped Naruto control the power of the 2-tailed state, and was conscious. At this time, Feng Yao couldn't help but scolded himself for being an idiot, causing trouble for himself this time. Even the system ran out to ridicule. Hee, the host is still too stupid in this regard. Naruto is the child of destiny in this world. You should treat him as your enemy from the beginning, not help him. Feng Yao directly refuted. All right, then according to what you said, I'm not the new villain in Hokage. According to what the host is doing now, he is indeed a villain. It's not because of your mission. Feng Yao is also taking Naruto seriously at this moment. He can't be merciful like before, and Feng Yao can be ruthless in order to accomplish his own purpose. Naruto clenched his teeth as he looked at his friend who was completely different from what he had in mind. Roaring at Feng Yao, why are you doing this? Why are you betraying the village and killing the 5th Hokage? You even want to destroy Konoha. Naruto's eyes were blood red like a demon fox, and the pupil in the middle was erect, full of suffocation. I have my own purpose, and I have already told you that if you and I meet you, don't be merciful to me. Of course, I am the same. Feng Yao's cold voice echoed in the air. Then why didn't you just kill me a few times ago? You have a chance, and I said I would beat you to half-death and drag you back. After saying the last sentence, Naruto rushed over with both feet. The terrifying force set off the dust in the sky. Multiple shadows. Naruto differentiated into nearly 2,000 shadow clones, and Orochimaru was about to jump out of the pit to deal with Naruto, but was blocked by Tsunade again. Your opponent is now me, the 6th Hokage. After speaking, the pit where Orochimaru was standing was smashed to pieces, and the huge crack spread in a corrugated shape to dozens of meters away. Orochimaru can only fight Tsunade first. Evil snakes. On the other side, Naruto also made a move. Take it, Feng Yao. Naruto's 2,000 rounds. After speaking, 2,000 Naruto attacked with both fists at the same time. This is the move that Xiao Li learned during the initial Chunin exam. Feng Yao dealt with this pure body technique, directly took out the kunai, opened the iron block to surround the whole body. Rush into the crowd and slaughter Naruto's clone, stabbing, slashing, picking, and slashing. Each blow will destroy a shadow clone. When he was about to be hit, he used the blur to dodge directly. Naruto thought that with this kind of crowd tactics, he would not be able to win Feng Yao, and soon there were only a few people left. But those few people worked in groups of 2, successfully condensing the spiral pill. This learning speed is even faster than he was in the original book, which may be the protagonist's halo. Take it, Feng Yao, Spiral Maru. Feng Yao threw Kuu away and bit his finger. Spirituality. Hard Rock Panda. This is a powerful psychic beast that even Kakashi's Rachel defended, and Naruto's Spiral Maru naturally returned without success. Roar. The panda roared, and directly used its claws to tear the few Naruto in front of him into pieces, but they were still shadow clones. The real Naruto jumped out from the soles of his feet, holding the spiral pill and pressing it towards Feng Yao. This is a common method used by Naruto, often using shadow clones to confuse others, and then taking unexpected tactics. It's a pity that Feng Yao had taken precautions against this, and he even knew his own tactics better than Naruto. The blur was turned on, and Naruto penetrated Feng Yao's body and flew towards the rear. Feng Yao turned to face Naruto's position. Magic. Feng Yao's left eye left blood, and the space at the focus began to melt and suck. If Naruto didn't take measures, his arm might be sucked directly into the divine space. In a critical situation, Naruto separated from the shadow clone again, kicked his own body, and got out of the absorption range. However, a large piece of meat was also torn off by Kamui, and the entire right hand was dyed red. Feng Yao rushed in front of Naruto, punching the iron directly into Naruto's belly. Naruto was powerless to dodge, the whole person stooped and curled up. The pain of the severe crack made it impossible to shout. He stared at Feng Yao and then fainted. Orochimaru, Tsunade and others naturally noticed this scene. Tsunade was anxious, and Orochimaru grinned. It's impossible for that kid to beat Yaojun, of course, Sadayu. Chapter 50_Kidnapped Tsunade. Orochimaru bites his fingers directly, and his hands seal high, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. Spirituality. 10,000 snakes. A huge python with purple stripes appeared on the ground. Feng Yao threw Naruto away and jumped up together. This is Orochimaru's favorite psychic beast. It is extremely fast and has a very high attack power. Wan Shi looked around and said arrogantly, "This time I'm dealing with Tsunade, who is also a Sannin. HMPH, don't forget that I want 100 human sacrifices, Orochimaru." Hehe, don't worry Wan Shi, but don't kill her directly, I need her to be useful. Orochimaru did not forget to remind Wan Shi that Feng Yao did so much to bring Tsunade back. Wan Shi directly opened his bloody mouth and rushed over like Tsunade. Tsunade's yin seal has been completely released, the chakra accumulated in the yin seal has been completely released, and her speed and attack have been strengthened. Ninjutsu creates regeneration, the technique of 100 heroes. This is the ultimate combat medical ninjutsu that combines ninjutsu, creation and regeneration with the jutsu of 100 heroes. When this technique is activated, the curse marks spread all over the body, and the instant it is damaged, it starts to regenerate rapidly and automatically at a high speed without affecting the attack rhythm. The disadvantage is that the treatment is fully automatic and uncontrollable, and the consumption of chakra is much higher than that of ordinary medical ninjutsu. Even small injuries will regenerate, and these small injuries can be treated with ordinary medical ninjutsu or temporarily not treated. And the ninja technique creates regeneration, it will reduce the lifespan after use. She put one hand against the upper jaw of the snake, and the other hand held the tooth of the snake, the showdown between the monster and the psychic beast. Tsunade took a few hundred steps back, then stabilized his body, retracted his right hand and punched it, and thumped one snake more than 10 meters away. What a terrifying power. Feng Yao couldn't help but be surprised. Tsunade still didn't stop. As one of the 3 ninjas, of course she also has her own psychic beast. Spirituality. Slug. A huge blue and white slug was also summoned, which looked much smaller than Wan Snake. This was because Tsunade chakra was not enough, and only about 1/10 of the slug fairy was summoned. Master Tsunade, do you need my help? Hey, Feng Yao, why are you here? The slug first said hello to Tsunade, and then saw Feng Yao on the head of Wan Snake. Seeing Slug, Feng Yao said helplessly, Lord Slug, I didn't expect you to be summoned. I have something to ask Tsunade for help this time, but she refused my request, so I'm now fighting against her. I am sorry, I might hurt you in a while. Hey, what's the matter? Why can't we discuss it properly? Slug was a little flustered. Neither Feng Yao nor Tsunade wanted to fight it. Tsunade was also surprised that Slug knew Feng Yao. Slug, although I don't know how you met, but I can't agree to his request, I hope you can help me. Don't worry, there's still me. Zilai finally resolved that the 3rd generation Reikage jumped out of the barrier, and he had several wounds of different depths on his body. Light. He jumped to Tsunade's side, bit his fingers, and slammed into the ground. Spirituality. A huge toad about the size of Wan Snake also landed on the field. It was Wenta Toad, smoking a cigarette and carrying a short sword around his waist, a short sword for its size. Toad Wenta took a puff on the chimney. What, isn't it a day for old friends to get together? This time, the 3 ninjas gathered together again, and Mute jumped to Tsunade's side, while the 4 rock ninjas came to Feng Yao and Orochimaru with their pockets. Kato's chakra has been used up, and the pocket has returned to normal. I am sorry, Lord Feng Yao, Lord Orochimaru was really rude just now. Tu took the lead in apologizing for being controlled by the enemy in the battle just now, and Feng Yao shook his head to show he didn't care. He didn't even think about it. Orochimaru stood next to Feng Yao and said in a low voice, Yao Jun's current situation is quite troublesome. Why don't I hold Jiraiya for a while? How about you take the opportunity to inhale Tsunade into the Shinwei space? Feng Yao turned his head to look at Orochimaru and replied, No need, there will always be people disturbing me. I'd better kill them all and take Tsunade away. Then he looked at the few remaining Iwanin, who has low combat power. I don't need these combat powers anymore. Said to be in the middle of the knot, Ugly, Shen, Yin, Chen, Hai. Reincarnation of dirty earth. Solution. One after another white beams of light shot out from the reincarnated people in the dirty land, and their souls returned to the pure land. Sister, you just said that you were the most handsome as the 6th Hokage. Before the soul of Rope Tree left, he turned around and gave Tsunade a thumbs up. Tsunade even said with tears in his eyes, Rope Tree, my sister will inherit your legacy and be a good Hokage. The chakra in Feng Yao's body began to condense rapidly. Seeing this scene, the system seems to know what Feng Yao is thinking. Does the host plan to use that technique? Your chakra should not be enough, right? Yes, but soon enough. Speaking of Feng Yao, he grabbed a handful of food pills. This is a drug in the ninja world, which can restore energy and chakra and increase the chakra limit. Tooth and Pocket have both used it. Feng Yao directly shoved it into his mouth, and chakra recovered quickly. As for the upper limit, it did not increase much. It may only be effective for people with low strength. The current chakra is not enough to use that technique. Feng Yao thought so in his heart, so he summoned the psychic beast again. Spirituality. Spirit Ghost. Last time, Feng Yao lost 2 of these psychic beasts and was killed by Danzo. Now they have not been resurrected in the underworld, so Feng Yao cannot summon 5. The spirit ghost stretched out its tentacles to wrap around Orochimaru. Orochimaru was startled. Feng Yao said, Don't be nervous, I'll ask you to borrow a little chakra. After talking about the chakra in Orochimaru, the chakra was extracted frantically, and then it was fed back to Feng Yao. And Feng Yao also began to seal. He used the techniques he extracted from the system to fight against the enemy, but the chakra was still a lot worse, and he could only borrow part of the chakra of Orochimaru. After the dazzling seals, tens of thousands of illusory figures suddenly appeared behind Feng Yao. Different from the shadow clones, they only look like phantoms. They stand quietly in the air, like an army. Wan Mai Mahamudra. Feng Yao thought silently in his heart. Tens of thousands of phantom shadows. Chi-Chi stretched out his right palm, raised it high and condensed into a blue light group, which was continuously intertwined and merged. Jiraiya and others all saw the horror of this move and prepared to stop it. At the same time, Feng Yao slowly pushed out his right hand like Wentai beside him. Boom! A giant blue hand condensed by chakra suddenly appeared. During the wave, the air in a radius of hundreds of meters was emptied by this blow. With a huge palm, Mrs. Wen and Jiraiya vomited blood and flew backwards thousands of meters away, crushing countless houses along the way. With a push of the giant palm, the slug immortal was pushed far away from the battlefield. He had mercy on the slug immortal Feng Yao and didn't really hurt it. Then the giant palm took advantage of the situation, and the Tsunade who was standing on top of the slug's head was firmly imprisoned. No matter how much he resisted, he couldn't break the giant hand. Only one move was used to defeat the two of Sannin, which shows the strength of this technique. But the consumption of chakra in this trick is terrible. Even Orochimaru contributed half of the chakra to use it. Feng Yao slowly moved the giant hand in front of him. He didn't have much chakra now, so he asked the ghost to stretch out his tentacles, absorb Tsunade's chakra, and feed it back to himself. Tsunade's chakra was absorbed in a short period of time and there was not much left. She felt that her body was slowly getting heavy, and then she fainted. The mark of the Baihao technique also faded, and Feng Yao returned to her state. He released the 10,000 Ga Mudra, and supported Tsunade who had fallen. Although Tsunade did not intend to agree to his request, Feng Yao also had his own way to make the other party submit. The goal has been achieved, so Feng Yao's right eye began to appear in the vortex of divine power, and he and Orochimaru were all included before preparing to evacuate. Feng Yao, stop for me and leave Tsunade with me. Jiraiya rushed over with a spiral pill in his hand, but he was too far away, and his injuries were not light. In the end, he arrived only a few seconds after the other party left. He angrily pressed the spiral pill to the ground, causing countless smoke and dust. When he was young, he didn't get his friend back, and when he was middle-aged, he failed to protect his beloved, which made Jiraiya also feel self-blame. Lord Jiraiya, don't get excited, let's take a look at Naruto's situation first. Mute is also very worried when he sees Tsunade being kidnapped, but listening to the other party's tone should not hurt Tsunade, then there is a chance to rescue Tsunade. Currently, the main thing is to treat the wounded, including Jiraiya. Jiraiya could only temporarily put his self-blame behind him, and checked Naruto's condition in the past. Chapter 51_Flamboyant Cells. The country of Tien, an open space in Yinyan village. Hoo, Gaara does it again. Neji is sweating and practicing against Gaara, and the two of them are geniuses from the Hyuga branch who were tricked by fate. One is Ren Zuli, who was rejected by the seal-tailed beast at birth. The two have similarities, so the two quickly became acquainted with each other in this Yinyan village. Then come again. Gaara rolled his eyes indifferently. Neji snorted coldly, opened the Bagua array to wrap Gaara, and shot out a chakra shock wave with her hands. Soft boxing method. Bagua empty palm. This is a soft boxing technique that can be attacked from the air. As a member of the branch family, Neji cannot learn the secrets of the clan, but in the various Konoha ninjutsu captured by Feng Yao, there are also some soft boxing techniques of the Hyuga family, which makes Neji's progress came by leaps and bounds. But the opponent was Gaara after all. The battle lasted for half a column of incense. Gaara was not injured, but Neji was sweating. Let's rest today, one day I will defeat you easily. Neji didn't admit defeat, but made an appointment with Gaara to fight another day. What a great guy. Gaara's heart was also surprised by Neji's rapid progress. Just as the two were about to leave together, the space in front of them suddenly swirled in a vortex. They had already seen Feng Yao's time-space ninjutsu, and they were not surprised to see this scene. Sure enough, a familiar aura came from the vortex of space, and the exhausted spirit from the fight just now was nourished as if it had encountered nectar. Feng Yao supported Tsunade and returned to Yinyan village with Orochimaru and others. Mr. Feng Yao, you are back. The two of Neji greeted each other one after another, and when they saw Feng Yao supporting someone, they knew that Feng Yao went out to find a medical ninja for Junmalu. Master Feng Yao, is this Master Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas you mentioned? Well, although I encountered a little trouble, I managed to solve it successfully. Saying that, Feng Yao handed Tsunade to the pocket, lock her up first, and tell me when she wakes up. Hearing the order, Kaoru took Tsunade to the prison in Yinyan village. Orochimaru, come with me to your laboratory. If Tsunade refuses to give in, we, HS. Halfway through the sentence, Feng Yao's eyes suddenly stinged, and even his vision was in a trance. One time. Although it was extremely painful for a short time, it soon disappeared. Feng Yao was helpless. It seems that this is a side effect of using Shenwei too many kaleidoscopes. Power is always accompanied by huge risks. The more times you use it, the faster the day of blindness will come. The system can naturally know everything about Feng Yao in Feng Yao's mind. The host wants to solve this problem only by transplanting the eyes of relatives to form an eternal kaleidoscope, or transplanting intercolumnar cells. The host has no relatives. If you want to stabilize this situation, you can only choose to fuse intercolumnar cells. Feng Yao said with contempt, I've known about this kind of thing for a long time. If it really doesn't work, I can only choose the intercolumnar cells on that arm for transplantation. Orochimaru was also surprised to see Feng Yao's painful appearance just now. Feng Yao should not have been injured in the battle just now. Yao Jun, what's wrong with you? You seem to be in great pain. Feng Yao told Orochimaru the secret of Sharanyan and how to evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope. So it is then I can extract the cells between the columns from that arm, but it is very difficult for the cells between the columns to fuse. Back then, I caught 60 experimental babies and wanted to get the cells between the columns. Strength, but all failed. No, one of them was actually successful, but you don't know that. He was adopted by Danzo and is now a member of Anbu. Besides, my physique is special, so the cells between the columns will not reject me. Feng Yao also told Orochimaru truthfully about this matter. When Orochimaru heard that Feng Yao even knew this kind of secret, he was more convinced that the other party had ninjutsu to know the past, and immediately reacted. This old Danzo is really cunning, so the experimental subject should be one of the few people in the world who can fuse and use intercolumnar cells. Feng Yao smiled slightly and thought, I hope you can say the same thing when you see 100,000 Baiju in the future. Then the two walked into Orochimaru's laboratory, which contained many bottles and jars of culture medium. There are several writing wheel eyes and the water-stopping eye in the culture medium. The slightly larger container on the other side is the arm of Danzo. Orochimaru said that it takes a little time to completely extract the cells between the columns. Feng Yao took out the container with water-stopping eyes. Tsunade said that if he refused, then he could only use other gods, but he couldn't use it himself, so he needed a trustworthy person. Feng Yao glanced at Orochimaru with deep meaning. Orochimaru, after Tsunade wakes up, I'm going to use other gods to control her to serve me. Who do you think would be more appropriate? It can be said that this kind of power will not be reassured by anyone, even if Orochimaru has been loyal to himself. If it wasn't for Feng Yao, who really couldn't use it, he would never give it to others. Orochimaru thought more. Yaojun can predict the past and the future, so why doesn't he use it himself, or is he testing me? Orochimaru immediately sternly said, this kind of power naturally still has to be used prudently. There are not too many of us who are good at illusions here. What do you think about it? She can master illusions herself, but, said half of the big snake. Maru stopped. But what? But she is not a member of the Uchiha family after all, and without the boundaries of blood, I am afraid it will be difficult for her to control Shisui's eyes. Orochimaru's worries are not unreasonable. Kakashi is like this, although he has a writing wheel, but he can't turn it off, and he can't perfectly grasp his power. Thinking of this, Feng Yao is also a little troubled. At this time, the voice of the system came over. What is the host worrying about? You can transplant your cells to Tayuya. Your physique can fuse with any cells in the Naruto world without rejection, and they can become stronger because of this. Feng Yao's brain is full of black lines. No, since my cells are so good, can they stand it? Not like the intercolumnar cells, transplant it and kill people in minutes. The host looks down on himself too much. Your physique is only much higher than the physique in Hokage, and the strength of cells is still far behind. Silently giving the system a middle finger, Feng Yao turned to Orochimaru and said, extract my cells and transplant them to Duoyuya, so that she can control Zishui's writing wheel. Oh, underscore. When Orochimaru heard this, he was very excited. He had wanted to study Feng Yao's cells and body for a long time, but he never knew how to say it, because Feng Yao was not from the Uchiha family, but he could use the wheel eye perfectly, and his physique could make people. He finally had a chance to explore the reason for his concentration. Orochimaru took out a needle tube and started preparations. After half a day of hard work, Orochimaru finally completed the extraction. Put Feng Yao's cells on the instrument to observe. It's perfect. Not only is it extremely active, but also the cells are highly compatible and will not reject the host. Orochimaru stared at Feng Yao frantically. Yao Jun, if you agree, I want all the members of the Immortal Organization to transplant some of your cells to enhance their strength. Looking at Orochimaru's somewhat crazy eyes, Feng Yao had no doubt that if he refused, he would have to rely on him all the time. Okay, I agree, get the cells between the columns out of the arm as soon as possible. After finishing speaking, Feng Yao walked out of the laboratory without looking back, leaving Orochimaru alone to watch the cells get excited. Inside Konoha village. Jiraiya and Naruto returned to the village decadently. The third generation took a cigarette and listened to the report with a sad face. Oh, that's it, that kid Xiaogang. 3 generations of grandfathers, we must send someone to rescue Grandma Tsunade. Naruto stepped up to speak first, and Mute also bowed his head and asked. But the third generation shook his head. The strength of Orochimaru and Feng Yao's combination is no longer something that ordinary teams can pick up. Now Konoha's high-end combat power is extremely lacking, and it is impossible to dispatch Jonin. Jiraiya's face was ashes. He had known the result for a long time, and he turned around and prepared to leave with Naruto. Jiraiya, just when Konoha needs you, Union Village is ready to attack. The 3 generations have to leave when they see Jiraiya, and the export is stopped, just because the current Konoha really needs Jiraiya's fighting power. Zillai also showed a miserable smile. I understand, I will be near the village. After speaking, he left with Naruto and Mute without looking back. Chapter 52_No God. Orochimaru shows off the style of the first scientist in the Naruto world. In just one day, the intercolumnar cells in Tuanzang's arm have been perfectly extracted. Really powerful cells, as expected of an immortal body. If I combine a force, my resilience will probably increase a lot. Feng Yao also used the instrument to see the cells between the columns. Unlike his own, the strength of each cell was far superior to himself, and it was very domineering. Yaojun, your cells don't need his difference, then I'll transplant it for you. Saying that Feng Yao was lying on the bed, Orochimaru connected some small tubes for him, and began to inject his cells. Feng Yao felt a cell with powerful vitality in his body, and even wanted to devour his own body. However, the cells that encounter Feng Yao fuse with each other, thus forming a more powerful force. His physical energy has been greatly improved, and he can already suppress the side effects of the kaleidoscope shaker. The amount of chakra and resilience are also improved along with it. Now I am afraid that I can use the chakra of Wanwo without the need for Orochimaru. Waiting for the injection of all the intercolumnar cells to be completed, Feng Yao's entire body was reborn, and he spit out a turbid airway. No wonder so many people yearn for the power of Hashima, it's really satisfying. Orochimaru sensed the surging aura on Feng Yao's body in front of him, and said, "Hey Yaojun, you have to say that your strength is incredible. How terrifying the cells in the column are, ordinary people will be swallowed directly. Don't compliment me, let Taiyu also come over, transplant my cells and intercolumnar cells to her, and finally let her use other gods to control Tsunade." Orochimaru nodded directly and agreed. He sent someone to contact Tayuya. At this moment, Tsunade had woken up from the prison. She slammed the door of the prison angrily, but chakra did not recover, and her strength was not much stronger than that of ordinary girls. "Master Tsunade, don't bother, the setting in this cell is very special, it will keep draining people's chakra, you can't get out, of course if you agree at Lord Feng Yao's request, I can let you go right away." Tsunade said angrily, "At this moment, do you think I will agree to your terms? I will not let you go, in the name of my Sannin, in the name of the 6th Hokage. That being the case, let's wait and see." Pocket spread his hands and ignored Tsunade. Duoyu also came to Orochimaru's laboratory, and when she saw Feng Yao also showed a cute smile to her. She lightly stroked her red hair with her right hand. "Lord Feng Yao, you are here too. Is there something you are looking for from me?" Tayuya's eyes have been fixed on Feng Yao and never left, selectively forgetting that Orochimaru asked him to come. "Ahem, Duoyu also asked you to come this time. It's because Yao Jun wants to give you a chance to become stronger. Would you like to?" Orochimaru coughed lightly to attract Tayuya's attention, and immediately nodded when he heard that he could become stronger. "I am willing, as long as I can be a help to Lord Feng Yao, I am willing to do anything." With this clear indication of Kai Guago, Feng Yao is also a little bit overwhelmed. Nodded hurriedly, "Very good, the first step I need to let you transplant my cells." Duoyu also had red cheeks after hearing this, and thought to himself, the transplanted cells, the cells of Lord Feng Yao. Doesn't that mean that I and Lord Feng Yao are one body? Ah, I'm so shy. She covered her face and said shyly, "Well, okay, I'm willing. Lord Feng Yao." Orochimaru hurriedly interrupted, "Then let's start." He was always very keen on experiments, but he was not successful in the past, and now it is different. Saying that, I followed the steps just now, but this time it was replaced with Feng Yao's cells in the container. Orochimaru has cultivated a lot of Feng Yao cells in a short period of time, and the fusion is very smooth, but in the end, after occupying 20% of the cells in Duoyu's body, no matter how to inject it, it could not be successful. Feng Yao wondered, "System, what's the situation?" The physique is also linked to the host's cells. Others don't have a mind and body, so 20% of the cells can be transplanted as the limit. Orochimaru was even more puzzled, which subverted his scientist's cognition. It's weird, because the compatibility of Yaojun's cells shouldn't be like this. He looked suspiciously like Feng Yao. Feng Yao solves the puzzle for Orochimaru. Cough, my physique is a bit special. Without my physique, I can only transplant so many. In short, it is enough to transplant intercolumnar cells and use other gods. The next steps were smooth sailing, and Duoyu also transplanted Shishui's eyes. And it perfectly inherits the intercolumn cells in the writing wheel, instead of being reluctant like Danzo or unable to close it like Kakashi. Duoyu also slowly removed the gauze on her eyes. Not only did she get a huge improvement in chakra, but she also had a writing wheel eye, which was a powerful battle force. "Master Feng Yao, did I succeed?" Duoyu felt the changes in his body in disbelief. "Of course, you have worked hard, get used to the strength first, and I have something for you to do tomorrow." Feng Yao touched Tayuya's hair. The newly transplanted Tayuya still needs to get used to it. Feng Yao decided to let Tayuya take a day off, and use other gods on Tsunade tomorrow. Duoyu also blushed and whispered, "Don't worry, I won't let you down, Lord Feng Yao." After speaking, he gently wrapped Feng Yao's waist with his hands. "Haha, Yaojun, this child really likes you. Orochimaru couldn't help but sneered when he saw it. Duoyu also heard the words of Orochimaru and said in a hurry, Big. Lord Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Lord Fengyao. Of course the adults are very popular. Everyone, I like it. Fengyao patted Duoyu's head and said softly, okay Tilda, hurry up and rest. Well, Lord Fengyao, I'll be here tomorrow. After saying that, he bowed and left. In the dungeon, Tsunade lay weakly in the corner. A few footsteps came. Master Orochimaru, Master Fengyao, you are here. He warmly welcomed him. Tsunade struggled to open his eyes. Fengyao and Orochimaru are looking at her. Master Tsunade, I respect your name of Sanin, so I am willing to give you another chance to join my forces. Tsunade looked at it and sneered. I have nothing to say to you Konoha rebels. Come on if you have any means. Fengyao said regretfully. What a pity, Tayuya, use it. Duo-yu, who was on the side, also walked out from Fengyao's side, and the Sengo jade in his right eye suddenly began to transform into a shuriken dart with black lines and 4 corners. Duo-yu said disdainfully, it is your honor to be the help of Lord Fengyao. Since you dare to refuse, then become my puppet. As he spoke, bloodshot eyes filled his right eye. Don't be a god. Tsunade even reacted very strongly, but the next moment he stood up and saluted Fengyao. Sorry, Fengyao-sama, I was too rude before, I will now help you see the child who needs healing. This is the horror of other gods. Modifying the will of the other party can turn others into puppets without knowing it. Taiyu also changed Tsunade's will to the will of allegiance to Fuyao. But it's different from the water-stopping eye in Itachi. Each member of the Uchiha family will have 2 kaleidoscopes with different abilities, such as Itachi's Amaterasu, Tsukiyomi, Sasuke's Amaterasu and Kagudaming. Although Tayuya's eye can control others, it needs to spend a little chakra to maintain the illusion, just like the original Danzo did to Mifune. At that time, he had been maintaining the water-stopping writing wheel, and after being seen through, he stopped the illusion. Lifted. The same is true for Taiyu now, maintaining illusions. Itachi's one can be used directly, and there is no need to maintain chakra output. After all, Itachi gave a crow at that time, and it could not always output chakra to Itachi. In comparison, Itachi's one is better to use, but for Fengyao, as long as the purpose is achieved. Well, Tsunade will follow you after Tayuya, let's go to Junmaru's place together. In a medical room, Junmaru was lying on a hospital bed with various tubes inserted into his body to maintain his life. Fengyao pushed the door and walked in, followed by Tsunade, Orochimaru and others. Junmaru, congratulations that you won't die, I have found someone who can save you. Chapter 53 Target Yuyan Village. Master Fengyao, you are not lying to me. Although Junmaru's voice was hoarse, it contained a hint of excitement. Fengyao motioned Tsunade to go over. Don't worry, you will be cured, and then you can continue to work for Orochimaru for me. As soon as Orochimaru heard this, he knew that Fengyao was appreciating Junmaru's strength, and he gave up the idea of using him as a container. After all, he was now able to master the intercolumnar cells. Wouldn't it be perfect to use Fengyao's cells and intercolumnar cells to fuse and clone an artificial human container? He licked his lips thinking of this. Orochimaru Staten said, although it is indeed serious, it is not without a chance. He said that the green chakra light shone in his hands, which lasted for a cup of tea. Tsunade stopped and said, I will mix a potion with medical ninjutsu to help you slow down the calcium in your body, and at the same time you need to strengthen your muscles, otherwise your heart may still fail. Tu also watched quietly. This is the gap in experience. Tu has encountered too few illnesses, but in terms of talent, Tu may even be better than Tsunade. Fengyao took out 2 rings engraved with Huang and Sun, and gave them to Junmaru and Tsunade. Now the task of establishing a fairy organization is only 4 people away. And the remaining person Fengyao also had a candidate. He took Orochimaru to the outside, and Tsunade and others left behind to treat Junmaru. The Konoha matter has basically come to an end, and Feng Yao finally has time to take a good rest. At this time, the voice of the system was very ignorant of the current affairs. Congratulations to the host for triggering the quest. Gather the 3 major pupil techniques. Mission objective: capture one of Nagato's reincarnation eyes and gather the 3 major pupil techniques. Reward: double chakra. Time: 3 months. Slogan: young man, include all the pupil techniques in Hokage. Feng Yao's veins burst again. Are you kidding me? He really wanted Nagato's samsara eye, but there was no need to grab it when Akatsuki was at its peak. In this situation, you asked me to grab the samsara eye. Do you think I am Madara Uchiha or Naruto Uzumaki? Wouldn't it be death to go up? In fact, this is an exaggeration. There is basically no flying thunder god and dual gods that can kill Feng Yao, but being able to run does not mean that you can fight. The progress of the host's task is too slow. The system has been sending the task after a long time. Please complete it as soon as possible. Feng Yao's good mood for helping Junmalu to subdue Tsunade disappeared instantly, but there was no way the system could open the back door with him. The task of subduing the 5th generation of Mizukage Terumime had to be put on hold again, but fortunately that task was quite long. And, Xian, can get together with a few remaining personnel, and he pondered for a moment. Orochimaru, you joined Akatsuki before. Orochimaru was shocked when he heard this, but it was no surprise that Feng Yao knew this kind of thing. In his opinion, Feng Yao was omniscient and omnipotent. He respectfully responded, I joined Xiao for a while in order to covet the power of the Wheel Eye, but unfortunately I failed. I have no contact with them now, please rest assured Yaojun. Feng Yao smiled slightly, with a meaningful smile on his face. Of course I know, but I don't want to pursue this matter. I want to attack Akatsuki's lair. What? Akatsuki's nest? If Yaojun is you, you should know the strength of that organization. It is a mercenary team composed of S-rank rebels from various countries. Their combined strength can instantly destroy a country. I'm afraid my current ability is a little dangerous, and I've never heard of Akatsuki's nest. At the end of the speech, Orochimaru's tone had begun to hesitate. He didn't understand why Feng Yao would choose such a dangerous action. Feng Yao said solemnly, of course I know their strength very well, but I need the power of Samsara Eye, which is Akatsuki's leader. As for their nest in Yuyan village, although it is dangerous, not all Akatsuki members are there. So we have a chance. Quote. If Feng Yao can really gather the 3 major pupil skills, then he can also open the ultimate time-space ninjutsu Wangquan Hirazaka, so that he can quickly shuttle between the country of water and the village of sound hidden. At first glance, it may seem acceptable, but the task is indeed very difficult. Hearing this, Orochimaru raised his brows and applauded. As expected of Yaojun, after you have the cells between the columns, you will have to touch the power of the Samsara Eye. What a bold idea. Just now, Orochimaru didn't understand Feng Yao's purpose, but now that he understands, not only did he not object, but he was eager to try it. By Feng Yao's side, he had already indirectly mastered the power of intercolumnar cells and the power of the writing wheel, and now he can have the opportunity to study the legendary 6 paths, the reincarnation eye of the immortal, which of course excites him. Feng Yao shook his head and said, of course, it's not that easy. We still need to plan. Let me tell you their abilities. This kind of battle information is very important. Konoha once did not know how many people died in order to explore the ability of Pen's 6 paths, but they did not have any secrets for them as a traveler. So Feng Yao told Orochimaru about the abilities of each member of Xiao's organization, each of Pain's 6 paths, and the manipulator behind it being Nagato. Of course, Obito didn't say anything about it, he just thought it was unnecessary. After listening to Orochimaru, he suddenly realized, so it is, Pen's 6 paths, 6 paths of reincarnation, really terrifying abilities. Samsara Eye really lives up to its reputation, so I'm afraid it's still very difficult for us to win. Feng Yao's eyes were faint, and he said in his mouth, of course it's hard to win, so we still need a lot of other powers, including all the people I brought, to be well trained, and their future achievements are not even inferior to those monsters in Shaoli. Orochimaru smiled softly. Don't worry Yaojun, with the cooperation of your cells and my technology, these people will soon be available to us. At that time, I will plant a spell on them to enhance their strength. Feng Yao nodded slightly. To be honest, the spell seal is just a degraded version of a mortal art, made from the body fluid extracted from Changwu. Shigego and his clan are born with a special constitution that incorporates natural energy into themselves, but because they have not systematically learned how to control this power, they often go berserk. They call it immortalization, similar to the immortal mode, and this energy actually comes from Longdi Cave. Orochimaru gave other people the ability to learn this ability by giving it a spell, and it should be no problem to bear it with the aptitude of Ningji and others. Yuyin Village. The sky was dark, raindrops continued to fall from the sky, and there were occasional thunderous sounds. With the light of thunder, on a high tower made of metal, a young man with orange hair, covered with weird black sticks, and dressed in a black robe and red cloud decoration is standing outside, looking at everything under his feet. And his eyes are the supreme reincarnation eyes of the three major pupils. He spoke slowly, without any human emotion in his tone. Are you ready to make a move now? I'm afraid the funds raised are still quite a bit short. The figure in the dark responded. Union Village will start a war soon this time. This is a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters, and someone seems to have discovered our plan, so it must be ahead of schedule. Tiandao Pain turned his head slowly and looked at the figure on the opposite side. I will order Akatsuki's members to start the capture of the tailed beast, and let this world breed peace in the painful reincarnation. Inside the Hokage hall of Konoha village. Turning to bed, Xiaochun frowned and said, What? Jiraiya is not willing to take over as Hokage. What is he doing? Doesn't he know the current situation of the Fire Kingdom and Konoha? It is really unacceptable that Tsunade-sama was taken away, and I think Jiraiya-sama is also very sad. Konoha's genius strategist Nara Shikahisa defended Jiraiya. Don't talk too much about Jiraiya, he has promised not to stay away from the village, don't embarrass him. 3 generations took a cigarette, he knew the pain in Jiraiya's heart, it is impossible for him to become Hokage now. The village can't be without Hokage for a day, let's all recommend it. Nara Shikahisa was the first to speak. I recommend Hatake Kakashi to become the 6th Hokage. I recommend Tsurugi Asma. After some discussions, Kakashi was finally appointed as the 6th Hokage. The original 7th class was disbanded. Sakura handed over to the Red Squad to fill the vacancy of Neji. Sasuke was the follower of the 6th Hokage, and Naruto followed. Self-cultivation. The 7th class of Destiny has since separated. Chapter 54 _ On the faint stone wall, there is a little faint fire. These firelights are not big, the small ones are like fireflies, and the big ones are like lanterns. They exuded icy green flames, and the tragic green flames reflected on the faces of Fengyao, Orochimaru, and Junmalu. Under the careful care of Tsunade, Junmalu has recovered a lot now. At least his life will not be threatened by death, so this time he is also with the 2 of them. This is the lowest level close to the Orochimaru base. There is only one cell here, the deepest cell. And here is the source of the curse mark, Libra Changwu. His body is very special and has the ability to absorb natural energy, i.e. immortalization. Once they stay in a place with supernatural energy, they will become immortals, but they will go berserk and kill people because they cannot control them. So if he is locked here, the natural energy underground is scarce, and the possibility of losing control will be much smaller, but it is not impossible. In the original book, he lost his spiritual support because of the death of Junmalu, and went to the northern stronghold to lock himself up. Now that Junmalu is not dead, he is still imprisoned here. Fengyao immediately expressed that he would bring Changwu under his command. Changwu is also one of Fengyao's default players, a trio of Yuanying squad. Junmalu stepped forward to Fengyao and said, Master Fengyao, it is easy for Changwu to lose control of his temper. If he offends you, please forgive me, and I will tell him. It doesn't matter. I'm here to convince him. If he wants to do something to me, it's fine. You're not allowed to do it, understand? Feng Yao straightened his body, his eyes flashed with fighting intent. After the intercolumnar cells were transplanted, he hadn't touched it yet. The relationship between Junmalu and Shigego is very good. It can be said that Junmalu is the one who saved Shigego. At that time, because of what Junmalu said when he was leaving, Shigego chose to follow Sasuke. Arriving in front of a fine steel door, there are huge chains at the door firmly binding the door, as if trapped by a wild beast. Open it, Junmalu, please stay away. Feng Yao wants to subdue Changwu by himself, so that the other party can truly admire him. Then, Yaojun himself has to be careful, although I know you won't get hurt. Saying that, Orochimaru took out the key, opened the chain, and opened the door. A man's gasping sound came from the darkness where no fingers could be seen. Did you kill? Don't kill. Then the voice suddenly became crazy, and the figure in the dark rushed out. Ha ha ha, kill you. A very burly man with orange hair and orange pupils rushed to the door. Most of his body had been cursed and covered with gray skin. He waved his head away, and a sonic boom sounded in the air. Boom. Feng Yao took half a step back from the position just now, but his left hand blocked Changwu's straight punch. No matter how hard I tried, Feng Yao could not take another half step back. With the support of the intercolumnar cell body and the use of iron blocks, the strength of the body is even better. Changwu, who is not in a completely immortal state, has no way to take himself. Seeing that a single blow could not be done, Changwu grinned, ha ha ha, go to hell. A fleshy tube grew out of the right wrist, and chakra erupted outwards, increasing the impact again. Boom. It's really good explosive power, but unfortunately it's just pure straight punches or slashes. Maybe it will be better if you add physical skills. Feng Yao took a step back again and evaluated the attack that Changwu had just made. You're such a laid-back fellow. How about adding that? Shigego began to enter the state of immortality for the most part, and his arms also became huge axe. Axe smashing blast. Axes slashing everywhere shattered the entire passage, and the falling dust flew everywhere. It's dead now. Ha, kill it. But after the smoke and dust dissipated, Feng Yao didn't hurt at all, and it was impossible for him to be hit by such a simple axe in his hand. Seeing this scene, Changwu widened his eyes in surprise and said, how could this happen? Didn't hit you. Feng Yao ignored him, put his fists together, and drank lightly. 6 types of profound truth. 6 King's Spear. This is the strongest physical skill that can be used by mastering all 6 forms. It can launch a shock wave-like attack. At close range, Changwu is directly sent back to the cell and slammed into the wall. Feng Yao stepped on his feet and came to him, and Changwu wanted to continue to resist. However, Feng Yao put his hand on his head and input his chakra into his body, which calmed down Changwu's emotions, and the immortal state slowly subsided. Changwu's eyes also changed from fierce to confused and scared, and he suddenly screamed. Ah, don't come to see me, I'll kill you. At this moment, Changwu is like a different person, completely different from the murderous look just now. This is Changwu's dual personality. He usually looks quieter, but if he loses control, he will kill people. Feng Yao looked at Changwu's appearance and walked over slowly. Don't get excited, you can't kill me, because you are not as strong as me. You can also feel the chakra and spiritual energy I just injected into your body. I can help you control your immortal state. You don't need it anymore. I'm hiding here, follow me. Feng Yao looked at Changwu calmly, and Changwu slowly became quiet. He really felt that when he was fighting just now, there was a power that could make him come into his body and help him control the immortalization. He was still a little unsure. Is it true? You can help me control my immortalization. Who are you? Orochimaru on the side stepped forward to explain to Changwu. His name is Feng Yao. Our Yinyan village, including me, has joined Yaojun's command. Of course, Junmalu is the same. Xiaojun did not hesitate to find the best medical ninja in the world to cure Junmalu's disease. Chang'o got excited when he heard the last sentence. He directly took Feng Yao's hand. Really? You really saved Junmalu. Thank you, thank you. Joining Yinyan village in the front couldn't attract Chang'o at all, and said that Chang'o was happy from the bottom of his heart when Junmaro was rescued. Junmalu also walked out from Orochimaru and smiled. Of course, Changwu, I won't die, and you don't have to keep yourself trapped underground in the future. Chang'o covered his forehead with his hand, confirming that the energy in his body belonged to Feng Yao. Master Feng Yao, I am willing to join your command. Can you assign me and Junmalu? Feng Yao nodded. Of course you can. If you want, you can act together in the future. You will be relieved to have Junmalu by your side. After successfully subduing Chang'o, there is only one remaining member of the Ghost Lantern family, Xueyu. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, everyone came to a laboratory where huge containers were placed, and the containers were filled with tubes. These places are where some talented people are stored. Orochimaru said that these are all the bodies that he chose when he chose the container. Among them, there is Xueyu from the Ghost Lamp family. Ghost Lantern Xueyu is also considered to be born in a famous family. Their Ghost Lantern family was very famous in the past, and they also belonged to a large family in Wuyin village. There was a big guy in the family named Ghost Lantern Wanyu, second generation Xueying. This is the ancestor of Xueyu. The relationship between him and Wanyu was not explained in the original book. It should not be a pro-grandfather, it may be separated by 3 or 4 generation look. Originally, Xueyu stayed in the country of water and must be reused, but he and his brother, the full moon of the water lamp, had a full fight in the country of fire, and the ending was that the moon of the ghost was worn by Mat Kai's father. Mat opened 8 doors, kicked the lunchbox, and the underage Suzui was also caught by Orochimaru in the country of fire. Everyone found a large container next to it. No matter how you looked at it, it was just water. In fact, it is the secret ninjutsu, hydration technique, passed down from generation to generation by the Ghost Lamp family. It can turn the body into a liquid state and is immune to physical attacks. It is a very powerful water ninjutsu, and its only weakness is thunder. Feng Yao took a few glances, and then smashed the glass of the container with a punch. Whoa! All the water inside flowed out and began to condense on the ground, and the last young man without clothes climbed out of the water. Feng Yao turned his head to look at him and said calmly. Xueyu, you are the last one, come with me. Chapter 55 Ghost Lantern Xueyu joins. Guideng Xueyu looked at the people around him with a headache, especially after seeing Orochimaru. His face was a little more ugly, and at the same time there was a trace of fear. Orochimaru had done a lot of experiments on him during this period of time, but there was no way. Uncle Snake loves science and wants to study the secret of the hydration technique of Chu Xueyu. Xueyu has white hair and purple eyes, and has sharp teeth, as if a shark is ready to bite its prey at any time. Orochimaru looked at Xueyu without speaking, and a gloomy voice sounded, "What's the matter, Xueyu? You are not going to refuse Yaojun's request, right?" After speaking, her eyes became fierce, and Xueyu felt the murderous aura of Orochimaru and was so frightened that it quickly melted. Said hurriedly, "No, willing to. I'm not denying it either." Saying that, he quickly stood next to Feng Yao and hid. Feng Yao glanced at Xueyu helplessly, and the fear of the other party for Orochimaru was a bit unexpected. Even Junmalu couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that Feng Yao was looking for such a person in the end. Feng Yao thought that it would be about as troublesome as Changwu, but he was directly scared by Orochimaru into autism, which saved a lot of things. He coughed twice to ease the funny atmosphere. "Okay Xueyu, then you will also be a member of my immortal, and your entire organization is only 2 people away. Come with us in some clothes." Saying that, Junmalu threw a piece of clothes to Xueyu. Xueyu hurriedly put it on and followed Feng Yao obediently. After walking out of the gloomy laboratory, Feng Yao gave 2 rings, Ying and Zi, to Shigego and Suzuki, and now there is a ring for the 5th generation Mizukage Terumi Mei. One is for Bai, but Bai is now far away in the country of water, and there is no way to give it to him for the time being, but Bai is already his subordinate, so don't worry. That is to say, now the immortal organization has reached the standard of 15 people. Feng Yao immediately asked the system for a reward. I have now reached the scale of 15 people, is this a task completed? Waiting for a long time, the system's voice responded unhurriedly, Master, are you insulting my IQ? The number has already arrived, but you are probably only half of the strength of the elite, so mission requirements are not complete. Quote. Damn it, which one I'm looking for is not a famous person in Hokage, do you think they won't be able to reach the level of Junin? Heaven. Feng Yao didn't give up and continued to persuade. Ninki and the others were indeed the famous powerhouses in Hokage in the future, but the time period when Feng Yao turned them over was still too young and their strength was relatively average. The system didn't pay attention to Feng Yao, but silently fell silent. Your uncle, wait, I will train them into elite Junin for you to see in 3 months. You are a system that sees people low. Feng Yao rushed out. After the personnel problem is solved, in addition to improving their strength, it is necessary to group them and cooperate in actions, but it cannot be done in groups of 2, it is too easy to be defeated. Feng Yao came to a hall and asked Orochimaru to gather all the members of Xian, to train and assign them. Gaara and others came in one after another. As soon as Xueyu saw Xiangren coming in, she couldn't help but complain. This red-haired woman is so funny, is her head on fire? Ha ha ha. Seeing Feng Yao in a good mood, Xiangren was going to go up and say hello to Feng Yao. He heard a voice complaining about his hair, turned his head to look at a young man with white hair and purple eyes, and when he saw the other party's anger, Xiangren seemed to be unable to restrain it. He flew directly and kicked Xueyu out, riding on Xueyu's body and beating hard. Who are you? What's your business with the old lady's hair, you white-haired guy? In the face of Xiangren's continuous punches, Xueyu had to hydrate to avoid the attack. It is the first time that Xiangren and Xueyu have met each other, but they are like enemies of fate, making trouble. Finally, after half a cup of tea, everyone has gathered. Feng Yao turned his head to look at Xueyu, who had mostly turned into water, and Xiangren, who was panting helplessly. Stop, come here, I have something to tell you. After hearing this, Xiangren clapped her hands and walked to Feng Yao's side, looking at Feng Yao's face, I will spare you. Xueyu also got up from the ground, but silently complained in her heart, what a terrible woman, I really don't like getting along with these people. Everyone stood in a row, with Feng Yao and Orochimaru standing at the front. Feng Yao said solemnly, we, Xian, will have an important mission in a while. This mission will be the most dangerous thing you have ever experienced, and you will be fighting against shadow-level ninjas. With your current strength undoubtedly, I will die, so I need to improve your strength in a short period of time. I hope you can be prepared. Quote. An amazing word. Gaara and others have changed color. Is it a movie class? I really want to fight. It seems that I may not have time to rest in the future. Everyone is also discussing that they were brought together by Feng Yao for various reasons, but this is the first collective action, and it is so big, some people are excited, some people are worried. First of all, I will let Orochimaru transplant intercolumn cells and curse marks to increase your combat effectiveness in a short time, and we have developed a method to control intercolumn cells, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. Feng Yao continued. Secondly, I will divide you into different groups for action. Each group will have a group leader. You must obey the command, and everyone will work with each other. Finally, all the ninjutsu and forbidden techniques I collected from Konoha are open to you. As long as you can master it, you can learn it at any time, but you must do what you can, and you must not hurt yourself. The staff arrangement is as follows. Feng Yao, Gaara, Neji, and Xiangren form a group. Feng Yao is responsible for the unified command of operations. Tayuya, Tsunade, Saj, and Orochimaru form a group, and of course Orochimaru is in charge of the command. Do, Junmalu, Changwu, and Shuiyu form a group, and Do is in charge of commanding the battle. After finishing the assigned tasks, Fengyao and Orochimaru left together first, ordering the other members to hurry up to practice, and to carry out the transplantation of the spell seal and the cells between the pillars in a unified manner tomorrow. This is also the best way Fengyao can think of to improve the combat power in a short time. After Orochimaru and Fengyao left, the hall became lively. Sure enough, Fengyao is interested in me. Otherwise, how can I be assigned to his group? Oh, he really is. Just say no. Xiangrin raised her eyes and shook her hair confidently. Duoyu also roared after hearing this. Give me a little restraint. Use honorifics to Lord Fengyao. And why is Lord Fengyao interested in a red-haired orangutan like you, so violent? Obviously, Xiangrin just beat Shuiyu violently. Xiangrin responded unceremoniously. Oh how do you know that Fengyao is not interested in me? I just want to take the opportunity to win a complete victory when you are assigned to the frontier. Really? What is complete victory? Why don't you teach me, the red-haired orangutan who can't fight at all? You bitch should know exactly what it means. Although the battle of words between you and me was quite intense, the two of them never turned their eyes away, staring blankly into each other's eyes. The two of them looked at each other with a faint terrifying aura. Alas, women's affairs can only be left to women to handle themselves. Captain Do is now the supreme commander, so I'll leave it to you. Shuiyu was obviously watching the fun when she saw that Tayuya and Xiangrin were arguing. Wait a minute, why are you passing the buck to me? I'm not their team leader. I won't be able to bear the responsibility of Lord Orochimaru. Do adjusted his glasses and hurriedly cleaned up his choices. The others were not interested at all, they dispersed, and Douche took Shuiyu and left together. It is said that the remaining two quarreled until midnight. Chapter 56 The Curse Seal of 100% Success Rate. Yinyan Village, Laboratory. Yaojun, let's get started now. Orochimaru stood aside. A total of 12 people gathered together in this laboratory. The originally large space seemed a bit crowded now. Taiyu has also transplanted cells, but according to her own statement, she wants to come and watch Xiangrin to prevent her from having any bad thoughts. Fengyao nodded. Well, which of you are going to come first? Everyone looked at each other, and then Ningji stood up first. He wanted strength. He used to be considered a genius in Konoha, but in this monster-swarmed Yinyan village, Ningji felt that he was not outstanding. He wanted power, become stronger and want to change the fate of the separation. Come on then, I'll help you transplant the cells of Yaojun and Zuma first to improve your physical ability and resilience, so that you will have a higher chance of surviving when you bear the curse mark next time. Orochimaru lightly said. Yes. Neji took the lead and lay down on the test bench. There is no problem with this step, after all, it has been experimented, so I am sure. The successfully transplanted Ningji chakra is obviously much better than just now. If he is compatible with the intercolumnar cells, he has practiced. You can also use the first generation Mudden, but this also depends on talent. Fengyao doesn't want Neji to put the cart before the horse. This power, is this the power of the legendary ninja god Hashima-sama? Neji couldn't believe the change in the chakra in his body. But Orochimaru corrected. Accurately speaking, Yaojun's power helped you, otherwise you would not be able to control the cells between the columns with your ability. Thank you, Lord Fengyao. Ningji turned around and bowed to Fengyao. The increase in strength made Ningji feel that perhaps he really had the opportunity to change the fate of the family. Then the next step is the spell seal. The spell seal is divided into heaven, earth, and ordinary spell seals. The difficulty and power are from high to low. Now Neji's situation is better than that of Sasuke at that time, so Fengyao asked Orochimaru to give it to him. Ning Jishin's curse seal. Orochimaru stretched out his neck and took a bite on Neji's neck. A black curse mark of a three-hooked jade slowly appeared above the wound. Only when the person who has been transplanted with the curse imprint has endured the first round of pain can he open the state of the first curse imprint. just as Orochimaru was waiting for Neji's painful expression. However, Neji directly entered the state of the curse mark 1, and his whole body was covered with black lines in the shape of water droplets. This pattern is generally related to the attributes of the recipient. For example, in the original book, Sasuke has a black pattern like a flame. Neji's chakra attribute has a water attribute change. Huh, didn't you feel any pain in the process? Didn't you feel eroded by power? Orochimaru looked at Neji in amazement. This so-called erosion is the same as being petrified due to the immortal mode's inability to control the immortal chakra. The curse mark will help the user absorb the natural energy in the air, but because it cannot self-regulate, the final reaction, those who lose their consciousness and eventually become unconscious will just keep fighting. That's not true. I just feel that the power is constantly pouring out from the curse, but it does feel like it has been eroded for a long time. After listening to Neji's answer, Orochimaru lowered his head and thought. Suddenly he said excitedly, I understand. Yaojun's cells are also compatible with Changwu's body fluids, which is equivalent to Changwu himself using a spell seal. It's so perfect, so that the success rate of the spell seal transplantation can reach 100%. Yao Jun, you really are a perfect life form. Feng Yao's eyes lit up when he heard Orochimaru's explanation. It's better this way. Originally, for safety reasons, I planned to transplant a few of them with the curse of the land, but it seems unnecessary now. Let's all come up one by one. Then Gaara, Sai, and others also successfully transplanted the curse mark and columnar cells. But this does not include Tsunade, too, and Incense. Tsunade's own 100 Heroes ability is not weaker than the spell seal. In the future, Feng Yao plans to arrange for him and Orochimaru to go to Longdedong to practice the immortal mode. As for Shang Rin, he said that he didn't want to be bitten by Orochimaru even if he died. After a long stalemate, he could only give up. Anyway, Shang Rin was a perceptive ninja and didn't need to fight head-on. Everyone has different states of opening the spell according to their different attributes. As for the state of the second spell, it is necessary to Xingxin Pill and the 4 people to arrange the enchantment transition. I can talk about it later. Everyone now wants to feel their own power and previous changes. So Neji spoke first. Master Feng Yao, I was defeated by you before, I want to challenge you again. Feng Yao shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, power can make people swell. If you want to get together, why don't you go together? I think there are a few of you who are also very excited. As he spoke, he picked Sajing, Shuiyu, Gaara and other people. At this time, Sakai suddenly said with a smile, of course it is our dream to fight against Feng Yao-sama, but you can't keep using the ability to blur your body to avoid Fei Lei Shen, otherwise we may not be able to touch you for a day. In a word, as soon as the words came out, several people around them agreed. Feng Yao glanced at Sakai helplessly, thinking about relying on Fei Lei Shensho and these guys. Okay, I don't need these 2 techniques, you can come. After speaking, he brought everyone to the outside of Yinyan village. Neji took the lead, and his body was covered with water drop patterns. Expand the Bagua array and place Feng Yao in the array, and put both hands in a charged state on the left waist. Soft boxing technique 8 trigrams empty palm. Neji pushed his palm out, and a large chakra shock wave roared towards Feng Yao, which was equivalent to a soft fist in the air. Feng Yao didn't dodge, but instead rushed over to take the shock wave, and the soft fist attacked the inside of others' bodies. Feng Yao's internal organs were all shaken to a certain extent, but when he rushed to Neji, the internal injury had already healed. The intercolumnar cells in his body can be said to be the most present, and the recovery effect is naturally the strongest. Type 6. Finger Gun. Feng Yao condensed his strength on his fingers, and the power was enough to easily pierce through flesh and steel plates. If Neji was hit, he would probably lose his combat effectiveness. Neji didn't dare to underestimate this move, and chakra burst out from the acupoints all over his body. Soft boxing techniques Bagua palm returns to heaven. The absolute physical defense made Feng Yao only retreat temporarily, but the sand under his feet surrounded him, and Gaara also started. He spread his palms out to find Feng Yao's direction and squeezed hard, sand-bound coffin. Gaara's trick has been tried and tested, and it would be troublesome if it was trapped. Moon step. Feng Yao directly stepped on both feet, and the terrifying force directly bounced him into the sky, avoiding the range of Gaara Luoshizi. But Feng Yao underestimated the cooperation between them. Ninja Super Beast Pseudo Painting. A huge ink eagle flew to Feng Yao's head, grabbed Feng Yao's back, and rushed towards the ground, waiting for Feng Yao besides Gaara's sand, as well as the excited Xianju. Xianju raised her hand and pointed her finger at Feng Yao's position. Water escape water and iron cannons. The highly compressed liquid like a bullet was shot from the tip of Xianju's index finger, which once shattered Phase, that special Baiju mask in the original book. The cooperation looks really good, so let me experiment with my new technique. Speaking of quickly forming a seal in his hand, Orochimaru on the side saw that the sweat was left behind, and he recognized that it was the ninjutsu that Feng Yao defeated Jiraiya and Tsunade with one move at that time. But there is obviously a difference. This is Feng Yao's improved defense method based on Wanwo Mahamudra. Just when the attack was about to fall on Feng Yao's head. Ninja. My body seal. Countless identical phantoms flashed around Feng Yao. They surrounded Feng Yao in the middle and spun wildly beside him. After reaching the extreme, a circular protective cover was formed, and everything around was bounced off. The flying eagle was directly ejected and turned back into a pool of ink. The water iron cannon also went back the same way and hit Xianju. Fortunately, he was made of water, so it might have been dangerous. The sand on the ground was also swept away. Xianju is now half hydrated, frowning and complaining. No, you can actually go back to the original way of ninjutsu, how to fight this. This is improved by Feng Yao's simulation of Shen Luo Tianzheng. The phantom created by chakra circles around, and finally forms a protective cover. Bounce the flying ninjutsu back, but resisting and rebounding will consume these phantoms formed with chakra, which requires constant consumption of chakra to replenish. In terms of consumption, it is higher than Shenluo Tianzheng, but the advantage is that there is no such limit as the use of interval time. Well, do you still want to fight? Feng Yao looked at them with a faint smile. Everyone looked at each other, and said in unison, fuck. Chapter 57_2 Women's War. Stars like diamonds adorn the night sky. In the open space of Yinyan village, there are several wooden barrels with spells attached, and there are black enchantments above them. Gaara is sitting in an empty bucket. Tayuya, Zukin, Jirofang, and Kidumaru stood around the barrel, each with different seals. 4 black fog formations. The air was filled with black smoke, and then it was firmly trapped above the barrel, forming a black protective cover. Zuo Jin bit his fingers, wrote the spell on a stack of paper, and threw it towards the barrel. Black seal. Slap. _. The entire wooden barrel was firmly blocked. Zuo Jin and the others let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Feng Yao next to him. Lord Feng Yao, all of them have been inspired to enter the state of Curse Yin too. We will take care of them here, you go to rest first. Feng Yao turned his head to look at the 4 wooden barrels in the field and shook his head slightly. He found an open space to sit down and waited quietly while refining chakra. Over time, the night passed. Boom. A barrier was suddenly shattered, and it was Neji's wooden barrel. His body shape and skin have undergone tremendous changes. His hair has turned white. The caged bird spell on his forehead forms a pattern that generally extends to the corners of his eyes. The outer circle of the white pupils has a dark yellow layer, and the palms of his hands have similar holes. The same launch port seems to be used to increase the power of the soft fist. Seeing the first person come out, Feng Yao was also relieved a lot. Ningji, congratulations on your success, let's rest for a while now. Neji slowly withdrew the curse seal. He was shocked by the chakra that had increased several times in its strength just now. However, as Orochimaru said, this curse seal would slowly erode people's consciousness. Yes, Lord Fengyao, then I'll go down first. After speaking, he glanced at Gaara's wooden box slowly, and said in his heart, when you come out, let's have a test. Then he left. The rest of the people went well, and after everyone was settled, Fengyao returned to his room to rest. A few days later, Fengyao sat on a stylish all-black leather chair with an ebony desk in front of him. Since Orochimaru followed Fengyao, he re-enlarged and renovated Fengyao's entire room. Every piece of furniture in the house has been carefully selected for taste and value. There was also a soft and fluffy dark red carpet on the ground, and there was no sound when walking. Fengyao is tapping Erlang's leg and looking at the recent training report on the members of the Xian organization. Basically, everyone is improving steadily, and the system tasks should be completed soon. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and after a while, Tiyuya's voice came. Master Fengyao, can I come in? It doesn't matter, you come in. Opening the door, Duo Yu also walked in with a plate of food. In fact, Fengyao doesn't need to eat now. There are intercolumnar cells in which he does not need to eat at all, but Duo Yu also insists every time. After trying to persuade Fengyao to no avail, he gave up. Taiyu also put the plate on Fengyao's table. She is now dressed differently than usual, and has changed out of Yinan's costume and hat. Putting on a white kimono, with a faint smile on his face, and combing his hair, he gave off a feeling of Xiaojiabiyu. I don't know if it was an illusion. Even his figure seemed to be much better, which might be an illusion. Master Fengyao, you can rest assured that their cultivation is progressing very smoothly, and now they can persist in the state of the second curse for a long time. Seeing the information in Fengyao's hand, Duo Yu also spoke to Fengyao about the recent situation of Gaara and others. Well, I'm very at ease with them. Has there been any special information from the ninja world recently? The country of fire announced a truce with the country of wind and formed an alliance. If you guess correctly, the country of thunder will soon invade these two countries, and the country of rain, which Lord Fengyao ordered us to keep an eye on, is currently nothing special, as you instructed, never come near when it rains. Quote. Fengyao folded his hands, thinking about the next action in his mind. Oh, in this case, the best situation is to only fight against Pen Ludao and Xiaonan, and the worst situation is even against Obito and other members of the Akatsuki organization. According to the current combat effectiveness, when there are Ludao and Xiaonan at most, adding 2 members of the Xiao organization is the limit. If there are more members, there will be danger. In order to improve the combat effectiveness, Fengyao decided to go to the battlefield next time to collect them. Bones, reincarnated in filthy soil. Everything depends on the orders of Lord Fengyao. Tiyuya, who was silently waiting for the order, responded after hearing Fengyao's groaning. Really, Tiyuya, I'm glad you're so loyal. Can do it for you. Suddenly there was another knock on the door. Duo Yu also looked at Fengyao's face, and then bowed to the door to check. Master Fengyao, it's Shangrin who wants to see you. Shangrin, didn't I let them go on a mission today? Let her in. After getting Fengyao's permission, a girl wearing intellectual-style glasses, a purple top with a belly button exposed, black hot pants, black stockings and black ninja shoes walked in. It was Shangrin. Fengyao, my lord, good morning. You too, Shangrin, what's the matter with me today? Didn't I let you, Neji and Gaara go to the country of fire and the country of wind to collect information? Of course it's to appreciate the handsome face of Lord Fengyao. After saying that, he covered his face shyly. Fengyao's face was expressionless, but his blue pupils flickered a few times. Originally, I wanted the other party not to keep saying such flattering words, but I swallowed it back, and I could see Tiyuya squinting at Shangrin with an excited face, her smile gradually changing. The smile remains the same, but it must not be called a smile. Then you are satisfied after reading it, you can go down, Shangrin. I am now reporting the situation of the members of the Xian organization and the information of the surrounding countries with Lord Fengyao. Can you not disturb the two of us to deal with important affairs? As soon as he encounters incense, Tuyuya's poisonous tongue attribute is ready to be opened. Can't we say hello before we get down to business? You fake milk, do you think I can't see it after a few layers of pads? Feng Yao embarrassedly held his forehead with his hand, and he felt that Duoyu was different from usual, and thought it was his own illusion. What did you say? You big-mouthed orangutan, I'll kill you tilde. Who is afraid of who? It will fall out when you hit it carefully. The two girls with indescribable expressions competed against each other in front of Feng Yao, holding back some headaches, and spoke quickly before the situation became more tragic. You two stop making a fuss. In an instant, the two of them obeyed orders at the same time, and immediately cast a well-behaved smile like Feng Yao, and the terrifying expression of fierceness seemed to have never been seen before. Wouldn't it be unpleasant to have no men in the sight of two pretty girls? But Feng Yao could not accept this matter calmly. At least not now. The two of them are only about 14 years old. For someone whose mental age is over 30, they are younger than themselves. Put aside the things in your mind for a while and ask. I was asking once, Shangrin, what's the matter with you? Yes, according to your order, I will go to the land of wind and the land of fire to collect intelligence. I may not be able to return for a short time in the future, so I want to say hello to you before leaving. Knowing Shangrin's thoughts, Feng Yao nodded slightly. Shangrong still had some dependence on him, but Feng Yao still had more important things to do, so he could only let the three of them go. Understood, Shangrin, you must be careful when collecting information. You are a perceptive ninja who wants to know the situation around you. If you can, learn more from the volumes of sealing techniques in the library, the ninja techniques captured by Konoha, to improve your strength. Shangrin is a member of the Vortex clan, and naturally he is good at sealing. At present, only Shangrin's strength has not reached the elite level, but after learning the sealing technique, he should be able to barely reach it. After all, the cells between the columns are still transplanted. Yes. A serious voice responded. Well, go ahead and inform Do before leaving, and ask him to ask Orochimaru to see me, and say I want to discuss a countermeasure with him. Chapter 58 Grass Hidden Village. The sky is blue, with a few floating clouds occasionally. Feng Yao was walking on the rugged mountain road, and looking out from afar, he wore a white mask on his face, with golden patterns engraved on it, which looked rather mysterious. Next to them were Orochimaru and Do, who were heading to Kaoyan village together. The purpose of this time is to go to the vicinity of Grassian village to find the bones of some strong men for reincarnation. Grassian village is the place where the Third Ninja War broke out. You can go there and try your luck. Orochimaru turned his head and spoke to Feng Yao who was walking side by side. Yaojun, you are really cautious. I think that with our strength and the information you have, we can completely face pain head to head. Orochimaru would say this because of the great increase in the strength of all the members now, as well as the flamboyant myriad Mumudra. Feng Yao's sneering voice sounded. Orochimaru, you still underestimate the organization of Shao, and even less of pain, although the information I said is so. The actual situation will only be more difficult to deal with, not to mention that we still have to fight for samsara. See, my goal is to get 0 casualties on this mission. Quote. I'm sorry Yao-kun, I was negligent, so why is the reincarnation of the filthy earth being carried out by Do? Fu will be in charge of all the reincarnations of the dirty earth this time. If you let me come, then I may be distracted by manipulating the reincarnation of the dirty earth and unable to fight. If it is too troublesome to give them self-awareness, this is the only way. Feng Yao shrugged helplessly, and in the original book, he planned the Fourth Ninja War with one-handed reincarnation. Although controlling the summoner will reduce the strength of the summoned, there is no way. It's a pity that Orochimaru used 3 extremely powerful cards in Konoha at that time. Konoha did not know what means to seal the souls of the first 3 people. After Orochimaru untied the dirty soil, the opponent's soul did not return to the pure land and could not be summoned again. Feng Yao's heart ached when he thought of this, and a good hand of cards was beaten to pieces by Orochimaru. A few people walked for a long time, and everyone came to a small city in the country of grass, and picked up many people to set up stalls with various vegetables, prepared foods and other various commodities. Amid the hustle and bustle of the crowd, the boss made an imposing shout to the pedestrians in the street trying to solicit customers. The elderly women were bargaining with the merchants, and the young people, attracted by the aroma of the barbecued meat, bought the juicy skewers. All eyes on the street were attracted by Feng Yao and his group, and they all stood still. Two men followed. One of them was a gloomy man with long hair and golden pupils, looking at him as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and the one behind him wore glasses, which looked gentle, and was of a more attractive type. What attracts attention is the man walking in the front. His blue pupils are so attractive, even if only half of his face is missed, anyone will take a second look at his noble and pure temperament. The dark brown robe on his body, although it's unremarkable, it seems like the most luxurious clothes to be worn by him. Orochimaru teased, "Hee, Yaojun, you really should wear a mask that can cover your entire face. It's not convenient for us to move like this." Feng Yao felt helpless, and this mask was stuffed by himself when he was leaving. It is said that it is carefully selected, and Feng Yao must wear it. If you think about it, it is also the first gift from others, so it is not good if you don't accept it. Feng Yao raised his right hand to support his forehead. "Let's not mention this. Let's find a place to rest first, we are almost there." Everyone came to a restaurant. In addition to ordinary people, there were several ninjas from Kusakata. After seeing Feng Yao, the people in the restaurant also took a deep breath. Feng Yao sat down calmly, and winked at Orochimaru. The reincarnation of the dirty earth definitely needs people, and the better the body, the stronger the reincarnation. Although Orochimaru already has a lot of intercolumnar cells, it is not enough to clone or create a person with a large number of intercolumnar cells like Baiju, so they can only use ninja instead. Feng Yao chose grassy village. Two sat down and ordered a salt-roasted bamboo mackerel. As for Feng Yao and Orochimaru, they each ordered a cup of tea and sat down to listen to the conversation with the Gracian next to them. "I heard that Konoha has strengthened its military expansion recently. Will it be with us?" "Don't think blindly. Konoha is to deal with the Kingdom of Thunder, not us. Don't scare yourself. It's a good opportunity for our Gracian village to rise this time. Unfortunately, in this case, that Shangrin doesn't know where to go. She is more effective than a medical ninja. Sure enough, such an outsider can't be trusted." Feng Yao listened quietly, and he expected Union Village to deal with Konoha. After all, Union has two perfect human pillars, Wei and Yahweh. Now that Konoha and Cheyon's strength has plummeted, Reikage will not miss this opportunity. But Feng Yao also heard another meaning. Kaoyan Village seemed to be a little restless, as if he was going to take advantage of the war to take advantage of the pen, but it would be better to catch them and ask later. Cao Yin and his party were about to leave after eating. Feng Yao winked at Do, and Do stretched out a foot to block the other party. Everyone in the restaurant looked like they were waiting for a good show. This time, Feng Yao and the others came out without wearing forehead guards, so they thought that Feng Yao and others might just be Ronin with some skills. A guy who seemed to be the leader kicked his feet and threatened. "Hey, boy, do you know who I am? I'm a Chunin of Kaoyan Village, and I chopped off your leg if I didn't believe it or not." After listening to this, Do smiled slightly, straightened up his glasses and stood up, patted his chest with a palm, and blue chakra covered his hands, forming a sharp blade. Cut his artery directly with a chakra scalpel. This ninjutsu can also be used for medical transplants, etc. As a means of attack, it can easily separate other people's arteries and throats without trauma. The Kusanagi Chunin knelt directly on the ground, vomited blood, covered the painful in his chest, and soon died. The people around were stunned by the scene in front of them, and when the other two Kusakazuki Chunin saw the situation, they knew that the other party was also a ninja and hurried back. Wind escape, gale palm. Earth escape, earth rock flow. One of them punched the floor after finishing the seal. Boom. The ground beneath the floor shattered into countless fine sands, which then eroded over like ocean tides, followed by the sharp waves in the air. Feng Yao directly opened the blur to penetrate the past. Wolf hunt, hands from all sides. This is one of the advanced uses of iron nuggets. Although Feng Yao had mastered iron nuggets before, he never thought about developing these physical skills. During the rest period, Feng Yao was not idle and did some research. This move can instantly sharpen the nails to attack the enemy, and the speed is so fast that the physical claw can be transformed into a slashing force like the wind. Call out, call out, call out. With the sound of breaking the air, the bodies of the two Kusakazuki Chunin were shattered by sharp fingernails. The sound of the body's bones being cut off, the sound of the table breaking, the plank being cut, and the man's wailing were mixed. Yeah, underscore. All the people in the restaurant were scattered, leaving only the two still alive Cao Yin. Feng Yao didn't cut their vital points, but the two of them were dying. Each of them had dozens of wounds several centimeters deep, and one of them had his arm cut off by the roots. Feng Yao turned his head towards the pocket and said, "You take one of them to the back for interrogation, and see what they have planned, and the battle strength of their village." After the pocket was gone, Feng Yao squatted down and said in a persuasive manner, "Your companion is also being interrogated by the side. You can tell me the secret of your village earlier than him, so that I can guarantee that I will not kill you, but you can't lie to me. If he is different from what you said, then you both have to die." Kusakin's ninja didn't speak at first, but he was also anxious when he heard that there were always faint voices from the pocket. He was afraid that his companions would confess and die alone. He explained everything as it was. Feng Yao nodded with satisfaction, pouted at Orochimaru, and then walked out of the restaurant. After getting the information, he had already solved the grass ninja. Tongue snake sucking swallow. Underscore. Orochimaru walked out with a flat face, and the person has been solved. Chapter 59 underscore the plan of the land. I didn't expect that the old man Toying also wanted to attack Konoha while he was in the chaos, so he got into trouble with Kaoyan village. Feng Yao, Orochimaru and the others hurried along the tree while exchanging the information they had just obtained. Although the strength of Kaoyan village is weaker than other countries, it is good at using diplomatic means to deal with countries, and can grasp the trend of the times very early to protect the whole body. This is why Yinyan village contacted Kuiyan first, because they knew that the other party knew the current affairs, and they were going to take advantage of Konoha and Union to go to war, and take advantage of Kuiyan village to directly attack Konoha. The land is desolate, and most of it is made of stones. It has long coveted the land of fire. As the center of the mainland, the land of fire is the center of the continent, and its economic development ranks first almost every year. During the conversation, several people have come to the residence of Kaoyan village. The village here is not large, with only a few hundred households at most, and a simple stone wall defense was built around the village. There are also several ninja teams in charge of vigilance, and there is no such thing as a perception barrier in a village like this. Said Master Feng Yao, according to the information just now, there are only 4 Shangnin in Kaoyan village, including their leader. Then let's get started. After Feng Yao finished speaking, he activated his divine power and brought the 3 together to the wall of Kaoyan village. Enemy attack. Kusakata's ninja also saw the 3 people coming out of the Kamui vortex for the first time. Countless kunai and shuriken darts flew in the air, along with detonating talismans. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of kunai with detonating talismans exploded at Feng Yao's location, and smoke and dust were scattered everywhere, and the city wall was blown to pieces in an instant. Feng Yao sank into the ground, emerged from behind the nearest Kusakakushi, grabbed the opponent directly, and sucked him into the space with the vortex in his right eye. Silently said, "The first one." Then he threw a few trident kunai flying around, using the flying thunder god technique with flash bombs. 3 styles of spiral flash super wheel dance and roar. In the strong light, all the people could not open their eyes, they only felt a heavy punch, and then their bodies were cold. People came to a quiet space with only stone pillars, and there were constantly ninjas from Gracian village being thrown in. Second. Third. Orochimaru and two had just avoided using the instant body technique, and now they are also arresting people in Kaoyan village. Yaojun is also true, we are not virtual, it would be fine if he went to the wall alone. After speaking, he knocked out another Kusakata ninja, and Kaoru also agreed with silence. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "It's almost enough to catch more than 50. After all, you have to consider that you may be reincarnated into some useless ninjas. 50 isn't enough." Orochimaru glanced around, and then looked at Feng Yao, who had not stopped, and licked his lips. It happens that there are not many subjects in the laboratory, and future scientific research still needs a lot of what about the experimental subjects. After biting his fingers, he made a mark on his hands and prepared to summon a psychic beast. Spirituality. Several huge black pythons appeared in the village, destroying the surrounding buildings. Feng Yao's side once again absorbed a grass hidden, and bit his finger to channel out his own ghost. The evil aura and dozens of tentacles on his body made everyone around him dare not approach. Monster. We can't win. But the ghost is not polite, and the tentacles continue to entangle the enemy to absorb the chakra. Who dare to launch an attack on my Kaoyan village? Fire escape dragon fire technique. A few Joinin members of Kusakan finally arrived, and the straight flames rushed past like a gust of wind. The fire escape that should have penetrated the opponent's body, but directly penetrated the past, breaking a big tree not far away. What's going on? The other party is a phantom. Just when the few Kusakan Jonin looked at each other, Feng Yao stepped on both feet and used the moon step to get close to each other directly. It's not a phantom, everyone be careful. Fire escape fire dragon flame bullet. A Joinin spit out an extremely powerful fireball from his mouth, but this extremely powerful ninjutsu once again passed through the opponent's body. Feng Yao rushed to the other side and said in a flat tone, "Sure enough, Kusakamura is good at studying ninjutsu from other countries, but unfortunately this also limits you." Land foot. Bai lay 180 degrees in the air, and he sent out his feet, and the slashing wave it sent out was much larger than usual. That Kusanagi Kamajunin couldn't dodge, and crossed his arms to prepare for a hard fight. Bang! A cloud of blood bloomed in the air, and the Joinin's body was shot directly into the house like a cannonball. The other two were horrified by the power of Feng Yao Tai technique and dealt with it more cautiously. Don't get close to him. Understood. Water escape water whip, thunder escape thunderball. The two decided to distance themselves and fight Feng Yao. A transparent water whip appeared on one of the Jonin hands, and they used Lei Dun to help increase their attack power. They decided that Feng Yao could only use physical attacks, so he had to get close. Kusakazuki Jonin threw out a water whip to tie Feng Yao, while another bit his finger and prepared to summon a psychic beast. This idea is very good, but unfortunately it is wrong. After the water whip passed through the body, Feng Yao's left eye was bloodshot. Divine might. The space where the eyes were focused began to twist and twist. The other party had never seen this kind of time-space ninjutsu. For a while, he didn't know how to deal with it, and he watched his arm being ripped off. That Kusanagi hugged his right arm in pain, his body trembling, and he was already useless if he couldn't seal it. Damn it, psychic. Grass Cloud Lion. The remaining Joinin also summoned his own psychic beast, a lion with blue hair, blood-red eyes looking at Feng Yao. He felt his master's order, and rushed towards Feng Yao. The claws send out huge wind blades trying to cut Feng Yao into pieces. Feng Yao evaded the attack and ascended into the air with both feet, and kicked several times at the lion below and Kusakagakushi in the distance. Lanjiao, wolf with stars. When attacking, the chop wave transforms into 4 wolves and devours the enemy forward. The lion roars and blocks in front of its master. It hits the 4 wolves and is finally torn apart by the chop wave. Xiao Xin. Seeing that the psychic beast who had accompanied him for several years died to protect him, the Junin didn't have time to grieve and drag his companion to avoid the attack in a hurry, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Just when he wanted to feel the help of his injured companion, a pair of feet appeared in front of him, looked up, and met Feng Yao's dull blue pupils. He roared with grief and indignation. Why? Why do you want to destroy my Kaoyan village? Who are you, and what kind of grudges do you have with us? No guilt, Feng Yao just told him calmly. There is no hatred, because I need people as sacrifices, and it is just close to your Kaoyan village, so I am here. Jianan seemed to be stunned, just for this reason. To slaughter my village for such absurd reasons. Feng Yao didn't care what he was thinking, he was stunned and punched out. Shinwei absorbed into the space, and Orochimaru also carried an unknown Kusanagi ninja in his hand and walked towards Feng Yao. Orochimaru threw the grass ninja on the ground like garbage, raised his head and asked. Yaojun, this guy seems to be the leader of Cao Yin, do you have anything to ask him? Feng Yao glanced at the leader who was beaten by Orochimaru with only half his life left, and he lowered his body. How long ago did Yukuyan and Yenian village contact each other? How much do you know about Union village's actions against Konoha? The leader of Kaoyan raised his head laboriously, returning to your lord. It was 4 days ago. As for Yun Yin, we really don't know. If you need it, we are in Cao Yin village. For you to ask, please let us live in the village of Gracian. We are confused for a while. This man struggled to speak, but he still tried his best to fight for a chance for his village. The leader had already recognized that the other party was Konoha rebellion by fighting against Orochimaru. He felt that he had offended Konoha because of what his village had done. As a former Konoha ninja, Orochimaru couldn't stand it before he started. Feng Yao touched it and thought about the stakes in it. He couldn't let go of Kaoyan village. It depends on whether the benefits were enough. If all the ninjas and villagers in Kaoyan village were taken away now, it would be nothing more than more experimental subjects and offerings. But if they were left to inquire about news, they could even decide at any time whether Yinyan Hidden Village or Yinlia Village was the one, and it was still possible to decide which one was more important and which one was lighter. He lightly patted the head of Kusakane's face. Asked in a devilish tone, I let you go, so why don't you tell me? How can I believe that you will do things for me, the enemy who attacked your village? Chapter 60_Blood Slave Curse. This sudden sentence stopped the leader of the grass and asked. Now he has already determined that the other party is from Konoha, so he quickly thought about the meaning of Feng Yao's words. I understand, Konoha means if I let go, how can I make sure that I will not betray Kusakage? He hurriedly said, My lord, you can plant a binding spell. Control me Kusakagata, I will swear. I will never dare to betray Konoha. Betray Konoha, what's the meaning? Feng Yao was also confused by the answer from the other side. After seeing Orochimaru, he realized that the other party in his feelings was someone who regarded himself as Konoha. However, his raid on Kusakane this time had indeed helped Konoha village indirectly, otherwise Konoha would be in danger if he stabbed the country in the back. Feng Yao first put the other party's misunderstanding aside for a while, and seriously considered the matter of restraining the curse. There are long and short binding spells, and Orochimaru's heaven and earth spells also have a similar binding effect. The long ones, such as Hyuga's caged birds, will last a lifetime, and the short ones, such as the seal of self-care curse that Danzo has used on himself, can only temporarily control the actions of others. Of course, the former is better for Kusaka. Feng Yao turned to look at Orochimaru, because he couldn't cast the spell himself, so he could only let Orochimaru do it for him. Seeing Feng Yao looking at him, Orochimaru knew that Feng Yao had made a decision. It seems that Yaojun wants to bring Cao Yin under his command, so what do you need me to do? After saying that he had released his psychic spell, the big snakes running around in the village stopped, and then a cloud of smoke exploded, and all the snakes disappeared. Stopped. These serpents are gone. It must have been the leader who killed the intruder. Well killed, I don't know how to invade my Kusakane. The villagers are in the rejoicing of the rest of their lives, and have no doubts about their leader defeating the invaders. Feng Yao pointed to the leader of Kaoyan on the ground and said, Orochimaru, please put a restraining spell on this Kaoyan guy. Oh right, what's your name? When the leader of Kaoyan heard this, he knew that Kaoyan village would not perish, and hurriedly responded. Little, the villain's name is Kudo-san. Well, Kudo, I see. Orochimaru picked out a curse mark called Blood Slave Curse, from the scroll he recently obtained in Konoha. This requires obtaining the blood of the other party to cast the curse, as long as the other party tells the secret of the cursed person or has the intention of betrayal. Then the blood in the body will flow uncontrollably and rapidly, and finally explode and die. It is an extremely cruel curse, so it was sealed up. Orochimaru took the blood of the grass and painted a complex spell on his head, and then pressed the seal. The spell quickly merged, and finally formed a bloody broken pattern covering Kudo-san's head. Feng Yao nodded after the spell was finished. Do, come and treat his injury, don't let him die. Understood, Master Feng Yao. Do adjusted his glasses, came over and raised a green chakra in his hand. Medical Ninja, Palm Immortal. This chakra, which only requires the practitioner to touch the body of the injured person, can be reliably released regardless of internal or external injuries, and achieves an amazing recovery speed. It can also interfere with the circulation of chakra in the body of others by releasing chakra, causing a state of drowsiness, etc. Kudo-san's body soon stopped bleeding, and Feng Yao ordered him to call all the other ninjas in the village and put the blood slave curse. There are nearly 100 ninjas left in Kaoyan village. When they heard that the leader of their own family was defeated, they would be planted with a restraining spell. Many people looked ugly and full of humiliation. After being killed by so many companions, but still being driven by the other party, a few hot-blooded men stood up directly. Chief, I can't accept this request. Although my grassy village can survive like this, I'm just a slave of others. I will be ridiculed by other countries in the future, and I can't hold my head up. Kudo-san gave him a wink when he saw it, telling him not to talk. It's a good leader, I can't accept it either. I know you're here for Kaoyan village. Let us put up with the humiliation for a while, and look for opportunities to rise up in the future, but we'd rather die here than be a slave. The generous and passionate speeches of these few people also aroused the emotions of others. Many people clenched their fists and wanted to fight Feng Yao and others to the death. Feng Yao's divine power twisted the neck of the lead chunin on the spot, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Orochimaru channeled the snake and swallowed the other person. Everyone was shocked by this sudden blow, and they were afraid that it would be the same fate if they went up, but they still had a chance to live. So the voices of opposition disappeared, and the clenched fists of many people loosened again. I am sure you can't win. What's the use of going to die in vain? Those two were too impulsive, and in my opinion the leader was right. Good. Those two people are too stupid, the leader is for the grass-hidden village. Under the fear and threat of Orochimaru and others, the remaining people chose to compromise, and perhaps no one will remember that two people stood up for them today. So everything went smoothly, and under the command of Kudo-san, the binding curse was planted. After half a day, the ninjas of the entire grassy village are now under the control of Orochimaru and Feng Yao. 10 million taels of silver notes from his village and stuffed it into Feng Yao's hands. My lord, please pray for our Kaoyan village in Konoha. I don't have any bounty or funding in Kaoyan village, please don't dislike it. This leader is really good at flattering, no wonder he has his own set of methods to survive among so many big countries. Feng Yao looked at Kudo-san who kept stuffing money into his hands. Feng Yao hesitated. In the end, the money was collected and he helped his forehead. People in high positions always think farther, just like Kudo-san now. But Feng Yao still explained, actually, I'm not from Konoha, this time I came to your Kaoyan village just for some things. As for the information about you and Yin, I just happened to hear, you. Understand? Kudo-san was stunned for a moment, then thought, yeah, this time Konoha knows about my Kusakamura information. It must be done in secret. If you say it outright, it won't be true. I understand. He showed an expression of sudden realization. I understand. The adults are not from Konoha. They just happened to pass by my Kauyan village to help me save Kauyan village. Hire ninjas to raid. Feng Yao frowned. How could this person not listen? Seeing Feng Yao's unhappy look, Kudo-san thought it was because he gave too little, so he gritted his teeth and took out another 5 million taels. Sir, this is all of my Cao Yin's property, please accept it. Feng Yao really didn't know how to explain to the other party, so he simply gave up. However, his raid on Kauyan village this time can be regarded as indirectly helping Konoha, so it should be a reward. So in the end, it was said to the outside world that the situation was attacked by hired ninjas, and the grassy village was hit hard. It was only with the help of powerful ninjas that the siege was resolved. Feng Yao and others temporarily stayed in Kauyan village, and asked Kauyan's ninjas to go out to find the bones of nearby strong men. The camera turns to the land of fire. In a tea house, 2 people in fire cloud suits and hats were having a meal. Said one of the tall men. 107 sang, Mr. Itachi, we have already arrived in the country of fire. If you want me to say, just go in and grab the 9 taels. Itachi took a mouthful of the 3 colored meatballs, and said without hesitation, the above told us to wait, but we can go to Konoha to check the information first. I heard that Hatake Kakashi is now working in Hokage. It can be regarded as an old acquaintance. Otilda Kakashi, known as the copy ninja. It seems worth a cut. Your brother seems to be his guard. Itachi's expression showed no joy or anger, and silently swallowed the last ball without responding. The 2 walked out of the tea house after eating. In the corner of the tea house, the 3 of them also let down their guard. Is that the Shao organization that Feng Yao-sama said? Wearing a fire cloud suit, one of them should be the ghost shark with a big sword on his back, so his partner is Uchiha Itachi. I didn't expect to meet Shao as soon as I came here. The top group in the organization. Quote. Ningji looked solemnly at the table where Itachi and the others had just been. Feng Yao asked them to collect information, and naturally told them all the information about everyone in Shao, and told them to pay attention to these people. Let's go and tell Lord Feng Yao what happened here. Shang Rin and others also left in a hurry. Itachi looked back at the tea house just now from a distance, and then continued on his way.